the truth for sure. But besides
Well,
that,
some people have these experiences and they might see Allah or Jesus or like if whatever their deity is, whatever their belief is, or they might see, say, their grandma passed or their brother or whatever the fuck. And so, like, it's not 100% every time. Sometimes it differs, but is this just the mind creating this, and it's just a part of fucking, I don't know, some kind of subconscious fucking projection or something? But I mean, to me, I can still remember it like to this day, and I probably remember it till the day I die. Like if you remember being on holiday or a club night out or something, and you can remember stuff or see it in your mind's eye, that's how I can see this just now, just as vivid as what it was when it fucking happened. Right? So as far as I feel, as far as I personally feel right now, it happened. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, we got somebody new in the chat, so I'm just gonna announce those guys. We got Gishnoosh. Gishnoosh, I'm gonna mute you. Welcome, Gishnoosh.
Oh, hey man.
How's it going?
Good. It's really late for me. I'm all the way from Australia. I just came to listen to like on things. That's all.
Australia.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Damn.
G'day.
Is all the blood rushing to your head? We know you're upside down.
Yeah, man. Of course.
So, hey, real quick, because I know it's late. All right, I just don't want to miss out on the fact to just have you introduce. Like, so, yeah, this. How did you get here, and like, what do you think about the topic of this server? You know, that kind of stuff.
Well, all right. Please don't like shame me for this, but I am someone who thinks the world is a round object, of course. But I'm actually more interested in just kind of like learning. I want to know what you guys think. That's all. Like, I'm not, because I don't. It's kind of like religion, right? I don't judge people for what people believe in, right? So like, I'm just kind of like listening. So I kind of find it more interesting, you know.
Do we want to draw straws on this one?
Because like,
rock paper scissors. Rock paper scissors.
Just add one thing. I just add one thing because I'll go and try and find another customer. But I would just to correct you a little bit, bro. We don't believe that the Earth appears to be flat and stationary. That is in reality for everyone. Where vice versa, on the other sort of side of it, the globe story, that is a belief because we don't experience motion or any kind of curvature. So just if you say that to flat earthers, they will probably correct you. So that's all I wanted to say. But I'm going to find another customer.
Yeah.
Cool. Sweet.
Yeah. So, well, well, it don't matter. I'm good. Like, if you and Elijah want to draw straws on that.
If I may say something small, I was just going to say that I commend you for being open-minded enough to join in a calm manner and not to attack people immediately.
Yeah, no, I find that it's just immature. That's all. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
however,
if you're just
you can
willing to be an open mind and heard the other side. If you want, you can also argue some points against the other side if you hear them. And
but this is the interesting thing because the thing is I can't really argue because I have no proof to prove if the world is round to begin with, right? So like that's why
you gotta make this fun for us, man. You gotta put up a little resistance, bro.
Well,
it's not fun if you don't put resistance.
There's two ways to go about. There's two ways to go about.
I've got my friend in here. His name's Soggy Bunning Snacks.
So check this out.
He'll probably
check this out.
He's a little bit young, so we'll see how he goes.
Where's Elijah?
I appreciate that introduction. That's really sweet of you guys. Thanks.
All right. So from this moment on, we're gonna do our best not to cut each other off. So if my voice is audible and I hear somebody else's voice, that's kind of disrespectful, you know. A lot of people don't have table manners, but we try to, have proper etiquette here when we can, when there's not like 1,000 people in here. So if you're ignorant about, the topic and don't really know and you want to see what we think, well, then you need an education real quick on what, the globe claims and what you should expect if you did live on a globe. So we like talking about the scientific method. We like talking about math and geometry, and we most certainly don't like to ridicule people for what they believe or what they think. We just like to put the information on the table and let that talk. Does that sound good?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
All right, so Jedi, would you mind taking this actually? Because I'm out in the city right now. I'm trying to get me something to eat.
Where would you like me to start for you, Elijah?
Let's see.
Thank you, Paul.
You know what? You go ahead, or let the conversation go where it may.
All right. So, what's my Australian friend's name? What's your name, mate?
Gushnishku, that is my name. Just call me Gish.
Oh,
Be easier.
Yes. Yeah, no worries, man. So it must be interesting, right? In 2023, people still say that the Earth is flat. It's interesting, right? Especially when, I mean, you say that even though you can provide it, there is quote unquote lots of evidence, scientific evidence that the Earth is a ball, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Would you say that there is scientific evidence for the shape of the Earth?
I mean, if it's proved out there, then yeah, I guess.
Well, see, maybe this is one of the tricks that they use to convince us that they've proven the shape of the Earth. Because I would turn around to you and say there couldn't be scientific evidence to support the shape of the Earth because science doesn't answer that question. Science deals with the cause of things, what caused that to happen, like a scientific experiment where you manipulate something and you see if what you think causes something to happen, causes it to happen. When you're talking about shapes, you observe them and measure them, don't you?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So there couldn't be any scientific experiment for the shape of the Earth, whether it was flat or whether it was a globe, right?
Yeah, okay.
Science doesn't answer that question.
Yeah, it's all about
mathematics. Yeah. But I guess if we're given a model, say the Earth, with a radius value of 3,959 miles, then we should be able to work with the surface of the Earth and see and measure to see if it is curved or not, shouldn't we?
Yeah, I agree with that one.
Cool. And we're told that over 70% of the Earth's surface is water, right?
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
Yeah, and we know the natural physics of water. When it is contained, it's level on the surface, like your coffee cup in the morning, right?
Yeah, of course. Everything's flat still.
Yeah, exactly. So when we notice this coffee cup or bath or swimming pool or lake or ocean or sea, they appear to be level upon the surface. In actual fact, they reflect light from above like a perfectly flat mirrored surface, whether that be your coffee cup, your swimming pool, or the seaside that you go to or the beach, right? It's the same thing.
Yeah, you're right about that one.
Yeah, so that's just the observation. We see the Earth and it appears to be flat. Do you think you see curvature of the Earth?
I agree with that. No, I agree with you. I've been to the beach plenty of times. I've seen it just flat.
Yeah. So it's kind of like a base.
I've just kind of presumed like the world was just it's super big, like really large. Kind of like you like zoomed in on a little rubber ball and it's just like a straight line. That kind of thing, yeah. But I understand that. That's actually smart, yeah.
Have you had the kind of, argument or debating point that ships disappear over the curvature of the Earth?
No, not really, no.
As in, I'm standing at a beach and I can't see that anymore because the curve of the Earth is in the way, right? That type of thing. Yeah, so this is kind of something that we got told from, say, ancient history. The Greeks, for example, they discovered the Earth was a ball because they observed ships disappear from bottom up as they got further away from sea. Now, I understand what you just said, that the Earth is so big we can't see curvature. I'm just going to point out we're not seeing left to right curvature here. We're talking about the curvature away from you, like standing on a hill, for example, or a mate on the other side of a hill. You understand that point, yeah?
Yes.
Cool. So when we're told the Earth is a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles, and we can use mathematical formula to figure out the surface of the Earth, we come up with two. One is there should be 8 inches per mile squared of curvature between point A and point B over the distance of the arc of the Earth. It's 8 inches per mile squared. Second of all, the physical geometric horizon, the thing that I said should be blocking your observation of boats and buildings at sea and so on, is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Now, me and everybody else are in this server because that 8 inches per mile squared and that 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, we don't observe or measure anywhere in practical reality. When we're making observation and measurements over distances of water, we do not measure any curvature. If a line's not curved, mate, what is it?
Right.
Yeah, it's flat, isn't it?
Yeah.
So if we don't observe or measure any curvature and the Earth's surface is not curved, it must be flat.
Holy, yeah, far out.
Yeah. I mean, it's that simple.
I'm open-minded to these sort of things. That's awesome. Yeah, far out.
Yeah, I mean, we can go a lot further into this, but it's just where we start. We start by looking at the Earth. We don't observe any curvature. The surface of the Earth is primarily water, and that's flat then.
Yeah, far out.
Do you know what a triangle is? Not being facetious, but do you know what a triangle is?
Yes, I do. A three-sided object.
Yeah, three-sided object with three internal angles which must add up to 180 degrees, right?
That's the one.
Awesome. Can you have a triangle if one of those lines is curved?
A triangle with a curved line?
Yeah.
What, a cone?
Would you be able to measure an angle if one of those lines was curved?
Probably not.
No, you know what a protractor is, don't you? You find them in stationary sets at school, they measure angles. Yeah. If you were to put that protractor down on two lines and one of those lines was curved, you wouldn't be able to measure, say, 45 degrees, would you?
No, probably not.
No. Do you know what celestial navigation is? Or have you heard of navigating with the stars?
Navigation with stars? Yeah, I've heard of that.
Yeah, that was in Moana.
Yeah, so basically that is elevation angles. So you look up to, say, Polaris, and it is 45 degrees above the horizon using a glorified protractor known as a sextant. Now, see, the thing is, to use the glorified protractor known as a sextant and to use celestial navigation elevation angles, then the Earth's surface must be flat, because you can't measure angles if any, let alone one of those lines is curved, right?
Yes.
So, being as we've used celestial navigation for over 400 years, and the sextant's going to be pulled out when the GPS fails on the boat and in the captain's aircraft, he pulls the sextant out and measures angles to stars. He's going to require, when his life depends on it, the Earth to be flat, because you're not going to be measuring angles from curved lines, are you?
No, you're not.
Absolutely. Do you notice any motion to the Earth?
Not that I know of.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of ridiculous to say, isn't it? We don't see the Earth
like thousands of kilometers an hour, whatever it is.
Yeah. We don't notice or observe that anywhere, do we? The Earth does not act as if it was moving, right?
Yeah.
Right. So again, base action. We don't see curvature. We don't feel motion. There's two problems when we're supposed to be living on a ball that moves. We don't measure or observe the curvature. We don't actually take account for it. In actual fact, we practically use the surface of the Earth as level to navigate across it. And this motion bit, well, we don't see it. We don't feel it. In actual fact, do you think that's ever been measured to be true?
No idea, man. No idea.
Yeah, right. But I mean, if you say that you lived on a ball, you probably believed these things to be true, but kind of got no idea. Yeah, exactly. And that's primarily 99% of us. We all believed it to be true, but when we look for the evidence, we can't fucking find it. They just say it. And then they give us images from, I don't know. Yeah, exactly. But they give us kind of like cartoon CGI images of the Earth from space, right? That's primarily what they do. Yeah. What would happen if I was to tell you that the vacuum of space doesn't exist?
The vacuum of space doesn't exist?
Yeah. All that up there, the stories that they tell you what's up there and in the sky, that's not true. Can't be true. It's a lie. It has to be. Yeah. You know, Jupiter is a giant ball of gas, right?
Yep. Yeah.
And it's sitting within the vacuum of space.
Yeah.
If I was to have a football, you would understand that I would be able to keep the gas inside the football because
it's surrounded by the oxygen.
Yeah, exactly. And we understand that
if not getting sucked into space because of the vacuum and all that kind of shit.
There you go. Exactly. So this is a natural law. Right? This stuff always happens. It's called entropy. High pressure environments disperse into lower pressure systems, because when you burst a football, your girlfriend gets pissed off of you and rips your tires, the gas, high pressure, comes out and disperses into the lower pressure environment, doesn't it? It's just a law of nature, that, isn't it? Yeah. So according to that law of nature, Jupiter, giant ball of gas, can't exist uncontained in the vacuum, and us, breathing gas pressure with nothing physical to press upon, this system that we're living in wouldn't exist. The Earth is declared to be an open system devoid of something physical for our gas to press upon. Therefore, we shouldn't have any gas pressure, and the gas would fill the space. Do you understand that?
No, that makes total sense.
So with that making total sense, we just wave goodbye to every single story they've ever told us about space. The moon landings, for example, the remote-controlled cars that they sent out on Mars, and satellites that are shot through an asteroid field to take photographs of Saturn and Jupiter for you. Yeah, that can't happen. That's not true. That's bullshit, that is. Because natural law applies on the Earth, and according to that, you can't have an open system with gas pressure in it.
Yeah, far out.
So yeah, that's why we say the things that we say, because there's no measurable curvature to the Earth, there's no measurable motion to the Earth, and the bit where they get all their evidence from might as well be called Narnia at this point, because it can't exist.
Yeah, some things are just sounding stupid now.
Yeah, exactly. But I've spoken for a long time, so if you've got any other questions, mate, I'm sure loads of people will be willing to answer them for you.
No, actually, no, I got a few. So, what do you say? What do you think is on the outside? Because obviously, I just picture like Antarctica at the bottom of the globe, right? Do you guys? It's an ice wall, right? Is that how it works? From what you guys perceive?
Yeah. So, if we have an idea, and I can't claim this, mate, because I've never been to quote unquote Antarctica.
No, it's just like an idea.
Yeah. But some people think that if the Earth was flat, the continent of Antarctica, which used to sit on the bottom of the ball, would be the containers of the waters of the Earth. So the shoreline is the limitation of the waters, but how thick Antarctica was and what was possibly beyond Antarctica, no one knows. It's just a postulation to the containers of the waters of the Earth. The place we call Antarctica.
Yeah, right. No, I got no more questions, man. That's it.
Yeah.
No, I got a question.
Another thing that would be interesting about Antarctica is, which is also not personal experience, but a lot of sailors back in the 1870s and 1800s, they took the globe model, they took the measurements put on that model in terms of how far or how big Antarctica is, and they went on their ships and they tried to sail around it. And every day they found themselves miles and miles and miles off of what they were supposed to be. And basically, a lot of them reported 6 to 12 times longer distance than it should have been based on the globe model. And they were basically confused, like, how is this possible? It's supposed to be closer, it's supposed to be smaller, and the directions are all off. So this is just an interesting note to indicate for me that it's more reality, or it's closer to reality, that it's a much bigger outer ring than it is as it's presented in the globe model, being a smaller at the bottom thing. Yeah.
All right. So, like, what is like the motive of lying, as you'd call it, about the Earth being round? Like, that's just like the main thing.
I'll take this one.
Yep.
So, I would submit to you that you're thinking about this question from the wrong frame of reference. So, I would say that your inability to see that it's not a globe is exactly where they want you. And what I mean by that is, think about this. Suspend your belief for a second, or suspend what you think you know. If we're right, if you were to double check the information that we've given you and you're like, holy shit, well, I thought it was funny, but there's nothing to refute. What they're saying is what the information is. And upon thinking about it, yeah, there actually is no curvature. Yeah, there's no way that the sky can be a second law of thermodynamics violation. At that point, you begin to think of how massive this thing is and how it's possible that it's escaping everyone. Well, at the same time, everyone is in the slave system. It's called a W-2 worker. Okay? Most people live paycheck to paycheck. Most people can only think about going back to work the next morning. So, all I'm saying is, when you don't know who you can become, how wealthy you can be, that you can have your own ideas, build businesses, and lift people out of poverty. if you can't logically think through scenarios and issues that get put your way, you really can't do anything other than what you're told. And so the result of that is people's inability to take reality for what it is, that being that the earth is not moving. Obviously, we don't observe any curvature, though they say it's moving, and though they say that there is curvature.
Mm-hmm.
Another way of looking at it I would recommend is if you see actual criminal investigations when somebody gets murdered, the first thing the good investigators who want to have the evidence and want the prosecutor to have an open shut case immediately, they do not go and interview people and try to find out why the murder happened. They go and try to find out who did the murder, where is the DNA evidence, how is this blood spatter on the wall is indicating how the person was hit or whatever. And that is like physical, actual, reality based evidence. And once they gather that, from that they can determine who the murderer is, and that in itself alone is sufficient to go to the prosecutor and say, this is the evidence, now you can prosecute the guy and convict him of being a murderer. The icing on the cake that may or may not come, but that is not necessary in the court of law, which is, okay, we found out this is a murderer, let us ask him why in the interview. Let's say, why did you do the murder, why did you lie? But if he doesn't say, or if he keeps lying, or you never get the confession out of him, it doesn't matter. The evidence is there. The evidence is based on reality. So I can give you tons of answers of why, but all of them don't really matter. Only factual realities that you can measure in the real world matter.
Rilo, what do you think about that? What's been told to you right now?
Well, so you don't actually like have a massive clue of like why they're doing it. It's just like you have a
but did you hear what Elijah and what Devley was saying? Why it's important to look at it in the perspective where you're investigating the evidence first, because if you're looking into the motive, what's going to happen? Let's just scenario wise, right? If we were to say, hey, yeah, they're doing it for this reason, a person who doesn't know any evidence is not going to give the reason that we are going to give them a chance to actually resonate with themselves. You're going to be like, nah, that's not it. And so you won't see it because you haven't seen the evidence first. Once you actually go through and research yourself, right, and you find out all the evidence, then when you come back to this question, anything that's proposed to you, be like, I could see that happening. That would be the case. You know, they could do it for power, for money, for hiding God or whatever. Then you could see that. But now, right now, if we say that to you and you're like, no, not for money. No, because $1 billion is not a lot of money. So right now you wouldn't see it. You have to actually investigate into the evidence. Once you build the case up and you know that there is something wrong, then it would resonate with you to tell you the motive, or at least talk about it anyway.
Yeah, okay. I mean, like, I've been in the Discord for a while, so like I understand like a bit of the things of the reason why the Earth is flat in a way, but yeah, okay, I know what you're saying.
Yeah, like it, because people try to fill the void. They're trying to, but you haven't used the muscle imagination. As a matter of fact, if you read any book on wealth, the first thing they tell you is to learn how to use your imagination. Now, why the hell would a grown-ass person have to read a book that's prompting people to think about how to improve their ability to use their imagination? Because if your mind think it, your heart receive it, then it ends up in your hand. Okay? So let's go back to the whole why would they lie thing. No, before that, my bad. So the thing is, if you're trying to fill the void, you're never going to get there, because what we would have to do on a similar scale is replace the globe with some flat object that makes sense to you at least as much as all of the things that you've been told up to date about the globe. We would have to say, okay, this works like this works like this, blah, 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 blah. And for all you know, we could be fucking lying, but it makes perfect sense. Because regardless of what we say, where would the evidence be? Right? You're on Earth with us. We're not doing, deep excursions to the center of the earth, or going to the edge, or going to the sky. We pretty much know just about as much as you do. The astrophysicist who came in here, who basically said that's the same position as an astronomer, he basically does the same shit we do. He has a telescope. I have celestial binoculars for Stargate. But all we're doing is looking at the same thing, the same frame of reference. So if you're looking to fill that void, that's not going to really be anything that's possible. What you have to do is lose the imagery altogether and just accept the world for what it is. Now back to the whole why would they lie thing. I often point out when people ask why they, who is they? So the lie that I like to focus on, because people like to attribute everything that's been said about the globe to what we have now. Sure. What?
Silver Age is muted. He's 7 muted. Oh, he doesn't have the BC verified.
Yeah,
could you unmute him?
I was gonna get to that, but I just wanted Elijah to finish his point. I'm gonna mute everybody who's in here brand new. I'm gonna mute, so don't worry. I just want Elijah to finish his point before we do that.
Yep. So really quick then, the why would they lie? The first thing is, who's lying? They lying about what? Well, we're talking about heliocentrism. Heliocentrism isn't 2,000 years old. Heliocentrism is 500 years old. Your concept of the universe expanding infinitely faster than the speed of light, the universe being flat, that's only 100 years old. Living on a disk in space, disk in space, that's what most people believe, because the galaxy is flat. It's a disk in space, right? So the question is, who and when was this lie propagated? So, okay, you go back 500 years ago and you understand that the people who were most powerful in the church and on the land, they are the ones that started propagating or started saying that we moved around the sun and this, that, and the third, which is why there was a lot of beef, because obviously the other religious people, they thought, well, we don't feel any movement. What the fuck is the evidence for that? Right? So here we are, fast forward 400 years from then and 100 years ago to Edwin Hubble. He says, actually, we can't disprove that the earth isn't moving. We just choose to believe that it is. Straight up. So did Einstein. So did all of these other people that you might regard as very smart people. Well, if you actually read their journals, you would see that everything is right there. There is no scientific evidence that the earth is a globe, because that's a category error. Okay? Like Jedi explained to you earlier. Therefore, when you read this stuff, they basically say, yeah, as a matter of fact, they regard Einstein as, the most amazing thought experiment person. And I mean, that just would not sit well with me if I was trying to figure out if the earth was a globe or not. What do you mean, awesome thought experiments? What about real experiments? Well, he never did any of those. He never had a hypothesis where he actually did anything other than write numbers on a board. Just saying. So, anyway.
Yeah, so the answer that's embedded in that is, why would somebody lie to you about the nature of reality and the shape of the world in which you live? The answer is, they want to control the way you think about reality. And as he just described, the men who were involved in shaping this paradigm had philosophical bias that they made decisions based upon, because they want the nature of reality to be a certain way. They're biased towards that way. And if you could control the way people think, right, the way people view themselves in physical and metaphysical reality, right, then you could control their behaviors, you could control their destinies, right? So it is very important for someone who wants to have control over you to control what you think about the nature of reality itself and your place in it. Who you are and where you are, what you are, where you're going, all of these big questions that weigh on people's souls and minds. If you have the answers to those questions, then you have the power.
All right, so let's open up some mics for these guys so they can all chime in here. I'm gonna start unmuting some mics. So Rilo, you said Silver Ridge, is that right?
Yeah.
All right, Silver Ridge, welcome to the chat. If you're there, you're unmuted. All right, 1 second. Let me get to everybody else. Soggy Bunning Snags. Soggy Bunning Snags, welcome to the chat. Are you there? Soggy Bunning Snags.
Oh, I think it's like really late where Soggy is, so I don't think he's going to talk.
Okay, how about Tarina? See Tarina. Oh, Tarina's VC verified.
Yeah, I am, but I need to be unmuted.
Okay, so who else we got in here? Anybody else from your group?
Yeah, it's just mainly Silveridge. He just wanted to like have a conversation, see what's happening.
All right, Silveridge, did you have any questions, or do you want to speak to what's been said so far?
Yeah. So I only came in like a few minutes ago, so I sort of came in halfway through the conversation. I missed like the majority of everything. It's interesting you brought up Einstein because there's been a lot of talk and a lot of big words and whole massive thoughts and theories and everything. But Einstein also said if you can't explain it to a 6-year-old, you probably don't understand it. So in a few sentences, explain can you prove the Earth is flat in just a few sentences, as if I'm a 6-year-old, without using beliefs or thought patterns, just raw. I want to hear it.
Okay, so we have. Okay, you said very simple.
Yeah, like a 6-year-old.
Are you oriented? Do you know what an orientation is?
In what context?
In the context that you're either vertical or off by that degree, whatever amount.
I don't think a 6-year-old's going to understand that, so ignore that point and move on.
Can you stand up straight?
Technically, yes.
Do you know when you're standing on a hill or a grade?
Mm-hmm.
Right. That's because the Earth has an orientation. The sphere doesn't have anything like that. The end.
Okay. That's it?
Yeah, I mean, you said in 6 seconds you want to go deeper. I mean,
no, as if I'm a 6-year-old in a few sentences.
Yeah, it's very simple.
A 6-year-old knows that.
Out to the beach.
I was just saying, a 6-year-old knows that he doesn't live on a globe unless he's been watching TV since he was a baby. He doesn't know anything about spinning. He doesn't know anything about a globe. He doesn't know anything. He just knows his existence, his reality. When he goes outside and he plays, that's what it is.
That's true, by the way. Yeah.
Also, another point: 6-year-old does not have the.
Is it my internet or is his voice just cooked?
Studies show development.
Yeah, you kind of break it up a little bit.
Alright, cool. Okay, so the idea that you're having is
hold on.
The reason I'm able to
his microphone real quick. Just unless you're in a rush and you got to go somewhere, bro.
Not in a huge rush.
Okay, so you either want the extended proof or you want the quick proof.
I can give him something quick as well.
Mm-hmm. I'm just saying, don't debate the quick proof. That's kind of not reasonable, right?
Yeah, but I want to hear it. Devly Germany, go ahead.
Let me give you the quick thing. Just to preface that, explaining something to a 6-year-old is kind of a pointless thing to say because a 6-year-old does not have the logical and critical thinking ability. They're just going to believe what they say. So let's pretend it's a 15-year-old or something. The quickest and easiest way to explain it is, if the Earth was globe, then at a certain point you can have 2 points away from each other and you stand at one point and you're going to try to see the object at that other point. At a certain distance, that object should be under the curvature. But when you actually do real-world experiments, you are able to see that object, which proves that the premise of the Earth being a globe is false.
Okay, so I live in Australia, and then England is on the other side of the globe. Hypothetically speaking, should I be able to see Big Ben by looking out my window?
Do you know what angular resolution is?
No.
Yeah. Okay. So Imagine you had. What's up?
No, I was apologising. I interrupted you. Sorry, dude. I'm lagging.
Oh, no worries. I didn't even hear you. So, okay, angular resolution is very simple for a 5-year-old to understand. Imagine a quarter, right? Or whatever currency coin you have, right?
Yep.
You can see it right in front of your face, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now imagine it was pushed out a mile away. Could you see it then?
Practically no.
Oh, wow.
Exactly. So all objects have an angular size.
Mm-hmm.
So you wouldn't be able to see everything infinitely. That's absurd. We all know that there's an angular resolution or an angular relationship between us, the size of things, and the distance away from us to those things.
But even if you don't get that, so even if you don't get that, things are too far away for you to see. If you increase if you increase the distance of your observation, say 200 miles, you must remember that you're looking through 200 miles worth of atmosphere, right? Rain, cloud, fog. Mm-hmm. Even a clear day, but pollen and stuff, which is going to cause impedance to your observation. So, yeah, if the Earth was flat, no, you shouldn't be able to see forever.
And this is why
I got to bring up a point. Hold on. I got to bring up this point because we're speaking about 6-year-olds and youth. A child would never be so ignorant as to ask such a question. A child understands that they can't see forever. A child understands that they can't see through the air forever. They understand it because that's what they experienced, and they're not dishonest with their experience. A child would never say, "Why can't I just see forever?" Only adults who have been indoctrinated ask such silly questions.
I'm just throwing a hypothetical out there. You don't have to get aggressive about it.
Another way to look at it is the way I explained it so simply about the 2 points, and you chose Big Ben as the second point. Let's choose something more realistic where we can use actual math, and something more realistic is, let's say, 150 miles. And when you choose 150 miles and you use a telescope, fairly good telescope, and you use the spherical geometry that is given by the globe Earth theory of what's the circumference of the Earth, you can calculate that something that is 150 miles away from you, how tall does that have to be for you to be able to see it? And it's around 4 or 3.8 miles high. So if we see an object which is 150 miles away, but that object itself is less than 3.8 miles high, that disproves any sort of curvature because we're able to see it even though it should be, mathematically speaking, under the curvature of the Earth.
All right, before we go on, I just want to make sure for the new people, can you guys click on the text channel that's above the voice channel you're in? That's live stream voice text. It's the text channel that we post things in, and that's relevant to the conversation. People are posting things for you guys to actually check out. So,
yeah, so
that's for everybody.
Let's also make a social commentary. Why am I so quote unquote aggressive about these things? Well, let's think about it. I said that only an indoctrinated adult would ask such a question. So who am I aggressive at? You? Or
you had a very aggressive tone of voice instead of just a, calm.
Right, hey, friend. I'm speaking. Thank you. Okay, I have an aggressive tone of voice all the time, every time. Just like the Hulk. The secret to my success is I'm always angry. Okay, if you want to comment about my tone of voice, by all means, do it in the therapy server. Okay, the point is that you're making this thing about, well, you should be able to explain things to children. Well, the problem is people take our children into the public school system and they indoctrinate them with globe rhetoric and globe religiosity and globe pseudoscience. Later on, they become adults who are so confused in their ability to think that they ask questions that are obvious on their face that you can't see for thousands and thousands of miles. Nobody in their rational mind, divorced from the globe propaganda, would ever posit such an idea, because your entire life you've experienced the limitations to your viewpoint, the limitations of perspective, the limitations of the atmosphere, which precludes colors over distance. You see it when you go out and see mountains. The mountains change colors as they recede into the distance, and then they disappear and blend in with the sky. This is your natural experience that you've experienced your entire life. Your entire life, you've experienced a limited viewpoint that the Earth is flat and that the Earth is stationary, which, by the way, the globe side agrees to these points. They then go on to rationalize why that's not true, why your experience that you've experienced your entire life isn't true. All right, and they perpetrate this on our children, right, as if it is true and if it is proven and as if it is science when it's not. Mm-hmm. And like our other friend said, it's psychological studies, right, of children demonstrate that they believe the Earth is flat and stationary, and they don't change that viewpoint until they are told by an authority that it's otherwise. And then what kids do is they rationalize a two-world system to where the referential world in their experience is flat and stationary, but then when they leave the world and get a God's eye view of the world, it then becomes a globe. This is documented. Okay, so it's very simple. Kids understand that the Earth is flat and stationary. Kids understand that down is down and up is up. When you tell a kid about Australia, you know what they say? Everyone would fall off. Do you know why? Because they believe that the world has a uniformitarian quality of flat and level everywhere they go, because that's what they experience. They have to be told a story about a giant floating space ball, and that's why you don't fall off. A giant floating space ball which they can't witness, they can't experience, and they have to take it on faith from the authority. Now, their parents are going to tell them this probably. The schools are going to tell them this. The government's going to tell them this. And they're going to tell them this when they're vulnerable and innocent and unable to challenge it, except by intuition. Just say, no, Daddy, that's wrong. And then Daddy says, well, son, I'm bigger, smarter, stronger, and faster than you. Therefore, I'm correct. Also, the government. Also, NASA. Also, giant pictures. Pictures from space, kids. I swear, pictures, right? And then the kid believes it. Why would they doubt it? You know why? Because they think to themselves, well, why would my daddy lie to me? I can trust my daddy. So yes, this is something to be passionate and angry about. They're psychologically abusing our children by changing the way they think about metaphysical and physical reality and their place in it. Let me quote somebody. A very famous one of these people. You are an insignificant speck on an insignificant piece of dirt, floating around an insignificant star, in an insignificant galaxy, floating around an insignificant this and an insignificant that. Right? This is what they're teaching our kids, that they're insignificant specks of nothing that appear and then vanish away, no different than the tide taking out a sandcastle into the ocean. And you're telling me that this isn't something to be passionate about? I rest my case.
That was pretty deep. Right. Good morning, everybody.
Morning, Greg. So I'm gonna do an exercise with all the new people. So if you're brand new,
so I can't respond.
Cool. Well, it was rhetorical. I don't know, unless you want to respond to what he just said, because he's basically just stating why he's passionate. So I don't know why it would be a response to that. He's just stating why he's.
Well, passionate. He was saying why he's passionate, but he's also making arguments why the Earth is flat. I thought I would be allowed to respond to it.
But because we're gonna this exercise is gonna help everybody get to the same the level playing field, right? So
okay, so I can't respond. Cool.
Yeah, just hang.
Time out, Biggie. I promise you that's gonna come. But here's the thing. No, I gave you the simplest answer as to why the Earth is flat. Now, I told you that it's layered and there are more dimensions, but that's not what you asked for. You're not going to take AI's passion, which wasn't a proof, just the psychology behind why children would think that the Earth is a globe, and respond to that as if that is going to be the rebuttal to flat Earth. That's actually absurd. Now you can go, Biggie.
All right.
I still brought up an argument, and then Elijah, you did respond with it, and I was going to respond. Then about 3 other people chimed in, and then all of a sudden there's 600 arguments presented in front of me, so I have to pick one of them.
Silver
and
Ridge,
then 600 more come in.
Silver Ridge. It seems like you're the one who's passionate, bro. Honestly,
I just want to have a conversation, man. I'm just going to talk.
It's not a conversation if you're passionate like the way you are, and you're not letting the conversation flow. I'm gonna just for the I know Jedi. Just for the conversation's sake, I'm gonna let you say what you want to say. but after you say something, I need to go right after you. Is that cool? Is that cool?
Yeah.
Silver? All right. Go ahead. Spill the beans, man. Tell everybody what you just can't stop. You want to let everybody know. Go.
Yeah. Okay. Well, do you guys... I actually want to check out a question first. Do you guys know what Uluru Rock is in Australia?
Yep.
Yeah, it's just this basically fuck off massive rock in the middle of absolutely nowhere. And it's extremely tall. And when you drive out over to go see it, as you're approaching it, the very top of the Uluru Rock starts to come in, and then as you get closer, you can see more and more of it. I want to know, if the Earth is flat, why wouldn't it just, fade into shot? Or like, be like the entire. If you have the thing there and you scale it up.
I ask you to make a statement, not ask a question.
I'm trying to have a debate here.
Yeah, but you're not doing it in the formal way. You're just doing it cowboy style. Anyway,
I'm just asking a question.
I ask you to make your statement. I ask you to make your statement, but like as far as right now, I didn't get into my exercise because I paused to hear you say this. So the exercise is going to get into everybody that's in here, not just you. So this has to question. Yeah, because you want to have it your way. This isn't Burger King, man. You're not going to have it your way.
Bro. You can answer it if you want, but
yeah,
no, but still, I can answer it.
No.
I can answer it if you let me.
It's delaying the exercise.
Yeah,
and that's what you've just done.
It's fine,
Silver Ridge.
It's fine. So here's what's going to go, Silver Ridge. I'm going to answer your question. After that, if you don't allow the exercise to continue, I'm just going to remove you, and then we'll all continue without you. Fair? So here's how it's going to go. One, Elijah was correct that I didn't make any flat earth arguments in my spiel. I just was talking about the psychology of how people perceive the world, which, by the way, is recorded and factual. There's no rebuttal to what I said, period. Now, moving on. Why does something disappear from the bottom up? Well, that's simple. The angles of propagation, right, and the angles of reception fall below the angular of resolution of the optic in question, and the availability of renderable space packets of color, right, disappear. And so the angles of propagation hit on the sensor in a portion where it can't render any more information. Now, it just so happens that the angle, right, is going to be the least as it approaches zero, which is going to be towards the horizon. Now, this is necessary consequence of having an angular field of view. Now, you can look this up with MIT professor, free lecture, Lewin, et cetera, et cetera. What I'm saying is 100% the physics of light. I rest my case. All right, Miggy, you can go.
Big words.
All right. So the exercise is the exercise is for everybody in the room that's brand new. So I'm going to address people by name. So you guys who I address by name can chime in. So Gish, Nish, Goo, let's see, Rilo, Silver Ridge, Doggy, Bunny, Snags, Tarina. You guys are brand new to the server, and you guys are going to participate in this exercise. And please, I would ask you, you can help each other out in the DMs to kind of get the answer to this. So this is a team effort from all of you guys. And when you respond, you can take turns and do all that kind of stuff, okay? So I just want it to be where it's collective because this is important. These foundational questions are going to be important for you guys. All right, so the first question. Please be intellectually honest. If you know, say I know. If you don't know, say I don't know. Okay. That's all I want to know, okay, from you guys. All right, so the first question is, who has ever directly measured the curvature of the Earth?
Not me.
What, like with a ruler? Because not me.
Like with a measuring tape?
Okay,
like, what do we?
The only thing that I can tell, the only thing that I can tell you is the curvature, meaning drop over distance, because they're telling us that we're living on top of an oblate spheroid. So it has a radius, a diameter, and circumference. So this is something I will give you, right? I'm going to give you that. They tell us that the metrics of the Earth already. So if you type in what is the radius of Earth in Google, if you type that out right now, there's a number that's going to come back. So they know the metrics of the size of the Earth, right? So it's important to know that because this information is made public to you and me and everybody else, how did they get that information? Meaning, how did they directly measure the curvature of the Earth? That is to you guys.
It was some Greek fellow, wasn't he? Some ancient Greek guy. Began with an A, I think.
Yeah, you can help each other out. So I want you guys to see if we can figure this out.
It wasn't Galileo, I don't believe. It was some Erato guy. His name started with Erato.
Yeah, and remember, you can say I don't know. That's also possible. So
yeah, no,
I'll give you a short.
I'm confident with just saying I don't know.
Yeah, I'll just say this.
Yeah, it was just some. It was just some like Greek guy that just stuck two giant poles in two different cities and measured the difference of the shadow.
Yeah, so I'll say this: if you do know, if you start saying, well, I know it's something and this and that, I'm going to ask you for hyper specific details on that information, and you need to know that hyper specific information. If you say you know, and if you say you don't know, if you say somebody out there figured it out, I don't know who, but I just believe somebody figured it out. I'll deal with that. That's fine. But so long as you say I don't know right now, I know you're intellectually honest, right? But if you say you know, then I'm going to ask you for specifics. So I'm giving you guys a chance. Who says that they know will tell me the specifics? Go ahead.
I'm not a Greek historian, but I know that someone did, and I've looked into it before. I can't give you their genealogy, date of birth, where they were born, what they ate in 706.
That's not what I'm asking for. That the specifics is who is directly. I'm going to state the question again. Who has directly measured the curvature of the Earth? And I'm going to need specifics like primary source, a citation, and a demonstration. So regarding that, if you know, say you know, and then I'm going to ask you for that. What I just asked for, or just say I don't know, and then we'll go to the next question because there's only 3.
So you want to know who found this out
directly? Who directly measured the curvature of the Earth, as in drop over distance, that conforms to the oblate spheroid that we're standing on.
Well, I don't really know how to pronounce this guy's name, but this is meant to be the first guy to do it.
Do you know the specifics?
I'll put it in my stream.
Right, but
oh my God, I want to help him out. Eratosthenes or Eratosthenes. Jesus Christ, what's the method? Is what he's going to ask you next. Go on.
Yeah, this gets a little frustrating for us on our side, but like if you guys listen, the reason why I'm asking you to do this is because if you don't know, I want you to be honest. This is a time for you to be honest about what you know with your information, right?
Can I say I don't know? I don't know.
Yeah, I've been honest.
Yeah. If you just be honest, that's all I'm asking.
Yeah,
if you don't know, just say I don't know. That's all. That's it. So if you know, I'm going to ask you for specifics, and I'm giving you some time. Who says that they know? Well, chime in right now if you know. I'm gonna be getting very specific with this.
Well, you're limiting I know to Greek historians at this point, so I have a solid chance all of us going to say I don't know.
No, I mean if you know, then it's easy for you to just say you know, and then tell me the specifics.
So tell us what you're going to say.
So does anybody know?
Nope.
We'll just go to the next one, yeah. Because
I'm fine with me, but I just want a consensus before I move on. That if everybody knows or they don't know, so we can go to the next question. I'll take silence as you don't know either. So if you don't chime in,
yeah, we'll move on.
Okay, going once, going twice.
Move on.
All right, we're moving on. Second question. Axial rotation of the spin of the Earth. They're telling us that the Earth is spinning on its axis at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. This is something that they're telling us, right? As far as the Earth's spin, right? So if that is the case, that the Earth is spinning on its axis, right?
Yeah.
How is it possible that it's ever been measured? So same as the first question, right? We're going to want to find out who has directly measured this axial rotation. So we're going to want to either people or persons, what device has been used, and then we're going to get into your baseline knowledge of how that's been extrapolated so we know for sure that the Earth is spinning on its axis. So again, open to you guys. Please find out how this has been done and either come up together with like somebody who's going to answer for this question. You guys, I'm going to kick it to you. So we can go with primary source, citation, and a demonstration.
Just before, like, I need to understand the question better because I'm not a sciencey guy which understands terms. You're talking about the tilt of how the Earth is staying.
Yeah, the tilt is what they're saying as far as like it being according to the orientation facing the sun. But what I'm looking for is the actual movement that the sun is, or excuse me, that the Earth is spinning around, like it's it's spinning on its axis. That's what I'm looking for.
Like who proved the Earth is spinning? Is that what you're asking?
Correct. primary source, citation, and a demonstration, please.
Bro, I've got no idea. I'm gonna Google.
Again,
this.
it's probably just
fine.
some great. You're still limiting it to basically historians.
Well,
Like-
No. He's asking you for any point in history if you know who and how these things were demonstrated to be true. It's not a trick question. We're trying to figure out why you believe the things that you believe, and hopefully you've got some story or evidence or some background knowledge about it. We're just trying to find that out. It's not a trick question. No one's trying to fuck you over here, mate.
Right. Exactly. Primary source, citation, demonstration. I'll take your silence as a concession that you don't know as well, but I will give you some time.
I've been honest. Like, it's just I don't know. It's just I'm just kind of stuck with things. You know, it's how you like was saying before. Like it's kind of like what they showed. You know, children. I've just grown up like that. So that's why I can't prove anything. I was set up from the beginning. That's why I'm very open-minded.
Yeah, it's all good here, but like I want to give everybody enough time to think about it and answer if they want to. So I'm not going to just move on and just say that you guys don't know. I want you to think about it. And so given this time to actually think about it, because you should know, like snap your fingers, one up off the dome, man. This should just be coming to you because these are the basic fundamentals of the Earth being a globe. Right?
Yeah.
First, we went to curvature. Second is axial rotation that's spinning on its axis. So if we don't have any answer, or nobody's going to chime in right now, I'm going to move off to the third question.
Before we move on, because the thing is that none of us will know, because I don't think, well, I haven't personally done much research on the Earth at all. I've just been in the server for a while, and then I guess we just came to see what's going on. But because none of us will actually know.
Rilo, it's all good. It's all good. I don't care. To me, it doesn't matter where you come from, how long you've been here. None of that matters to me. The only thing that matters is if you know the answer to this question or not. That's the only thing I care about. I don't care what your seniority is or whatever. That doesn't matter to me. If you can answer the question, then please answer it. If you cannot, then you don't know. Pretty simple.
That's what I'm saying, because none of us actually do know who came up with these things.
Let's not use a broad brush here, Rilo, because you're speaking for the group. If you're doing that,
none of us are going to know.
Oh, that's fine. All right. So if that's the case, I've given enough time. You know. Okay. So let's move off to the third question. We'll say that you guys don't know on that second question. The third one is going to be probably where I feel like there's going to be a little resistance here. Third question. So we're going to talk about the vacuum of space being adjacent. Just let me get through the question. Being adjacent to the pressure air that we are breathing right now. I know they're telling us that on the surface we're breathing around 14 psi, and that the vacuum of space is said to be adjacent to this pressure air that we breathe. Well, in every instance of natural law is stated with entropy, right? High pressure moves to low pressure. Hot moves to cold. It's just the way entropy is. It's a natural law. So in every instance of gas pressure that we see here on Earth, it needs to be contained. So if you want to have pressure in a tire, you put air in a tire. You put air in a metal bottle. You can put it's pressurized. And when you release the air in any of the places that we put air pressure in, with this pressurized systems that you can have, the air rushes out into any and all directions. It doesn't matter how it's done. High pressure always moves to the low pressure, always. This is the law of gas pressure, right? We always see this happening. That never not is that, right? So the question is going to be this. If we're living in an open system, like the Earth being a globe, where matter and energy can exchange, how is it possible to have gas pressure without a container?
Well, that's because gravity exists, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'll let everybody come in. I'll let everybody come in here if they want to join in with you on that point. Would you guys agree with Silver Ridge, or does anybody else have another?
I was gonna say the only thing that I can say about like the air being concealed is from the atmosphere. That's all I can say.
Yeah, the whole reason the atmosphere exists is because gravity exists. Air is like on the voice crack. Air is stuff. It's not a lack of stuff. There's stuff in the air. The stuff that has matter is in the air. And
how many people? He's asking not for a story. He's asking for a physical demonstration. So we get that you can say, I don't know, gravity might be, or the atmosphere, which is the gas, is containing itself. We want a demonstration of a violation of natural law. That's what we're asking for. Do you understand that? A violation of natural law. Have you a demonstration for this violation of natural law? Not a story, a demonstration.
Yeah, I'm just answering the question, explaining myself.
Yeah, sure. It doesn't matter what the answer is, Silverridge, or anybody that's going to ask or answer this question. Doesn't matter what the answer is. So long as your answer can be supported by, like Jedi is saying, a demonstration. So it doesn't matter the answer, because I'll let you guys answer whatever you want, so long as a demonstration can precede that. So does everybody agree with Silverridge that gravity would be the answer? I'm asking this to the group of new people.
Yeah.
Gish, Noosh, maybe Grain, if you want to jump in.
I got no idea anymore, man. I'm twisted up and all this shit.
I'll try to put my input on this.
Sure.
Here's how I view the air, right? Think of it like a trampoline. But if you have something heavy, like a bowling ball on a trampoline, and you have like sand is the air. Like it's all going to be sucked in where the bowling ball is. It's all going to move its way, say, around that area. This is how I'd perceive it.
Two-dimensional Einstein's bending of space-time. Yeah, we get the idea of you putting a bowling ball onto a trampoline, mate. Is that your evidence for gas pressure without a container, then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Miggy?
So now we're going to follow, actually, I want to hear Silverridge. Do you agree with Rilo? Because is he talking about the same thing you're talking about, Silverridge? I need agreements here, guys. If you guys are going to agree with each other as far as the rhetoric goes, Rilo, do you agree with Silverridge? And Silverridge, do you agree with Rilo? Because you guys are the only two that are chiming in here.
Rilo, what were you saying? Explain it.
Go ahead, Rilo.
Okay. I was saying that if we talk about a trampoline and we say a bowling ball is the earth, and then we have sand and that is the air, and I'm saying that would it all sucks into the bigger mass or the heavier thing. That's kind of how gravity works with the air. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, but obviously on a much fucking larger scale.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you guys are in agreement with each other?
Same idea, yeah.
All right, so now let's move into the demonstration part of it, because this is basically what you've been taught or told. So now we're going to go from just saying something to now demonstrating it. Because what I got on my side is I got a container, and I could put gas in it, and it can be pressurized, and it can hold that pressure, and I could release that pressure. I can show you how gas pressure is attained with a container. The necessary antecedent for gas pressure is a container. Now, if you're telling me that what you're telling me is true, then I need a demonstration of how what you're saying can hold gas pressure. You're going to have to give me a demonstration where I would assume gravity here. You're going to have to show me how gravity can be a container. Show me a demonstration in reality where I can see that.
If we were to construct one, we need to construct a planet, which I'd say, I'd just hypothetically, that might be a bit infeasible. But the same idea runs along, why Jupiter and Saturn, the gas giants exist. Why don't they just dissipate into nothing?
Remember my example? Yeah. I'm using a container. I can show you a Coke bottle, or I can show you a tire. I can show you something that actually shows what a container is for gas pressure. Now, I'm showing you a demonstration of how I can physically show you a container with gas pressure inside, and but you can't show me something that shows gravity being a container, because you're saying it needs to be the size of a planet. And I'm telling you, that's not how gas pressure works, my friend. Gas pressure needs a container, and in every instance, it's something physical, and it's containing the pressure. Now, you're telling me gravity's doing that. Well,
but you're thinking on such a small scale, gravity doesn't actually matter. The idea that gravity...
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that gravity doesn't matter. I'm saying show me. Don't just tell me. Show me where gravity's being a container and containing the gas pressure. Because when I'm looking out into reality, right, everywhere that I see, if I see gas pressure, it's inside of a container, my friend. And so the thing that's containing the gas here to the Earth, being an open system, Well, practically, what would happen was that the gas would rush off into the void. It would go into the lower pressure because that's what gas does. It moves from high pressure to low pressure with entropy. We understand this. This is a gas law. So you're telling me gravity is the container. Now, I need to see how gravity contains the gas. Now, you need to have a demonstration for me so that I can see this. Because I can show you the opposite of a container holding gas pressure. So
he's already
telling me...
Sorry. Yeah. He's already admitted he can't, though, because he said that he needs to make another planet. So within that concession, you must understand, gentlemen, that you can't demonstrate this, right?
Can you?
Yeah, you don't. Well, yeah, practically speaking, no, you can't. But that doesn't mean that it's not true.
Okay.
No.
Okay, let me ask you this. If you're gonna claim, if you're gonna say we need...
Sorry. Thank you.
Apologies.
Thank you. Yeah, no problem. Because obviously we could be here for another 10, 20, 30 minutes, but we just want to get to the answer that you can't demonstrate your claim. That's right, isn't it? You can't demonstrate it, no?
Practically speaking, no. But that does, again, that does not mean that it's not
caveat.
true.
There's no caveat to that. Yeah. There's either you can demonstrate it or not. That's no caveat.
And we can, and if you want to get to your caveat, we can answer your caveat after you say that you can't demonstrate this. We'll get to your caveat after, but this is taking a long time, mate. So quickly, you can't demonstrate your claim, can you?
All right, well, let's hear what you guys have to say.
Okay, so let me summarize. And I've given this to the group. I want you guys to actually answer. So don't ever say that was not fair to you guys. I gave you enough time. So the summarization is just simply this. I asked you for the evidence of the Earth's curvature. None was given. I asked you evidence for the Earth spinning on its axis. None was given. I asked you for how the space vacuum is even feasible in practical sense, and none was given. So what we have here, the Earth being a globe spinning in the vacuum of space, is just a belief that you have. For all this time that you thought of the Earth, it's just a belief. It is not something that's truly known in reality. Thank you.
No, it's more because you asked for evidence that we can't actually provide. You put restrictions on the evidence in such a way that we couldn't actually answer the questions, and you're skewering that into answering your own argument.
Sorry.
No, I didn't.
Dude,
it is just basic science.
Dude, my friend, hold on, it's not basic science. This isn't science. Alright, so the first an observation of a natural phenomena and elucidation of a cause and effect relationship.
The Earth. Stick two sticks in the middle of the Earth and see how the shadows split. Done.
Hold on, Jedi. Hold on. I'm doing a little bit of talking. I'm only doing moderation. And I said it when I first started. I'm going to say it again. Control your mic, or I'll control it for you. You don't need to speak over Jedi. He will answer all of the comments, questions, and concerns that you have. Don't interrupt us, and we won't interrupt you. Period.
So,
thank you.
That sounds like something I'd be saying.
None of the questions that Miggy asked you were scientific, especially the first two. Right, the radius of the Earth is a direct measurement and observation. It's not science. It's not a hypothesis test where we elucidate the cause of a phenomena. That's what science is. But which bit did you want to talk about? Because you seem to think that you weren't given enough leeway. We gave you all of history and anybody that you wanted to point out to give you the evidence for the radius, motion of the Earth, or gas pressure without a container. What's limited in that? What was limited?
Nice, good question. No, so the point that I'm trying to make is that we have it's simple facts that is just it's widely accepted regardless of how prominent the flat Earth theory is. But you're asking us to give you, like you said, it was what guy who did it, demonstration, and other shit. Like, that's obviously all documented already, but that's not something that we know off the bat because we're not interested in proving the Earth is round. We're not interested in doing all that because it's such a simple fact, and everything else in the universe follows the idea that a spherical planet exists. And there's no reason to assume that planet Earth is any different. Like, a water droplet is spherical. It's not a flat disk. It's like... Every planet in the solar system, stars, gas giants, they're all spherical. It's it's
Awesome.
it's stupid to like assume that Earth is just a flat disk
before you before you keep saying it's stupid and the globe Earth is easily proven because of facts, you got to remember that we've asked you for those facts. We've asked you for the direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth. We've asked you for the direct measurement of the motion of the Earth, and we've asked you for a direct demonstration of gas pressure without a container. We've actually asked you for the proof of the claim that the Earth is a ball in motion in space. That's what we've asked you. And you said... no, that's fine, because that's the problem that we were all in. We all took this for granted. Somebody at some point had proven the Earth to be a ball. I don't know how or why, but I see it on TV now because it's a fact. We're asking for proof of that fact. In actual fact, when we go and ask the question, where is the evidence for the Earth being a ball in motion in the vacuum of space, there isn't any apart from the images on TV. There is no direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth. There is no direct measurement of the motion of the Earth. And you can't have gas pressure without a container. That's the problem that we've got. You seem to believe in stories. Biggie Mayhem has pointed out that you, like everybody else, me included 8 years ago, just had a belief that we couldn't verify through first-hand knowledge. First-hand knowledge kind of trumps everything, right?
Yeah, it should. That's all we're pointing out, Silver. You could keep continuing to think the Earth is a globe, but it's just a belief, my friend. That's all you have. You don't have physical evidence, demonstration, or a way that you can have a method to show that it actually is a globe. It's just a belief, my friend. That's all it is.
Yeah, but the point that I'm trying to make is that we shouldn't be the one to give you the evidence because, like, you know, we're not scientists, we're not giga geniuses. Neither are you guys as well. You guys, I unless you guys have PhDs,
don't be a bigot. Don't just stop right there. Everything you said up until this point is fair and reasonable. Do not begin being a bigot. You have no fucking idea who we are in here. What credentials we have. Don't do that. That's all I'm saying. It's very simple. Now, I'm willing to go back into gravity with you. So is Jedi. So is everyone in here. We're willing to allow you to go. First of all, if the tenets that Miggy, pointed out, if there was any truth or validation, like you said, you should know it, but the scientists know it. You can just Google it. Like, it's not. Didn't you tell me that Einstein said if you couldn't explain it to a 6-year-old, then it's not possible? Well, if it's that simple, then all three answers should be Googleable, and they should be logically sound, reasonable, and come with an example, a real-world example, not a thought experiment. Do you agree? Or
they are, yes. You just got to Google it.
I know. So if we do that now, and you come to find that what you thought you knew isn't what you thought you knew, are you going to accept that?
If you can display me irrefutable evidence that completely disproves everything on the other side has to say, then I'll believe you. I will understand. You're asking me for evidence. I'm asking you.
We're not going to disprove. Listen, you're telling us to disprove Narnia. We got to disprove the fact that Middle Earth exists. We got to disprove the fact that a made-up fictional story exists, dude. Come on, dude. Yeah, that's so, how are you telling us to disprove something that does not exist in reality? That's what we're asking.
Then I'm trying to ask you to prove something that doesn't exist in reality.
Okay,
this
Silver,
does.
hang on. You're asking us to...
Your entire argument is based on...
Hang on. Let me finish. You're asking us to disprove something that you yourself and every scientist that you can search on Google has no proof of. Do you understand the conundrum? There is no proof for the globe that you're asking us to disprove.
Yep.
Yeah, but then your entire argument is built on...
Slow down. Yes. If there's no evidence of curvature anywhere, then obviously it's not that. That's why I spoke about the orientation thing, but let's not get into that. Stop arguing with us, fam. We're telling you, sure, you believe it's a globe. Sure, you believe that there's information online that would totally disrupt this entire process. We are openly inviting you to do so. why are you arguing about it instead of trying to put the cards on the table? There are two of you, goddamn. Two of you. Go do some Googling. We're here. It's 24/7 live stream. We'll be here all day.
We're here now.
I'm just saying that your entire argument is based on the fact that we can't.
I'm going to mute you and stop just saying, because I heard you. You didn't hear any claim that we've made. So you can't talk about what our argument isn't. We didn't give you one. We asked you what your evidence for what you believe is. That is not synonymous with our argument against. We didn't even get to that point. That's what I'm fucking trying to get you to get to, right? And I'm like, okay, so let's get to it then. Get to Googling, and we'll deal with it one problem at a time. So stop teetering on the edge of being a bigot, and sit down with us, have a conversation, and let's figure this stuff out together. If you don't want to do that, then my friend, I don't know what else to tell you.
Where do you want to begin?
I'm just trying to speak my mind. I'm just getting interrupted, so I guess I just can't.
Fine. No, you can. I'm not shouting for you, bruv. I asked you a question.
No, you're not. You're actually being very polite. It's just more half of everyone else's.
All right, well, disregard everybody else. You're kind of asking us, well, what's your proof of the flat Earth, right?
Yeah, so you guys are asking, you gave me 3 questions about, proof Earth is round, and everything that I'm hearing is pretty much, we believe the Earth is flat because you can't prove the Earth is round. It's proof.
Yeah.
What's it called? It's proof by something. It's like, I forgot the exact word for it.
That's very disingenuous. You literally asked a question to explain our proof of flat Earth in a simple sentence, and I actually gave you, and Elijah gave you, like very simple couple of sentences about the 2 points that are distance apart from each other, and where you stand at one point, and that other point is so far that the objects on it should be below the curvature, but you still can do experiments where you can see that. That is, we actually gave you proof. You ignored that.
Okay, so, well, Elijah's proof is an anecdotal proof. The fucking orientation shit. That's
You're
just
a liar. You're a liar. It's an axiom. Sorry, but go ahead. It is an axiom, though. I didn't give you anything other than an axiom. Google what an axiom is. You can't tell me that there isn't. Go ahead, John. Sorry, we're all running out. So.
Yeah, I know. So I'm trying to calm him down and stop him getting close to that bigot line, right, that you keep pointing out. I'm trying to be gentle with him for now because he's been patient. We have asked him a load of questions, right? So maybe he can ask us one. But ultimately, it's for our evidence, because what we've done is we've kind of shown you that there isn't any evidence for the ball. That probably is not going to mean much to you at the moment, but it should start ringing bells soon when we start demonstrating to you that the waters of the Earth are indeed level. If you want us to demonstrate that the Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as a flat, stationary plane every single day, we can do that for you. It's not a problem. We're not just here casting aspersions on the story that the Earth is a ball in space because we've got some problem with science. We've gone out and tested the surface of the Earth, and we don't find any curvature where it should be. That's a problem, right? Because if a surface isn't curved, what is it?
Well, it's flat. That's a basic assumption. If something isn't curved, then it's flat.
Exactly. So if we don't measure any curvature over any distance of water, then the water has to be flat, right?
Mm-hmm. Have you guys compiled an evidence document of?
Yeah, I'm getting to
all the measurements. Because if you have, I'd be more than happy to read it.
That's absolutely fine. We can give you the PDFs if you want to. It's not a problem. But let me explain the base premise to you. Because if you're on a curved surface and you're going to shoot a laser across it, trying to hit a target on the other side, 2 things are going to happen. One, you're going to have to go through that curved surface and out the other side, or you're going to shoot over the top, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so when, quote-unquote, flat earthers have gone out with lasers over distances of water up to and including 25 miles, at a height of 1 metre above the surface of the water, hitting a target lower than 1 metre above the surface of the water at a distance of 25 miles, you understand that we are directly measuring the surface of the Earth for convexity, and there's no deviation between the water line and the laser line, right?
Yeah, hypothetically speaking. I do want to read the document, though, because obviously something in one sentence, the whole document will say very different things.
That's fine. So we can provide the PDF for you. It's down in the bottom of the server. I think it's underneath laser tests. You can go and read that for yourself. But this is just flat earthers. We can point to the navies and the militaries of the world that use laser targeting systems that are 4 times further than 25 miles because they target land-based targets from vessels at sea up to and including 100 miles away, requiring a direct line of sight. So it's applicable technology that the navies of the world use to blow each other up with. Direct line of sight laser targeting systems up to and including 100 miles. Now, the thing about this is they wouldn't use this technology if the surface of the Earth was curved, because the curve of the Earth would get in the fucking way. You understand that point, right? So flat earthers have done this. You can read the PDF, then go and use applicable technology by the militaries and navies of the world. Yeah, they do that too then. Same thing with radar. That requires a direct line of sight. And so does infrared targeting camera systems. All 3 of these systems are used on Navy ships at sea. Got to see it, got to radar it, got to get a laser to it. Targeting systems demonstrate the surface of the Earth is indeed level. If it wasn't, they wouldn't be using this technology.
Guys, can I just ask Silver Ridge one question? Silver.
No, I want to know what he says to my fucking point.
Yeah, I'm sure he has nothing. He has no answer to that. I don't think. But
I don't know. But I was going to say yeah. What have you got to say to that, mate?
I'm going to have to find out what sort of technology you're talking about, because it's super easy to say the military does this and that. So,
check it out.
I'm interested. I just would have to disregard that point until
Silver Ridge. It's in live stream voice text. I've been trying to interrupt to tell you that. They're posting all the relevant information that he just spoke of in live stream voice text. Thank you. That's all.
Indeeds.
Silver, I just wanted to ask you something real quick. So, like, we all got taught about the globe Earth in school and whatnot, right? So, I just wanted to ask you, like, besides the teachers and besides repeating what teachers have taught you and saying that, like, basically, have you made any observations of any curvature? Have you done any experiments to prove to yourself that you're on a spinning ball flying through space, or is just everything you're saying, is it just all hearsay?
Yeah, personally, so I live in the coast, so I know you guys probably get this argument tens of trillions of times a day, but I just can't see a flat Earth explaining why all the coal ships that go out to sea go bottom first and then seem to curve all the way around the top. I've mentioned Uluru Rock before. Great place as well. If you go over there.
Sorry, mate. You were the guy who brought up Ayers Rock about half hour ago, weren't you?
Yeah.
Why can't we see the bottom of Ayers Rock? Now, we get, like you said, get this all the time. Why can't we see the bottom of boats? You didn't understand what AI said to you, did you? Would you like me to explain it to you again?
I heard what you said.
Yeah, would you like me to explain?
Just explain it.
Would you like me to? Yeah. So, for example, me and you are on a flat surface, and I've got a brick. I walk away from you with the brick, and I put the brick on the floor, and I start kicking it further away. Eventually, you're going to lose the ability to resolve the brick, right? It's going to be too small for you to see, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. What would happen if I built a wall? Would you eventually start to see the wall? Would you maybe see a cathedral if I built a cathedral? Now, what do you think is going to happen, mate?
Well, you're going to be able to see it.
Yeah, exactly. But remember,
distance away.
Yeah, so you're at the same distance, but I've built a wall and then I've built a cathedral, but you can only resolve the tallness of the wall and the top of the cathedral, remembering that you lost the ability to resolve the first brick on the floor because it was too small for you to see. What AI was pointing out earlier is we see everything in angles, and eventually things with distance are going to be too small to see because they enter an angle that your eye can't resolve. This is why things appear to disappear from the bottom up on a surface, because the angle starts at the surface. So it's hard for you to resolve things on a surface at distance because the angle is too small. But if I was to build a fucking cathedral, guess what you're going to see? You're going to see the top of that cathedral until you start walking closer and closer to it, and then your eye has the ability to resolve all the angles on that cathedral. You might not be able to see the doorbell yet. You've got to get a little bit closer. So that's why things appear to disappear from the bottom up on a surface. We can demonstrate this to you if you want.
What channel would that be? I'm assuming you guys have already done the research on that shit.
Live stream voice text always, dude. Just go there.
If you want, I can give you an example of a demonstration that you yourself can see in everyday life. Let's assume you live on a ball, and on the ball, from the globe theory, is that 2 points, if they are close enough, they might as well be unmeasured as a straight line. So let's take 500 meters of a street, a very good street which has street lights on it. And you know for a fact all the street lights are the same light, are the same height. They are just spread apart over those 500 meters at a distance. And you're standing at the front of the street. And you know for the fact that 500 meters is 100% a straight line. But when you look at the street and you start looking at the street lights, the first light, you're going to see all of it. The second light, you're going to see all of it. The light number 20 or 30, you're going to start not only seeing the top of the light, but the bottom is going to be disappearing. So that demonstrates what he just told you. You don't even have to believe him. That is a demonstration. You know it's a 100% straight line, the street. You know the lights are all of equal height, yet the laws of perspective and how your eye works is preventing you from seeing the bottom of the last street light.
It's pretty simple.
There's examples in live stream voice text for you. They've been posting them there. If you like, I've been saying this for like eight times now.
This is good, Miggy. This is fine. No, it's good. Go in live stream voice text because I've forgotten the claim that he's making and it's interesting. Yeah. My friend, why can't you see the bottom of Ayers Rock, do you think? Why can't you see the bottom of that distant island when you're at sea, do you think? What's stopping you see it?
Why don't you think I can?
Oh, come on, mate. I'm having an honest conversation.
The Earth round. You know that. But I want to hear what you have to say.
Well, in your idea, you are going to turn around to me and say, I can't see the bottom of Ayers Rock because the curvature of the Earth is in the way, right?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. So that's a physical geometric claim. That horizon must be 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet away from you. So, for example, if we know the size of the Earth, which we are told that we do, 3,959 miles, then the geometric horizon must be a mathematical calculation away from you if you're standing on that curved surface. Would you agree to that?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome stuff. Can somebody post a Black Swan image for me in live stream voice text? So you understand that the mathematical calculation that I gave you is, I'll repeat it for you, 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Now, can you go into live stream voice text and tell me when you see the observation or the picture of 2 oil rigs? Let me know when you see it, please, mate.
Oh, shit, that one, yeah.
Yeah, awesome stuff. So, thank you, my friend. If the Earth is a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles, then every horizon distance must be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Now, this observation is taken, so we can keep the math simple, at 1 foot above the surface of the water. Mm-hmm. So the square root of 1 is 1. What's 1 times 1.225, my friend?
Would be 1.225.
Awesome. So for this 1 foot observer, the horizon, geometric and physical, must be 1.225 miles away. Now, in the observation with the 2 oil rigs, can you tell me where the horizon appears? Does the horizon appear before the oil rigs, between the oil rigs, or beyond the 2 oil rigs? Where's the horizon?
It'd be beyond them.
It would be beyond them, right?
Yeah, it looks like it, yeah.
Yeah, and we noticed that the oil rigs have got distance markers on them. This is why they're here, so we can measure distance. The oil rigs are 6 and 9 miles away from the observer, so we can safely say the horizon appears to be no less than 10 miles away, right?
Yep.
Awesome. So when you say that I can't see the bottom of Ayers Rock because the physical curve of the Earth is in the way, I'm sorry to have to tell you that the horizon is a optical phenomenon. Because if it was physical, it would be at 1.25 miles away. Clearly in this image, from a 1-foot observer, as you can see for yourself, it's at least 10 miles away. That's a problem when people say that the curve of the Earth is getting in the way of stuff, because the horizon moves around. Depending on the atmosphere and the technology that you use, your eyes, binoculars or telescope, the horizon will appear in different places. Do you understand that point?
Mm-hmm.
So when you say that I can't see the bottom of Ayers Rock because the curve of the Earth is in the way, just remember this image. The horizon is optical. It's not physical.
All right. I have 2 things to say to that. One, I want to look more into it because like the image is good, but it's a bit strange. It's a bit of an odd. It's just the way it looks is a bit strange. Secondly, why the fuck do they call it the Black Swan?
Okay, I'll answer both those questions for you. This photograph is taken a still shot from a video. We can provide the video for you if you want. That's not a problem. You'll notice in the video before he zooms in, you don't see any oil rigs. You just see horizon. Then the technology changes. He zooms in. Oil rigs come into view and the horizon fucks off into the distance. Why do we call it the Black Swan? It's because of this. If your theory is only white swans exist, it just takes the observation of one black swan to demonstrate that your theory that only white swans exist is redundant, because I've proven black swans exist. If you claim that all horizons are geometric and I show you that one's optical, then I've demonstrated that you've never had a physical horizon in the first place. Do you understand this?
Yeah, so I'm just going to go real quick.
That's fine.
By the way, we want you to look at things and verify them. At no point of anywhere where we're in the conversation telling you about this or presenting evidence to you are we asking you just believe what we just told you. No, go verify it. Preferably do the experiments yourself. Go to the sea, take a binocular, all of that stuff. Whatever you find from what we present to you, verify it yourself.
So I suppose the same. That's really cool. I'm really glad my computer just had a huge forget. I suppose the same argument applies to. I can't even post the image. Like those images, the power lines that go over the edge of the Earth. The same argument would apply to those, correct?
Yeah, perspective. Yeah. Here's the thing, though, man. Like what we've presented are 2 things. That you can't give us the evidence that the Earth is a globe by way of looking at the curvature of the Earth or axial rotation, or that the vacuum of space exists like they tell us. And on top of that, this information that he just gave you solidifies that it's not that we can only look farther in the distance and we never see any curvature appearing to be where even they predict it to be. So the 2 things that are proven here is that there is no evidence for Earth being a globe, and there is evidence for Earth being flat and stationary.
You understand?
I understand. I'm not convinced, but the last 20 minutes of calm conversation has been far more productive than the last 40 minutes of yelling. So I appreciate Chris Jedi. You're a Chad.
I'm a fucking legend, Jess.
Yes. I was nice to you. That's all I wanted, and I'm much more happy with the last 20 minutes.
So, do you understand that this is a direct measurement, right? We've got distance markers. We know our altitude above the surface of the... Yeah. So, direct measurement and observation shows that the water that we're looking across is level, right? The curve isn't seen where it should be and predicted within the mathematics of a ball, right? We don't see that.
Keep going.
No, remember your statement. I can't see the bottom of Ayers Rock. Would you say that you'd have to take that back now?
Not yet.
I can't see the bottom of those rocks.
I need to look into it more and understand it on a better level than I do right now. I can see your side of the argument, and I can see where you're coming from, but I also have my own idea about it. I'm happy to look into it. There's evidence for both sides of it, quote unquote evidence, depending on your perspective. But
can I make a point?
Yes.
So what he just So when he asked you if you agreed to 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height, that is the formula given based on the geometric claim and the radius of the Earth. So what you're looking at is an exact contradiction of the mathematical model, claim, science, whatever you thought it was or whatever you want to call it. So when you say you have your own idea, that's fine. But the idea that the Earth is a globe of the dimensions that they've given, and then, extrapolating that out to distances to the celestial bodies and yada, 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 all are derived from the truth that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, and that's where they get that formula. So what Jedi just showed you is that can't be true. Therefore, all of the mathematical statistics based on that truth has to be false. Now, we're not asking you to accept it, because like the other gentleman said, just go out to a large body of water and test it yourself. Because we're not telling you to do a flat Earth test. We're telling you to test your knowledge on what the globe predicts.
Yeah, easy. Yeah, I agreed that the mathematical formula was correct because I haven't actually researched that specifically, and I'm trusting you guys have. So I'm trusting you guys got the numbers right. And like I said, I just wanted to have a debate. See what you guys have to the table.
Check this out, man. The way we view this is, it really isn't a debate. It's more a rejection of the truth if you don't come to terms with it yourself. So that's how we perceive it. But as far as you're concerned, you still need to look into it and do the research yourself and so forth.
All right. So speaking of that, let's talk about experiential in the field observations that children can understand.
Before we do that.
No. Somebody already said before, dude.
No,
I can't before, but the other before.
No, I just want to go to bed. I just want to say good night to you guys. That's all.
All right, fair. Then this is how you do that. Hey, bros, good night, and then you leave. That's how that works. Very simple.
Oh, my bad. I'm new here.
I said no. AI, he was the cooler dude. Much love, brother. Thank you for coming.
So I shouldn't calm down. All right, fair.
Bye, guys.
Okay, hugs and kisses. Bye. Fuck off. Just go.
All right, go ahead, AI. The guy you were, I guess, going to talk to, he's actually still here. The one that with the 6-year-old, he's still here. So you want to be mad at him? Go ahead.
Yeah. So let's talk about things children can understand and experiences and observations, right? So I know this for a fact because I did this with my child, and the people here can testify to that. They've seen the videos. So when he was about 7 or 8, I took him to a small lake. Observation point, 333 meter distance. Right? If you do the math out based on the alleged curve of the Earth, there's no appreciable curvature in that distance that could block anything of substance. We're talking about less than an inch of alleged curvature. Right? So this hump that's supposed to block things and cut the bottoms off things wouldn't cut anything off, right? But we go there and we can see the bottom of the kayaker disappear all the way up to his paddle and his head on some days. And the target across the lake, which is attached to a pier and a fixed point, that disappears also from the bottom up 9 times out of 10. Right? But it also disappears from the top down, and it also disappears from the sides in. But let's focus on the bottom up, because I had my child witness this with his own 2 eyes. I then explained to him the geometric claims of the globe in light of what he's seeing. Right? And I told him
everything about it, right? And like, what are you seeing with your own two eyes? And he recognized that he's seeing the boat disappear from the bottom up on a lake that's too small for any curvature to be present. And being intelligent enough and honest enough, he immediately said, well, it doesn't require a big hump of earth curve for the bottom of things to disappear. So categorically, he's inoculated from that concept. So when people tell him in the future, the only way something could disappear from the bottom up is because of earth curvature, he's going to laugh at them because he has seen with his own two eyes that that's not true. Now, what's interesting is people were talking to you about long distance observations over large bodies of water, things disappearing where they shouldn't based on globe geometry. I'm demonstrating to you small bodies of water where things disappear where they shouldn't based on globe geometry. In both cases, you have a supersedery event that supersedes the globe claim geometry, proving categorically that what you're seeing is in the optical category, not in the geometric category. And you cannot provide any counter evidence to that because that's the simple facts of the matter. It's an optical event, not a physical geometric event. What say you?
Done silence, I guess. AI.
Oh shit! You guys still talking to me? I thought we were finished.
Oh my god!
I'm being dead serious. I thought we finished like ages ago. My bad. I'm sorry. Ages ago. I'm just gonna say 100% agree with you. No arguments. Move on.
Don't even do that because that just shows that you're dishonest. You didn't hear it.
I don't want to waste his time, and I'm just going to assume that he's done a bit of research. So,
I thought it was all over while somebody was talking.
Well, I mean, to be fair, he's not wrong. He just conceded that what we see is optical effects. That's necessarily the case. How could it be otherwise? To not concede to that would be ridiculous on its face. It would be incoherent. It would be illogical. It would be anti-reality. What else can you do but concede that point? There's no other argument to be made. No one can claim that they see geometry. You see optically.
Yeah. So I can understand because there is something called cognitive dissonance, and I can understand that, you know, when what you know to be true is met by a contradiction, it isn't always easy to accept it. We're not even asking you to accept it. We're asking you to do what actually you think should be done. And actually, I give you kudos because you're saying, I can't accept this. I want to look into this deeper. I need to think about this. I need to, I take you guys' word for it for now, but I obviously have to look into this shit. And that's what we encourage people to do. Because we're not a bunch of priests here telling you to believe us because we said so. You know? So appreciate you for, you know, wanting to look into things for yourself and having a bit of skepticism because, you know, honestly, lack of skepticism is how we got here in the first place. Yeah, pretty much.
Thanks, Elijah. Has anybody else got any comments, questions, or concerns?
All right, so I'm back. What were you guys talking about again?
There you did. Oh, fucking Jesus. I like what you did there.
Were you guys talking?
Right there, I've been like, yo.
Were you guys talking? I mean, did somebody say something important? I didn't know if you were talking to me or not. Sorry.
I'm eager to ask what Silver Ridge has posted in the live stream voice text from YouTube. What is that?
Me too, but he just bolted. So.
That's okay. He's done the original Black Swan video. Right, is there anybody else in here that's got any questions, thoughts, comments, or concerns regarding the shape of the Earth and anything that's been said over the last hour? Anyone at all?
Hey, we got Bully McGuire who just joined. Go ahead, AI. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, we're just keeping everyone up to speed. So what's occurred is been categorically demonstrated and proven that the horizon is an optical effect, not a giant hump of Earth curve water in between point A and point B. Now, it behooves the Globers to present demonstrable, directly measured curvature in order to claim that what we all know is an optical effect is actually a geometric edge of a giant ball. Okay, that has not been demonstrated. Simply saying, I can't see the bottom of something, therefore giant ball. Okay, that's not measurements. That's not even logic. Let me tell you. Let me explain it. If the Earth was a ball, I wouldn't be able to see the bottoms of things. I can't see the bottoms of things, therefore the Earth is a ball. That's called a formal logical fallacy known as affirming the consequent. The statement itself isn't even conclusive. So we need this sweet, demonstrable, directly measured Earth curvature for your claim to carry the day. So unless you got any of that, I don't know what more I could do for you.
I'm sorry. I just came back again. What's going on again? I just sorry. It's just been the theme with these guys, man. Like every time we say something profound, they just it just rubs me to no end, man. How are you gonna say that, man? Like you're in this chat, having a chat, and you're like, "Oh, were you talking to me?"
Yo,
fuck out of here, man.
Biggie.
I do have a question.
To be fair, no,
there's a question.
I play Call of Duty.
The question is that all right? So
I guess you guys say it.
let's assume that the Earth is flat, right?
Okay.
For all intents and purposes, let's assume that it's flat. What do you think that the motivation behind concealing that is?
It's brilliant.
Well, there's a big war over whether M&Ms or Twix are great. So I think that they're keeping us from that truth. So the reason why they would do that is so that we won't find out if Twix are better than M&Ms.
With his tongue in his cheek, we get asked this question every single time somebody comes into the room. There's probably about 1,000 answers. You're asking us, why would they lie? We understand that people lie for multiple reasons all of the time. What's the motivation for the lie? What do they get out of it? You'd have to go and ask them, right? I've not spoken
I should ask
these
you,
people.
and I think you should be asking that question because
I will get to it.
You're convicted about. Like you got to have a reason to be convicted about it.
I get to it.
Pissed in the wind, right?
Can I take this?
Can I take this? Get it. And no, because I'm halfway through fucking talking about what I'm talking about, mate. So no. You can't interrupt when this guy's interrupting me as well. So no, you can't. So basically I'm telling you there's lots of reasons, but I'll give you one if you want. It's not a problem because when you are given the heliocentric model, the Earth in space, you're given a new creation story, how the Earth in space got here, right? That would be the Big Bang idea where nothing, no thing, creates everything. Now, you can argue the toss whether God put this into place or not, but they've given you a new creation story, primarily devoid of the intelligent source. So I would put it to you that they hide the creation to hide the creator. But that's just my postulation because, like I was trying to tell you, we can only speculate because we haven't gone and asked these people.
Well, that's
before we go on,
basically.
Yeah, absolutely. But before we go on, it's not true. It's actually not true that we purely have to speculate because many of them have said so in their own journals, their own lectures, and their own presentations that were pivotal people in the formation of the heliocentric model. Okay, they've said these are their motivations, that they don't want to believe that we are special in the universe, that the idea that the Earth is the center of the universe is horrifying to them. Etc., etc. Multiple examples of these people explaining to you why they prefer one paradigm over another.
Yeah, I'm sure they'd have every reason to deny that their motivations for concealing the flatness of the Earth is to do with hiding creation. They have every reason to say that. Yeah. I just don't see that there would be any viable reason to hide the flatness of the Earth, except unless it was to deny.
You just finished saying, but Bully, you just finished saying there is a viable reason. In the same breath, that you contradicted yourself. Say there isn't one.
How?
You have to consider this. Hold on. You have to consider this. But let me ask you before you consider what I'm about to tell you.
Mm-hmm.
How long have you been in the chat? Did you hear the previous conversation?
I've been in the chat. I've been in this Discord for like quite a while, but I haven't heard the previous chat. No.
Okay, so you know that we've provided evidence. So here's the thing: no one's hiding the Earth. So people's inability to see it for what it is the answer.
Yeah.
Because it fucks with your ability to have autonomy over yourself, or at least hand it over to something higher, because you've given it to them. How do I know this? Because they can't hide the Earth, but for some reason, people just can't fucking see it.
Okay, sure. But the reason why I asked the question is because I was trying to sort of field, I guess, like you guys are on a 24/7 live stream talking about how the Earth is flat, and that has to go towards an endpoint, right? If there is anyone in this chat who does not believe in creation, why are you here? That's what I'm saying. Outside of God, what is the motivation behind the elite who are concealing this? What is their motivation? What is their end goal? What do you think it would be? Unless it is creation,
Let me ask you a question back. What is the end goal of Microsoft?
Microsoft, the computer company.
Yeah. What is the end goal of Bill Gates?
As in what he plans to achieve in the future?
What is the end goal for Microsoft? Yes.
I'm not sure.
Well, you would have to fucking ask him, wouldn't you?
Okay, that's a really terrible argument, though. Like we're talking about like a global. We're talking about a global. No, it's not. We're talking about a global cover
the same thing you have, because you have
the goals of the technology company.
Listen, you have people. It's only 500 years old. Heliocentrism. Okay, so you have people that hijacked a church to tell the people who could not read the Bible at that time their cosmology. They told them that the earth was spinning, it was moving around the sun. They created the Gregorian calendar, rushed what's this guy's name? What the Copernicus, so that they could get this model put in place. Okay? So the bottom line is everything that you think about the expanding universe, and that's only 100 years old. So don't tell me that that's more complicated than what I just given you. There are companies older than fucking 100 years old, for God's sake.
I think you may be misinterpreting what I'm saying. I'm not disagreeing with creation whatsoever. I'm just posing the question to anyone who is there
fair.
people in this chat that believe that is there people in the chat that believe that the flat Earth has been disguised for a different reason than creation? Because I myself am a 100% dedicated Christian and I believe in creation. I'm not 100% sold on the flat Earth idea, to be fair, because to me it's not that important. What I fix my eyes on above. But my question is to people
just explain to you why it's important psychologically. If you can't hide the Earth, but people through their mind's eye see something different than what reality is, then how can they function? And when I say how can they function, I don't mean as an individual, but as a person who has to assimilate into society, right? The society that is set up by the governmental bodies. So what you're doing is what they want you to do without critically thinking, which is why the world is in the state that it's in. And you're going to say it's not that important because you're not looking at the psychology.
You can't discover God by thinking critically. That's the truth.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Yes,
But anyway, hold on, friend. We'll answer that. But Dev has been asking politely to have a turn to go. So let's yield the floor to Mr. Dev.
Thank you, AI. Bully, the reason you're asking a question and you may not intend it is because a lot of the anti-flat Earth people, they try to pinpoint or corner flat Earth arguments all in this small little box and saying the only reason you guys believe the Earth is flat is because of God. And this is the wrong frame of mind. The correct frame of mind is to compare it to an example of a murder investigation. When a professional police work won't see that somebody was killed, they don't immediately go in there and try, okay, so why was this person killed? No, they go and look for the evidence. They look at the blood spatter. They look at the house situation, the timestamps of the persons around them, where they were, and all their locations and all of that stuff. And once they gather that evidence, and then they realize, oh, all the physical evidence that we have gathered indicates that the wife has killed that husband, then we can go to the wife and say, hey, by the way, why did you kill the husband? But at that point, it doesn't even matter. If the wife admits it or not, if she continues lying, it doesn't matter. They take the evidence, DNA and blood spatter and all of that to the prosecutor, and the prosecutor goes to the jury and shows them, this is the physical evidence, it's based on objective reality, and now you can convict this person. There is no actual point to ask why are they lying before you even define who is lying. So think about it in that frame of mind.
Yeah, let me add on to your point, friend. Usually the why comes into the sentencing. They've already concluded that the matter of fact has occurred, and then they say, okay, how are we going to punish you? Now we want to hear the reasons why you did what you did, because we may punish you more severely or less severely based on what you say.
Facts.
All right, let me pose a different question to you then. What is the motivation behind you being in this chat and talking to other people about the flat Earth? And let me just say, add on to this. I'm not trying to be like critical or have a go at you. This is coming from a place where my sister is a hard flat earther and she's always on it, and she can't really help me understand why she's always talking about it to people. So I'm asking you guys, so maybe you guys can sort of help me understand her.
I got something to add.
Because can I? All right. Because it's fun. For some of us, it's sport. For some of us, because the arguments are so easy to defeat, we just kind of get a joy out of that. But not only that, we understand that there are people who need this information because, again, at the crux of all of this, we're talking about a lie that has infested the minds of I don't even know if it's the majority of people on Earth, but as far as we can tell in America, the majority are Christians, yet still the majority of Christians don't even believe the origin story in Genesis. So that's what we have here. We have a whole bunch of people on the Earth that are going along with the lie, and then we have the lie, and it's kind of that's our motivation. There's a lie. Have you never chased down a lie before? It's almost inviting. You kind of, when you discover a lie, you have to tell someone. That's the way this place works. It's just a natural thing to do.
Yeah, man. Yeah, Eli, that's what I was saying before. It's a natural human instinct that now we've all discovered that the globe is a lie. It's a human instinct now. You do it, animals do it, parents do it with the children with little lies. And it's a human natural instinct to tell people the truth. And we found the truth, and we need to get that truth out there.
All right, we got to get back to Miggy. But I want to bring up a point in the phrasing of this question. People always ask this question: why would they lie? And then we just had an example of the reverse. I'm speaking, not you. Thank you. We have the reverse of that question being proposed here. Why would they tell the truth? Why would you tell the truth? Think about it. One question is, why would people lie? The other question is, why would people tell the truth? All right, I yield the floor.
All right, so it came about like this for me. When I found out, completely with research and everything completed, it was akin to a spiritual awakening, something deep inside of me that I was searching for that I didn't know I was looking for. But when I found it, I knew that it was like the thing that I was looking for. It's like the truth, right, of the natural and physical world around me. And when it resonated with me completely, that feeling that I had was so overwhelming that I wanted to share with everybody what that experience was like. So the only way that I knew that I could was to then go about telling people what it feels like, how to do it, the roadmap to getting here, So for me, it was more like I want to share this experience with everyone who in this darkened, fallen world are going through it with misery, with like drudging and like just so confused about everything in the physical natural world. It's like I want to free them from that mindset. And so it became more of a, I mean, I akin it to like a humanitarian effort, or I don't know how you want to say it, but I want everybody to know what I know. Because if something as simple and basic as the knowledge of the physical and natural world can be understood by just regular people, then these gatekeepers who hold this knowledge shouldn't be lording themselves over us and treating us like, you know, because you hear it, right? It's being said by all the people that come in here. Well, I'm not a scientist. I'm not this highly intellectual person. But at the same time, my heart goes out to them, right? Because I'm like, you're a person too. You can think for yourself. You can know things. But you're made to think that you're insignificant. You can't know anything. Leave it to the experts. So your mind, my friends, has been stolen from you. You've given it over to those who will dictate what the truth is, and they give it to you in a package form of like saying that you can't know anything yourself, that you can't trust your senses. So my fight is ongoing, and it will never stop until death shuts my eyes and my last breath is given. I'm going to keep talking about the truth for as long as it takes. So that's maybe the passion that fuels us is this. Maybe it's for fun. But either way, it's something that resonates with all of us who know the truth. Thank you.
Yeah, keep in mind, we're talking about right and wrong, good and evil, lies and truths. And you could argue that someone who's living in a lie is a prisoner or a slave, and it's a moral good to offer them freedom. Now, you can't force it down their throat, but you can say, listen, here's a key to unlock your prison if you want to walk out of it. What's wrong with that? Pure altruism could be the reason. For example, you know, people believe that freedom is a good thing and that people should have freedom, and they're willing to work for that. For example, William Wilberforce campaigned throughout England on behalf of enslaved people to help abolish slavery because he recognized that people deserve to be free. Right? You could ask him, well, what's your motivation? He might say, I'm doing the right thing. Well, why? I don't know. It's the right thing.
Yeah, I get that 100%. But I guess and this is a question specifically to those of you in the chat that are Christian. I assume most of you.
Most of America is Christian, just so you know.
Fair. Spirit-filled Christians specifically. My sister does not exhibit many characteristics of what a Christian should exhibit, as in being Christ-like, outside of how I know her, how she is with my family. She doesn't go to church. As far as I know, that she doesn't study the Bible much at all, but she is heavy into conspiracy theories. I say that as a blanket term because she is always talking about this is going to be this and that's going to be this and this is happening now, but most of it turns out to be bullshit. Some of it may be true, but she gets very caught up in the events of the world. And she's also very heavily into the flat earth. And my question is that as a Christian, do you think that like the worldly issues of like the flat earth and things like that, do you think that there's any precedent for them to be a part of the Great Commission that Christ gave to us, which is to spread the word and the gospel? Do you think that
hold on, friend.
a part of that?
Yeah, we got it. So the answer is in the scripture. Okay, Paul himself argued within the philosophical frameworks of the people that he dealt with. He addressed what they were dealing with and argued from what they knew, from what they thought they knew, to what the truth was. And that's how he presented it to people. He challenged their paradigms. He explained the truth. He explained through logic and reason. Even when he went through past the
referring to.
Yeah, for example, he used to go to, I can't remember if it was called the Parthenaeum or whatever, but he used to go to this intellectual forum and debate with the intellectuals, and he would, reason to them the unknown God, because they would worship every god that they knew of, and then they had this altar to the unknown God. And he would come in and say, look, you guys are so superstitious, You even have an altar to an unknown God. But I'm going to declare that unknown God to you. And he then went on to explain it from rationality, from the nature, the record of nature, etc. So it's not true simply, right?
Yeah,
it is.
I would ask you to refer to specific verses, and if you can't, or if anyone else can provide verses, just because.
That's fine. That's fine, and it's there. I mean, it's not that you even have to trust me. I mean, this is so well established, and he can provide you the verses so you can look them up.
Other guy.
I'll just wait for AI to finish, but I'll tell you after.
For example, it says in the opening, okay, that the people who deny God, they suppress the truth, even though the things of him from the past can be clearly seen, even his eternal power and Godhead being understood by the things that are made. Right there it proves that making an argument from creation and how it represents itself directly informs the person being told that God's eternal power and Godhead is self-evident. So when you tell someone, look, the earth is flat, it's clearly created, it's clearly the centerpiece of physical reality, it's clearly the home for us that was put here by a sentient agent, etc., right? That's all congruent with preaching the truth of God.
I don't think it's fair to exactly say that verse means exactly that, because also you could interpret that verse means that Jesus used specific examples of objects that exist within our world that are part of creation to...
You want me to tell you the scripture, Bully?
Sorry, just let me finish my point. To convey symbolism within his parables, and also that by creation and intelligent design, you can see that there is a creator. So I'm not sure that specific verse really backs up your point 100%.
All right, so
means many things.
Let me come in.
That was a non sequitur rebuttal, though. But go ahead, Miggy.
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying that verse could be interpreted multiple ways, and it's not fair to say that it only.
No, it can't. I'll tell you. Hold on, friend. I'll tell you why it can't. Because the surrounding context is clear of what he's doing and what he's talking about. Is the nature of creation itself.
Who can understand the nature of creation except God?
All right, so hang on, Bully. You're gonna let me tell you the verse, or you just want to keep
100%.
going?
I don't know.
Okay, yeah. While he's going, think about it. The Bible says it is clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made. Okay? So then we have someone here saying, oh, well, I don't know if you could clearly understand it by the things that are made. But the Bible says you can. So I'm going to go with the Bible on that one. The Bible.
No, who's saying that it can't be understood by the things that are made?
You just said that not 5 seconds ago, bro.
I said it could also be understood as by the intelligent design of things that exist within society. You can clearly see that there is an intelligent creator, right?
Well, you just want to argue that point, don't you? You're not going to let me you're not going to let me tell you the scripture, right? You're not going to let me tell you the scripture, right?
Tell me the scripture.
All right, thank you. So I'm going to draw your attention to Romans chapter 1, verse 18 through 24. And I'm going to read it to you and everybody here, basically because we've been talking about this, and it's specifically what AI was saying. The wrath of God is being revealed from heaven against all the godlessness and wickedness of people who suppress the truth by their wickedness, since what may be known about God is plain to them, because God has made it plain to them. For since the creation of the world, God's invisible qualities, his eternal power and divine nature, have been clearly seen, being understood from what has been made, so that people are without excuse. For although they knew God, they neither glorified him as God nor gave thanks to him, but their thinking became futile and their foolish hearts were darkened. Although they claimed to be wise, they became fools and exchanged the glory of the immortal God for images made to look like a mortal human and birds and animals and reptiles. Therefore, God gave them over in their sinful desires of their hearts to sexual impurity, for the degrading of their bodies with one another. They exchanged the truth about God for a lie and worshipped and served created things rather than the Creator, who is forever praised. Amen. That's it.
Okay. So going back to the other point, I fail to see within that scripture where it's referring that the earth is flat, because bearing in mind that this was
you just changed the goalpost. You moved the goalpost, bro. I'm not moving
any goalposts.
You just did.
Okay,
because
so,
first of all,
so why did you refer to that verse?
I refer to it because it was AI's same point as it is mine, that what is clearly seen by what God has in creation. So all of creation is demonstrating the simple fact of what He's showing you and me and everyone, right? Of what is clearly seen to all of us, His divine power and His eternal eternal nature, right? So we're seeing that, right? His qualities within creation. Are you not?
Yeah, but at that point in time, how could they? Why do you think they would be referencing specifically a flat Earth in terms of the truth about God?
Nobody's friend. No offense, but nobody claimed that. What we did is we put the flat Earth in the category of demonstrable things that are made. Sure. So if you're arguing, okay, for example, against an atheist, they might say, oh, well, chance, probability, multiple dimensions, gravity, forces, Newtonian, Einsteinian, quasars, quasars, blazars, right? And then you say, friend, all that's great, but the Earth is demonstrably flat and stationary, clearly designed by an intelligent creator, and all of what you just said is a fantasy. God has clearly demonstrated that He placed the Earth here, fixed and immovable, just like the scriptures say, right? Arguing in that way is very relevant.
Mm-hmm.
Now, listen, it doesn't even have to be true at that point. The point is that the argument carries, that you're demonstrating that something categorically, unequivocally has to be made and created. And when you understand that it has to be made and created, ipso facto, you need the antecedent of a creator. So the creation clearly demonstrates, what is made clearly demonstrates the maker.
And the further scriptures that you can look into are 1 Chronicles 16 and 30, Psalms 93 and 1, Psalms 96 and 10, Psalms 104 and 5, Isaiah 45 and 18. I mean, you can go on and on. It's a flat earth book, dude.
Yeah, but the point we were trying to make is that Paul argued logically, and he argued from their philosophy and negated some of their premises and brought it back to base reality. Like he even described to them at the symposium, whatever it was, where they debated that it's understood that God says we live and breathe by Him, that He's the sustainer of reality, right?
Yeah.
That point right there, by the way, just check this out. That point right there was validated by scientific experimentation, that the knower is necessary. Consciousness is necessary in the first instance for as an antecedent for subsequent physical corporeal reality. Now, by the way, check this out. Physicists are starting to recognize this now. And they have to, because of the experimental validity of quantum mechanics. They're now conceding, whereas before they had a secular materialist worldview, they're now conceding that consciousness is intrinsic to reality, and not only probably, but necessarily the foundation of physical reality. Consciousness comes first, and then physical things come second.
I actually like to read that.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, man. I was just gonna say I like to read that sermon on Mars Hill, which is what you're referring to. It's really profound, I guess, for the specific topic that you're bringing up. If you want.
Also, the guy can just Google
about.
Sorry, yeah.
But is he? I mean, I don't get. So he asked, why they would lie. What were the motivations? And if you wanted to take it to creation, the fact that people can't see the earth for what it is a direct result of what they've done. So, I mean, and not only that, but they were the highest in status when it comes to, being what everyone thinks today is a Christian. Like you yourself said, well, my sister, she doesn't go to church. She doesn't do this. She doesn't do that. Well, the Bible is a book of instructions. It doesn't tell you to go to some building where everybody else goes. As a matter of fact, Christianity, the word that's only mentioned 3 or 4 times in the Bible. I don't know why everybody thinks they're Christians by name. So, I mean, the people who want to debate Christianity, they, just like flat Earth, they have no idea where they are. No idea. It wasn't until I read like the first 5 books of the Bible that I realized, holy crap, everything I thought I knew, which was given to me by my pastor or whomever was telling me stories, because it always came with a certain context. And I realized very quickly that all of the context was wrong. Because again, I didn't look into it till just recently.
Yeah,
so well, go ahead, Miggy.
Yeah, no, I'm just gonna. I promise you, I'll make it as quick as possible. This is a sermon on Mars Hill, which is what AI was alluding to here. So Paul stood in the midst of Areopagus and said, "Men of Athens, I see that you are very religious in all respects. For while I was passing through and examining the objects of your worship, I also found an altar with this inscription: to an unknown God. Therefore, what you worship in ignorance, this I proclaim to you. The God who made the world and everything that is in it, since he is Lord of heaven and earth, does not dwell in temples made by hands, nor is he served by human hands, as though he needed anything. Since he himself gives to all people life and breath and all things, and he made from one man every nation of a mankind to live in all the face of the earth, having determined their appointed times and the boundaries of their habitation, that they would seek God, if perhaps they might feel around for him and find him, though he is not far from each one of us. For in him we live and move and exist, as even some of your own poets have said, for we also are his descendants. Therefore, since we are the descendants of God, we ought not to think that the divine nature is like gold or silver or stone, an image formed by human and skill and thought. So having overlooked the times of ignorance, God is now proclaiming to mankind that all people everywhere are to repent, because he has set a day on which he will judge the world in righteousness through one man whom he has appointed, having furnished proof to all people by raising him from the dead." That is it. There's more. I'm just.
Plus, also, sorry to say something quick. So also, once you understand that the Earth isn't a globe, and you get drilled down into the evidence or lack of evidence of a globe and the evidence of a flat stationary Earth, then a lot of people's reactions, like yourselves, the gentleman who was talking, is, why would they lie? Now, once you know that the Earth is flat and not a globe, that's a good question to ask yourself. Why would they lie? Because they must be lying for a reason. And we can speculate on that reason, but it's a big lie. And once you know, like your sister knows now, and like we all know, there's a big lie at play. Now you wouldn't lie on this bigger scale for no reason, would you? There has to be some underlying factor that something's being hidden.
Absolutely. And sorry, to clear up my previous question, the reason I asked why would they lie is because I was trying to field whether most of the people in the chat were Christian or not. I just didn't know. I absolutely understand why they would lie. Obviously, denying creation is a big one. There may also be a plan for the future by Satan from it as well.
So why didn't you just ask directly who in here is Christian?
Well, I didn't know how to approach that. I didn't want to just come out and just be like, hey, hey, it feels like a flat Earth chat, not a Christian chat. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like it doesn't say flat Earth Christian chat on the Discord. So I didn't know. I'm from Australia, so it's there's a quite
word to the wise.
Christian.
Word to the wise. Word to the wise. I've gotten into many arguments with women who had a premise that they wanted resolved but they tried to go a roundabout way to things, and it's like, trying to go backwards from the conclusion is never good. You could have just asked point blank directly. That's always gonna give you a better outcome.
I could have.
Yeah, but we got
in the context.
Friend. Correct.
In the context
however, we got a problem. We got a problem because you wanted to talk about your sister being a Christian, but then you immediately started talking about her behaviors.
Absolutely.
But the Bible's clear. The Bible is clear that those who are in Christ or not in Christ is irrespective of your behavior.
Matthew 25:41. That is clearly to do with your behavior.
What does it say there? What does it say there?
Let me read it exactly for you so I'm not adding to his words and I'm proven a liar. Let me pull the verse up for you.
Okay, meanwhile, I'll quote some verses.
I've got it here.
Meanwhile,
then he will say to those on the left, "Depart from me, you who are cursed, into the eternal fire prepared for the devil and his angels. For I was hungry, and you gave me nothing to eat. I was thirsty, and you gave me nothing to drink. I was a stranger, and you did not invite me in. I needed clothes, and you did not clothe me. I was sick and in prison, and you did not look after me." They will also answer, "Lord, when did we see you hungry or thirsty or a stranger needing clothes or sick in prison and did not help you?" He will reply, "Truly I tell you, whatever you did not do for one of the least of these, you did not for me." And then they will go away to eternal punishment, but the righteous to eternal life. That is very clearly on Judgment Day scripture about saying a person's behavior is absolutely to do with their salvation.
Nope.
Can you explain?
Yeah.
Why it's a nope?
The Bible says that when Christ's blood is applied to you, you're forgiven all your sins and perfected forever by one sacrifice. That is scripture, direct quotes. Okay, so if that's the case, and by the way, the Bible also says that it's excluded from the law because it says the promise, right, came before the law, and the law came 430 years after, and it cannot disannul a contract previously ratified by God.
I mean,
okay, so that's unequivocal contractual language.
I gave you scripture to show you that.
Oh, I gave you scripture too. I gave you scripture too.
Where is the reference then? Because I gave you a reference and showed you that Christ says, "Depart from me, I don't know you," for people that don't act in a Christ-like way, right?
Right. So when they asked the homeboy, "What must I do to be saved?" What did he tell him?
Which homeboy are you talking about?
The only time it specifically says, "What must I do to be saved?"
Go and sell everything you own, and then follow me. That's one of the times.
Nope, that's not.
That's not what he said first.
I think he's talking about Acts. Was that what you're mentioning in Acts?
Yeah, I'm talking about believe on the Lord Jesus Christ and thou shalt be saved.
That's Acts.
Mm-hmm.
That's an Acts.
So you can't just cherry pick scripture and ignore all the rest of it, though, right?
No, this is like the fruit that gets born off of somebody who's actually following after you. But what you're doing though, and here's the thing, man, when you're a fruit inspector, you start judging everybody by like the fruit that they're producing. Yep. So what you
we got a problem. Go ahead, brother.
No, I'm just saying, like, you have to also remember that you have to be an ambassador to help teach, like, the people that if you want to see the good that you want to see produced in them, then, show them the way. Because if you know it, then you should be the one to be responsible to help them, like, learn about that. But it shouldn't be your responsibility to point the finger and say, well, you're not doing enough, right? Yeah. If you're doing that, then that means that you're not doing your part, which instead of just pointing the finger, why don't you help out and do the thing that would be pointing them in the right direction? So it shouldn't be like...
Yeah, I agree, but I'm not coming from a point of pointing the finger, hey, my sister's not saved. I'm coming from a point of what is the best evidence that we can determine of whether someone is saved or not? Are they producing fruit or are they not? Has the Holy Spirit entered them and made a change in their life or has it not? because the Holy Spirit clearly circumcises the heart and causes people to move towards Christ, right?
Brother, but you got to remember this though. Like you can't see like a painted stripe on someone's back of whoever's been saved. You can't see that. That inward work that's happening.
Yep, I can answer that, brother. Very, very. So Paul, when he's writing to the churches, he writes to the churches about egregious sins in their churches. To the ones he's writing about their egregious sins, he calls them saints. In the other epistles, he writes to people who are tempted to go back to the law, and he questions their salvation. When he's writing about the egregious sins in the churches, he never once questions their salvation. He just tells them this is what you should do about these sins. The other people who are going back to the law and starting to preach the Judaizer heresy, he tells them, I'm not even sure if my preaching of the gospel to you was in vain. Why is that the case? Well, it's clear when he talks about the Mars Hill, right? And he talks about God being close to you. It goes on to say, he is nigh unto every man. The word is nigh thee. What saith it? That if thou shalt confess with thy mouth and shall believe in thine heart, thou shalt confess with thy mouth the Lord Jesus and believe in thy heart that God has raised him from the dead, thou shalt be saved. By the way, which is secured on a promise by God, which is excluded from the law, which is described in legal language by Paul in other parts and in Hebrews. It also says that you're sealed, sanctified forever, perfected, reserved for redemption, etc., ad infinitum. Also, your ontological status is changed to being joined with Christ, to becoming an heir and a son. Now, what you're basically accusing God of is that if his son misbehaves, he will excommunicate him from being his son. You're basically accusing God of being less noble than a human parent.
That's
see how quick? Really?
Yeah.
I'm just saying the implications. I'm just saying the implications.
So you're putting words in my mouth. If you're saying
no, I'm not. I'm not putting words in your mouth. Look, if you make a logical sequence, right, and there's a logical conclusion that follows, and someone claims that that's the necessary following, or they believe it, they're not putting words in your mouth, bro.
Well, you're not asking me to explain. You're saying what you think I'm meaning, and you're not actually asking me the question.
What I'm doing is I'm claiming that that's the consequence of those things put together.
Okay, well, why didn't instead you just ask?
You can then rebut. It doesn't matter, dude. It doesn't matter what you think. I'm making my claim. Your point is to rebut it. What you think is highly irrelevant.
I agree.
Right. So what the appropriate thing to do then is to make a rebuttal. But the point isn't this. Here's the point. Okay. I'll bring it up. I'll bring it up real quick. Yeah. But we can't continue this too much because we don't really talk about specific religious topics for too long. So we'll let you rebut, and then we'll wrap it up.
Continue your point, and then I'll rebut.
Oh, yeah, my point is this. He who judges thy brother judges the law. And there is one judge, Christ. So when you try to judge your brothers by their keeping or diskeeping of any law, you're usurping Christ's authority. That's my point. You can go ahead.
Okay, my rebuttal is this. You claimed along the lines of returning to legalism and being damned by Paul. However, what I was speaking about wasn't a return to legalism. It was the opposite, which is embodying Christ, being more Christ-like. Now, what is the ultimate goal of a Christian on earth? It is to glorify God by showing the attributes of God to other people, as in Christ's love, his self-sacrificial love, his mercy, his kindness, his compassion. That's how we can glorify God, by showing his attributes as one of his children on earth. Correct?
Absolutely. Categorically excluded from salvation.
I was saying, in terms of salvation, and I wasn't trying to say, point the finger, say, hey, my sister isn't saved. I was more saying, hey, tracking people's salvation, can you see whether someone is saved or not? Yes, you can see whether the Holy Spirit is working within them to sanctify them, to prepare them for good works by their actions, by changing their behavior. Has their life changed in the last year? Have they changed as a person? Is the Holy Spirit actually working within their lives or not?
Sure.
That
So Jesus addressed this.
100%
Jesus addressed
the best
this.
evidence we can see.
I think it's
Well, no, actually, the best evidence, okay, is their profession of faith and who Christ is and what he has done. However, Jesus himself said that people are offended. And he's speaking to people specifically. He said, you guys are upset that whores and murderers will make it into heaven before you.
Yep. Yeah. And so those
all your righteousness.
People didn't believe in Christ, though.
No, that's incorrect. That
Did you say it to the Pharisees or not?
Yeah, you're no. Did you hear what he just said though? Like, this is profound.
Go for it.
Yeah, so you said they don't believe in Christ. So then you're just admitting that the demarcation is your faith in Christ, which the Bible clearly says that you're justified by faith in this man. Right? You're justified by faith in Jesus Christ.
Through grace.
It says you're declared
a gift of God, not by works.
Right.
So that no man may boast. Ephesians 2,
correct. So
8.
right. So works, whatever they are categorically excluded. It also doubles down by saying, to the man who worketh not, 0 works, yet believeth on the God. Yet believeth on the God.
Between
I'm speaking. Sorry. It says, to the man who worketh not, yet believes in the God that justifies the ungodly, his faith is accounted as righteousness.
Correct, like Abraham's was. But, at the basis of this core discussion, I'm not really talking about, is my sister saved or not? Because if I simply went to the basics of my core Bible beliefs, I would say yes. Ephesians 2 verse 8 says that she is saved because she does, for a start, believe that Jesus is the Son of God. She believes that he died for the sins of the world, and she believes that he was resurrected from the dead, which is pretty much fulfills the base condition that she is saved. However, the question I'm asking, is she fulfilling the mission on earth for which she was called for?
Oh my God.
Yes or no?
I've just got to go. Listen, I think only your sister will know this. Only your sister will know this. It's an internal thing. You can't view it. Nobody can view it. It's an internal thing. You will know herself inside her soul. The end of story.
Yeah, you got it, brother. And the Bible's clear that Jesus will judge some servants as having accomplished less or more than others, but they're still in the same category. They're not excluded. And also, being joint heirs with Christ and everything is excluded from your works. So there is this impetus to do good works, don't get me wrong, but they're categorically, logically excluded from salvation. And the Bible is clear because it uses like the double negative structure to demonstrate this by saying, if it's by works, it can't be by grace. And if it's by grace, It can't be by works.
Because it denies the work that Christ did on the cross. I believe that also. I just wonder that whether my sister, as a talking point to other people, rather than leading with, this is the truth, she leads with, this is the lie. Is that the best way to go about spreading the gospel?
If needed, you have to. Look, Paul says you reason with the people where they're at. You become all things to all men, so that you by indeed might save some. Now, I will tell you from personal witness of people that have come across the flat earth topic.
I like that. Can you tell me what the verse is? Because I like that.
No, I just memorize scripture, dude. I don't necessarily memorize where the verses are. Well, let's be clear though that when the scripture was written, it didn't have verses. It was large form arguments, long form discussion, long form stories. It wasn't just snippets. But anyway, moving on. Yeah. Moving on. The point is, one is where they're at, and they need other people to help them move along the ladder. So I've witnessed people profoundly change from a spirit of essentially agnostic atheism or secularism to once they realized that the earth was flat, they were smack dab. It is self-evident that we are special and specifically created by an external agent. Their light went on in their head with a piece of evidence. Now, let's be clear also that John and other people in the scripture argue, right, with reasons, and they say, for these reasons, I've written these things, so that by understanding these things, you can believe in Jesus. They don't just show up at your doorstep and say, believe in Jesus, yes or no, and then you have an instantaneous second to believe or not. No, they carry you through a line of argumentation, through a line of exposition, to a rational conclusion, and then they give you the decision. For example, it says in one case where the guy inquired of them, that he took them into their home and preached unto them Jesus. And in other contexts, it demonstrates that what they're trying to preach is the history, who he is, how he fits in the story, what his death accomplished, all of these types of things. Then you have a choice to believe it or disbelieve it. It's not just a factotum that appears out of thin air. There's all kinds of context, emotional context, relational context, constructed context from the physical world that will sway some people or sway other people. And every person's different. Some people come from a Greek background. Some people come from a secular background. Some people come from a Jehovah's Witness background or this background.
Let me ask you one thing in the form of parable, and this will be my last point of discussion before I hit the sack. Let's pose a scenario where there's 4 people in a let's make it a jewelry store. There's 4 people in a jewelry store, and all of a sudden a piece of jewelry goes missing, and we're left with 4 people that may be accountable for stealing that piece of jewelry. Now, let's say me, Harry, James, and Sally are the names of the people, and I say to the people, Harry is the one who stole it. 100%. He's the one who stole it. I know that it wasn't Sally, or I know that it wasn't Larry, because they've been in the other side of the store, and I'm sure they've got nothing in their pockets right now. And so I check the pockets of Sally and Larry, and there's no jewelry in there. So Sally and Larry both believe right now that I'm telling the truth, because Sally sees no jewelry in her own pockets or Larry's pockets, and Larry sees no jewelry in Sally's pockets or his own pockets. So they say, I must be telling the truth because I'm not lying, right? But the truth is that I stole the jewelry and put it in my own pocket. Actually, I think I phrased that pretty wrongly.
Yeah, sounds like you got it from a apologetics superstore.
No, I was trying to phrase it a different way, but my point was that by showing someone is lying about something and it's wrong, is different to showing the truth, right? Because someone could lie to the other people and say, this person stole it. Look, Harry says to someone, look, this person stole it. I've got nothing in my pockets, which is true. And you know what? That person, he may not have stolen it, but the truth is,
brother. We got it.
Cameras, someone else actually stole it. So which is the bigger truth? What is the actual final truth? Are we telling people someone else is lying? Are we talking to people about Satan and how he exists, or are we talking about Christ and how he's the truth?
Well, it doesn't matter as long as all roads. It doesn't matter as long as all roads lead to Rome, which is was the way Paul operated. It says he cast down vain arguments and philosophy, cast down strongholds, cast down these things, then preach. So, for example, you'll say, God is real, and some will say, no, science has disproven God. Science has proven that we came from a big bang, which came from nothing or a myriad of infinite universes, and through evolutionary processes and spontaneous this and that, we ended up here today. So there's no need for a God. You're wrong, right? So you can refute that by just showing the actual evidence that what they just claimed is false. And so their counterclaim to the proposition God exists, you disprove that counterclaim.
And I like that. And you know what? If I've gotten anything out of this discussion, it's that
I gotta go.
Which is actually 1 Corinthians 9:22. Yeah, to the weak I became weak to win the weak. I've become all things to all people, so that by all possible means I might save some. And I like that. So thank you for that.
Yeah, if you put yourself in a rigid box. Yeah, think about it this way. If you put yourself in a rigid box or force other people's in a rigid box, you're going to miss some.
I mean, my whole point about posing the question was just to understand what this was going through, and I believe that you've helped me.
Sure.
So I appreciate that. Thank you.
No problem, brother. I got to go. You got to go. Let's go. Bye.
Good night.
Is the guy that originally asked why would they lie, is he still on the call?
No, he's not even on the server.
Oh, never mind then.
Spiraled.
I was just going to throw in a little practicality about the circle and 60-degree latitude being drawn around us. We're not allowed to independently explore past that.
Actually, Dave, I think I'm mistaken. I think the guy who asked that is actually the guy that was just still talking now. So yeah, he's here. I had him mixed up with the kid from earlier.
Well, it's totally speculation, but I'm just pointing out another possible motive that what if there's land that the general public is not privy to? Wouldn't that be a good reason to deceive everybody else about this globe? Dave's shutting up now.
Yes, that would also be one of the good reasons.
Motive doesn't tell you whether or not something happened, so it's the wrong question to start with. And they always want to do that. They're like, let's just grant that it's flat. Now let's go straight to Y. And then they can't find a Y. And they're like, okay, well, must be globe. Well, you're starting with the wrong question.
Exactly. It's like the guy earlier said, the detective at the crime scene, you start with the evidence and evaluate the evidence, right? You worry about motive much later on.
Yep.
They're really just trying to
We
convince
currently don't truly understand the why. As far as motivation and any type of relationship, we don't know. But the investigators are keeping all options open.
Sorry about that, Central.
That's all good. I was just blabbing.
Yeah, I find it funny how they do like to jump to motive. It's like, so I've been saying these guys would make horrible investigators, horrible judges, horrible lawyers. I mean, they have no fervor to get to the truth. They're looking for excuses like the motive. Well, how come I can't find a motive?
Yeah. They're trying to defend their own ideology. Like they're just trying to avoid the truth with that for themselves. The only ones they're trying to convince, I think, are themselves.
It's kind of like a psychological placeholder they put there for themselves. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If I can't figure out the motive, then why should I worry about it, right?
I can't figure out the motive, therefore there probably is no lie, and it's got to be a globe, just like I think. So, yeah.
It's worse than that. It's like a person being punched in the face and not accepting that they've been punched in the face because they can't understand why they've been punched in the face.
It's like that. Yeah, they don't want to admit that they've been punched in the face, don't want to face the reality of it, so they tell themselves a story about why that person wouldn't have done that, and they go, yeah, see, I wasn't punched in the face. It's all warm and fuzzy.
And the guy that punched you in the face didn't need a motive to do it. So if you don't know why he did it, it doesn't mean it didn't happen.
That's hilarious. My nose isn't really broken and it's not bleeding. It just didn't happen.
I'm not here. This isn't happening.
And this just circles back into... Here's a gif of what you guys were describing. But this just circles back to freaking Pagus. Oh, well, maybe, when you start making excuses. Well, maybe my girlfriend tripped and fell onto some robot dick. It's like, what the hell, man? Now we're just getting into crazy land.
They didn't mean to tell us it's a globe.
It was an accident.
They meant flat.
Yeah, the Scarecrow. If someone kills me, don't look for the motive. Find out who. Yeah. Scalobers would look for the motive, and then when they can't find it, just forget about the dead body. Come on, guys. You're actively ignoring evidence at this point. No, but I need to know why. Okay, what if you never know the why? You're just going to continue ignoring evidence?
Well, even if you give them some pretty decent speculation on that, they're still going to refuse all of that because they already have their conclusion in mind. They've already decided there is no why, and because there's no why, there probably is no lie. So it doesn't matter what you say to them. Like, they're just looking for ways to double down, right?
Yep. That's another example of people asking questions that they don't really want the answer to. Here's an example of that.
Yeah.
Well, okay, what's your credibility? Is my
He spoke to over
question.
2,000 girls.
You know what? That's great for you. That's
I'm
great
a best-selling
for you.
Amazon author,
That's
and I
great for
studied.
you.
Well, no, because you want to talk about credibility now and accolades. I'm giving it to you.
That means nothing to me, though. It really doesn't mean nothing to me.
Oh my god, dude.
Yeah, that's right. Like, they're not asking genuine questions about this. Like, they're just trying to save their globe.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's great for you. Wait, why did you ask? That means nothing to me. So why did you ask again? Like, you have to look out for Globers doing the same thing. They will try to ask you questions. They don't care about the answer.
Oh yeah, this doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. That's another one of their copes because their globe matters so much to them. They'll tell themselves that this conversation doesn't matter.
Yeah, that last guy, huh? Central. He was like, 99% of people, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter so much that I'm going to debate and argue why it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter so much that I'm going to tell myself it doesn't matter so I can continue denying reality and believing what I want to believe instead. It doesn't matter. If it doesn't matter, well, I believe it. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Dave.
You're both making a good point that, and a lot of times, unfortunately, they just like they stick their fingers in their ears and don't actually listen to what you're saying anyway.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
You have to be really keen on finding out who's genuine. You know, don't fall for the bait because they will run you ragged. Oh, what's your credibility? Trap question. They don't care about your credibility. They're just going to use it against you. That means nothing to me.
That's why it's good to not get into replacement arguments with that type that's just looking to save the globe, right? Because they don't want the replacement. They're not genuinely seeking answers, right? What they're trying to do is just protect their ball, right? So whatever you give them for a replacement argument about like why things vanish bottom up or this or that, anything, right? All they're going to do is just take it as something to shoot down.
Yep.
They're not going to give it any consideration and be like, oh, yeah, you know what? Actually, that's a pretty reasonable explanation. You know what? I think I'm off the globe now. No, they're asking you those questions because they think they're gotchas and they think you don't have answers. And they're only going to deny whatever you bring them because they just want to keep their ball. So you got to take away the ball first before you can get into any of the rest.
Facts. Yeah, they're looking at you like a clown at a birthday party. They're hoping you're going to blow up a balloon hot dog and a freaking balloon pretzel. So when they're asking you to provide them with, give me a model. That's what they're just waiting for you to get on your clown.
Yeah, they're just waiting for you to show something that they think is going to be stupid so they can then just poke holes in it. That's all they're trying to do. They are not seeking answers from you.
Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, the thing that's stupid is their current worldview, and it has shitloads of holes in it.
Yeah.
And they've
taken the burden. Yeah, and they've taken the burden off of that by asking you for your toy model, your balloon model, or whatever it was he said. Yeah.
Even if you give them a perfect model that answers all of the questions they can ever come up with, they're going to still trash it by saying, well, you're just a guy on the internet. I trust those guys on TV more.
Yeah, exactly. They're always going to find a way out. So just go after the globe relentlessly till there's nothing left of it. And then maybe they can begin to ask those questions for real.
Yeah.
You hit a key point there, Central, as far as I'm concerned. Dismantling the globe in everybody's minds should be our focus.
Yeah,
we're not here
that's step one.
to anything. We're trying to dismantle these false beliefs that have been implanted in their mind. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just agreeing with you. Yeah, it's step one. Agreeing with you, agreeing with me.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why they try to run away from their claim anyway. That we're all supposed to be the crazy people. We're supposed to let go of our beliefs and get back on the globe. But when we try to hold them accountable to that globe that we're all supposed to believe in, they start sprinting away from those claims.
Yeah, if this globe has supposedly been proven for hundreds or thousands of years, depending on which thing who you listen to, and all we're asking is how is it proven? And it just was. That's all I got.
I know. Yeah, that gets into like we already know territory. How many times have you heard that? Well, we just already knew. Okay, great. So how did you prove it then? Well, we didn't have to. I mean, jeez. I mean, literally, the guy we spoke to recently was like, "Well, we just know it's not flat." Okay. It's probably not flat the way you're thinking about it. Flat Earth isn't your sloppy idea of how you think a flat Earth should work. We asked him, how do you measure the surface? Well, I don't need to measure the surface. We just know it's not flat. Okay, so are you going to measure the surface to check? Oh, no need to do that. This is an example of them running away from their claim.
We didn't do the thing that we would have to do to know that it's not flat, but we know that it's not flat.
Stonks.
But lots of smart scientists have done all kinds of calculations showing that there should be curvature there, so I'm going to go with that.
Numbers, figures, basic physics, science, facts, yes.
I gotta play that now.
Well, they literally do that. They come in here and say basic physics, facts, science, geometry, just 10 different ways of saying nothing.
There are volumes of proven data, numbers, figures. There are fossil records.
Just words like the guy the other day dropping Coriolis. I brought up reference frames, and then he was like, well, what are those? It's like, he's just saying words.
Mm.
Yeah, that just highlights you only need two words to maintain your globe belief, just gravity and refraction. Just remember those words. You don't have to know what they mean. You just say them.
Boom. I'm so glad you brought that up because that leads me into my next clip. I'm going to play a clip where it's about using words you don't understand. If anytime you hear the word, just swap out the word misogynist and replace it with gravity, Coriolis, refraction, any of these claims that they don't understand.
Hold on, what does misogynist mean? What does a misogynist mean?
Huh?
What does misogynist mean?
Oh, good job. He's asking her what misogynist means. Good job.
Because you said misogynist.
No, it's all about
what is the definition of misogyny?
Wait.
It's all about these ideas of what men can do and what women can't do. Like, I don't know.
But this one definitely.
That is not what misogyny means. The ideas of what men can do and what women can do. That's not misogyny, actually. Every time you hear a woman, or especially these type of modern women, talk about, oh, this is misogynistic, or that guy's a misogynist, just ask them what does misogyny mean. I guarantee they don't know what it means, and they're using it in the wrong context. But anyway.
It's a misogyny.
The definition.
Yeah, you called us a misogynist, so I want to know what it is.
It's just a fucking word that everyone throws around, but it's what I'm technically saying. She said it's just a word that everyone's throwing around. She don't know what it means, but she's saying it. How immature of you to be using a word so confidently, calling people misogynists or calling people's programs or platforms misogynistic, and you don't even know what the word means. That's wild.
So anytime you heard the word misogynist. Just think of Globers saying gravity or refraction or Coriolis or all these claims that they just toss out willy-nilly. They don't understand.
Yeah, they just say words. There's nothing backing them. No understanding behind it. They just throw them out there and they think that they're going to win.
And then sometimes we get guys and I'll just go trying to argue, not even like worse than the females you see on the panel, and they try to argue this word. And then I pinpoint them to okay, let's define misogyny. And we go and actually research what the initial definition of misogyny is. And it's basically that saying men are better than women at certain things and women can be better than men at certain things. But they put the mainstream puts a negative label on it that if you say that men are better than women, then you are a misogynist and that is a negative thing. So I corner them in that box. And once we establish that definition, we go into actual details. Okay. There are things in life proven by facts and statistics and data where women, I start with women, not with men, not to trigger them, where women can do a better job doing those things based on their biology than men can. Would you agree or disagree? And I would give them an example. And then they would actually agree, oh yeah, women can do this thing, for example, nurturing babies better than men. I was like, congratulations, now you're a misogynist too. Welcome to the club.
Yeah, that's a great example. It's accountability at the end of the day. You're just holding people accountable to the things they said.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
but they don't want to be accountable for those things because, like you say, they run away from them as soon as you start asking any questions about it. So they must not be very good claims if they have to just drop them and run like that on the spot.
Yeah, I do find that funny. I do find that funny how often that happens. They're holding something in their hand that they claim has value, but then they'll drop it and move on to the next thing pretty quickly. But Deb, this gets into that whole, like, they joke around and say the accountability is women's kryptonite or whatever. Well, I mean, I think that's just in general. I've been applying that to the Globers. They lack the same accountability.
Yeah, that's a good point. We get a lot of guys who avoid accountability as well. We call them blue pill, basically. But yeah, if you're not able to hold yourself accountable, and that includes the ideas in your own head, and that's going to translate on everything. That's going to translate into the blue pill guy that keeps acting way too nice with women, putting women on a pedestal, never working on himself, never improving his physique, never doing any of that, and then blames the entire world why he's not getting women or why he's not being successful in any sort of long-term relationship. No, you're not taking accountability. And the same guy would also say, oh no, I don't have to research flat Earth. I don't have to claim or prove any of my claims or prove why the Earth is spinning 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. You guys do the work and then spoon feed me the result.
Yeah, it's the whole, like, I'm going to sit in my basement eating Cheetos and I'm still going to get a bad B. It's like, no, you're not. Yeah. You got to work for that. Same thing. Like, if you're going to make claims, you got to work to prove that. It's like weird because we all went to school. Well, I'm sure most people went to school and they had teachers that said, show your work. But what happened to that idea? It's 2023 and it's like they've forgotten that when it's like when I was in kindergarten, they had show and tell. So you tell, you show what you're bringing, and then you tell about it. But what's happening with the Globers? They're just doing all telling, no showing. So, your math teacher would say, all right, well, you got the answer. Can you show how you got to that answer? I need you to show your work to prove to me that you didn't just whip out a calculator under the desk and get the answer. So show your work. When it comes to this Glober 2023 mode, they're not trying to show any work.
I guess you can say the only one doing the showing and not very well is NASA. Just saying. Looks like a picture.
I would say that's more telling. They're just telling you, look, my dad is, you go to show and tell, my dad's amazing. Oh, really? Wow. So what does he do? You
telling
don't believe me?
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, that's it. Go ahead.
Oh, they're just telling you a nice bedtime story and giving you some nice cartoon illustrations to go with.
It's weird, man. Like, stop telling, show it. That's got to be on my top 10 list of CB's pet peeves or something. But this idea, they just make a claim, then make another claim, then stack another claim on top of that.
It can be tricky to get through to them because they really can't separate their stories about reality from reality and what we actually know about it. Like, they think that they're the same thing, right? Like, they start talking about how we see these planets in the sky, in this outer space, ever-expanding universe, right? We know that we must be one of these, and it's like, dude, none of that stuff is stuff that you've experienced. It's all lore. This is all just stories that's been told to you about stuff that you have no idea what it actually is. Right, but they can't tell that. They just think that it's the same. They think that their story and reality are the same thing.
Yes, that's why they're calling their claims evidence. So, perfect example. They claim, don't need a container. We've got a gas pressure gradient, open system. That's the claim. When you ask them for the evidence, they just point back at the claim.
Yeah. They just think that you need to hear it again, like you just didn't catch it or something, that you never went to school and you weren't told these stories. Like, I just need to repeat it to them again.
And they always have the fallback excuse, like it's such a large scale, so I would show it to you, but I can't. I have to have another planet to show this to you.
Yeah. So who showed it to you then? How'd they do that?
Exactly. I wanted to tell him that. Like, so this is such an obvious illogical fallacy or logical fallacy. If you're going to say, I need to build a planet before I can prove to you how gravity is going to keep the pressure gas of air downstairs, then how did they find out in the first place? Did they build a new planet that I'm not aware of? Show me that planet, please.
Exactly.
They're basically just saying, if only I could poof my proof into existence. Let me poof my claim into existence, and then I'll prove it. Bro, you're supposed to have the proof. Saying like, whoa, if I could just wave a magic wand and poof my claim into existence, then it would be proof. No, it doesn't work that way.
The planets and like their outer space lore is really the hardest thing to break down for them, I find. Because that stuff is really deeply embedded. They cannot separate when they look at Jupiter and what they think because of what they've been told. It's the hardest part to get through. You tell them that we're not a planet, and they go, "What?"
I think even on the F&F panel, there was somebody that was saying like, "Well, it doesn't make sense. Like, how could we be the only flat thing in space?" It's like, well, I see where a lot of people go wrong. Say
that space lore is dug in like an Alabama tick. You know what I mean? For a lot of people.
That's just another pet peeve, though. I'm going to take what I think your idea is, mash it into what I believe is true, then hand it back to you and tell you to defend the idea that I just came up with in my head. So crazy. Also, flat Earth must be disks in space.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, sorry. Yeah, that's good.
Well, I just think that that's crazy how they think that their outer space globe lore is so much of a given. Like, they absolutely think, without any question, that all those stories that they have in their head about the stars and the sky and the things in it and whatever, it's all 100% true. Like, they look at it and they actually see outer space. Like, they think that.
This is what I think. This is what I said earlier, is so much of it is this brainwashing that's happening systematically and professionally. If you think about it, how many movies in the last 50 years have been about, oh, these guys went to space, these guys stopped an asteroid, these guys fought aliens. All of this are subliminal messages reinforcing the fact, quote unquote, in their head, oh, there is such a thing called space. So when you come to them and say, wait a second, do you actually have proof? They revert to those movies. And I noticed the same thing with the male-female dynamic in our Discord when they come in and they start spewing these stupid, retarded claims about men and women, how men should react. And almost all of them are connected directly to the Hollywood movies where the guy is extremely nice and he's holding a jukebox over his head of the woman, and this is how he gets the woman. But in reality, this is literally the opposite. This makes the woman naturally unattracted to you, and they don't get that. They don't realize, no, what you saw is not reality. It's movies. It's
Mhm.
very much.
Yeah, that is. They do lack the ability to separate fiction from reality. Like,
yeah,
they look up in the sky, like Essential said, and they're like, "That is outer space." What I see, I'm seeing my claim.
That's right. Yeah.
Like, no, you've only seen outer space on TV. That's what you see in the sky. That's not outer space.
Yeah, they genuinely do not realize that outer space is their interpretation of what they're seeing, not what they're actually seeing.
I mean, there is space, and then there's a dome. So.
Well.
Yeah, I just mean space colloquially, as in like outer space, the whole heliocentric Big Bang cosmology fiction, that thing.
I know. I'm sorry. I was just spinning it. Like I've seen some empty space when I look up, but there's a barrier.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
how y'all doing?
Good. Oh, good. Hey. Extra good. What's going on, Captain?
What's up? I don't know how well I'm coming in. Where I'm staying right now is the Wi-Fi is pure shit, or the internet is shit. So
okay, I hear you fine, Mamus. Go ahead.
All right, cool. I was just listening in.
We should recap yesterday for you a little bit more.
Yes, that would be awesome.
Yeah. Well, I've been playing clips from Fresh and Fit. Are you familiar with their show or that podcast?
Yeah, extremely.
Okay. So yeah, I've been playing clips from there for a couple weeks now, just kind of interlacing the two, their avenue and our avenue. So I've been trying to make an intersection for. I've dubbed it Fresh and Flat. Okay, so Anyway, they had a show on Monday where I noticed they referenced, or someone donated $100 to say, "Hey, bring on Dave Weiss to the panel." And they mentioned, we're already going to have someone on to talk about Flat Earth. And so that discussion was scheduled for yesterday. And so I was hyping it up big time in the server a couple days in advance. And so before the live stream even went live, there was like 1,000 people in the chat. And we ended up going to, some of us went and hung out in the live chat. We met some people from the FNF Discord and spilled over into their Discord. And so Indio went over there, Central went over there, or Heretic, Miggy, Sunny, I think Kim went over there. There was a solid panel, 5-6 guys that went over there and had a great discussion. And then, so we have a friend here, Dev Lead Germany. He's one of the mobs there, I believe. And so, yeah, they kind of followed us back here, and the rest is history. I mean, there's more to it, I guess. There's we talked about having Dave Weiss. I guess we got him to join the panel and chat with some of the mods over the FNF team. And we talked about maybe getting him on the show. So, I mean, they get anywhere from like 10,000 to 30,000 plus live viewers at a time. That's a huge platform for a flat earther to go on. So,
good God, we need to get our live stream over there.
Yeah, we're getting things going. Hopefully, they're gonna continue talking, and one of our admins is exchanging information right now with them. And
yeah,
David.
Well, I would have been there, but I've been out of commission the past 3 weeks.
You're good, man. I mean, Indio Wolfgang was over there too. They did a great job, just kind of heading over there.
Oh, I saw it. I saw that all the Doom Slayers were over there.
Yeah, it was the panel was huge. So
yeah, the Miggy, Indio, Jedi, Wolfgang. Who else was it? You gave me a list. Who was it?
Heretic was there, Sunny, and a bunch of other people listening in. So yeah, shout out to the whole panel. Shout out to FNF as well. I thought that was really fun. So
yeah. Every time you say FNF, I think FNAF, just because I'm so infected with internet culture. So I'm like, why are we partnering with Five Nights at Freddy's? Yeah. Oh, well, I mean, that's cool.
This is the...
Hopefully I can finish this client up in the next month. That'd be nice. Not likely, but it'll be nice.
Yeah, good luck. This was the clip from Monday.
Okay. Where are we at here? We're at Massachusetts 617. He goes, please let Dave Weiss come on the show, the premier flat Earth debater. Dirt on YouTube. I'm a huge fan of you guys. Keep up the great work. He has a ton of great scientific
Chris would love
Don't worry,
him.
we're going to have John Zorko
Chris would love him,
on
man.
Wednesday, so he'll talk about flat Earth.
Flat Earth.
Yeah. So I guess the producer, Chris, is already FE. So, we got some boys in the club already, I guess. So
Sweet.
we got some friends in good places.
I've been saying since the beginning of this is that the only way to get get an inroad is to in the return to tradition crowd. And I've always said that, like, there's something, like, because it's not on the conscious end, it's on the unconscious end. It's like the spiritual revolution that everyone is looking for and searching for. That's really the inroad of it, even though it's all scientific, which I think scientific is actually an extension of, like, spirituality. So for me, that's not weird. But I've always thought, like, the return, like, look at Owen Benjamin.
Mm-hmm.
Like, goes back to farming, goes back to family life, becomes a flat earther.
Based.
Yeah, based, very.
I think one of the mods... Go ahead.
No, you first.
Well, they were saying how they have similar experiences to the ones we have. People put out hit pieces. They're trying to make that red pill space look bad. Oh, you must hate women. Well, what do they say about us? Oh, well, you must hate science and all this stuff. So
yeah,
they can relate.
It's because when you have a bunch of logical thinkers, the moment that you see bad arguments, you're like, okay, they're lying. You know a bad argument is actually a lie. That anyone who takes the time to put together a video or a hit piece has to include lies. Because that is the only solution to illogical thinking. Like, I've come to realize that people are just liars. Now, they might not be consciously liars, but they're liars. Because contradiction can't exist. They just can't exist.
True. Why would you present a lie?
Feel good.
Yeah.
A lie and the truth are just different spectrums of the same energy.
I would say the truth is always going to be in balance, and a lie is something that removes balance. That it's a deviation, so it's unnatural.
Everything in part is a lie.
Everything?
I am me.
It's an old saying. It means in every truth there's a lie, and in every lie there's the truth.
Okay.
I don't know if every truth there's a lie. I don't know if I agree with that old saying. There's a lot of old sayings.
I don't know. I lean more towards the whole equal and opposing force bullshit.
Well, I would hardly disagree. Yeah. I would say that truth and lies are diametrically opposed, like opposites.
Yeah.
I mean, I think someone could argue that in the construct in which we live, there's the necessary polar, diametrically opposed sides that exist, and that's part of our journey. I would agree with that, but I wouldn't agree that truth has lies and lies has truth. Sometimes lies uses truth, right? And sometimes, like, if you tell... Say what?
Let me give an example. It'd be like, okay, the Earth's flat, right? Okay, well, that's a definite truth. But then, hold up. What happens when we take it down to the electrical level? Then suddenly it's actually just programmed to be that way. But what it actually is it's like, it's behaving in the way it's been programmed to, the energy is. So...
That's not a lie, though.
Well, it's like if you say the Earth's flat, then that could actually be what I'm describing, a lie within the truth or a truth within the lie. You know what I mean? Because if you take it back and you take it back, so that's, I guess, where they're saying stems from, is like when you pull back layers, you know, there's always more. There's always something not quite correct. There's always something.
There are things I would call nuance, but I wouldn't say have anything to do with untruth. Like
Hey, I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just challenging this here, okay? I'm not saying it's right what I'm challenging. I just...
Oh, no, I just... Right, that's fair.
Not trying to feed you.
I don't think it's logical.
Okay.
No, that's just my responses. I don't think it's really a logical sentiment, because you can have hidden layers of truth within a truth, but it doesn't make them lies. A lie is usually something that requires intent, right?
Well, does it? I hear a lot of people lying every day and they think they're telling the truth, so does it require intent?
Right. It does require intent, because the lie that they're repeating was given to them with intent.
But do you need to know you're lying for it to be a lie? Like a mother telling its child about the globe because she believes it, or teachers telling us, or like, if they don't really know they're doing it.
And I would say if you use
technically a lie.
And you can use a lie to tell the truth. Like you can make up a story, like make a movie or write a book or something like that. You can create a fiction to tell a truth, but it's not a lie. It's just a fiction. Like a lie is not necessarily something that isn't true. It's not, isn't a lie, but a lie is, has to have intent behind it. So there's a lot of people who believe false things, and so they are repeating lies. But in their mind, they're deceived. A deceived person isn't telling the truth, but they're not maliciously lying. Mm-hmm. On the other hand, who is trying to remove deception from over their eyes is seeking the truth, because I don't think we'll ever know the real absolute truth in this life. It's always just going to be a search.
If you're omitting something, is that still a lie, really?
I think if your intent is to deceive, that is what makes it a lie. So if you omit something with the intention of deceiving someone, you're lying.
Yeah, what you just described there, Panto, is getting into... Well, you just described, Panto, is getting into one of Jordan Peterson's 12 rules. He says, tell the truth, or at least don't lie.
Wash your penis.
He says, what did you say, bro? Sorry,
one of the rules is tell the truth, or at least don't lie. And so, like, that whole idea of, like, omitting something wouldn't necessarily fall into lying, I suppose.
Like, especially if it's omission for the better of somebody, kind of if it's better for them for not to know the whole truth, then I suppose.
All lies aren't even immoral.
You said all lies are not immoral?
Deceive somebody. Yeah, not all lies are immoral. So you can deceive the authorities if they're like busting down doors and they're like looking for people. You can lie and protect people.
I can agree with that.
Or your 8-month pregnant wife, ask, how do I look? And you say, you look absolutely beautiful.
That would be the truth anyway if you loved her, money, because it is an eye of the beholder.
It'd be the truth if you love her, yeah. But you're still presenting a rosier picture of what reality is, though. Like, yes, she's waddling and all this other stuff.
Shit coming out of all of this.
Even Globers, like when they talk about lying to people, and I'll just bring up Santa Claus. Well, we lie to kids, and even they will say that that's not immoral. They're like, oh, well, that's for fun. That's okay. So yeah.
I think it's for fun and okay if the child knows it's not real.
Like Santa Claus. That's a lie.
Yeah. I think it's all okay as long as the child isn't deceived. Like, this is our myth, and this is how we play the game, and it is a game. And I think just children should be told that. Then it's okay. Yeah, I agree.
I never believed in Santa, man. When I was a kid, I was in the children's homes anyway, so like, everybody knew that Santa was definitely not anything at all. Like, the staff would give you like a little shitty present. That'd be about it.
Shit, I think I was on board. My parents, they were selling that idea to me. Shit, school too. We were making reindeer food, and shit, we made the cookies for Santa. It was half eaten. The milk was half drinking. Shit, my parents went hard for Christmas.
No, my granny always used to give me stuff and say that's from Santa, but like, as far back as I remember, I knew that it was fucking horseshit.
Yeah, but just to go back to the lies thing, like you were saying that it's not necessarily immoral. Even the Globers would say that like, it's okay to lie as long as it's for fun or whatever. Yeah.
Well, it's for a selfish reason.
I think it's harder to tell the truth. I think somebody from yesterday's discussion over at FNF was saying, like, well, if what you're saying is true, then somebody, people have to be hiding the truth, or like someone would have capitalized on it. How do you capitalize on flat Earth? If you do that, if you attempt to quote unquote capitalize, you're not going to gain capital. You're going to lose money. You're going to lose followers, lose sponsors. And the truth doesn't gain you friends. People prefer comforting lies. They don't want to be told truths that might shake them from their current position. So no one's going to capitalize on flat Earth. They're capitalizing on telling more stuff about the globe. They're incentivized to hype up the globe some more. Just look at Dude Perfect recently. We went to space.
Oh, you never. But like they say also, like you just want to say you're a flat earther to look special or feel special. Like it does the complete opposite of that, mate. People think you're a fucking nutball.
Oh yeah, that's a good point, Panto. Yeah, it's not like you don't get put on a pedestal for thinking differently. You're mocked. So it doesn't make sense.
Kicked off the pedestal, mate. They fucking bar you from using pedestals ever again when you're flat earther.
Yeah, exactly.
But I enjoy coming right out of it, man. It's fucking like, whoa, they're like, you see, especially if it's a group of people, and you ask them a question that's guaranteed to be like, without even mentioning the topic, do you know just by the question that, oh, it's just a flat earth question, mate. Like, fuck, I like to just drop the flat bomb.
I think that's probably a common thread amongst the majority of people here that made it to some type of flat earth thinking. You're not afraid to rock the boat. I've met a lot of people in my life that they don't want to rock the boat. Even superiors that I've had. I've had some bosses in the past that like, I was right below them. I was calling shots, but I was the guy who wasn't afraid to rock the boat, and he was very much hesitant to do anything like that. So I think that's probably a common thread that we share, is that we're not afraid. Panto, you're definitely not afraid to rock the boat. I already know that. So yeah.
I've had my own boat rocked a few times. Fucking hell. Almost got kicked out of the boat a couple of times.
Yeah.
I mean, it's more interesting than every other subject I could possibly think of. And it's more interesting shit on the TV. Oh, I like music, obviously, as well, but to just have these conversations, I'm never going to get bored with it, man. Never going to get fucking bored with it. It's a bit boring sometimes, like banging heads with these ignorant assholes. But apart from that, man, it's fucking the best conversation you could have. As long as it's with somebody, obviously, who's open to listen, like not even if they're fucking close to accepting flat earth, just when they're being at least genuine enough to have a civil back and forth. I think it's rewarding.
Yeah, I see people talking about lies in the chat. I mean, I used to believe in the globe. I was telling people for their birthday, congratulations, you made another trip around the sun. That wasn't lying to people. I really believe that. So
for sure.
There doesn't have to be this massive group of people in on this giant lie. They just believe it like I did and like most people do.
Well, they say, oh, what you're telling me, every employee from NASA's lying. Like, why would you even fathom that? Why even contemplate such a thing?
That's why I describe it as a narrative that you are invited to believe, because that is what it is. You know, it's kind of like the old story that you have to invite the vampire in, right?
Yeah.
But in this case, part of the rules, they invite you to their mythology, and you choose to believe it.
Anyway, so that's karmically neutral. Like, if there is such a thing as karma, that these people, it's the same with all the ideologies that they've got everyone jumping through these hoops.
I know Benjamin calls it taking the ticket.
Yeah, I know we've all had this discussion before, but that's why I don't categorically say these people are evil or doing anything evil. Because from their point of view, it may be a stopgap, and like think about if you're in charge of 20 people, how chaotic it can get, right? And so you have all these measures in place to organize your team, maybe your 3 or 4 teams out of those 20 people, you know, and create a hierarchy. Imagine you're responsible for 1 billion.
Yeah, it's a lot.
And the world's commerce and industries and armies and all the other shit that they're in control of.
Yeah, well, it's even worse than that. Imagine you're 34 years old. You didn't know how powerful your family and corporations were that they owned, and then suddenly one day, this giant machine is given to you, and you don't even know how it works. You don't know how it's built, and just generationally, you've been in charge, and you have no idea what you're doing.
Get that button quick enough. I just have to cover the mic. Well, I mean, it's unfathomable when you think of the amount of systems that they've got under control, or I wouldn't say completely under control, but that they're actually fucking attempting to control. I mean, they've got most of it there. They've probably got stragglers of shit that's outlived their control, but it must be fucking mind-boggling, man.
Yeah, and that's the thing. See, the most I've been in charge of is about 150 guys. All right, this is on a big project, and I know how insane that kind of operation can be when you got 150 guys and all the logistics you have to do and everything, and making sure everybody's doing their job. And is it realistic to think that there is any one group of people that has that? That's why I say I don't believe they have control. I think the system is out of control, even for the elites. I don't think the elites control it. I think they're being carried along with the rest of us.
Yeah, I think we are. People forget that we're all in the same boat.
Yes.
With a lot of things.
Literally. Just like the story I tell about all being born on a cruise ship that's on automatic pilot. Nobody knows how to work it.
I've heard that put in other ways. I've never heard that about being on a ship. I've heard it as a runaway truck. We're all in a runaway truck, and who wants to jump in and be in charge of that anyway?
Yeah, I think of it like this. I have this story, this lie, this fiction, I should say. So imagine that you're born generationally on this cruise ship or on this giant ship out at sea, and it's completely automated. Nobody knows who runs it, and at some point, a group of people realize that they can take advantage of that ignorance, and they build a fake command center and say, hey, look, we're running everything. The reality is they're running nothing. And the ship is just on automatic pilot.
That's a good analogy.
Yeah, everyone looks to them for oh, we've steered left, we've steered right. And they can just act like they did it, I don't think any human has like their hands on the wheels, so to speak. I think we're all the elites, from the guy who's sleeping in the gutter to the guy who's drinking champagne off of supermodels' buttocks. All of us are in the same boat, and none of us have control over the system itself.
I missed your fucking analogy
with that.
because the siren went off.
Say what?
I missed like just when you started that analogy there, and the siren came off, so I just quickly disconnected the fucking the Wi-Fi, and I missed the start of your analogy. Just did the fucking muting myself.
You're lost. You've missed that mistake, and you've missed the deepest truth on earth.
It could be it. Fucking over and done with now, man. Jesus.
No, it's okay. So we're on. So what it is? Or CB, you want to try and explain it?
Well, I wanted to say this, that because I've heard other people say this, it's like you're in the passenger seat of a vehicle. You have little control, limited control. You can choose how reclined your seat is. If you want to roll the window down, maybe change the music, but the direction of the car and where it's headed, if it's going to go left or right, that's not up to you.
Right.
Or run away, man. Everybody knows that.
I like the idea of a runaway ship. Hi, Meme. How you doing, buddy? Good to hear your voice.
Hey, what's up, Jedi? How you doing? Heard about your night?
Yeah, really well. Sorry?
Heard about your Friday night fights. Fresh and fit. Sorry.
Oh, did you hear about that? Yeah, that was good. That was good. I'm glad that's gone far and wide, mate. I'm glad that you heard about that. That was fun.
Yep, that is why I'm on. I got excited seeing that kind of like the reach we were able to.
Well, did you get on it, Jedi?
Not on the show, in the Discord server.
Yeah, I'm in the Discord server now too.
Yeah, I'm in there as well, but I missed the fucking thing last night. I was going to be in there, and the account I've got 24/7 Fly Off Discord Hitman. I was going to go in there, man. I completely fucking forgot. Devastating.
We'll have to coordinate.
Was it any good?
We'll have to coordinate, Jedi, to get in there at the same time.
Was it any good? Like, did they get over some good content, or what was the deal?
It was amazing. It was amazing. You missed out. I was trying to send pings to everybody, like, get your butt in here. Don't miss this. But shout out to Jedi and Sunny, Indio, Miggy, Central, Kim. There was a group of people that went over there and really held it down, represented the 24/7 Discord quite well. So shout out to the whole panel. And shout out to the FNF Discord here. We do have a moderator from over there that's in the panel now, Dev Lead Germany. So make sure you guys give him a shout out if you see him.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah, well, I think.
How did the Fly Earth conversation go, though, in the actual podcast?
On the show itself, I don't think they got into it. At least I wasn't able to listen. I had 3 streams going. I had RVC open. I had Discord, the Fresh and Fit Discord open, and then I had the YouTube page. And I was like, well, I can't listen to all 3. So all the magic was happening in their Discord. So I chose to listen in there. So I'll have to go back and listen to the YouTube, but I don't think they actually got into heavy flat Earth talk.
Well, I'll go over because I joined it last night. I'll try and get like a good interaction with like some of the staff, and we could see if we can go on the 24/7 Discord roadshow again, man. See if we can set up a talk.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we
that's easy doable.
We definitely broke bread yesterday, so that was awesome. And turned out that it's like not everyone over there was against flat Earth anyway. There were already some heavy people over there, so
yeah. Let's see.
It's always good.
I joined, but I wasn't in the chat or anything. But I'm going to have a conversation over there. See if we could get some link in. See if we can link the servers together.
Oh, real quick, Dev. Check your DMs. We have a user over there that has a name that might not. We have some code words in this server as well. So if people join and use certain words, there's a bot that looks for certain stuff like that. So I think that someone from our server has a certain word in their name that got them timed out or whatever, or banned. So he sent you a DM if you want to check on that.
I'm looking into it right now. I'm gonna see what's going on in the backstory.
Cool.
Oh, it's up there.
Robot. Sorry.
We got you cleared, Dave. Go ahead.
I didn't want to interrupt anything. I just had one question for Mamus if he's still here about his analogy ship. Still working.
Yeah, we can hear you. Did you want to?
Yeah, I spent some time developing that one.
Well, would you say, would you leave open the possibility that maybe there is some group of humans that are know where the bridge is or closer to the steering wheel, but they're not actually physically moving? You know what I mean?
That all roboted for me. I don't know if it's me though.
Me too. Nah, it's me as well.
Okay. Yeah, you roboted through that.
I'll shut up. I'll shut up. Sorry.
Repeat yourself, bro.
No. Yeah, repeat yourself.
I was just asking you, would you acknowledge there's a possibility that maybe certain groups of humans know where the bridge is and it's closer to the steering wheel, but not actually physically moving it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. For sure. There's a group of people, I'm sure, who, the ones who know that the bridge is just a facade. They're there on it. And as far as actually controlling the ship, no. I don't think there's any humans that are actually controlling the ship.
I should have went back on YouTube and listened to that because I still don't know what the fucking analogy was. Hey, robot again, dude.
You're a robot and bad again.
I'll shut up. Tell him again, man.
Please, man. I
I'll
should have
shut
went
up.
back. Sorry, that's not laziness.
So
what happened? List. That was they've got a runaway boat, basically. It's not got a captain, I take it.
No,
well, it's not
robot now.
Nah. In my analogy, it's not runaway. Right.
Sorry, go ahead.
An outside programmer has set autopilot on this ship. No one on the ship set the autopilot. And everyone on the ship is just born on the ship and dies on the ship. And at some point, a group of people got together and built a fake command deck to pretend that they were piloting the ship. But even they're not piloting the ship.
They just wanted control. Well, I suppose that's a good one.
Yeah, they convinced you they control. So it took a group of five, in the night, thieves in the night. We went and banged on the door and found out that there was nobody. That steering wheel doesn't actually control anything. That's what.
It's the same with Sausage Party, isn't it? Remember at the very start of Sausage Party, they're singing the song from the gods. They're like, the gods, they'll take us, and they're all pure happy to see the humans in the shopping centre buying up all the grocery items that are alive. But previously, everybody knew the fucking truth, and it made everybody fucking terrified, and they couldn't, when the gods weren't there, they couldn't function as people. Obviously they're not people, they're just fucking vegetables and fucking items in the store. But then they made up the story that the gods were amazing people, and they took you basically from the shopping centre, not to eat you, but took you to fucking bathe you in fucking glory and all that shit. So it made life day to day for all the rest of the residents of the shopping centre. It made it more bearable, so they were able to function. But because the non-perishables, that's what they were called, technically the gods, and according to shopping items. But to me, that's fucking kind of the same. They made up a fucking story to say that not that they're in control, but everything's okay, and just so that the people could function. If you get me.
Yeah, I understand. It'd be like if Dorothy went and found the Wizard of Oz and opened up the curtain, and there was literally nothing. That would be a bigger subversion of expectation.
That movie points to quite a lot of fucking stuff about reality. Well, it even says about the cold aisle, remember the freezer part of the fucking shopping centre is, and it's fucking it's the North Pole. You know what I mean? It's fucking Shambhala or fucking Agartha, whatever you want to fucking call it. But fucking points towards quite a lot of shit. It talks about the religions that all humans are divided up into. So that's why you see the division in the shopping aisles, because dried food and then fucking whatever, and they're all segregated and divided by beliefs and ideologies and fucking whatever the fuck else. That's a good fucking movie, man. Brilliant movie. You seen that meme, yeah? Meme. Still there, meme?
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
Oh, you've not seen it? Oh, bro, fucking hell, it's amazing, man. It's definitely not a children's fucking cartoon, man. We watched it in here one night, down in the cinema. It's like pure filth, man. Honestly, it's fucking extreme, like, it's really fucking extreme. Close to the bone humour, so I'm sure you'll like it.
Okay. I actually got to go. I got some work to do, so I will talk to y'all later.
All right, mate. Thanks for stopping by, dude.
Man.
Yep.
See you, man. No, but you, CB, you seen that, bro?
I wasn't listening. I was in the chat. Sorry. What is it?
Sausage Party.
Sausage Party. No, I heard about it.
Oh, it's fucking awesome, bro. We should watch it in here one night, man. We watched it, I don't know, 6 months ago or something down in the cinema. But it's definitely a woke movie, that's what we're saying. It means it points towards the North Pole being the freezer isle. That's where the fucking, is it the Northern Lights they talk about? I can't remember, it's been that long since I've fucking seen it. And I've fucking kind of been awake for fucking days. But man, it's a tremendous movie, man. Pointing just towards humanity and their place in this fucking world that we're in. That's the shopping centre. And all the different goods, the baked goods, the pasta, like, they're all fucking different fucking life forms, man. It's fucking class.
Shout out to the panel. Just give a quick shout out to the members in the panel here. We got Shekel. Saw you were hanging with us last night. Shout out to you there. Wave Mixer. We got All Glory to the Most High. We got Ancient World. Baked Goods. Blue Jumper. Breathe Entropy. Colors of Country. The Scarecrow. Shout out to the Scarecrow. Seen you in the chat hold it down yesterday as well. We got Dave Hinkle. We got Devly Germany. We got Diesel Boy. We got Elijah. Flat Lloyd Wright. F.E. Batman. Gemsy. Heretic. Max Smart 86. We got Mike Power Swan. Platter. Resolve. We got Ricky Beckman. Systems. Timbo Slice. Sunny. And a whole bunch of people listening on YouTube. So welcome one and all.
Bonjour.
I wanted to grab a clip from last night. Fresh and Fit's after hours show had a decent panel, but one of the girls mentioned the scientific method, and I was late to record it. I couldn't rewind at the moment, but the topic of like scientific consensus came up, and someone called her on that. They're like, "Well, that's not science," and she was right. She goes, "Well, science is just a method." Like, oh, okay. Well, that's new. You don't hear that very often. So I meant to record that clip and play it to people who come here, and they're like, "No, science is, it's just like, a monkey putting its hand in fire." People say all kinds of stuff. They don't know what science really is. So I meant to grab that clip. I'll probably go back and record that.
Or they say, if it wasn't for science, you wouldn't be speaking to us right now on your fucking tablet or your laptop. Or like, what
exactly.
Are you talking about?
Exactly.
They literally think every single thing is science. Like, making a joint is science to them.
Well, I'm about to get my science on here in a minute, but yeah, dude, you're right. They just throw around the word science like it's some kind of Boy Scout badge you just wear on your chest when you want to sound smart or whatever. It doesn't work that way. It's a method. And if you're not adhering to that method, then you're not dealing with science, period. And what's funny is that girl, people had issues with her and her friend the most. Well, at least from my perspective. But she was right in that regard about the scientific method. So I wanted to record that clip and play it for anyone who doesn't know what the hell that is. Obviously, we know what that is. And people come here and like, oh, you guys are science deniers. Oh, well, what's science then? So you triggered my trap card.
All the science says is a globe. What science? I don't know.
Yeah, praise,
Oh,
praise,
go ahead.
praise God for me putting pride aside quickly, especially when a moderator who's been here before me says something, because I didn't know what I walked into yesterday. I was like, look, man, I know my guy's scientific method. I know that and and AI was like, all right, and then I was like, what's going on here? And then as I was listening, I was like, okay, receding to the background. My bad. It was an awesome discussion today, and it's awesome that this platform and maybe others will get a chance to actually bring the truth and spread it further, because honestly, that's all we're trying to do, man. That's why we're here, pretty much.
Thanks. Yeah, I did notice that moment yesterday, Elijah. You're like, I don't remember exactly what was said, but I had to jump in like, hold up. don't do it. But yeah. It was a great discussion, and shout out to the Fresh and Fit crew.
Thank you, man. Sorry, I'm taking a little bit while. I'm looking into the case.
No worries, brother.
It's a little bit more complicated.
Yeah, I think we don't have to get into it here, but yeah, a good friend of ours here, Simpcord, is his name. We've changed his name here to Clipcord because he's our clip guy. But yeah, I mean,
there's an issue with the name itself due to a history that happened in our Discord, and this is the reason why some people in the team are having an issue with him right now. And I'm trying to see what's going on, what's behind it.
Okay, got you. Yeah, he did mention that. Well, all right, yeah, no problem. Let me know if you need any help with that on our end.
Yeah. You've talked to him before. Just a question. You've talked to him before, like he's a normal guy.
We actually just let's see. I don't know if Clipcord comes to voice, but we did just upgrade him recently to a higher status role in our server. So he's one of our trusted members for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, so we like him. He's cool. I don't think he jumps on voice a whole lot. I don't think I've spoke to him on voice, but we've got some DMs, and yeah, he's good. He's good.
Have you heard anything about Fresh and Fit from him back in the day, like in the last 8 to 9 to 10 months?
No, honestly, I'm probably the first person in this Discord to even bring it up. I mean, I don't hear people talking about FNF in here. I've been talking about it maybe for a couple weeks, and it's only recently been on the radar. So I don't think he did send me a screenshot of this. What you were talking about. He said he had to look it up. So that's about as familiar as I am with that situation.
Okay, good to know. I will relay the information. Just so you know, I'm arguing for his case.
Kevin Samuels quite a few times. That's probably why some of the women aren't here today. No, but I often related some of the things that we talk about in here back to, again, in this case, the women out there, because it's not really just about the women. It's more about like
it's the mindset
thinking in this. Yeah. So I used to try to bring that up all the time, because they're basically the only other platforms trying to talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
Can I be? Okay, just make sure that they are the right order. Can I be? Good. You already confirmed Douglas, right?
Yeah, the strength and that's actually why I didn't bring it up too, Elijah. Like Kevin Samuels did a good job formulating questions that hold people accountable to their own, actions and behavior. And so I think that's the strength. I watched the show and I'm using it as like a case study.
Did you already?
And I already confirmed this one.
For how to talk to Globers. So
That's a driveway, man.
George, I confirmed it already.
Okay, George. Okay, thank you.
oh, Elijah, you're hot micing, bro. Or
My bad.
all good. But yeah, like you said, it's not about like, oh, we're just grilling women. It's more of a mindset thing for me specifically, because Miggy talks about the mind virus. Well, it's seeped in not just Globers. it's everywhere, and so I'm seeing the mind virus, especially when I'm watching Fresh and Femme. Like, oh, yeah, that's a Glober right there. So, like, here's a clip. People do this all the time. Oh, there's a bag of evidence. There's mountains. There's so much evidence. Okay, well, why don't you just name one?
So social media
comes from their
deactivation,
childhood. You know what I mean?
drive with him. What else? What do you do?
Just a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. Like I can't even.
If it's so much, why can't you name it?
I don't gotta name shit to you. Thank you. I'm sorry. No. And if I would need to leave, I can.
It just hurts.
And as a matter of fact, I will.
Okay,
if you want me to.
You can. I mean, you can go. I mean.
All right.
I just asked a simple question. I don't.
But the thing
you
is,
said it's a lot of things, and I said, well, if it's a lot of things, you should be able to easily name them.
I did just name a couple.
You only named two.
Oh, she just gave shit, yo. That's a Glober for sure. That's exactly what they do.
Yeah. Not say shit and then go. I just told you. You actually didn't tell me anything. It's on the live stream, but I'll just leave.
Yeah.
Yo, it's the same thing.
Yeah, that's EXO. EXO would have been like, "Oh, you're sprinting from your claim," because that's what they do. You make a claim and then you sprint to. Oh, well, I guess I'll just leave then. Why are you leaving? Support what you just said. That's all we're asking. Is it so you can't support it so much that you're actually about to leave the whole conversation? Come on, dude. You went from there's so much proof, so much evidence to, well, I can't give you any. I'll just leave. Wow. Okay. Crazy. But it's not only that. It's not just the, well, there's a bag of evidence, and I can't even. There's so much I can't even give you one. That's just one of the many parts of the mind viruses that you'll see. We played the one from earlier where people will just throw out terms that they don't understand, and even admit like, oh, well, it's just a word I threw around. So we see that from Globers too. We played the clip from earlier where a girl was like, what's your credibility? That doesn't mean anything to me. That's an example of people who ask questions, don't care about the answer. And is it that same girl who asked about credibility? Claimed to have a master's degree, and she fell for the same mind virus that, well, your opinion is your opinion, my truth is my truth, your truth is your truth. Here you go.
It's very simple. Like, first you asked me for my accolades, I explained it to you. Now you're cutting me off, and I'm telling you that what you said is incorrect. An opinion can be incorrect. Period.
I don't think an opinion can be incorrect because that's what a person's.
If I say the sky's green, that's my opinion. Is it incorrect?
I don't think that's your opinion. That's your viewpoint. What do you mean?
Master's degree, bro. Master's degree.
Yo, Aaron,
I promise you, bro.
Is that your friend, Aaron? This is what. If I say the sky is green,
Yes.
that is objectively wrong.
Best
my
friend.
opinion is incorrect.
That's the best thing right there. Go, girl.
I can't believe that we're even having this conversation.
The
That an
sky's
opinion
green.
could be incorrect.
She never said the sky was green.
I gave an example. She said that.
And then look at the girl in the background, not paying any attention. Well, she never said it was green. Yeah, well, it's an example, you ding dong. Globers do this too, like when they're in here with each other. So just funny when I'm watching the show. That's what I'm doing. I'm like, oh, let me. Yep, that's a Glober right there. We're going to clip that out, and we're going to explain how that behavior, is like, don't let it work on you. This whole like, oh, give me your credibility then. Nah, don't fall for that, because you saw exactly what happened. So. Let's see what else I got.
How do we think that Fresh and Fit went down last night, CB? Good. Did we get a good response from it, do you think? I think it was good conversations later on.
It went better than I expected. Before it all went down, I joined the live stream and I was like, guys, I'm so sorry if this goes off the rails, my bad. I've been hyping it up, so don't shoot the messenger. But actually, it turned out to be pretty great, I thought. So, and it was like the opposite of what I was expecting too, because I thought that this discussion was going to happen on the YouTube, like the actual, but they didn't get into it there at all. At least from the few clips that I tuned in, they weren't talking about it. But that's okay. All the magic spilled over into the Discord. So
I looked into the Discord server, and it was. I mean, what name didn't I recognise? You were in there. Elijah was in there. Mayhem was in there. I couldn't tell it apart from 24/7 unless I looked really closely and found the name I didn't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was a flat Earth takeover. That was fun.
Not only that, it went from, hey, let's just talk about, flat Earth, Fresh and Fit, to, well, we might actually get Dave Weiss on the freaking show.
Yeah.
That was wild.
Yeah. And hey, we've probably heard me speak over the last 48 hours or so about who I think should be representing us. And given a fucking choice, yeah, Dave Weiss can do that. That's fine. I'm glad that this guy didn't speak at all, if not much, about the flat Earth. I didn't listen for too long, but from what I understand, this gentleman didn't speak a lot about it. So I was happy about that. But yeah. If because of the conversation that took place last night, Dave Weiss gets on there, then I think we can all high-five each other, slaps on backs, well done, we've done a good job.
We'll see, man. I told Dave when he was on here last night, he's like, well, maybe if they fly me out, like, nigga, you better fly yourself out.
Yeah, right.
You better go out there. Shoot. But we'll see. We'll see. All we need to do is get Dave Weiss to Miami. So I think we can make that happen.
My robot CB, one question. I don't understand why Dave Weiss has to physically be there. He's better with his computer stuff anyway.
I get that. I get that. I do understand. You're right. He does do a good job from his, his little Zoom call or whatever. But, I don't know. There was something about that live element, I guess. We were talking about that yesterday. But I don't know. It would just be cool to see him live there in the flesh, I guess. I mean, I don't know. They've done an impromptu Zoom call with someone else before who was challenging what was happening at the table. They kind of zoomed him in. But I think typically, like, if they're going to have a guest on, come to the studio. Let's talk about it. They did like a episode on 7-Eleven being a part-time job and Epstein and all this stuff. So they do get into other type of quote-unquote truth topics, if you will.
Well, if they keep insisting that, we'll get him Miami somehow. He'll get his ass down there.
I told him before he left.
I know he wants to
you better get your butt down there.
Anyway.
I actually think that Dave does a much better job when he does have his graphics, and it's more understood by the people who are ignorant to this information. So when he's getting up there and he's showing them what it looks like, in their model, this is something that they have to reckon with at that point. You know, so I think he does better with the utensils. But hey, if he goes there, he can handle his own.
I'm happy with the fact that we've kind of made our presence known on that Discord server. They know us, right? They even came over here last night, a couple of their moderators and people to do with Fresh and Fit. They come and spoke to us. So I'm happy that we've got a foot in the door. Kind of the flat earth thing has been broached. They want to, as they said, strike while the iron's hot. Iron's been hot for 8 years, but welcome to the party, whatever. But ultimately, I'm happy that we, people that I trust, have got our foot in the door, because I was just getting worried that people were going to start appearing on these programs like they have before, like Darren Nesbitt did like 5 years ago on Philip and Holly on Good Morning Britain. These types of people that are making rainbow proves the firmament kind of claims. So yeah, I'm happy that we got to go into that Discord server last night and make our presence known. You know, actual real flat earthers instead of quote unquote people who've got a social media presence. So well done, CB, man. That was my main concern. So I'm glad that at least that's been put to rest for me. At least I know that when people are going to be talking about flat earth in that Discord server, I know that Elijah might be there, or Indio might be there, or yourself, CB, might be there, or anybody else from this Discord server might be there. That's a good thing, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
If I'm still working, I'm sorry I couldn't participate, but it sounds like a job well done by all. So clap yourselves on the back.
Yeah,
I was surprised. I was surprised with how the conversation went. They moderated that server really well. We listened to that moderation really well. The conversations went well. It's a good conversation all round. I think we laid some really good points out. You know, the ones that I'd hoped that flat earthers would talk about. So yeah, I think it was a great conversation. And the fact that they came over here afterwards, and the fact that they might be getting Dave Weiss on the show, it's just a good result. Because this man, 2 minutes into Fresh and Fit, he was talking about being a Christian and everyone being jealous because he was going around fucking lots of women. Brilliant. That's the man that I want representing me. No fucking way.
Not gonna lie, my first impression of Zerka was not so good after the clip we listened to of him on No Jumper. But after the discussion in the VC here sort of dwindled, I went over to listen to the last segment of Fresh and Fit from last night. Bro, Zerka is so funny, like class clown type of funny. Like he doesn't represent me or you or anyone here, but dude's got jokes, boy. And they ended up having to jump off YouTube and go to Rumble because they were getting into stuff that we can't even talk about here. And bro, it was really funny. Like he was roasting girls on freaking the Juicy Juice and all types of stuff. So it was really funny. So I mean, I can drop a link to the Rumble or whatever. Maybe people can watch that. But yeah, it was all over the place, and it didn't get into Flat Earth specifically. But I'm glad that we sort of took things into our own hands. I thought it was really fun in the YouTube alone, just when there was like 600, 700, 800, 900, 1,000 people in the chat, everybody's going back and forth about Flat Earth. And that ended up spilling over into the Discord.
John Zerka guy, sorry, but you talking about this John Zerka guy? Am I robot?
Yeah, John.
I watched his modern day debate performance, and he's not the best representative, to understate it. That's all I can say.
Yeah.
He doesn't know the points to highlight. He doesn't focus the argument. His sword isn't sharpened. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. Bro's wearing a lot of hats. You know what I mean? So, yeah. I did see that towards the end of the After Hours show with the girls, somebody sent in a super chat about the moon landing. Do the people on the panel think the moon landing's fake? And if the Earth is a globe? And they were like, nope, next question. Not on this show. Wow. Well, I think it was they were really trying to wrap up the show. It was like towards the very end, and the two girls that were just I don't know. They're just to argue. They were like, no. We're going to move on. If we're going to talk about that, it'll be its own show. That was kind of the gist of what I heard. I mean, that's a bombshell question right there.
It's going to be interesting to see how these, I'll say, two communities are going to kind of come together. It's interesting, right? The things that Fresh and Fit talk about, and this are kind of truth. I mean, they've got their perspective and their type of truth, and yeah, we kind of watched our programs and we're entertained by it. That's cool, but it's going to be interesting to see what happens over the next few weeks and months, because they're going to be talking about Flat Earth a bit more, and they seem to be getting super chats regarding that type of thing as well. So it's going to be more apparent to people that are watching it. We're going to get more people in here. We're going to have more conversations over there, but that's also going to attract a lot of flies to the shit. So don't think that we're not going to be followed over there as well. We might see people like, I don't know, Zanuck at some point, right?
Yeah, I need that. Because again, and God rest his soul. When I guess I was a Kevin Samuels fan, and so that's how I found out about Fresh and Fit. And the reason I haven't watched their show fully is because I'm a loyal person. If I find like one particular thing in a particular kind of group or section, like I kind of stick with that. I don't share my time to like this. I have like 2 or 3 Discords that I go to, and that's it, because my mind can't handle much more than that on a regular basis. But when I started watching Kevin Samuels, everything that he was doing, I was like, bro, everything that you're saying right now, if you just apply that to Earth, like you would get it. Like I wished I would always say, God damn it, he has everything he needs to wake up. Somebody just needs to tell him to apply this same logic to the globe.
Yep.
And I've been thinking that for fucking, I don't know how many months. So this is like, as far as like the quote unquote red pill community, this is as close to Flat Earth as it's ever got, I think. Other than going to the Killer Priest podcast and Flat Earth Dave being on there, me being on there, it's like this is an even bigger venue where it's like these guys are talking about logic all the time. And it's like there's no reason that the biggest topic right now shouldn't be had on that platform. Sorry for the win.
No, you're good, bro. You're good. And I think that's the beauty. Like, Kevin had a skill in asking questions. He didn't have to say a whole lot. It's just simply asking questions and then holding people accountable to the things that they say. And that's the beauty. That's what we do here too. That's what Fresh and Fit is good at. They'll ask questions. Oh, you want this? Okay, so how are you going to get that? Type of thing. So we do that here too. Miggy's 3 points, for example. Oh, you believe this, this, and this? Why? Oh, you don't know why? Oh, well, we're going to hold you accountable to that from this point moving forward. They ask the girls on the panel all the time, name 3 countries, right? And at the end of the panel from last night, there was a couple girls who couldn't answer. And, they wanted to chime in. Oh, well, something, but, and they were like, well, dude, you couldn't even name 3 countries, let alone 3 cities. So it's like, yeah, people put themselves in a box and then you just keep them there. You know what I mean? So, yeah, it's all about the questions. This is high level. If anyone's out there that's into combat sports, boxing, MMA, you'll learn that there's a beginner level of striking where you just throw punches, 1, 2, and then the next level up, once you get more advanced, you learn how to set traps. That doesn't necessarily involve you throwing a punch at all. Sometimes it's called feinting, where you get people to react to something you do and then you capitalize on their mistake. And Mayweather is good at this. Floyd Mayweather. He's not the biggest, most strongest guy, but he's very smart. He knows how to put people into traps and then capitalize. And so that's when you learn how to jump on the mic and debate your points or whatever, think of it like that. You don't have to just throw 1s and 2s, punches. You need to set traps. And that's what Kevin Samuels is very good at. Fresh and Fit, they're very good at that. Miggy, people here, we're very good at that. So that's what I've been doing, is honing my skills. That's when I'm watching Fresh and Fit, that's what I'm trying to do. Hone my skills on how to ask better questions.
Bravo, brother.
Just very quickly, because I've got to bounce out. I'm half getting changed and shit at the moment, but I really just wanted to pop in and say well done to everyone who got involved in that fresh and fit last night. CB, Elijah, everybody who came over to the Discord server as well. You represented this server and yourselves phenomenally. So I, for one, am really proud of you and associated by the server as well. So well done, everyone. You put my mind at rest anyway, so I do appreciate that. But anyway, guys, Man's got, and Patsy as well. Well done for jumping in as well. You need to sort your mic out. If you could shout a bit more, then I'd really appreciate that. It's not that we're trying to ignore you. You just come through really quiet sometimes.
Shout out to Jedi. Being a leader comes natural to you. So we appreciate you too, brother.
Yeah, no worries. Right, I've got to bounce, guys. Love you all. See you later. Take care. Bye.
Ta-ta.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, I mean, something I wrote, I have a notes section where I talk about stuff like this. So when I'm watching the show, I'll write down some stuff like, oh, maybe I can work on this idea a little bit more. So last night, I wrote down, they'll call out some girls for saying, they'll say that they have a lazy burden of performance, or they don't have a burden of performance okay, let me just rephrase this. The burden of performance on women is low. So, in terms of dating, right? So say like Jenny, say you wanted to go smash somebody tonight.
Oh,
you probably, not to sound vulgar.
Yeah.
I'd say my burden of performance would probably, if I wanted to achieve the same thing, my burden of performance would probably be a little bit higher. I'd probably need to be a bit funny and maybe charismatic, might need some money, the type of thing. But for you, not just, this is just inherent, nothing to do with your character or anything.
Yeah.
But it would be inherently easier for you to achieve that. And so the burden for your performance just is not as high as mine it was. So it got me thinking, the burden of performance on Globers, they don't feel like they have any burden to perform.
That's awesome. I love this train of thought you're on. I love it. I think it's very relevant. Sweet.
Well, so the male equivalent is like some lazy Cheeto eating dude in the basement who's like, nah, I don't need to perform. I'm still gonna get bad B. I still deserve a bad B.
Okay, it's not just the Cheeto eaters, though. You know what I'm saying?
But it's not about just feeling like you deserve things. You have to perform to achieve what you want. And so Globers, I feel like they're like the lazy Cheeto eating. They still feel confident, like they deserve their claims to be true, and they deserve, to be right. But they haven't really done anything to be right. Oh, well, the experts have proved it for me. I don't need to do anything. And so the burden for a flat earther seems to be much higher. Go ahead.
Okay, nothing's free though. For the woman.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to tie it into flat Earth, really.
Well, no, I want to tie that also into what you were saying. So, if you can't show up, you need to find something else to do. I don't know. I just see you guys. I mean, for the listening audience, it's a good experience, but for some people, you guys all know this already. Some people just don't want to know, and for some reason feel driven to just, be a Cheeto eating person in the basement, a keyboard warrior, and come up with flimsy excuses left and right, and which causes us to still be here 6 years later, right? So appreciate all what you come up with, CB. That I love that. You should definitely build upon that one.
We'll just notice how
there ain't nothing. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, notice how they'll apply a bunch of rigor to you. Oh, well, do you have measurements for that? But they're not going to apply that same amount of rigor to their current worldview.
It's settled science.
They're the lazy person feeling confident, unjustifiably. Yeah.
Yeah, because for a woman, they're operating under the social constructs laid out. I mean, they're changing and whatnot, but so yeah, the same would have to go. Yeah. You have to follow logic and, not fallacies or theories based on theories based on theories. I mean, come on, man. Like what I was going on and on about last night, the fucking shoe. How could people not see that? It's right there. It's in a museum. That should tell you something. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't for other people, but it does to me. What do you say, CB?
Well, I think you said it earlier perfectly that some people don't, they just don't want to hear it. They don't want to know. Even if you present them with the evidence, they're going to turn away. So it's like there are people that they just don't simply, they're not here for that. They're not.
Right. Right. And you guys are pretty good at discerning those individuals. I mean, you can kind of almost tell soon after conversing with someone. I mean, versus someone who's asking questions and being intellectually honest to say, you know what? I never put my attention to that. I don't know the answer. You know, people don't realize that it's a belief in scientism. Neil deGrasse Tyson is a priest of scientism. In our friendly neighborhood, what's the other dude's name? Bill Nye the Science Guy. Woo. Shout out to Bill Nye, who thinks we're so big, can't see the curvature, but we can see ships go over the horizon. Thumbs up, yeah. But that's what people believe. This is such a concern. The level of what we'll believe versus what we can observe for ourselves, which I hope to do this summer, God willing. Yes. After all these years, hopefully my ass will be on a boat this summer.
Well, see, there you go. More privileged. I'm just kidding. I'm doing a joke, but
I'm crossing my fingers.
They'll joke about how girls can get on boats easy. So this kind of goes back to the whole like lazy Cheeto eating, like.
You know what? You know what that makes me think of is, I guess it was seen as stirring the pot, but back in the day when we had Dandelion, and we did Ladies' Night, I remember, if you haven't done an observation for yourself, can you actually call yourself a flat earther, or would you have to take the standpoint of it's just not a ball? And I that wasn't like well received as I had hoped. Maybe it was my delivery. But seriously, I mean, for me to, if I was challenged, I'd be like, hey man, it just doesn't seem like a ball. Other than that, everybody says that it's observably and measurably flat, those that have taken the time to do it, including the military. So there's that. Does that sound outrageous to say that? You know?
I think there's probably some truth to that, you know, because I did my test in 2021, but I was already FE before that. So at least I can say that, yeah, I have done something. And I think a lot of people can't say that. So I don't think that makes you not, if you do, you don't have to leave or go anywhere to understand things. You know, globalists have that. I think they have that issue. They feel like they need to go somewhere else to get proof. Well, get in a rocket. Well, that wouldn't give you the proof you're looking for anyway. Well, go to space. Well, that's not a place you can go to. So we understand that you don't have to go anywhere. But I think it is important that you should go at some point, check, because there are places on Earth that you can go to check things.
I think that what you just said opens a larger conversation for me. Like, did we really go to the moon? You know, it's like WTF. Yeah, so absolutely. I think, you know, people have been rigorously talking about it, at least in my opinion, for the last 5 decades about it. So if there was anything substantial that should convince us that that happened, I don't think we'd be still talking about it. Mm-hmm. Everybody would just be like so excited for Mars and shit.
Yeah. The guy with the rocket ship, that was pretty funny. That was
classic.
I was thinking like someone should ask that guy, but not me. But like, look, you're gonna spend as much money, like you could do it on a shoestring, but let's say you got up as high as NASA's claiming they are. What are you gonna have in the end result of that? The same thing we have now. It can't be proven.
Right. But we can say it's just not a globe. We absolutely can say it's just not a globe.
Yeah, but here on the surface, we can say that. But they're trying to say, oh, there's still these people out there that think, oh, you just got to go up in the sky. No.
Well, it's just not a
If it was a
globe.
globe, that wouldn't prove it anyway.
Well, wait, it can't be a bigger globe, though. It can't be a bigger globe.
No, but
All
even
the
still,
math wouldn't work out.
even on the globe, they claim going up in an airplane wouldn't help you see curvature. So they're dumb anyway for saying just go up. Like,
Oh, you know what? That reminds me. My baby sister, who's a college graduate and has she's a paraprofessional, and so her thing is math. And I asked her. She recently got married, so I got to revisit this like in a couple weeks because she's going on a delayed honeymoon. But anyway, so I asked her, "Can we sit down?" And I'm sure you can figure it out faster than me. Like doing it by hand, showing your motherfucking work. Calculating for alleged curvature, I mean, so I have 2 goals this summer for ladder, so hopefully those will go forward because I just don't know if people can trust a calculator, an online calculator.
Well, Sonny, I wanted to say this too because the whole idea of like, well, just get a rocket, bro. It's not in good faith because they believe that it's already been done. One. And they believe, they believe that footage. And so they're saying like, oh, well, we have to put our own camera because we can't trust anyone else's. Like, no, dude, you don't believe that. I was going to talk about that as well. That's one thing I wrote down in my fresh and flat notes is that people love to say things that sound good on paper, but they don't mean it or they don't stand by what they're saying. So him saying, well, we all just need to get in a rocket. He doesn't believe that. He's just saying that discredit anything that's already been done. People have already sent rockets up. People have already sent cameras up. So
yeah, and Dwayne Kellum is my favorite. And it just oddly, it looks flat from 120,000 feet, I think it is. Memory serves me correct. I could be wrong, but yeah, at that height, you should expect to see something of significance, I would think. But what do I know?
Not based on the math. Not based on the math, from what I've learned.
Right.
You'd have to be like 1,400 miles away from the surface to see any type of deviation. So being in a plane or, freaking GoPro on an air balloon, that's not going to help you see anything. But yeah, Sonny, it's just funny, dude. That was their heavy hitting shit right there, huh? Get in a rocket. And the other guy was like, well, if I'm wrong, then we're both wrong. No. We're not going to do this crabs in a bucket mentality where we can't all be right.
Oh gosh, I know that's your term of the month. Crabs in a bucket.
And I was I was hoping that somebody would point out to the guy, but the moderator wasn't really giving a lot of people a chance at that point, and kept interrupting. But yeah, you go up to space. You go up to here's the question. How is it that these people, just regular, normal people, I mean, maybe they have conversations and so forth, and a lot of them, but how is a normal person just go with going up into the sky as well when we're talking about the surface? It's not just here, and that not just the anti-flat earthers or the regular globers, they all kind of have that, but even just the regular people, when you bring it to them, they say the same thing. Go up into the sky to check the surface. I don't know, man.
It's stupid. Yeah, there's so many things wrong with that. Number one, they're conditioned to get this quote unquote selfie point of view of the earth. So they think that some flat earth would be, selfieable from this outside area. That's the wrong, they've got the wrong idea there to start with. And then two, it's like when you go to the shoe store, if you go to the mall and you need some new shoes, they don't, like, if you're like, well, don't measure my foot directly. Why don't you just check security cameras when I walked in? Like, that's not how you measure things.
Oh,
like
wow.
going away from the thing you want to measure.
I love that.
That's a good analogy to bring up when
yes, that is amazing. I love that, bro.
They'll stop them in their tracks, pretty much. Okay, well, that's what you're saying, or that's why I like the hardware store thing. Because nobody does that in real life anywhere else but in this topic. Like, you don't go into the hardware store and say, look, I'm measuring my floor. I need you to come over and measure the ceiling lamp.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to bring up your Sonny's infinite toolbox fallacy. Like when you go to the hardware store and you feel like you need to buy every tool in there to start your job, because that's what they're doing with the rocket thing. They feel like they need special tools.
Yeah, that's related. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, honestly, that's why I like to take them in their mind to the hardware store. Okay, let's go ask the representative. You're putting in some tiles. You're going to buy the tiles, but you need to know how big the floor is in area. So ask the attendant there at the hardware store, yeah, I'm measuring my floor for this tile, but we need to go up to the ceiling and measure this ceiling lamp here, the ceiling light, and they'll look at you like, what the hell are you talking about? We actually measure the floor when we're measuring the floor. Where do you come up with that?
Yeah, I do like that analogy. It's like you go to the guy at the counter, like, hey, look, I'm looking to build a floor, and he's like, okay, well, what is your? Can you got some measurements for me? He's like, well, I've got the roof calculations. What?
Like, what?
So what are you installing again? Oh, the floor. Okay, so you have the roof measurement. Like, what's the roof got to do with anything? Oh, well, that's how you know how the floor is. It's like,
yeah.
Come on, guys.
Come on, man.
You don't do that when you're like looking at a blade of grass, do you? Like, okay, you're gonna be studying like grass or some kind of plant. So you look up into the sky to determine what the plant is. Crazy.
Well, I have a clip. I don't know if I can play it, but it was a gentleman who talked about how much he spent on his first. He bought a house and then he spent a lot of money on building the foundation. He said he was talking about how much it cost him and then how many days. So the total project of building the house was 77 days. He said, and the foundation itself took like 38 of those days. He was saying like a large majority of the time was spent building the foundation. So this is analogous to what we do here. We spend time building a foundation, and then we want to build upon that foundation. What do Globers do? They start building the house with shingles first, and start stapling shingles to each other. Okay, now we've got our shingles. Let's put an attic up underneath that. Okay, now we'll build the second floor. Okay, now we'll build the first floor. But where are you going to connect that? You need a foundation to put that house. So they're working backwards from assumptions while we build upon a foundation. It's very meticulous and it takes a long time. But it's the right thing to do. I don't think I can play the clip, but I'll try to throw it
in. Just quickly to interject, creation. Check your DMs for more specifics about the case, and I'm gonna have to leave VC. I'll be back later on. Glad to be here, guys.
Cool. Yeah, glad to have you. Come back anytime.
Thank you.
All right, sorry, I just had to address something in the chat. So, other thing from my notes, well, I've only got a couple bullet points here, but how people love to say things that sound good on paper, but they don't mean it or they don't stand by it. So we just talked about that. And then the other thing is having a hard time defining, well, in the red pill spaces, they'll talk about terms like a high value male. So people have a hard time defining what that is. But I think to make that analogous, people have a hard time defining, say, what an expert is, what a scientist is. So people like claim, there's experts, they have the information. Define an expert. Why don't you, first of all, let's get clear. What do you mean by expert? Oh, well, someone who dedicated their life. So does that make you an expert? So just that was something else I just noticed, that people will have a hard time defining terms. The other thing is like asking questions, but not really wanting an answer. You'll see this in VC and chat. I mean, people in the chat will say, "How does this work?" Well, it works because this. It's like, wait, you didn't. Why did you even ask if you weren't looking for the answer? Another question, this came up from last night. If you knew you had a boxing match coming up against someone who you know has been fighting for years, and you've only sparred one time, who do you expect to win? Obviously, everyone knows the answer. But if you were to swap that out for a globe flat earth dynamic, who's who? We've had the boxing match for years. This is their first time sparring, but they still expect to win, don't they? So, I said this in one of my songs. They joined the server to debate, but this is Dancing with the Stars. If I don't watch a lot of TV, but I'm familiar with this show called Dancing with the Stars. They bring on these like D-list actors, C-list actors. They pair them up with a trained person who knows how to dance. And the trainer teaches them the moves. And then they go on and perform. It's not the other way around. The D-list actor isn't teaching the trained dancer how to dance. So when someone comes to this forum, and this is their first time talking to a flat earther about flat earth, they ain't about to lead the dance. That's your job. So they're trying to have a boxing match with a trained boxer, and this is their first time putting gloves on. Mm-hmm. It's just a weird mentality that they have. They actually think they're going to win. And then the last thing I had was the burden of performance. So like a lazy globe earther can still feel confident in his basement believing in something when he's done zero work to get there. It's the lazy Cheeto-eating dude in his basement who says he deserves a bad B. You don't deserve a bad B. You haven't done anything. You don't deserve these claims to be true, Clover. You haven't done anything to prove that they're true. So the burden of performance is often very high for you as a flat earther. You have to present evidence, measurements, so on to back up your claims. You define something. The burden is very high, but look at the globers. They don't hold the same burden. When they should. I'm calling it out. Like, don't let them think that they can just be some lazy Cheeto dust chest covered glober deserving of these claims to be true when they've not proven them to be true. Yeah, right. Cut the shit. That's the exact picture I was thinking of. So AI says, I'm building these backwards too. Yeah, this reminds me. There's an old saying, measure twice, cut once. What do globers do? Measure never and just start cutting. They calculate and cut. Yeah, and ask AI how that would work out for them. Let's see what else I got for y'all. Yeah. Okay, I've got something else. So before we even did this fresh and fit stuff, there were some people that were like, nah, that's stupid. Everyone over there is dumb. You know what I mean? Don't fall for that trap. What you're saying is exactly how people That's exactly what people say about flat earthers and flat earth. Don't go over there. They're all stupid, not worth your time. There were people saying that about this fresh and fit situation. And I just want to point out that I'm kind of doing a little dance because not only was that wrong, it was like quite the opposite. There was a lot of people involved there that were already flat earthers. So, and now we're talking about maybe having Dave Weiss go on the damn show. So, suck it out there for anyone out there that was hating, bro. I just wanted to say that. But just don't fall for that idea that you can paint a picture, especially over a large swath of people. What is it? 30,000 people on our server? Okay, so 30,000 people watch Fresh and Fit live. They probably ain't all one way. And we saw that live when we went into the chat. It wasn't all pro globe. There was plenty of people that were not with that. Moderators included, Wrenches, Flat Earthers already, producer of the show, Flat Earther. So just be careful. Don't fall for that trap of like, nah, everyone over there is stupid. No, because that's what they say about us. Go ahead.
What did you say, Eli?
Yeah, it's awesome because I mean that's what I actually expected when I went out into the world, thinking, oh shit, the Earth might. I didn't expect for everybody to, just I didn't expect them to just respond in that way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you're the blood of, like I'd never experienced that before.
Yeah.
So, okay. Sorry, having two conversations at the same time. So
Like
it's like when you go into the live stream, if you go to the live stream, it's like let me take her out of my head. Anyway, whatever she said. Yeah, you would think that because people are thinking just like us, like when I saw the information from watching Joe Rogan, and then watching Eddie Bravo on there, all he had to do was get me curious. All he said was the moon landing, the fake, this, that, and the third.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't immediately jump to, oh, that's bullshit. I was like, huh, what's he saying? Okay, well, let's look into this. All right, whatever. Like, what else was I going to do? There's nothing else. And I'm glad, because I thought, yo, if the whole red pill community, and then teetering on bigotrous territory, bigotrous, that's one word I'm using. I'm like, yo, somebody in the red pill community with all this fucking logic has to fucking know that the earth is flat. And now it's happening. We're seeing that, yes, even them, like not all of them, but like you said, when you went into the Discord, there like people wrenched up for Flat Earth, the producer of the show. So it's like it's getting out there, and if people aren't willing to like accept it, they're at least listening. They're not like, oh no. So it's like the biggest and the best tool that I've had to date is telling people, we want to be labeled the bigot now. Like that shit works. Like, because then they gotta slow down and listen to what you're saying. So I think that's our biggest tool to. Oh, you guys, you always. As soon as they say some shit like that, you gotta disengage that spirit within them.
Yeah.
Because it's not right.
Yep. Yeah, and not to put anybody on the spot. I won't name names, I guess, but there was people in our Discord that were saying that, oh no, I'm going to cast judgment on all these people. It's like, dude, you don't realize you're doing the exact same thing that people do to us. And we know they're wrong for doing it, so don't fall for that.
Yeah.
Just like Colin Oates said.
What did they say?
Don't fall for that.
Oh, I can't fall for that.
Hey Jenny. Just on a side thought, you had mentioned the Titanic yesterday, and so
Yeah.
I put the wreck of the Titan, which Eli actually mentioned as well.
Yeah.
It's in the live stream voice text. It was actually a book written in 1898 called called Futility, about the Titan. Anyway, I digress. So,
Interesting.
No thanks.
what I was going to mention about the current conversation is, as this thing gets out further and further, we kind of had a good representation of that yesterday at this fit whatever it is. It was awesome. It was awesome yesterday. Anyway, but so now we have like people that are, like the producer of the show apparently, and a lot of the wrenches are all flat Earth. So as we go out and do this, we're going to find, I think, in even places that we're not aware of, there's flat earthers working behind the scenes, doing the same thing kind of we are, and they don't even know about us. So connecting the dots is really freaking exciting, because I think truly we do have here in this server we're striving to become, like, talk about sharpening our steel,
That is
right?
such an excellent point. Oh my God. All the guys they're already good at. Like, they're literally us, just didn't know about us. Like, oh my God, that's so amazing.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So connecting these dots, I think, is kind of crucial. And now I think a lot of us are seeing the bigger picture, like where I didn't see it. Like, wow, I had no idea that there was these other medias that are happening. I mean, we all know it, but when you actually see it right up front in your face, you go like, oh, well, there they are. Like,
yeah, right.
Why didn't they know about us, and why didn't I know about them? So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, man. I'm glad that this intersection, has manifested. I've been talking about it, so it's just cool to see that it actually happened. And it's like so interesting, because there are some we're not too far from each other. Red pill, we drop some red pills, so they get into some truth stuff. Well, we get into truth too. So we may not be, parked next to each other on the same street, but like we're on the same block.
The Palladian ratio. Oh yeah, you're probably working at AI, but let's read the definition of bigotry real quick. Once again, from who is this from? American Heritage Dictionary of the English Language, 5th edition, says bigotry, a noun, number 1, the attitude, state of mind, or behavior characteristic of a bigot. Intolerance. Number 2, the character or mode of thought of a bigot, obstinate and unreasonable attachment to a particular creed, opinion, practice, ritual, or party organization, excessive zeal or warmth in favor of a party, sect, or opinion, intolerance of the opinions of others. Boom.
It's pretty spot on.
So it's the biggest. It's the best word God gave me to date.
It's a great freaking word, man.
Honestly, it really encompasses, because you can't spend 5 minutes crying about someone's behavior. It's hard. Like, we've tried, like, oh, you're doing this. Why are you doing that? That instead, it's like, yeah, kind of looking like a bigot right now. It's so easy, because all you want to do is get people to stop labeling you while you're in the middle of the conversation with them. That's literally the first step.
Yeah, that makes sense, because they are sticking to this with a zealotry of, intolerance and a particular sticking to their side no matter what is brought up is very and so I think the word, because I may have even had a misplaced idea of what the definition of that word was. A lot of people think of it in terms of race, or those kind of ideas and opinions, right? So it's
That's the underlying like racism is a subset of bigotry.
Yes, and I think most people have put it into this category of only race, when actually they could be having bigoted thoughts about all sorts of different topics and not even realize it. But when it's pointed out, I think it's important that we point out what the word actually means, because I think people have a misunderstanding of what it means.
Eli, I wanted to capitalize on something you said. They're trying to label you mid-conversation. This is something I was saying in the chat yesterday, is that FE talks about the information. Globe Earthers talk about flat Earthers.
Yeah, that's pretty sus.
That's why they're trying to label you mid-conversation instead of actually just addressing the topic that's, mid-convo.
Look at that guy earlier. Like he was on a script for a minute. The guy that came, like there was two guys, Silver whatever the fuck, and then the other guy. But the one with like the blue icon, like he really wasn't trying to hear it. Remember when we let him actually go? Like he just dropped all the bombs. He went from how did it start? He said that the earth can't be flat because there's this and pictures and the blah, blah, and then he started like piling it on and flat earth is stupid. And I was like, fam, don't go there. You're teetering. Don't do it. Just be an individual who can think for himself.
What's up, bro? I was just at the pier talking to somebody about flat earth. There's two construction workers who came out to the pier to look at the water. And they're talking amongst themselves. I thought you were done, Elijah. I'm sorry. You still talking?
No, my bad. As soon as you said that, I got the spirit. I looked over and I had said the earth is flat. Somebody looked up. My bad. That's supposed to be.
Oh, no, okay. So they're out there and they're looking at the water. So the moon is in the sky. So, I say, that's interesting. I engage in a conversation. I'm like, but the moon is in the sky and it's only partially lit. I thought the sun lights the moon. And I'm like, the sun is right there. I mean, it's right there. Why isn't the whole moon lit? That's interesting, right? So one of the guys started to go in and start to explain. He said, well, no, that's because where the earth is blocking creating a shadow. Oh, and, I'm like, I think that's when an eclipse is happening. That's what they say. And he says, well, how would you know? I'm like, let's just say I do. Just let's say I do know. He was like, nah, but because it's at an angle and the sun is so far away. I'm like, yeah, it's 93 million miles, they say. And he said, no. And I'm like, but I'm just saying that's what they say. And he was like, so it's so much further away than the moon. And so because it's so high, it's only lighting a part of it. And I'm like, well, it seems to be pretty close to it. And, I'm like, as a matter of fact, isn't the moon supposed to be on the other side of the earth right now? And it was like, it is. I'm like, but we're looking at it right there. It's nighttime on the other side. Shouldn't they have the moon? Isn't it their turn for the moon? And so the guy was like, oh, you guys, you must be one of those flat earthers. And, you got to listen to Neil deGrasse Tyson. And I'm like, suppose I do listen to Neil deGrasse Tyson. I'm like, but how would that explain that the light source of the moon is supposed to be the sun, and the sun is so close to the moon right now, but it's barely lit at all. You can barely see it. It should be bright as the sun almost. It should be like almost two suns up there. And he says, you don't understand, it's the angle. It's so far away. And so, we started to go into now, so, but let's give that. Let's say you're right. You do realize that all this water we're looking at, none of it is curving, right? I'm like, you can look almost to the Hudson River from where we're standing. And all of that water is flat and straight. And he was like, no, we're curved. But look, I got to go. I'm just on lunch. And he just took off. And I just thought that was interesting because he knew of the conversation. He knew of the topic. It was not unfamiliar to him. And he is just your regular, grinding it out worker like, a lot of folks are. Right. And so this topic is really starting to permeate throughout regular society where you can speak to somebody and they automatically know something of it. They've heard of it now.
I find it funny. It sounded like bro was trying to convince himself and you at the same time.
Yeah, see, that brings me right back to it brings you. I'm sorry, Eli, but it brings me right back to why I think people aren't aware of like what the surface consequences are because they haven't been given the metric. So we're very familiar with the metric, the ratio of how much drop, but they're not. So I think the next step when somebody says rocket, you got to take them back to the surface and say, here's why it's important at the surface, because they don't know that in 5 miles, 16.67 feet of drop is quite a bit, and that's easily visible to anybody with a Kmart freaking binoculars. You could get the cheapest binoculars. Anybody could see that 16 feet of drop in 5 miles. So I like using that. But yeah.
Well, what Max described there is this freaking BYOB attitude that these goofballs have. What the hell's going on, dude? Like, we're all supposed to, if flat earthers are so crazy, we're supposed to drop this flat earth and get back on the globe. Not like, so I don't wonder where these guys get this idea that they can just bring their own idea of a globe. Well, there's angles and blah, blah, blah. No, dude, you don't just get to make shit up. So I'm sorry. This BYOB, bring your own ball. Hell no. Sorry.
That's hilarious. Bring your own ball.
Bring your own ball.
That's what I was telling the guy earlier. He was like, well, my thought is some shit like that. And I was like, no, fam. Like, listen, no. The dimensions we're talking about have consequences. Like the specific consequences that tie to all of the other subsequent information. And that's the thing they don't get. They're into the imagery and they think that, and they've came to their own conclusions, so that's how they work it out. And it's like, only thing that I do know, because we think that, we're not up against something. Whatever that something is, the only reason that people think this way in 2023 is because whoever owns the media is allowing for certain information to get out, let's say. I'm not even going to say that there are just a whole bunch of people on YouTube that are frauds. I'm going to say the people that are just that dumb are the only ones who've been given a mouthpiece. However way you want to choose to look at it. The bottom line is people who wanted to look into this, like, all right, I got a little vacation, I got a little moment. Like, during that entire time, they didn't know we existed. We didn't know that Fresh and Fit existed, at least this Discord where there's like some flat earthers in there. Like, none of us know that any of us exist. But what they do know is that flat earthers are dumb because of XYZ list. And that's through no experience. That's through no real world information. That's just through arguments that are only proving a reification. Right. Nothing practical. I mean, I think people have just seen that and went, all right, I guess flat earth was dumb or whatever. I'm going to go back to what I was doing. And here we are 5 years later.
Yeah, here's what the guy said. He said, flat earth guys, you guys don't know math. You don't know science. And I'm like, let's say we do. He's like, well, what is science? And I'm like, science is a method. And before I even finished, he started rambling on and monologuing about something else, right? So, again, to me, it was just curious that it's permeating to the point where average Joes is looking at the information and trying to process it now and come to terms. And as long as, you guys and we're out here, we're doing our jobs, we're dropping the little gems, we're pushing the envelope a little bit, it's going to make people realize that, they're right. So salute to all you guys who do what you do, who go to the other servers, who jump on Fresh and Fit, who challenge other people in other places, who speak to people in the street and at their work and their family. Salute to all of that, because it is starting to have an impact on a bigger scale than I think people realize.
Yeah, man. I mean, I'm slightly reinvigorated for other reasons, but it is fun. Like this whole Fresh and Flat situation has been a blast, and yeah, I'm glad that it has kind of it's come to fruition in a way that I didn't expect, because I know it's not necessarily, you know, I'm not sending people over there to like go collect truth bombs or whatever. You know what I mean? Feel like I'm the one weeding through, you know, a haystack to find a few needles, and I'm happy to bring them out for people here. But you're right. There's a lot of things going on. Just going to read a message from the admin room who said, we have enough power now to get the attention of anyone we want. And I mean, this is a great start. Well, we've already done the work. This is just another step, but to push things forward. But yeah, man, to see Dave Weiss on Fresh and Fit, that would be crazy. Especially that it all stemmed from here.
Yeah, you're there, Paul. We hear you.
How's it going, fellas?
Hey, what's going on, Paul?
Hey, how's it going?
So, if there's a lull in the chat right now, I'd like to run something by you guys.
Go for it.
After yesterday's kind of what I considered a success with the Fresh and Fit crew, I had this idea of, so my girl is always showing me these flat Earth TikToks, and they're usually horrible, right? So I told her to show me how this works, and I was going to create an account, and I was going to call it 24/7 Flat Earth, and I want to take short 3-minute clips of good conversations we have on here and post them on TikTok. And I was wondering if you guys have any issue with that.
No, we've been meaning to do that.
I want to ask, but I'd be more than happy to take that on if if you guys want me to, that is. And I'm not going to do anything to disrespect this channel or make any, you know, I'm going to keep it the rules that we have here that have been put in place by the moderators and things. I'm not going to, you know, misrepresent in any way. I'm not going to make any of my own content. It's just going to be clips of conversations from the 24/7 live YouTube feed that I'm going to screen record and then upload to the TikTok.
This is the only one, man. We've been asking for exactly that, and it seems like more and more people, like, you know, Simpcord, please forgive me, because there are a ton of people that actually do hit me up and say, hey, I can do this, hey, I can do that, and I'm not the best person at following up with people, which I obviously got to change, but for sure, you could do that, man. We would appreciate you doing that, man. We would want nothing more. I know what you're saying about TikTok, and that's my point. Like, most people who do have critical thinking skills, they've met some of those points online first. And they're like, yeah, no. They haven't heard us. They haven't heard this. There's a few places that operate like this. And it's like, man, if this gets out, it's already spreading like wildfire, but we need to get the big wigs. You know what I'm saying? Like, Joe Rogan, you're not a big podcast anymore because everybody knows that you've been hiding from Flat Earth for how many years now? Yeah, he could hide for a while, but once the internet is like, no, actually, with the real information, it's kind of clip for the globe. How is he going to not speak about it?
Exactly. And
hey, and if anybody has any, I know you guys record a lot and take stuff and you re-air it here, but if any of you have short, I think it has to be under 3-minute clips that you want to send me, that you want me to put up, once I get it up and running, I'll start putting those up too. If you guys already have stuff.
Let me address that real quick.
Sure.
Because what Elijah said is true. We have been needing somebody to go and do the TikToks and the shorts and the YouTube shorts and all that stuff. We definitely need that. So if you're in for it, we do have other people that are doing heavy lifting, like making clips. So I did link in the server, the live stream chat, My server is called Creation Bears Den. We've been storing clips over there like crazy. Clipcord, baked goods. So join that. Click that link.
So I can just screen record from your channel and
you
put
can
it up on
just
TikTok.
straight save the clip, bro. Like if you're on your computer, right click, save video. Clipcord has already he's got a ton of clips over there. So join that server, join that link I sent you, and you'll see clips for days, and we're still filling them up. So yeah, you can use those, and then of course if something happens, you can record it.
Sure, I'm new to TikTok. I don't really know. I don't have an account, so I don't know how it all works. So it's going to be a slow process of me figuring all that out and figuring out how to upload stuff. But I'm going to try, man. I got time, and I think it's beneficial. So I'll do my best, and I'll let you keep you guys updated with what heck goes on.
Yeah, Baked Good put his channel in there as well, so you've got tons of access.
So
to
what
clips.
we need beyond that is a lot of time the clips are mostly audio, and sometimes they have on-screen visuals that are pertinent. But the best way to do it is to clip out the visuals, find out the originals, put them raw into your TikTok, and overlay the audio. Now, there's definitely people in here that are technical enough to help you with that. The reason I'm saying that is because when people are watching a TikTok, they don't want to be looking at a miniature picture that they can't read the text of. You know, they need a bigger image that they can follow along. So let's say it's the Black Swan, right? And someone's making an argument and they talk about 3 pieces of information. You need to have those 3 pieces of information fully blown up so the person can see it. And then when they transition, you put the next piece of information. When they transition, you put the next piece of information. And then it's one cohesive package, audio, visual.
Okay.
Look at
AI.
Like I said,
man. Like I said, I'm not that.
There's plenty of guys in here. Don't matter. There's plenty of guys in here that will spend their time investing in you because you're willing to spend your time as well. And you guys are going to be co-investors into that venture.
Okay. Cool. I just wanted to run it by you guys because I didn't want to do anything outside of this that you guys wouldn't approve of. So
that's fine, but pay attention. Pay attention. All the stuff we do here on YouTube is essentially Creative Commons. People can distribute it, mock it, whatever they want to do with it, as long as they're spreading it.
So check this out, right?
Let me go back on speaker. So yeah, God says, "Ask and you shall receive." And the spirit is moving right now. Again, also strike while the iron is hot is a very good saying. And we gotta do this now. We got the feeling, we got the edge, we gotta do it now, no pun intended. And what I'm asking for, if anyone is out there that can hear me, if you're an artist or a digital artist and you can create short animated clips. Oh my God. That's the one thing we do not have.
Yeah,
I can think of some people already. Shout out to Ethergrass out there. People who do little stuff like that. Maybe I'll put a bug in his ear and see if he'll be inclined to help out. But you're right.
To those listening,
go ahead.
To those listening, like, you want to be, let's say you want to be involved in quote unquote flat earth, right? But you're not a good speaker. You're not a good debater. You don't have an overall presentation. Or you want a YouTube channel, but you're like, I don't have enough time to do all the things involved. Well, you only have to do a part of one of the things that another person does the part, and then together you all have something.
Absolutely.
So, like, for example, like he just said, you have an animator, right? You have a guy that can do the video part. Then you have a guy that clip out the audio, that does the work of listening, paying attention, clipping them out, right? Then you have the person that's doing the posting, that's holding the account, and you all work together. And so you have 3 people creating one project, and shaboom, there you go.
Yeah, I was feeling good after yesterday, so I follow Bro Sanchez's YouTube channel, and he went live yesterday. So I actually jumped in the chat in there for a while, and I was pushing 24/7 Discord, trying to draw people over there after his stream was over. I don't know if anybody came over because I didn't actually come back here, but I'm going to keep trying to do stuff like that.
Good shit, man. Good shit. I'm over here chuckling at AI's. He's staying hip with the trends. I know what you're talking about. These shorts, you typically have the video, the talker, whatever up top, and they'll have like a little video on the bottom to keep them slightly distracted or whatever. It is funny that is very true. That you need both of those elements, not just the audio or the visual. You need to kind of put them together because that's the target audience.
Another thing you just said, you have a host of that. That's where people like me, Creation Bear, Miggy, this is where we all come in. We're here to communicate the information. We have no problem, going over to other communities and, sharing what we know. What we should have been doing a long time ago is getting together and going to these live streams so that we could, one, build up the base here, and number two, give people information that's irrefutable. We
Dude,
haven't been doing that.
Wolfgang's on his way. Wolfgang's on his way to punch you in the nuts.
Well, we just talked about that last night.
I'm sorry, but Wolfgang for the longest time, he always would come here and he'd be like, dudes, I got this live stream. They're talking about this. Let's all go over there. And not a lot of people would go. And then he'd be like, come on, guys, come over.
That's true.
He was always,
true. We was talking about some of the. He's always talking about radio interviews, like Dave is doing. Like I don't want anybody to have the spirit of what's the word, jealousy or envy of Dave, because one thing I've been telling people is that this is
it's a group effort.
If you don't think that our currency is our energy and the information we get, we kind of have to sell it. Like, and so that's the thing. We kind of have to be, promoters. You got to be self billboards, things like that. And that's literally like the only way that people will notice us. They're saying, hey, come here, come here. We're not really giving people anything. Like, people are, for some reason, skeptical. Really highly skeptical. It's like, we just have to offer them stuff.
That's a good point.
Like, we have to go to these places and offer up our currency, our time. That's all we have to do. It's free. Look, when we went over to the lo-fi server, number one, the people that were there, it's like being at war, and there's a sect that's like getting beat back hard, and they're like, oh man, in the movies they're looking at their like loved ones' photos and they're like, this is it, and then all of a sudden you got backup coming through with the choppers, and it's like, oh shit, yeah, let's get like that's how they felt when we went in there. And it went from, them being berated and all of that to people going, no, actually, shut the fuck up. These guys are making sense. Let them talk. And that's what we need. We need to go to other places and just speak. That's all we have to do. So I'm just speaking to the people that are good at that. Yeah, you got a spot. You can do that with us. Let's all get together. The ones that are good at communicating this message, let's just, pick days where we'll go to some live stream and just, kind of be present.
I was thinking another good idea too would be we all should have 24/7 Flat Earth Discord bumper stickers, because I think that got the 9/11 Truth movement really kind of helped propel that a little bit, because I know I had one on my car at the time, and I started seeing a lot of those, and I think that helps pick up steam, man. Because you drive by a lot of people on a daily basis, because I commute 40 minutes to and from work every day, so that's a lot of cars behind me that people are going to see that.
Yeah, so that's a perfect segue.
It kind of puts a target on your back, but I don't get.
So there's this social ratio, right? Which I can't remember the name of. So we in the Flat Earth community dubbed it the Paladin ratio. But essentially what it is once a topic is discussed or has a segue to enough subjects that enough of your social circle talk about, then it's no longer a taboo subject. And you can just talk about it freely. But the thing is, you have to know, or at least have some suspicion of knowledge, that your social community has that freedom. So, for example, when you go to the water cooler, in your mind, there's certain things I'm allowed to talk about, certain things I'm not allowed to talk about, right? Or certain things that are right on the borderline. And once you see enough people talk about a certain subject, everyone just talks about it freely. It just is a tipping point. Mm-hmm. It's like, so example, one of the people in our server, his kid was at school and the teacher was saying some globe earth religious preaching, and the kid disagreed with the teacher and gave him a zinger, and then like 20 of the kids in the class of about 35 or so agreed with the kid, as if they had already been following that type of knowledge. So that kid thought up to that point that he was the lone flat earther, lone truther in the entire class because he wasn't willing to talk about it until he got so energized by what the teacher said, he spoke up. Then he realized there was 20 other people there that thought the same way.
And all
they could have been talking about it. Yeah, they could have been talking about it all semester. But none of the other kids knew that it was an approved topic. And it took that one guy to break the ice in front of everyone to where everyone realized, wait a minute, this is socially acceptable in our group of peers because 20 out of 35 people are willing to talk about it. Now, that doesn't necessarily even mean they believe it, but they're willing to entertain it and not ridicule it or bully it or, any of those types of things.
Yep.
What's that effect? The paladin effect. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
Sonny.
what is the paladin effect? I had that question earlier.
It's just a name for the. It's just a name for the ratio of people in your social sphere that are interested in talking about a topic to where it becomes socially acceptable and no longer taboo.
Yeah. Okay. So keep that in mind. Yeah, this could be really freaking big. I have a channel too, and I just created a new playlist with the wig snatchers on it. And I can continue to put links and so forth, and then passing my the address of my channel that will have all of that information. So, like I don't spend a lot of time on the YouTube channel, but it's still there after 7 freaking years. Pretty amazing.
Yep, like I have a FE YouTube channel. It's a gaming channel, but geared towards FE. Like I just took one of the conversations in here and I screen recorded while I was playing, a video game. And I've since not really put any clips, but that's something that I could work on as well.
Yeah, I was just going to say it reminded me of Bannister breaking that 4-minute mile. Nobody could break, and then everybody started to do it. And that's what that reminded me of. But also it reminded me of Sheldrake's work, He always...
Oh, man, dude. I only got a 4.5 minute mile.
Rupert Sheldrake. Did I get that?
Actually, I think 4 minute 42 seconds, I think.
Yeah, Sheldrake always talks about a shared memory between species, and it reminded me of that too.
Max, if you're listening, I just got your message. I sent you a message.
Wait a minute, who was that to? Because I sent you a message.
Max.
I got it.
Actually, you guys, I gotta confess. I actually identify as space-time challenged, and therefore when I run a mile and it seems slow, that's only because your clocks are wrong.
Okay, well that confirms what I wanted to know.
Or something got shorter.
Ain't no way.
Dude, that's when you get in the cold pull. Me? Yeah, I do. What are you talking about? Not even. Well, let's be clear. In the past, I have. Not now.
Really? Wow.
And a cold pull.
That's pretty damn fast, man.
But when I was like, what? Still a teenager.
Yeah.
You were able to
in high school.
You were able to reverse the space time by making something lengthen in a cool instead of short.
No. What happened was I peaked, and then I reverse engineered the process back to not be fast by getting older and fatter.
Dang. Well, I look forward to be able to go see my friends and go like say jet out to New York and go visit my friend Eli and put down some freaking badass tracks together and stuff like that, because I mean that's where I see this practically, that this could connect the dots between us two that are still, we're kind of all separated because of the way the world is. Nothing's like really easy. Like they got us bogged down with all the crap. So life is nothing like it really should be. If we truly lived in a free place and we didn't have all these restrictions. So, but yeah, I look forward to all of this happening. And I think it's going to get to a point where whoever is thinking that they're stopping this, or if they even are, that it's going to get to a point it's going to be too much. I think it already is.
Yeah, brother.
I think they have no idea what to do with this now because it's too late. The avalanche has already started.
Well, they've already. One more thing. I know a lot of you guys make music, and I know Helio has a bunch of songs out, and I think Lou made a song. If there's any videos with those songs that you guys have, send that to me too, and I can post those too. I think that would be great because some of those songs are really good.
Got you, bro.
Dude, you could feel free to edit it like this. So you have a really cool intro lyric and a graphic. Then you have an argument being given by somebody with a very light, and I mean very light audio track in the back that's just like white noise music, right? You have the three pictures, the Black Swan argument being presented by a presenter. The Glober can't rebut it. Then the Flat Earther makes the conclusion. You have the concluding thing. And then on the way out, you have Helio singing like, "No matter what you do, I'll be taking your globe from you." And then it fades to black. Now that's well within the wheelhouse.
That's well within the wheelhouse. That was exactly my thought, bro.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you could do that. I mean, you could do that with online editing software. You don't need a powerful computer or anything. You just need a couple of guys, you and a couple of guys, and the content that you need at hand, and just collaborate on it.
Done. Yeah, because all we have is like people, like we've done the Black Swan, and it's like, okay, that's a standalone, and then you have other people that are saying, oh, it's dumb. But really what we need is people hearing a conversation and someone saying, oh, everything past 1 mile is a hologram. It's not actually real. We need people to hear them saying that.
I think something objectively we could do as speakers, though.
Exactly.
Sorry, I might be on a little delay.
So that island you see out there that you've sailed to like dozens of times, you know what? People are saying that that's a freaking mirage. Do you believe that, Mr. Sailor, Captain? There's people totally unaware. They're sailing around on flat water on boats. Like they've done well enough in life that they can buy things like boats and, you know, multiple cars, boats, have a nice couple different places, whatever. And they still think the earth is flat. And the people who are like basically putting this thing forth, well, they're not putting it forth. There's a lot of idiots that are propelling things forward, like this ridiculous refraction argument that no one in real life would use it. Those regular people that are cruising around on boats, like they need to be made aware that where they are, yeah. And this thing is just moving on.
I was thinking that we could talk in short, sweet points too. Like something that we could do as the speakers, people who jump on the mic, is make your points short and sweet. The TikTok generation, if we're going to make, you know, quick, we got to be quick bullet points as well. So maybe that's something we could try on our end.
If Earth was flat, then you'd use right triangles to navigate across it.
Exactly.
Well, that's why when you speak, you should do this anyway for people. You wrap it up. You should be like, you'll see I pattern this sometimes where I'll say, okay, this is where we've come through so far, and it's very short. But you can use that. Let's say you wanted to make a 3-minute clip. The last 30 seconds would be the wrap up of the point, and the other 2 minutes that wasn't the intro and the outro would be clips of the points being made. Like the speaker says something, And then the glober rebuts, and then the speaker zings them, and then the glober tries to rebut, and then the speaker says something else, right? And it doesn't have to be in a sequence like directly following each other. It could be 10 minutes in between that occurred within the main conversation.
Right. Man, this is a really good idea.
You guys could take. I'm only saying this because it's one I know very well, and that's the one where me and Drace and Napalm are talking to this one kid, and we go through the whole laser test, the whole optical things, and then we do lots of conclusive points. And if you want to do a beta test, I mean, that's a good one. You guys have heard that one a million times. And it's one of the most concise ones that I could think of that you could find real quick. And just practice. Just say, hey, let's you and you. We're the group. We're the team. Let's use this as a beta test. This is our plan. Start. Listen to it and clip out your clips. Compare clips. Whatever. Do it. Or even listen to it together in a room, like a watch party.
Oh yeah, because that's popular right now too. Reactions are super popular. Dude, you've given me more ideas too, and I've been thinking about something like this for a while. I haven't really mentioned it too much, but doing like a flat Earth after hours, we do keep it pretty clean. We keep it pretty PG, but I've had some more R-rated jokes and ways to get points across that I've made in maybe more of a private channel before, but that seem to click for people. Like talking about measuring something. If your girl asks you how much heat you pack in, doing calculations ain't gonna cut it. So like maybe like a flat Earth after hours type of event. So you're talking about putting things on TikTok. Oh, shit, might as well throw it on OnlyFans. You know, do an R-rated flat Earth after hours R-rated section after dark.
Crazy for that.
Yeah, exactly. The Massive Globes channel, and it's all just flat Earth proofs.
Do flat Earth proofs on the OnlyFans channel with painted on a girl's breast.
Well, shit.
No, I'm not even saying that. I'm just saying just have a legitimate flat Earth channel. That's nothing but legitimate flat Earth content. The sheer presence of it there will garner attention.
I guess when
there'll be articles.
I think my mind goes dirty. That's just me, I guess.
Well, yeah, contrary to popular belief, the actual venue began for people to actually have content that was curated for patrons and stuff of their thing. It didn't necessarily have to be lewd, you know. That's but true. like women always do, and why it's called the oldest profession. They find a way to sell it. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. And it's obviously on TikTok as well. So, I mean, we can't just, it's like that's everywhere at this point. So, but you're right. You can put the information anywhere. And it's like throwing a billboard up, on a highway. Hey, some people are going to see it.
Dude, you could put a billboard up. You could put a billboard up that said "Sweet Globe Proofs next exit," and then the next billboard says "Ha ha."
Why don't we have just some rich ass flat earther that can do stuff like that, bro? What's going on? Who's got the crypto, man? Who's holding on?
They're waiting for us, man. Like people who have money, their day is scheduled from the moment they wake up to the time that they go to sleep. So we have to move into their lives in a way that this is important enough for them to kind of assimilate it into their lifestyle. Like when I'm rich on my road to wealth, yeah, I'm going to be a fucking problem.
Yeah, and depending on how they accrued that wealth too, they can be canceled right away, and that money can be taken away if they're not careful.
Yeah, well, look,
Especially
this is
in
a
today's
phenomenon.
world.
This is a social political phenomenon where people think that the rich people have the logistics and the resources, and you hear this all the time, like tax the rich and that'll solve the problems. But when you actually take the aggregate wealth that the rich people have and you spent it on the poor people, it would be gone in less than 2 years. Some people project less than 1 year. So what that means is that the majority of the wealth is actually mediated throughout the people that have less money. So the aggregate poor people collectively have more money than the rich people.
Can you say that last statement one more time?
All like you take the poor people together, and the
They
amount of
have
money
more
they
money.
possess, they have more money than the rich people.
Damn.
I always like problem children. Of course, I am one, so I had to be friends with that one. had to learn how to get along. But listen, a lot of us that have really not had a voice have a voice and are discovering their voice. And this is a very powerful thing because a lot of people that you haven't heard the voice have the powerful voice. And have a lot to say.
You're right. This goes back to what we were talking about earlier with the paladin ratio. Like, people are waiting for a paladin to stand forward and carry the banner across the finish line. And there's 20 of them in a room of 35 people. And they're just sitting there on their ass, twiddling their thumbs, waiting for the rich guy, waiting for the charismatic guy, waiting for the leader, when they could just talk about it and do it themselves.
Yeah, there may be actually people up in, well, I don't know what you want to call it. Up in the upper echelon, let's just say that. Those people that are just waiting, like was said, I don't know if AI said it, waiting for us. Oh, no, Eli, yeah. So, yeah, they're waiting for us. So, because...
Yeah, there you go. Now, Sonny, hold on a second. You just elucidated the problem. The populace is waiting for the hero, and the hero is waiting for the populace, and so nobody does anything.
Yeah,
well, and that's exactly why the elite they put people in positions like Elon Musk and make him the hero, and people want to follow him because they make him out to be the savior, but he's not our savior.
Yeah, but that's basically fluff because people will just follow people. It doesn't matter. They follow them all the time. But if you have a message that has depth and weight that they haven't thought about these topics before.
Yep.
And that could be
check this out. Check this out. Sonny lives close to the beach, I think. Sonny could literally go to the beach today, find somebody who's sitting there that kind of looks uninterested, say to them, hey, smile. See that ocean? It's flat. You know what that means? It means that this world was specifically created for you, and you are the center of God's creation, and you are loved.
It's amazing.
And you could change that person's. You could change that person's life with that one sentence. You didn't need no money. You didn't need no rich people. You didn't need no media.
Yeah. And they're all.
I wish someone told me that. Like, what the hell, man? I had to figure this all out on my own. I'm sure most of you guys did have to. You did have to as well.
Dude, there's people's testimony that they were going to commit suicide and they were on their way to doing it, and they challenged God and they said, God, if you're real, have someone come and tell me that you're real and that you love me. And then someone just showed up and said, I don't know why, but I just felt compelled to tell you, you know what? God loves you. And then they didn't kill themselves. You never know. You never know what simple action you can do that will change the life of a single person. Guess what, friends? One life is infinite in value. So if you change one person's life for the better, you've done something of infinite worth.
Amen. Yeah, I'm sure no one told you that directly though, AI. No one came to knock on your door like, hey, check this out. Well, at least that didn't happen for me. Not in that direct of a way. But I'm just reflecting on how that would have been nice had someone told me a lot earlier.
Yeah, rather you're raised in a society where they tell you that the mechanisms of reality are actually against you, that it's a cold, indifferent universe and you're just a speck of worthless biomass, that oozed out of an electric mud puddle and a chimpanzee fart.
And I used to believe all that too. I'm sure that's probably not uncommon. Evolution was real. I mean, the way they presented it, they had it wrapped up pretty neatly. And took a lot of time to actually investigate what they were claiming. But had someone just told me like, "Yo, the Earth's flat," I would have been that. No one told me that directly. That's kind of what I'm just getting at. So, I didn't even hear those words until 2017.
Yeah,
we're still figuring things out.
They had a tidy little puddle of scum, and this puddle of scum had everything it needed for life, but the one thing it didn't have was love.
I mean, the question I typically ask is like, if you believe in a god or creator and outer space, where is he? Where do you point? Which direction are we pointing? Is it? And then, well, some people would say he's just interlaced everywhere. Okay, I can understand that. Or he's just outside everywhere. But I think the way most people, well, if you ask most people, hey, which direction, point to God, they would just raise their arm and point straight up. And I think that idea makes a lot of sense. We've seen that depiction. I can probably post the image of the ancient cosmology. I think it's dubbed, where there's some type of the creator is above. And not that might not be true, but I just find that interesting. If you believe in some sort of outer space idea, where's God? Where is that creator?
Yeah, that's good too. I usually, when people ask me that, I point to the earth and I point to trees and I point to, all creation around us, and I say God is everywhere around us.
Yeah,
Look around.
I can definitely understand that point of view.
Or not God, the creator, whatever whatever you call what your belief is. The evidence is all around us.
That's funny. I point to my chest, to my heart.
That's good too.
So simple.
Yeah, definitely, because we are his ultimate creation, right? I said his. I didn't mean to say.
People get spooked out, especially in the UK. Like I often say to people, spirituality is your birthright, and they'll be like, "Oh, I'm not into religion." I'm like, I never said anything about religion. What are you talking about?
Yes, that's a very common phenomenon. Mixing the two. But the mainstream idea is also kind of an interesting phenomenon as well. I mean, just we talk about Fresh and Fit. So some girls will go on there and be like, "Well, I'm not religious. I'm spiritual," and we see how that can play out. I'm sure, Andy, the way I picture you probably isn't with a lot of tattoos. Probably don't have any piercings.
Yeah, but the girls go out on there. What they mean is that they don't follow religious rules. They just follow what they feel like, and whatever my spirit feels like is what I do.
Yeah,
I don't follow a set of rules. I just go by what I want and what feels good to me.
And then my belief is, these are my beliefs. Yeah, I've got a thing about a tattoo, and I felt bad because I thought I'd made Flatty feel bad because he's got tattoos. But I did a whole shtick on tattoos and why I don't I'm sorry if any in the panel has. You do see one in a million that does look kind of cool, and I get it, but to me, it's like imagine a great work of art. I mean, people say Mona Lisa is a great work of art. I've been seeing the Mona Lisa, by the way, and I don't see what all the fuss is about, but people, let's just say, everybody agrees that it's a great work of art. And to me, a tattoo is like putting your signature on a forehead and going, ta-da!
Yeah, you saw the
That's
Mona
better.
Lisa?
Painting
Andy,
a clown face.
Andy, did you say you saw the Mona Lisa? Sorry if someone else is trying to come in.
Yeah, I've been to the Louvre. I went with this guy he's actually my stepdad, but it was very weird circumstances. I'm not going to the whole story, but he was an educator at Cambridge, very knowledgeable guy, and I was very young. I was only about 12 or something. We went to the Louvre, and I would just argue him the whole way around about priceless because I couldn't get my head around it because he used the word priceless, and I was like, well, everything's got its price, surely, and he's going, no, it's priceless, and I'm like, no, but of course it's got a price. I just ended up arguing with him. I was 12, whatever.
I remember I was in the Louvre in 2000. I was in Paris in 2005, and I remember wandering through the Louvre, and I was looking for the Madonna on the Rocks, which I had the wrong painting in mind. But during that period, I was reading all of these. It was either shortly before, or probably shortly after the Dan Brown novels. So I was kind of looking at along those lines, but it was very interesting. And you should see the crowds of people and how small that painting is. You think of it as this, like a really large wall-sized painting. This thing is tiny. It's, I'd say it's only about 14 inches by 12 inches or something like that. It's pretty small. But there was something uncanny about the eyes of that painting. Now, did you see that too, Andy?
Oh, I was very young, dude, so it's a long time ago.
Yeah, that's right. You were just 12. But you know what I found more interesting? Not only being out in the front of the Notre Dame, where thousands, literally upon thousands of people were beheaded, skinned alive, entrails pulled out because of religious beliefs. But what I found more interesting is right next door, in between the Notre Dame, the cathedral, and the Seine, the river, they found a Roman town underground. It's probably 100 feet under the surface, and it has apartments with heating, plumbing, air conditioning, like a Roman time city underground right next to the Seine. And they say those were the Cienos or whatever. I don't know what they called those, the original people that lived in that place. So people that's saying we didn't have technology before in supposed Roman, and I put that in air quotes, supposed Roman times, these people had apartment buildings with all the luxuries. They had running water, heating and cooling, and all kinds of things. I went and looked at that.
Yeah, the other thing I was going to say about tats is that I saw I saw a video years ago on YouTube of a guy. I think he was in a pool, and he was slightly overweight, as most of us are now. And he was like in slow motion, and the skin is unbelievable. I mean, we know this anyway. When you see it moving all in one, largest organ on the human body, it's fucking unreal. That's where somebody's supposed to interject now and say, "On you, baby." But anyway, that just blew me away. I was like, "Oh my god." And I feel like saying to people, it's not you fucking doodle pad. Buy a doodle pad for that, jeez. But I get it. It's not everybody's cup of tea. some people like the tattoos, and I get it. The individuality aspect of it, I kind of like, but I don't know.
Yeah, but when it went too far, it went too far. You know.
Oh yeah, these sleeves that everybody's got now. That's just weird. And some I don't know. I've seen one of them that looked kind of cool as well, actually. But my oldest brother, he's like kids, and he's got his ex now, I suppose, on his back in huge letters, and it just looks horrific. So, but I always remember my granddad, because my granddad were in World War II. He was what they called a desert rat. He was protecting Farouk. I think they paid him like a penny a week or a penny a day or something like that. Ridiculous. And he went to Egypt via Italy, and he didn't really talk about it that much because they didn't. But he was seasick the whole way, so you can imagine it went too pleasant for him.
Dude, I got an 1816 penny I found in an old building that we were renovating, and I thought it was a quarter at first because I guess pennies were as big as a quarter back then.
They can be valuable as well.
Nah, it's only. I mean, as a collector's item, it's like in the single digit range of value. The most expensive pennies are like in the World War II.
Yeah, 1930. Yeah, I saw that. I remember seeing that. 1933, 36. I think you were worth fortune. But anyway, I was saying, yeah, my granddad, he had tattoos on his arm. I think they'd obviously done them themselves or something like that. I'm not exactly sure, but you couldn't tell what they were at all. They were just all faded and they just looked horrible. And I suppose modern ink is way better, but I don't know.
Just to chime in on the tattoos, the way I remember them is they were for tough guys back in the day, right? You know, they said mom, they had a heart on it. You know, you were in the Navy, you know, you were in prison, you know, something like that. I'd be interested to see how sociologists and anthropologists and all of that is going to explain this phenomenon, you know, 200 years from now. You know, how are they going to classify the people with tattoos? They were in some sort of tribe, and you know, and the people with the extra piercings. It's going to be interesting.
Creation Bear, you're a trip, man.
I wanted to comment on something Andy said, though, because I've only thought it and I've never really said it, but I think skin is just one of the most interesting. Like, imagine if you could, this is going to sound so weird, but imagine if you could buy skin. Well, I guess you kind of can for an animal, but my skin is really interesting. So I don't know. I don't have any tattoos. So I just couldn't imagine marking up something so. I mean, just look at your fingerprints and stuff. It's very interesting to really.
Yeah. And like mine dries out and sometimes flakes off, and then there's entirely brand new skin. Like all the blemishes and everything just go away. It's a trip. Well, not some of the scars though. I have lots of scars.
Yeah, that's just war wounds, baby.
I got them on my arms. I got a bunch of scars on my arms, but even those things, it seems to get better and better. And literally, the more sun I get, the better it is.
And don't rub it in, Mr. California. I'm jealous over here.
No, man. Like, I don't know. I tell you what, I've been lonely in California, like, because I don't care to really socialize where the majority of people are doing. Like, I have nothing to do with it, and I really don't want to have anything to do with it. There are some people I will, willing to make, you know, like have conversation with and so forth like that, but not really any long-lasting connections with people.
There's a lot of homeless now in California, Sonny.
Yeah, there's freaking thousands, bro. You know what? There's probably they say there's 10,000 homeless here in San Diego. So, but in LA, if you go along any of the rivers along there, there's 20 miles of tent cities along the Santa Ana River in one of the richest counties in the U.S., Orange County, Southern California. 20 miles along the rivers of tent encampments, literal cities of thousands of homeless living along the river.
From the highest of the highs and the lowest of the lows. Dude, when I first went out there, I was like, right now, I'm having a California dream. But I look around and I understand how quickly it turned into a California nightmare for some people. And I was very aware of that as soon as I got there.
Like, I literally remember from like 1974, 1975, well, from 73 to like 1980, where like Venice, California, and all those areas, it was a paradise. I mean, there was a lot of shit going on. Like, literally, there was a lot of violence. There was gang wars and shit like that going on when I was growing up all over the place.
Oh, dude.
Including at the beach. But in some ways, it was paradise. We had the beach, we had the water, we had the waves, we had the girls, we had the sunshine and the beautiful scenery, and watching summer nights with fluorescent waves breaking and the hills on fire all across the entire Santa Monica Mountains.
That sounds so amazing. But yeah,
with a view of Catalina 27 miles offshore, like, wow.
That's breathtaking. I mean, I got the sense that I was a little late to the party. I got the sense that it was really ripping and running long before I got there, and so yeah. But it was still very beautiful, and I made it my own experience.
It literally still is, and like I pretty much can have as much freedom as I want, and that's what, in my old age, that's what I'm enjoying right now. The most is that I can go off and do just about anything I want. So that's a double-edged sword, though, right? As we all know, someone that has so much freedom, like, it can be a problem. So being self-disciplined and going back to those things that I learned as a child, as much as I hated my father at first, I realized those things are very important, and I can recapitalize on those things I knew before that maybe I got a little rusty at. Organizational skills, things like that, cleaning, like all of these just really hands-on types of things, building things, fixing things, like, I don't know.
I wanted to settle the debate, if there even is one, but what's geographically better? Where would you rather live? Coast of California or the coast of Florida?
Both 2-1 for me.
I've been to both. I've been to both, and I think, honestly, I'd rather, for myself, I think I'd rather live in a rural area where I could have a farm.
You're tap dancing, Glover. You better answer that question.
I could go visit the beach.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't have to live here.
I'll have to ask you about that a little bit more. But yeah, I've definitely visited Florida many times as a younger kid. But I don't know. If you took politics out of it, I'd probably pick California based off of my recent experience. But if politics involved, I'll take Florida.
No, like in a perfect situation, yeah, I'd live here. If I got a place right on the beach, no, that's being, I don't know what you call that.
I'm just looking at these pictures. It reminds me of those drive-by videos you see on YouTube. I don't know if you've seen those, but they're like Detroit and shit like that. These people, I don't know what exactly they're taking, but I think it's meth, or I'm not exactly sure what it is, but they're like bent over. And they're just like figurine. Like, weirdest thing you've ever seen, but it's so heartbreaking. It's heroin, is it? Oh my god!
Yeah,
it's just heartbreaking to see.
That's heroin, or what's that other fentanyl? It makes them nod out and fall asleep wherever they're at. They just nod out.
they just sort of bent over, right? They just sort of stood up and sort of folded
I've
up.
seen people like that.
It's the weirdest shit.
Yeah.
And they do these drive-by videos on YouTube, and like, I think it's like, I can't remember. I think one city was Detroit or near Detroit or somewhere like that. And this entire city, it was just crazy how many people there were like that. And it just, I don't know. It's just think of what AI was saying about what this information could do for a person, or just to look into scripture, anything. Even though I'm not really a Bible guy, I don't know. I'd just be like, look, there's a creator and there's a purpose for you, and he loves you, and all that's, oh my God. And what else? There's $60 million a day to NASA. Hello. What could that do for these people? I realise that, you know, there's all kinds of issues, because people would say, look, if you help them in this way, then they'll just go and they'll mess that up anyway. I get all that. I understand that. But surely we can, I don't know. There's something about reflection in society where how we treat the lowest people and all that. And I don't know. Just think of what $60 million a day could do. Just building something, some sort of hospice or whatever it is.
Right, I mean, it would be child's play, the stuff that we were talking about. Let's get Dave Weiss so fresh and fit. That's child's play, what we could do with 60 million a day. Yeah, that was a very good point there, Andy.
Ay, no sé cuánto tengo.
Somebody hot mic?
Hey, Lionel. Oh, can you hear us?
Sorry about that.
No problem.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for letting me know.
Yeah, no worries at all. It took me a long time to find the creator. I think maybe 20 years. It's probably when I got the first hint of something. So, and yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just clearing my throat. I'm sorry.
Okay.
My bad.
No worries.
I didn't mean it.
I'm often thinking out loud, so it's okay.
Yeah, I sorted that part out before the Flat Earth stuff. I had to. I had no choice. I very much forced into a corner with it, and it's odd. It's like the ego's got a self-destruct mechanism built into it. There's like, do you know what I mean? It's like it's so bizarre. I want to say like a spiritual type of entropy, the pressure that pushes on every person, and some people making life's work because they're just chosen, I guess. I don't know, but me, no, I was. It took a heck of a lot of suffering, and then you come out to the other side. You crawl through a river of shit and come out the other side stinking of roses. Shawshank, shout out. And Amanda Dufresne over here now, CB. And
Hey, to your point earlier, was it you that was talking about you had a problem with your father growing up? Because I was wondering if other people have that experience in here where, for me, I had a real dislike for my father in my teenage years when I started becoming awake, because, like, for instance, my first job I ever got when I was about 16, and I got my first check and I saw that federal tax withdrawn, and I said, what the hell is this? And I looked into it and found out that, you know, that's actually an illegal tax and they're not supposed to do that. And I said, why do we pay this then? Why do people allow this? And you've known, and he knew it, you know, my dad knew it the whole time and he never told me about it. And then I started waking up to other things and I would, you know, run it across my dad. He's like, yeah, you know, he knew. So like, he knew all this stuff that I was waking up to, but I feel like he was never there to guide me through it and teach me it himself. He made me discover it on my own. So I had this real resentment for years when I was a teenager against him for that. I was wondering if anybody else had that experience.
Well, no, my dad died when I was 7 years old in a car accident, so I had lots of other issues. I just had a huge chip on my shoulder when I was a kid. I got kicked out of all the schools, and no other school would have me. I ended up being the youngest person ever to go to college, and I got kicked out of there too. And the guy that ran the college, in fact, tried to run me over with his car.
Wow.
I was just that the person that your mama warned you against, that group. I was the head of that group.
Nice.
And so I had all kinds of issues, and finally I just decided that it'd be just best if I just drank myself to death. And I thought it'd be a big good party. It'd be a good party, a good way to get out, party my way out of this place, because I'd seen enough and I'd had enough. Turns out it's quite a painful way to die.
Yeah.
Poisoning yourself every day and every hour God sends is really, really bad. So I don't recommend it. But I certainly would.
You think too.
You are? Sorry,
it takes longer than you think. It takes.
It takes a long time. Yeah. It takes a heck of a long time, especially if you're male. Yeah. Females not so much, but.
So then you get old enough and you realize that you start really seeing how it is now when you get older, and you start feeling those effects from all the shit you did when you were younger, and you're like, man, that actually did go by really fast, and all that time I lost. Now I'm not in the best shape and not the best health.
Absolutely, that drug in particular makes time just disappear anyway. It's like the Adam Sandler movie with the remote control. He's just like, what happened? Just 5 years has disappeared. But that's a terrible way to go. So please. I mean, my thing is, I was just too proud to get any help or anything like that. So because I was the biggest coward in the world, so it takes a lot of guts to actually accept that you need help. And I wouldn't do that. I'd never have done that. So I had to pedal the thing until the wheels fell off, basically. And fell off they did. And then after I realized, when I was healing myself, I realized that even suffering has its place in this world. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah. Because
you often hear these arguments where people say, well, how does a baby get cancer, and how can a God do this and that? And the most daft. And it's the stupidest argument I've ever heard in my life. But anyway, only when you see it, because it is perfect, this place. It's truly perfect, but it only seems imperfect from our limited perspective. That's all.
Those folks haven't seen it yet. Is what you're kind of getting at?
Yeah, it's just, it's perfect. It's like if you imagine going into a forest and you see all the trees and they're all, bent over each other, all dying, and to the ego it looks terrible because it's not organized at all. But it's perfection, because as soon as that tree dies, it goes into the ground and it feeds everything else.
My bad. I just had to do a strafing run on some suckers.
All right. But I actually know what you mean. I think you're right that a lot of people haven't seen it, like the beauty in the chaos, if you will.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I've seen that before. Oh, why would a God do this? Blah blah blah. So how would you respond to somebody like that?
It's funny. I was listening to Norm Macdonald the other day. I love Norm, and I love his book as well. But anyway, he said something interesting, which was that this all good being couldn't create good because that'd just be expansion. And so the way he worded it was, it could only create bad. And then, I know it sounds ridiculous. It's Norm after all. Just bear with me. But he says, the thing is, with that free will that he gives you as well, that out of that bad, you can then, in a cool twist, in a godlike way, then create good. I thought, that's fucking awesome. But yeah, I do like some Norm.
Yeah, I was going to say shout out Norm.
Well, that follows logically from this principle, which is if God is the sum total, right, or the source, then he can't create another one of himself, right? Because that would defeat the first principle. So So anything he creates is less than himself in principle, categorically. It's not his equal. Right? So when you say like this place is perfect in what way? If it's designed to be a learning experience and to teach us certain things, then it changes it. You know, if it's like, if this is the end all be all, then you might start saying, well, that's not perfect. But if it's just a stage that we're passing through to learn on a step towards something greater, then it changes your perspective completely.
Yeah. This is getting pretty deep.
Oh, well, I meant in just the way it recycles itself. You know, everything goes to the ground and feeds everything else. That kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys both had a point there, though.
Well, it's the same thing. Like the Bible describes a seed, right? A seed is nothing at first until it dies. Then it dies. And then it's introduced with something external, which is water. And then from that being dead, essentially, and static and doing nothing, once the water fills it, it comes to life and creates an entire tree, which then could give you fruit. It gives, birds homes, all kinds of things, gives you wood. And it all came from this little seed, which some of these seeds look like a shriveled up nutsack, you know what I'm saying? They look retarded. They don't look like they're going to be a magnificent tree.
Right.
But all you need is the right ingredient added to it, and bam, you got all kinds of stuff.
That's a beautiful point. This came up in the chat recently. The infinite regression of like, oh, well, then if cakes can't bake themselves, then who made the baker? How do you answer that? Who made the creator?
Cakes are
unborn.
Exactly. Cakes are physical objects which adhere to physical laws. If a being creates the physical laws, then it'd have to be greater than those laws.
Unborn.
Yeah, everything that's born has got everything. It's weird to point to something that's timeless from this place that's obviously linear.
It's pretty easy though when you think about it. The category of timelessness is sentience.
Mm-hmm.
It's the category of entity that, like, even yourself, like people tell you that you came into being at a particular time, but before that you don't know anything. You only know the present moment and memories of the past and ambitions for the future. If an entity is not beholden to space, time, entropy of physical things, then all of these causation strings which logically apply to material objects and material processes, an energetic process within the material world, wouldn't apply to that being. So when someone says, if such and so created the earth, who created God, you're still have your mind inside a materialistic paradigm where only material things are the cause of things.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
However, it's self-evident that immaterial things cause things. So, for example, why did I just pick my nose? Well, because I decided to, and I willed my body to do it. My body obeyed my will. So we know that will, which is immaterial, can cause things to move. Now you might say, oh, well, it's not your will that caused it, it's your muscles that caused it. Well, why did my muscles move? Because I willed them to.
Right.
The will was the initiator of that action. And the will is immaterial, proving materialism false categorically. So we don't need to limit ourselves to materialistic and secular style physicalist interpretations of the phenomenal world. we know through self-reflection upon ourselves that physical things are not the only things that exist.
Timeless. The unspoken.
You know, if you want to listen to raw emotion, raw someone just speaking completely honestly, go listen to the AA tapes on YouTube, because I'm not a I never, went to a meeting or anything like that, but I did look into their stuff because I wanted to know what I was letting myself in for. So I read their big book, and I like that Serenity Prayer that they do, and I listened to a lot of YouTube. Anthony Hopkins actually has got a couple on there, very good, very worth listening to. But yeah, the one guy who found himself under a bridge, America. And, he picked up a dirty needle, filled it with wine, and stuck it into himself. I mean, this is like, you're like, what the I mean, he clearly didn't kill him because he's telling the story. But, yeah, there's some great stuff on there if you want to go listen. But, yeah, I could talk about that quite a lot. And I feel kind of obligated sometimes whenever I meet anybody who's was in that position, because it's no doubt a fate worse than death, for sure. It's like hell on earth. So
yeah, but think about it that way. Like, why do we even care if people die or not? Like, if they're not a sentient entity, right? Where their presence isn't valuable or something, then what does it even matter if people die? Like, why even help people at all? Like, it's no different than, you see a can on the road and you kick it to the side of the road. It's like, that's how you should treat people if they're really just objects.
Yeah, for sure. That's the Marxist way.
Yeah, the thing is that we know intuitively that people are not just physical objects, and that the mind is not simply electrical, chemical reactions in the brain. We know that. We act that way. And anybody who says that they believe those things don't act that out in real life. The way they really act is that persons are unique, sentient individuals. That's how they act. So no matter what they say, and now if people don't act that way, what do we call them? We call them sociopaths or psychopaths, right? We all recognize that there's something wrong with them. A person that just walks up to a child in the middle of the street and goes, "Hey, Sally, would you like some candy? Here's some candy," and then they keep going. Versus somebody that comes up and says, "Hey, Sally," and just bashes her head in with a hammer. Like, we call that person a psycho. Something wrong with you when you don't value humans as something more than an object. There's something psychologically wrong with you. So we all believe that we're souls and that we have something more than the physical body.
Yeah, what does it say in the scripture about seeing yourself as the other, Ardent? Because
there's one that says, "Let each man esteem the other greater than themselves. Be of service." I don't know if there's one that specifically says to empathize as if you are that person.
Right. I was thinking of Krishnamurti, J. Krishnamurti. Awesome. First time he blew my mind, I think, it's a long time ago now, but he said something. He was talking about people going to war, and he was like, "Do you think that if they knew they were killing themselves, that there could ever be another war?" And I was like, "Oh shit." But yeah, I do love me some Krishnamurti.
When I started to learn about this AI, like, there's more than just the material. That's when I started to really split apart from my one of my good friends from high school, which is really funny because he actually went on to work for SpaceX, Tesla, and he was talking about like Michio Kaku and possible civilizations that are more advanced than us. It was right about that time when I started to learn more about, there's more to life than just the material. And we started to really, we didn't we didn't share that same idea.
Dude, you need to get back in touch with him, CB. Oh my god, get him on. Get him on the panel.
Oh my god. I haven't talked about it with any of my friends like that. Like,
does anybody think those rockets actually land like they show them on the video? Because I don't.
Coming back down on the tail. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah. I never bought that.
Has anybody seen it IRL though? Because
no, it's way out in the middle of the ocean, is it not?
Because I know they have an audience from a few miles away, don't they? So I don't know.
I mean, it's of course not beyond our CGI capabilities, and we know they've reused footage before, but to say that it's not possible, not necessarily.
Yeah.
Even if it was, it wouldn't make any difference. Oh, whoop-de-doo. You can do that on a flat Earth because it's flat.
Yeah,
easy.
Yeah, like kids do the bottle flipping game where they flip a bottle and it lands straight up and down. Therefore, the Earth is a globe.
Yeah.
I always wondered about death, about being put in a box and then being buried in the ground. If that somehow gets you a bit further away from the Creator, just because we were created with the Earth. But I mean, I doubt, because we're more than just these physical bodies, and but sometimes I do think that there might be something behind that, and also what happens in the funeral parlors with embalming processes and things. If there's not more to that I'm not aware of.
No, I would say it's just it's just a shell. It's just a shell.
Look, if you believe standard biology, nearly every cell in your body is replaced completely by material that you get from elsewhere. So you don't even have the same body that you had 7 years ago. With the exception of maybe like your teeth and certain other hard and fast parts. But the majority of your body is not the body you had before. The cells die and they're replaced.
I always think if you ever see anything lifeless, any even if it's just a cat or whatever in the road, you can see it's just a shell. The thing that animated that thing is now gone. Right? That's all.
Right. It's so interesting how people don't see that.
Thought instead of being put in a box. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. That's all I had to say.
I was going to throw out there that I always think sometimes that when I die, I don't want to be buried in the ground in a box. Just throw me up in the woods and let the animals have at my corpse.
Why not?
Because the reason why, man, usually is just for the people that are left behind. They don't like that idea.
Right. Yeah.
It rubs them the wrong way.
Oh, but you said you didn't want to be buried like 6 feet down in a box. Is that what you said, Paul? Or did I mishear you?
Yeah. No, sometimes I don't like that idea of being put in a box in the ground. I'd just rather sort of be buried without the box.
Oh, okay, yeah.
What about cremation? How do you feel about
that? I never really liked the concept. I think maybe just because of my religious upbringing, but yeah, it just seems something seems wrong about it to me.
Yeah, the service for a cremation always seems a bit more grim than just a regular burial.
Yeah, why don't they bury people like how they're actually supposed to be? You build them a little ship, you put them in the ship, you set it off,
light it, yeah.
And you light it on fire. Because I'm already gone, and I'm already probably swimming around in the ocean and in the air.
Why not forget about burial ceremonies and just have a big party and celebrate the person's life?
Yeah, that'd be way better.
Because I like nature and I like animals, so I always thought that would be a good thing, just to throw my body up in the woods, let the coyotes and the possums pick me apart, and help them give life. And I don't know, I kind of like that idea, but I don't understand why nobody else would like it, because I don't have use for it anymore. And it's weird too. Another thing about cremation is my grandfather was cremated, and sometimes when I go to the little spot at the cemetery where his ashes are in this like little box, it doesn't feel, something about it feels weird when I go there and try to just visit with him and kind of talk to him. Sort of, it feels different, I think, than when I guess his body would actually be beneath me. But I mean, that's probably retarded. I don't know. It just feels different to me.
Anyway. I understand you. My dad was cremated and buried as well. And it's the same kind of deal for me when I go there. Just a little bit more kind of empty. I don't know. Not anything I could ever explain.
Yeah. I like the idea too of everybody, if we are going to be all buried under the ground, for families to be buried next to each other too, like just to stay. I don't know, that's probably stupid because, like we said, it's just a shell and it means nothing in our bodies once we leave, but maybe it is just me for the living still to go and visit, and for, I don't know, it is a weird concept, isn't it? Because we know they're gone, we know it's just a shell, but it is, for me at least, a slight bit comforting when I do go. When I drive by the graveyard where my grandfather is, I'll swing by once in a while, because he is actually the one that really got me to wake up when I was very young, starting with the moon landing. So I always had a close connection with him.
Wait a minute. Your granddad was like, fuck that, this is bullshit.
Yeah, he actually, when they first televised that on television till the day he died, he used to tell everyone that when that was first aired, and he pointed this out to like my mother, because they were all watching her on the TV, that on the bottom of the screen it actually said this is only a simulation when they were showing like the moonwalk and shit. And then he said after it was first aired, you never saw those words on the screen anymore with that footage, and it was gone, and everybody just took it as fact. And he actually almost got kicked out of the museum there in DC once, because where they have some of the lunar modules and shit, because he was pointing out all the flaws in it and bitching about it and going crazy in the museum. So yeah, he was a big, like, he was awake. I don't know how, but
that's
He
hilarious.
was awake from the beginning. Yeah.
That's awesome.
It came up while I was talking with some family members and stuff, because I'm an older family and whatnot. Your grave that you buy is only good for like 50 to 100 years, depending on where it is and what's local and state laws cover it. After that, what they do in the cemetery just smashes the tombstone to just dust, and then buries the tombstone in the same spot, and then sells it to somebody else, the plot, for another 100 years or 50 years or whatever. Or what they do is they redig the earth and just shift it and silt it, because whatever is still down there after that many years is just basically soil again. I mean, there might be teeth or something like that remaining, some more harder parts of of skeletal structure, but there really isn't a lot left.
Yeah, I don't see an issue with that, Crit.
Oh yeah, I was just wondering what in the framework of like, hey, my family member's buried there, and you'll think that's like where they'll always be, and it's kind of not really the case.
Kind of to be expected if you're going to be buried in a public cemetery.
Oh yeah, for sure. Because otherwise they'd run out of room. They wouldn't have. Eventually, you'd just be a bunch
If
of
you
weathered.
really want a long-lasting location, bury them underneath the tree in the backyard type thing.
Oh yeah, or some sort of like thing with soldiers tomb or whatever if they were a veteran.
Bro, that's what I don't understand about dinosaurs. If dinosaurs were all over this earth and just everywhere, you would think every time somebody goes somewhere and digs for a foundation for a house, just all over, you'd be finding a lot more. People would be finding a lot more dinosaur bones. Just you'd think they'd be everywhere.
That was the whole
never hear
plot.
about it.
That was the whole plot for the poltergeist too. Like they said, oh, America was covered with civilizations, coast to coast. There was so many Native American nations that you just wouldn't. They just were all stacked on top of each other. But yet you'd think after they started expanding into the suburbs and stuff, they talk about you're gonna find like burial grounds and all this other thing. They didn't find shit. Like where did all these civilizations go? Where did all these people go? They just vanish in the thin air? I mean, get real. Like what the hell, dude? There'd have to be somewhere. There'd be some record. Like they just found some prehistoric village that got buried under lava. That's like 6,000 years old or something like that. If they can find that, they should be able to find some evidence of Native American cultures spanning coast to coast. My take is there are a few tribes along the waterways, around rivers, and that was the rest of it was just open space.
My mom did vaguely say that she remembers once in a while back in the 60s when she was young that because she lived in a rural area and that farmers once in a while when they'd be tilling land would find bones that they thought were dinosaur bones and then they'd call somebody and somebody would come out and dig around and take it away. But I don't know how true that is, but she said it used to happen occasionally once in a great while that she remembers, but I don't know if that's actually true. And not to say it was actually a dinosaur bone. Who the hell knows what it actually was? But, that's the story anyway.
I was watching this video on YouTube just for shits and giggles about all the different species of humans, and you're like, you're watching the video, and it's like, well, you knew that this was a dilaton, Neanderthal, Mandervoltian, and he's like going through because they shaped their axe like this. And this skull here showed that they were only about 5 feet tall. Or it was a teenager. How about that? The human who died, like a long time ago, and you got partial skull, and it wasn't a completely different species. It was a teenager. Like, do you think that might be a possibility? And maybe some guy just shaped his axe the way he wanted to shape it, or he just had stone tools and it just broke in a certain way. He's like, you know what? I'm not going to toss it. I'll use it as is because it's better than nothing. There wasn't sort of like tool mark, like industry or something. Like you'd go down to the corner caveman store and how many hand axes do they have available that day? I'll trade you 10 pounds of dinosaur shit and one seashell for your, for your 6 stone axes.
Hello.
What up?
Nothing.
And the thing too with going back to what we had talked about before, the bone that someone finds a bone and like that's a dinosaur bone, and they tell you that bones like fossils. This is like something from another server this guy was telling me about where they go, is it a bone anymore or is it just a rock? And they're like, oh yeah, it's a rock. It's not a bone. I'm like, okay, so you found a rock that is shaped like a bone, and they're like, well, yeah, it's kind of like bone shaped. And you know it came from a dinosaur because
it's a saber-toothed tiger.
Yeah, exactly. So like I call it modern art. You just took a rock and you used some tools and you shaped it into a shape of a bone and said, look at what I found. It's really old. It's an old rock. This rock is so old. It's so old and it looks like a bone.
Is there any evidence at all that there were this was a more oxygen-rich place once, and that everything was bigger? Because on some level, I can believe that there's these bigger animals that eat leaves and that kind of thing. But the Tyrannosaurus Rex, anyone with a pair of eyes can see that this thing ain't real. If it fell down, it couldn't get up.
Let's address some bad arguments so we can at least have some concrete thought on that. So there was this old bad argument going around. I can't remember which famous flat earthers put it out there, but one of it was basically not that dinosaurs have anything to do with whether the earth is a shape or not. But the argument was, look at the Stegosaurus, look at the Tyrannosaurus and all this. How did they do it? It's retarded. They couldn't do it. Therefore, they didn't exist. Right? That's a horrible argument. Some species seminate eggs by just not actually intercopulating. You understand? So the woman lays the eggs, then the male comes by and just jizzes all over them. And that's how they do it. Some species today. Also, we have reptile species that procreate with essentially alien penises. Right? Like a turtle. Look, go do yourself a favor. Trust me, it's not going to scar you for life. And go look up at what a turtle penis looks like. It looks straight like an alien from the movie Aliens, dough. It comes out, it wiggles around, it seeks the victim. It's like, dude, if you think that a Tyrannosaurus or a Stegosaurus can't make babies and that's your argument of why dinosaurs are dumb, that's just a bad argument.
It's got like a swiveling tracking feature or something.
Yeah, you guys, if you've seen Prometheus, where they go to this liquid and there's like these snakes that look like hooded cobras, but with like sideways mouths.
Yeah.
And then they bite the guy and turn him into the alien. It's like, that's what the thing looks like. It's ridiculous. Now, you would never guess that just by looking at a turtle. You'd be like, I wonder what he's packing. You'd be like, dude, he's totally packing an alien invasive phenomorphic injectatron. It's like... You'd never know. You'd certainly never know from the skeleton.
Yeah, how about that T-Rex? Shriveled up freaking front arms. What the hell is he going to do with that? Not even long enough to put food in their mouth.
Yeah, but you got to think about it. Birds don't have arms, okay? Why you got to be an armist?
I know, right? No, a new word. Why do you got to be an alarmist?
That's right.
That's what somebody said the other day. Something about the air. The air trapped in amber was tested and showed it was more oxygen rich back then. I was like, okay, sounds legit.
Does the amount of oxygen in amber tell you whether the Earth is flat?
No.
It tells you they're bull skating.
No, but it gets you off the subject, which is what the people we talk to like to do.
Exactly. That's why when they start talking about that stuff and they start talking about animal reproduction or reptile reproduction, be like, okay, so speaking of balls, where's the curvature for yours? That's what we need, is it not? We need that sweet, demonstrable Earth curvature.
The overall topic was talking about the different species of humans and going back in time to the caveman
Oh,
era.
you mean like niggers? See what I did there? I just made their argument patently ridiculous. If there's evolution in different species of humans, then racism is justified, because then there would be superior strains, right? Superiorly or more evolved people, right? And so you just pick a group, categorize them, and give them a nasty name, and then say, oh, you're one of that group.
That's what they do to the flat earthers. They'll dehumanize you like you're somehow an animal and not fully human. But do you ask them, like, what do you think? Are you a human, or are you like evolved, like you're an animal? You're part of the animal kingdom. Like, oh yeah, I'm an animal. I'm like, so you're just projecting, dude. You just you don't see yourself as human. So it's not an insult if you try to say I'm not human either.
Exactly. So I'm a human. You're not a human, so I'm clearly better.
Remember that episode of South Park where they were doing Wheel of Jeopardy? No, the
Wheel of Fortune.
Yeah, Wheel of Fortune, and they're very annoying. He says niggers, but it was naggers.
Yeah. Yeah, but remember, part of the argument that they had for the way they treated black people in the past and different slave groups in the past. Rest assured, black people are not the only people that have been enslaved. They dehumanize them. But specifically with the black community in American history, they would argue that they're not fully human. And so it's okay for us to treat them that way. And it took them.
That sucks about that.
Go ahead.
The thing that sucks about that is, you're talking. You used an illogical argument, and you used like niggers as like an example, and it's very sad to see, some black folk make the exact same argument as to why they deserve this and that, because they used to be kings, because they're more evolved than all other races. In fact, they're the original black man, therefore they're the original God himself, because they don't see any other entity or any other God around. It just fucking grinds my gears that the same ideology that enslaved you, you've taken up.
Yeah. I experienced that when I was in Iraq. So I can't remember the names of the groups, but there was Sunni and Shia, and the regime that was in charge was one of those groups. And they were kind of oppressing the others, and there's all kinds of horror stories of what they did to the people. One little boy we met, his parents were killed right in front of him at a palace or a big facility that Saddam wanted. So he had his parents killed, and then they let the kid stay there, and he essentially was raised by dogs, in a sense. And we give him water at the gate, right? And he would take the water, pour it in a bowl, get down on his hands and knees, and drink out of it with the dogs. Little boy. So lo and behold, we quote unquote liberated the people, let's say. And a lot of the people that started hanging out with us were like basically asking the question, when is it our turn to start oppressing the other group that was previously in charge? And we were like, we didn't just come here so that your group can now oppress the previous group. That's not the point, brother. We're not just tipping the who's smacking around who this week. Like, the whole point is you're all supposed to get along. But of course, that's an ideal. because we all know that humans tend to tribalize and factionalize and fight regardless of their circumstances. Even people that are born with silver spoons in their mouths, right, and given everything by their parents or whatever, still find ways to fractionalize each other and marginalize each other and then beat up on each other in, you know, physical ways, emotional ways, financial ways. But rumor has it that if they all just knew the earth was flat, there'd never be another lie told in the history of humanity. And little kids wouldn't stay up past their bedtime.
That's about as fantastical a notion as the heliocentric model.
Yeah, the battle for truth and the battle for good versus evil never ends. There's never a time where humanity's going to achieve the balance of peace, where it's going to be perpetually peace thereafter and nothing bad will ever happen again. No lies will ever be told again. You know, it's the cycles where we give in to that feeling like, oh, we've made it. That's when the bad things start to happen because we're no longer paying attention. We're no longer on guard. We're no longer wondering what our kids are being taught. You know, it's like, oh yeah, everything's great. This is a perfect society. I don't mind my kids going to school. I trust them completely. Why would I ever question what happens at school while my kids are gone? Dooby dooby doo. Where are my gloves? Oh man, where's my gloves, brother? Oh, found some. Yay.
Mr. Nobody took them.
Exactly. Great, one of them's soaking wet. One dry glove, one wet glove. Oh joy. I gotta get a stringer up to the second story. All by myself.
Be careful.
So I got the bracket in. So I think what I need to do is put a piece of board across here. That'll hold it up if I don't get it in the bracket first try. And hopefully the tenants won't come out their door just as I drop the stringer on top of their head. All right, let's see. Bracket. Need a piece of wood for the bracket. Man, stairs are weird, aren't they? They're so perfect. Like they do exactly what they needs to be done. You get up, you get down. Don't even have to account for the Earth curvature to make them. That's my favorite part, dude, about doing construction is like you never have to worry about Earth curvature. Never comes up. You know, like if you were in some libtard, social network office, you'd be hearing about Earth curvature all day long. Be like, we got to put out this new ad campaign. Let's account for the Earth curvature. Blue is the new pink. Let's account for the Earth curvature. I'm not doing this again, though. Next time I'm going to tell the client that they're buying all new stuff. I'm not repairing half rotten, half good. It's just a waste of everybody's time and everybody's money.
Well, you can save up for the repair. You know it exists now.
I'm putting it all together where the old parts can be removed in the future. So brackets and screws on a lot of the parts, so that like if the old stringer fails in the future, so like next season we'll put new the treads will be new, but then you just remove the screws and replace that one stringer. In theory. Rolling down the street, accounting for Earth curvature, sipping on gin and juice.
Back.
All right, what's happening besides the fresh and fit? Whatever.
Has anybody heard from Lou lately? I know I was out of here for a few months, but since I've been back, I haven't seen him in here at all lately.
Yeah, he messaged me. He left the server.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And then people leave. Sometimes they come back. Sometimes they don't.
Yeah, I noticed that when I came back, a lot of the people that I had friended on here, and they deleted their accounts. Well, a lot of them.
And some people do it out of expedience because they want to have time to do other things, and some people do it out of principle. Some people do it because they were in a different server that got nuked, and they got nuked with it, and they're like, F it, I'm just going to take a break. You got to respect everybody's choices,
Oh, yeah, I don't have no problem. It is part of the problem, isn't it? With as much time as we spend on this topic, imagine what we all could be accomplishing in our lives if we didn't have to focus so much on this. That goes for Globers too,
Dude, what are you talking about? I just show up to the job site, pretend to work, and just talk on the mic all day, and then charge the customer.
Well, I spent a lot of time just, thinking about what I don't know as far as the Earth and, what is there an ice wall? All this shit. I spent all this time sometimes just lost in thought thinking about this shit and speculating, but I can't be doing a lot more productive things. Oh, shit,
Man,
hold
I
on,
just
gotta go.
hang out in my garage, pop popcorn while I listen to this shit.
That's right, brother. Popcorn makes people happy. Right. It's a valuable service.
Yeah, popcorn, cotton candy, and lemonade. Ain't nobody mad asking for either of them.
Yeah.
On my last job, all I did was drive. So coming here and listening gave me a lot of information to think about and view how I see and think about the world around me. So it's multitasking at best to be here. Not really a waste, because then it helps you think about your subconscious biases. Help you plan how you think about your conscious biases, how you see and view people around you. But it's only the deep thinkers. Shallow thinkers are only going to show up to think and argue. How can I better argue against this thing I don't believe in?
Sorry about that. I had to take a call.
Am I low?
Yeah, you are a little low, actually.
Okay. Well, that's my phone. Otherwise, I gotta yell. But I was saying, my last job, I drove around, so being here helped me think about more than just the stuff I interact with on a daily basis. So it doesn't really interfere with the way I spend my time on a daily. But I like listening to other ideas and thinking about them on my own.
Yeah, me personally, I gotta work on myself because I want to get better here in the chat when speaking with Globers, because sometimes I'm not that articulate and sometimes I get frustrated too, and I get sort of angry and I get too emotional. And so I really want to work on that. And I want to work on, like, I feel like I can speak to sometimes people that come in here. I feel like some of the information from some of the people, it seems like it goes over their head because it's way too technical. So I want to be able to, I feel like I can step in and sometimes approach them at like a grade school level. I think I could be good at that. I just got to work at it and get better and get my information straight. I have trouble with for some reason like retaining information. So sometimes I have to have certain things like numbers and things in front of me to be able to recite the correct information back. But I'm gonna get it together one of these days. Because it seems to happen often where people just a lot of stuff goes over people's heads, and when we get really deep into this subject, because some of you guys are just so intelligent, and you really bring it, man. Even some of it goes over my head, but I understand. I can understand most of it, but like sometimes you guys say so. I don't know, you totally lose me. I don't know what the hell you guys are talking about. But
Their own
it's
claims
good,
are their own claims are too technical for them.
Yeah, that's true. That is true sometimes. There's been a bunch of times I've heard some of you guys speak, and you had me run into having to look up where I'm like, what the hell are they? What the hell is that? But it's good, you know. I learn something new every day when I come here and just listen.
Yeah, on my last job when I was driving around doing like 600 miles on a Friday, like all I could do was sit here and listen. And with the amount of times that they have to repeat themselves to different people, just sitting there and listening for hours is very informative. And then, like, whenever I don't have signal and I can't listen, I'll sit there and think about how things function. And then think about how I can explain something without having to get technical and bring it on the low level, you know?
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, and I'm not good at debating either. I don't want to debate. I don't even like that. I don't want to debate nobody. But if people are interested and want a better understanding, I don't mind helping. I like that, but I'm not trying to fight with nobody or debate nobody. That's not for me. I love listening to it though. I'll tell you that. I sure love listening to that. It's great.
Hello, everyone. I just survived a police interaction.
Very nice.
See, the problem is, I look just like my avatar, right? I'm driving a nice new car. Paid off. And, yeah, that means I must have stolen it.
A jackbooted thug.
I had to have my girlfriend, mind you, because I didn't want to reach, right? She had to have her call the car dealer and give him her phone so he could say, yeah, no, he bought that car. Yeah, no. Sometimes it takes up to 2 weeks for him to receive the documents or to go there in the system. He traded in his car and switched the place, blah, blah. And it's just crazy that I had to go through that, dude. Unbelievable.
Stop being so fresh, okay?
Dude, I survived. I'm alive.
That is one thing I wish we could get rid of is the way they just randomly stop people. Shouldn't
Dude,
that should
my
not
car
be
was
allowed.
parked.
It should not-
My car was parked. I was on the beach. All of a sudden, this big ass fucking like soldier comes up. Right?
You weren't even driving.
No, I was on the beach enjoying myself with my girlfriend and some
Hey,
guy we were
look,
talking to.
look. You can't just go around buying cars, okay? You need to be taken to task for this.
I told him the situation. He's like, yeah, okay, come in. He walked me back to my car and all this shit. Oh, and my girlfriend's like 5 foot tall. Listen, my girlfriend's 5 foot tall. We're walking. I was in front of him and she was behind him. He's like, oh, can you walk in front of me, please? Like, what? Is your body cam on, please? And the thing is we were staring, and I want to have permission to steer my camera in here because I've been near like the shore a lot and just looking off and looking at my map and trying to see how far away is that landmass. I can see it. Where's the curve? And I can't bring up my phone and do that in Discord if I can't use my camera.
Yeah, I'd like to know exactly who are they protecting and serving.
Thank you. I was waiting for some feedback. That's what I said on my drive home because I came home after that. I mean, I'm not gonna. What if another cop pulls me over? What if he's having a bad day? What if the last guy he stopped was a person of color and said some stuff to him that has him heated right now? And then I reach in my back pocket to pull out my my insurance card off my app or something. And then he just fucking shoots me or kneels on my neck forever. While I'm down there, shove some drugs in my mouth for good measure.
Guys.
That's what I don't like. If he has no suspicion that you were actually committing a crime or a crime was in progress,
the guy on the beach, the guy on the beach had a little fire going. So the guy on the beach had a little fire going, so he was responding to that. So he responded to that, but before he even went down there, he saw the car and he ran the plates.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking like, oh, who is he protecting? Like, and then he sped off, bro. He sped off into traffic, and that was more dangerous than anything I was just doing. Like, what the fuck?
Nice out, trying to enjoy.
So I came home and I'm no longer enjoying the beach and looking at the water and trying to find the curve.
What it was one of those Agent Smith encounters.
their screening process for who they hire for that position should be way stricter than it is, dude. They should have to do so many psychological tests to figure out what kind of person they are, because there is so many people that have a badge that are just on a power trip and are so weak and afraid. Like you shouldn't be a weak, scared person. You're so scared every interaction. You got your hand on your gun because you're afraid of a physical altercation or just
It's
feeling
crazy.
like are in this position of power to harass people. And I think that's all.
That's so funny. You're hitting every nail on the head. When
just
my
their
girlfriend made a
screening
comment,
process.
when he drove off, my girlfriend was like, "Oh, there he goes off to harass somebody else," and it's just so funny that you're saying that now because
They got IQ caps for those positions.
This guy was jacked too. Like he looked good, man. He was big. His arms were huge.
Yeah.
But IQ is like, I'm talking about more like your mental state, not like how smart you are, but how do you handle altercations with people on the street? How do you conduct yourself? If you need to be a strong, brave individual, not some of these people they hire, dude, are simps.
It's their training. Their training is just messed up, man. I knew
the amount of training they do with their firearm is ridiculous, and it overshadows all their other training. They do more training with
that's not the
shooting their
problem.
damn gun.
Problem is they're just like indoctrinated at the police academy. So the person I know who went to the police academy, this was pretty close to 9/11, and like he said, throughout the academy they have like TV screens like in corners, and in the TV screens are constantly like being broadcast like people being shot, killed, murdered, Al Qaeda videos, like they're just constantly bombarded with this imagery, right? That like of cops being shot, cops being like run over, cops having all this stuff done to them. So they're trained to just like be afraid and suspicious all the time.
That sounds about right. And I also keep in mind, though, I try to, but like as I was driving home, I kept getting more angry about it. Like, because I was letting them know that it happens all the time. I get profiled and people underestimate my intelligence. And I said it like 3 times in a row. He's like, "You think I'm doing that right now?" And out of fear, I said, "No." But like, yes. I just want it to be over. But yeah, he's absolutely.
I mean, you're not going to win an argument on the side of the road, dude. Just listen, don't answer questions, do the bare minimum. And that's it, dude. Like when I say bare minimum, I mean bare minimum. License and registration. Don't even say here. Don't say anything. Give it to them. Don't talk. Say I don't answer questions. If they ask you where you went, where you're going, it's none of his fucking business. Give me the fucking ticket. Get the fuck out of here.
You can actually find attorneys too in your area that will give you cards. I used to have a couple of these cards where it had, my attorney's name on it, and on the back of it, it said, that I will not answer any questions and blah, blah, blah. And if you have a problem, call this number. And every time I get pulled over, I used to hand it to police and they wouldn't mess with me. But because I used to get pulled over a lot because I used to live in I'm white and I used to live in a pretty dark neighborhood. And so I would get pulled over a lot because they would think I'm in the neighborhood buying drugs. So I get harassed constantly.
Well, yeah, you have to think about it like this, okay? When a cop asks you a question, if they had the evidence to arrest you, they would already have done it. So the only thing you can do is give him the evidence he needs to arrest you by talking. Right.
That's why they're
incriminating yourself.
If they had enough to arrest you, they don't ask you questions. Yeah.
Exactly. Like when they have the authority to like do something, they just do it. They don't ask you anything. Actually, they won't answer a question. Right. So if they think they have the right to search your car, they're going to just start searching your car. They're not going to go, "May I search your car?" If they have the right to come in their house, they won't say, "May I come in your house?" They'll just do it. So if they have enough evidence to arrest you for a crime, they won't say, "What'd you do here? What'd you do there?" They're already just going to arrest you. Right. And the only thing you can do is give them more evidence. So just shut the fuck up, dude. Shut the fuck up and do the bare minimum. The only question you should ever ask them is, "Am I under investigate? Are you investigating a crime, or am I under investigation for a crime?"
He was.
That's the only question. They have to tell you. They are required to tell you that. That's the only question they are required to answer. because that's going to inform you on whether you should say anything further, right? If you're under investigation for a crime, then guess what? I don't want to say anything because he's investigating it.
Yeah, and one or two things will happen. They're either going to arrest you, and then you can figure it out after that, or they're going to have to leave you alone because you're right. If they don't, they only ask you questions because they're trying to get you to tell on yourself and to
exactly.
Basically,
Or they're
that's what
trying to
doing.
fill in
If
gaps
they don't
in
have
their
enough
knowledge. Yeah, they're trying to fill in
they
gaps
have,
in their
they have a
knowledge. Right?
suspicion. Yeah. They might have a suspicion, but they don't have enough to actually take you in. Otherwise, they just take you in, no questions asked. They don't fuck around.
Yeah, I watched countless hours of police stuff. That's still I can literally like say verbatim what they want you to do for sobriety tests and feel for sobriety and everything. And also the interrogation rooms when they come in and they do exactly that. They would, if they had enough, they wouldn't be having you in a room trying to answer questions, and they'll lie to you and say, "Hey, we already have enough," and they won't have the evidence and be like, "We already know." So the best you can do is not be a monster to the jury. Like just admit here, and then they will think of you a little better, and they might be lighter with your sentencing. So just come clean. Just come clean. It's okay. We already know anyway. So just tell the truth.
People think they could talk their way out of shit, and it's like, no, you can only talk your way into shit. Because what do they say? Whatever you say can and will. It doesn't say can and may. It says can and will be used against you. That means everything you say can and will. Oh, my name's Bob. They'll use that against you. I like the color blue. That'll be used against you. Steak is my favorite food. That'll be used against you. Anything you say that's relevant will be used against you.
Oh, you said that you love steak. The person that was murdered, their body was found just a half a mile away from the steak eatery.
Exactly. They'll figure a way to tie it in, right?
You know what? When you invoke your rights when you invoke your rights to remain silent and you refuse to answer questions, they even use that against you later on in court proceedings because they'll say, "Yeah, he wouldn't cooperate. He refused to ask. He refused to, answer any of our questions, and he wanted to speak to." They'll use that your own actual what is your right. They even use that against you, especially in sentencing too. I'm sorry, did I talk over somebody or cut out?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay. It went real quiet, so I wasn't sure.
I'm just discussing among my third party in my room with me all this stuff because it's just crazy. She was there with me,
So, hey, I want to read something to you guys. This is the Supreme Court in United States versus Johnson. Now, you have to remember this, dude. This is very important. Okay, so the privilege against self-incrimination is neither accorded to the passive resistant nor to the person who is ignorant of his rights, nor is indifferent thereto. It is a fighting cause. Fighting means you have to fight for it. Its benefits can only be retained by sustained combat. It cannot be claimed by an attorney or solicitor. It is only valid when insisted upon by a belligerent claimant in person. Citing McAllister versus Henkel and a whole bunch of other cases. The one who is persuaded by honeyed words or moral persuasion to testify or produce documents rather than make a last-ditch stand simply loses the protection. He must refuse to answer or produce in test the matter in contempt proceedings or by habeas corpus. That means, dude, you have to go all in. You have to take it to the mat. Like, you don't fucking talk. This isn't just like some lame court saying this. This is the Supreme Court. They're saying, dude, if you want to exercise the right not to incriminate yourself, you can't bitch out, right? You gotta fight for it. It's constant. They're going to try and trick you. They're going to try and do this. They're going to try and do that. But don't give in.
Oh, what can we do for you to make you more comfortable? Oh, you want some McDonald's? Oh, you want to have a cigarette? Yeah, we can take you out to have a cigarette.
Here, you thirsty? Want some water? Yeah. There's no smoking in here, but I'll let you have a cigarette. They play those games. Like, refuse everything. Don't sign anything. Like, even if they're like, sign this little thing, sign this fingerprint. Don't sign anything. Look, because that's another thing. If it was voluntary, if it was compulsory, you wouldn't have to sign it. The signing it is your assent to whatever it says in that document, right? You're agreeing to whatever it says. You don't have to sign anything. No one can compel you to sign any document, no matter what it is. No court, no judge, no jury, nothing. Can't be compelled to sign anything. Or if you do sign it, sign under duress. Sign. That's it. Totally invalidates the entire document. His
What
key
does
is
that mean? How do you mean? What do you mean sign under duress? What does that mean?
You're right. Signed under duress. Sign your name. Duress means that like you only signed it because threat of violence or force or or whatever. So that invalid. That means a contract has to be entered voluntarily. It can't be involuntarily, or it's an invalid contract. So if you sign under duress, it indicates that you're not doing it voluntarily, that you're just signing your name because you're afraid.
Good to know. But you write that down in the signature spot.
Yeah, exactly. You're signed under duress. There's other things you can sign, which like you can sign it without prejudice, which basically means, yeah, these words above my signature don't mean jack shit. I don't give a shit. Signed without prejudice means without
I just posted a really good video in the chat about it's a video of a guy being interrogated by police, and it's how you should handle that situation. This guy's a leader of a motorcycle gang, and they're investigating a homicide, and they think he's somehow involved, and he handles it really well. it's a really interesting video.
He didn't handle it well. He should have just glowed up and shut the fuck up. Because he ended up being charged and going to prison. So he should have just said nothing. Like I said, you can't talk your way out of it. Like, listen. They're going to do what they're going to do. There's no benefit to talking. They're going to do, listen, when you get arrested or whatever, they have whatever evidence they had. You can only add to it. It's not like you're going to take away, like you're going to talk and all of a sudden something they have in evidence is removed. No, they're still going to have it. Like you have to just shut up and not add anything to it. Because it's a record, right? So you got to think about they have a case jacket that's a record of all the evidence they have. The only thing you can do is put more shit in it. You can't take out of it. So they're going to just do what they're going to do.
Are you talking about when police want to prosecute you for a crime that's been committed?
Yeah, they need two things, right? So for a crime for a conviction to hold, they have to prove to have jurisdiction to prosecute a crime. They have to prove that a crime was committed, and then they have to prove that you're the one who did it. Okay, it's two different things. They're two different separate things. So the evidence, right? The physical evidence of the crime, right? The person, the dead body, the person with a black eye, the broken window, the missing product, whatever. So that's the crime. Now they have to prove that you're the one who did that crime. That's another thing. So one is subject matter jurisdiction. The other one is what they call in personam jurisdiction. The in personam jurisdiction is about you personally, were you positively ID'd? How did they attach you to the crime? Now, you're the only one that can really give that information, right? Other people can, by confessing. Because otherwise, it has to be identification, as in they have to identify you as a human being, as an individual, right? They can't say it was a guy named John Doe or it was a girl named Jane Doe. They have to get up on the stand and say, do you recognize the defendant? Yes. Is he the one that punched you in the face? Yes. And if you have a good defense attorney, he'll try and make sure that was it dark? Were you in your right mind? Were you on drugs? Were you high? Were you drunk? Because they have to positively ID a body, that's why you can use an alias, and alias don't really matter. They're not prosecuting the name, they're prosecuting the person. Hypothetically.
I don't know if you guys heard me, but I posted a video in the chat of a guy that's a leader of a motorcycle club, and they're interrogating him about a murder, and he handles it really well. It's a good video on how to handle police questioning. It's pretty interesting to watch.
Yeah, I think he gave too much information. He should just shut the fuck up, quite honestly. Because, like I said, the proof is in the pudding. He went to prison. He did. He went to prison. I looked it up. This dude ended up going to prison for murder.
No shit. I didn't even know that. Yeah, I just saw it the other day and I thought that was kind of interesting. But yeah, you're right. I did think he was kind of talking a little bit too much myself. But he really didn't incriminate himself. didn't really incriminate himself that much. I didn't think.
But he ended up like, because they were initially they were fixated on the girl, right? And then they were like trying to get like their living situation. He was like, well, I'm not answering that question. Eventually, when he was telling different parts of the story, he was filling in blanks about that inadvertently.
Yeah, he should have just.
That's why you
said,
don't
okay,
talk, especially if you did it. Especially if you
he should have. He should have said from the start, okay, am I free to go? And if not, then let's get this put me in jail.
He was under arrest.
That's the other thing I didn't understand. They didn't charge him with anything. They said they just arrested him, but he didn't have any charges at that point. They were still investigating. So did they arrest him then after that interview? Did he go to jail and then they prosecuted him? And
I don't know the timeline of what happened, but I looked up this guy and he went to prison for the murder. Him and like 3 other people.
Damn.
I don't know if they had
I'm sorry.
evidence connecting him to a crime. I think it was basically the testimony of a rat. So I think someone that committed the murder copped a plea. Because, that's the other thing. When you like conspire to do something, like you have to worry about those other people, turning on you.
Mm-hmm.
In which apparently they did. Because that doesn't, just because you can talk your way out of it doesn't mean they can, right? They'll end up confessing. And then because now they confess, and then they're going to be charged with a crime. Now they're going to be the first to rat, right? So
that's why if you're ever going to do anything shady, you can do it by yourself.
Yeah, don't tell fucking anybody. You could tell your wife or whatever because she can't testify against you, but everybody else, no. Tell your wife, tell your priest, tell your psychiatrist. Nobody else can testify.
I thought that was a fallacy. I thought they could force wives to testify in certain like murder cases and racketeering cases.
It might not. Well, it could be like it's not a federal law, but it's a state law.
Mm-hmm.
And it could also vary by state. Some states, the wife can't testify against the husband, and vice versa.
Well, I wonder. So they can't do it with federal charges, but maybe state charges, or because actually I thought it was the other way around. I thought it was federally, but maybe state they could. But I don't know.
But it's like it might be they can't be compelled to testify, but they can testify voluntarily. I'm not exactly sure on it. Okay, then don't tell your wife.
At any rate, they probably force them to testify by telling them, "Look, you're an accomplice in this. You're his wife. You knew what was going on. If you don't, give us what we want to know, you're going down too." They could try that tactic.
And plus, they'll tell you that they can charge you with things they can't charge you with, right? They'll say that, right? Even though they can't charge her because of like the spousal immunity thing, right? But they'll just say it anyway. We're going to charge you as an accessory. Even though they can't do that, and if they took it to trial, they'd lose because she has the defense. Well, I can't say anything because he's my spouse. So that law doesn't apply if you have that immunity. But they'll say they'll charge you and scare you into doing it anyway. They do it all the time. Like cops can lie. Like it is okay for a cop to lie about anything except the one thing I said. If you ask them, am I under investigation for a crime? They have to tell you the truth. They can't say to you, no, you're not under investigation for a crime. Have you talked? And then go, okay, you confessed to this crime I was investigating anyway. Now I'm charging you.
People get scared too about getting subpoenaed to testify against people. And that's a scare tactic too, because a lot of times, depending on what the case is and what your actual involvement is, they're not going to can come after you for refusing to testify against somebody. They can't force you to testify against somebody if you don't want to. They might try to pick you up and hold you for a little while to scare you to think, hey, if you don't, you're going to jail. But that's just a scare tactic, bro.
They can try to hold you in contempt of court or whatever, but depending on your involvement in the case, like it all depends, right? So there's like prosecutorial discretion. There's what the judge wants to do. How important is the case? Like how much they gauge your resistance to what they want to do to you.
I've seen instances where the victim, they do that to certain victims of crime. If they know a crime was committed, but the victim doesn't want to press charges, they will actually arrest the victim and hold them over to testify and threaten them that, hey, if you don't testify and say what we want you to say, we're going to charge you. But that's,
you know why that is? You know why that is? Because when the police make an arrest, an injury happened one way or another, right? So either the arrest was justified and that person they arrested caused an injury on another person in some way, shape, or form with some charge, right? Robbery, rape, murder, assault, whatever. He caused an injury. Or there was no injury that person did, and the police did the injury by arresting an innocent person. But once the arrest happens, it's only one of those two things. It can't be a third thing. Yeah, it could be a mistake, but guess what? If the cops made the mistake, they're liable, right? False arrest, false imprisonment, what do they call it? Malicious prosecution, whatever. Or that's why when you get arrested, they want that on the record. They'll try to get you to plead guilty to any stupid charge just to get it on the record that you pled guilty to something.
Yeah.
Because
Another
as
tactic
soon
they
as
like
you
to
plead
use, too,
guilty,
is
listen, when you plead guilty to whatever, so they arrest you, you plead guilty to whatever, or filed without finding, you are waiving their liability for arresting you. You can't, once you take that plea, you can't go back and say, oh, that was false arrest. Oh, it was false imprisonment. Oh, whatever. You can't go back and sue them later. So
that's their favorite thing to do too, to trick you into taking a plea. And that's why one of the tactics they use is they overcharge the hell out of people, so that they try to make a deal and say, hey, look, we'll drop these lesser charges if you put in a guilty plea to this charge. That's another horrible tactic that they do. They just pile on charges after charges, so it seems like you can't, fight them.
Yeah. You stole a pack of bubble gum and they charge you with grand theft auto, right? And they'll go, you can go to jail for 20 years for this, but we'll give you a break. If you plead guilty, we'll give you 6 months probation. You don't even have to show up. I've seen this hundreds of times, dude. Like they'll make these crazy offers. Like, okay, so my friend, he passed out drunk in he was drinking with this person. The person threw him out, but he was so drunk he only got outside the house and passed out in the yard. So that person called the police. The police show up. He's out in the yard, and they start doing, what a sternum rub is. You know what that is? Where they take their knuckle and they rub it in your sternum to wake you up. But he didn't know any of this. So he wakes up and they're doing that to him. So he just he was drunk, so he just starts swinging, right? Oh, someone's fucking me up. I'm swinging, because the last thing he remembered is that he was in this house, right? He doesn't know what the hell's going on. My friend was kind of small too. They kicked the shit out of him. Then they get him to the police station. Then they kick the shit out of him some more, right? Break his hand, break his cheekbone, fuck him up. My friend's father, though, is a multi-million-dollar ambulance chasing lawyer from Florida, even though this happened in Massachusetts. So they find out about this, right? They charged him with assault on a police officer and resisting arrest or whatever. Anyway, so they go to court. Now, typically, assaulting a police officer, they're not just letting you go. They just let him go. Just see you later. And then he's like, okay, we want the tapes from the police department where you beat him up. Oh, this is a brand new police station. A brand new $10 million police station that they just built. Oh, our cameras don't work. Right? The cameras suddenly malfunctioned at a multi-million-dollar police station. But they just kept continuing and never pressing charges for this assault on a police officer, because they knew that everything that happened to him was unjustified, and they just kept trying to get him to plead guilty to disorderly conduct, right? So that it would waive all their liability, all that arrest would be justified, right? If he committed disorderly conduct, the arrest is justified. If he didn't, then the arrest is not justified, right? So they're trying to get off their liability, because now the city has a liability of $100,000 or more for arresting somebody unlawfully and beating the shit out of them. Right? Every time the police arrest somebody, they're accruing liability. Because if the arrest, if it's a unjustified arrest, they can be sued for false imprisonment, right? The police can't just willy-nilly just arrest whoever they want. There's a standard, right? There's a standard. There's a reasonable suspicion, and not only every time a cop.
They can, but it's not gonna, whether it's gonna hold up or not is the thing. They could just arrest you anytime they wanted.
You don't think of it from the defensive point of view. Think of it from the offensive point of view. Just think of the police as like a Walmart security guard or someone that lives down the street. Now, if you're going crazy in someone's house, they can restrain you to stop you illegally, and it's a justified restraint, right? If you did nothing wrong and they do it, then it's not justified. And the same standard applies to police. They can only restrain your locomotion if there's some lawful reason to do so. And if there is not, there are lawbreakers. And by restraining you, they're liable to suit, right? They're liable for lawsuit. It's called unlawful restraint, false arrest, false imprisonment. These are torts. That's what the name for it was in the common law tort. So if you handcuff me and stop me from going anywhere, not only is it a crime, but never mind the crime, you are civilly liable for false imprisonment and unlawful restraint. The police, it's the same thing. So every time they arrest you, like you're in this nebulous area of who's at fault, who did the bad thing? Did the cops do the bad thing, or did you do the bad thing? This is before trial or any of that shit happens. When you're like on the is the arrest justified or was the arrest not justified? It is not automatically assumed that it's justified.
Right.
And this is how you know this, right? If you sue a police officer for false imprisonment, all you have to do is prove that you were restrained. That's all you have to prove. It's up to him to justify the restraint. He has to go in and prove that whatever his restraint was of your person, that somehow it's justified within the law. He has to prove it. And the same thing with any municipality, police department, or whatever. They have to justify it, not you. You don't have to go in and prove that what they did was right, because you automatically have the right to travel in free locomotion and run around unrestrained. That is an intrinsic right. Right? I can leave my house and walk down the street unmolested. It isn't up to me to prove that somehow I don't have the right to walk down the street unmolested. That's already assumed. So when someone stops that, they have to justify it. The burden of proof isn't on me, it's on them. And that's what people don't understand. People are so fucking brainwashed, dude. It really irritates me. People are so cowed and brainwashed. They think that if the police arrest them, that they just get a free pass and that they can that it's their fault until they prove it's not their fault. No, dude. You're the victim. When the police arrest you, you're the fucking victim, dude. Until they prove that shit was justified. You're the victim. You're the injured party. And people really got to keep this in mind, dude. People are so cowed. They just think that cops can just do whatever they want. If they arrest me and they made a mistake, there's no consequences. I just have to grin and take it. No, you don't. You don't have to just grin and take it, bro. That's why. But I'm trying to explain why they'll drop charges all this started because they're going to force the so-called victim to testify. That's because they made an arrest and they're on the hook for the liability of arresting that person. And they need that person to testify to get the city off the hook. Because the city, right? Because cities don't have sovereign immunity like a municipality or a town. The state can say we have sovereign immunity. You can't sue us, but no, like the city of Cambridge or the city of Boston, they can't say, "Oh, we have sovereign immunity. You can't sue us." No municipality or city government or township has any sovereign immunity, so they can be sued in court, right? They're just a normal private person. They're just like any other. They're more like a corp. It's almost like suing a corporation, more like. So they have a city attorney, they have liability, they have insurance, they have all those things of running their so-called business called the government, the city of Cambridge. It's a business. It's a municipality. But it's up to them to justify all the actions of all their agents, which are the police officers. And if one of their agents does something wrong, the principal is liable for the actions of their agent. So if the agent does something wrong, the city as a whole is wrong. So every person that the police arrest in any given day is a big liability, potential liability. Because imagine if all those arrests were false arrests and all those people sued that city, they would bankrupt that city. So they have to try and get every single person to plead to something. Otherwise, they're going to have a huge liability. And if they have an outstanding liability like that, right, I'm sure they have to account for that on their books. Their insurance is going to go up, and they'll have to float bonds and raise taxes and like all this shit. This is all the shit that happens underneath that no one's actually thinking about, like how any of this shit works. Yeah, people just think, oh, there's just a cop, there's a dude with a fucking shiny piece of tin on his chest. I just have to do what he says. No. Do what he says, because he's got a gun and he's a psychopath, and that's why they hired him, right? And you can't outrun the radio. Fight in court. Don't fight in the street. That's my thing. Don't argue with the cops in the street. Don't even fucking talk to them. Fight it out in court, like that thing said. Fight it out in contempt of proceeding or a habeas corpus. Now, habeas corpus is like if you're arrested, it's a writ you file, and then whoever's jailing you has to justify your restraint. That means they have to bring in the record of the court proceedings, the witnesses, and all that shit. The record of the witnesses that says, yes, we have probable cause to hold this guy because we got witnesses that say he killed this person, yada, yada, yada. But if they come in and they go, oh, we ain't got shit, you're going home, dude. And like, that's how you have to do it. You have to challenge that shit in court. Don't challenge it in the street. Those guys don't have the authority or the intelligence or the legal acumen to even deal with. Like, don't even deal with them. Just deal with it in court. Just like if a cop stops you, just like put it in your head. Just assume you're going to be arrested and you're going to go to court and think about the next step. If I'm arrested, I'm going to file a habeas corpus immediately. Well, the first thing you do, like, there's a step, right? Because the law says that if you're arrested, they have to bring you before a magistrate immediately. That's step number one. That's what they have to do. That's their duty. Because they have to justify whether it's a lawful detainment. And they're supposed to go to the magistrate, bring your ass there. See, they skip all this shit because people don't know their rights anymore. So they just let the cops just do whatever the hell they want to do and don't complain. But you have to complain. You have to, like, take a proactive defense of your person. You can't passively sit there and wait for them to do what they're supposed to do because they're not going to do it. You have to do it. You have to make them do it. Sorry about the rant, dude, but this shit like kind of irritates me. It's irritated me for about 2 decades. Fucking irritating, dude.
No, you're good, bro.
Yeah, so but
that's
someone. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I get it.
They're no better than you, dude. Just because they have a shiny, just because they have a shiny piece of metal on their chest, don't make them better than you. And it doesn't give them any special fucking rights. They have the same rights as any other normal fucking person.
Yeah, if they didn't have their gun on and they were approaching some people in the way they do with the gun on, they'd get their head knocked off.
The thing is, people get greedy, right? So, like, this is part of the problem, right? So you'll have a cop, right? And it's like, it's basically a renegade cop, and he's just doing whatever the hell he wants. He's not actually doing what the city wants him to do. He's not following the law. He's just doing whatever the hell he wants to do.
That's what they're doing. That's exactly what they're doing now.
Yeah,
they're giving warnings. They're giving warnings to people, telling them they can't do certain behavior when there's no nothing, no statute, no code anywhere that says you can't do this particular thing anywhere. So, what a bunch of doofuses, man! I am so sick of their shit. They took my freaking Volkswagen van that was worth over $10,000 from some code or statute that wasn't even like what was happening, and I had no recourse.
You had a recourse. You had to sue them or something.
I didn't know. Yeah, I tried to sue the city for for the 10,000? They probably just laughed at it. I mean,
no, see, that's the mistake. You got to sue the person that did it personally. That's This is a mistake. That's what I was trying to get at, Sonny. I'm glad you brought that up. That's what I'm trying to get at. If a cop is acting as some renegade person, the badge, it's like he's just basically, you got to think of him like he's an imposter. He's got the uniform on, but he's not acting within his office, within his duties. He's acting outside of his office, right? So if you sue him, the city's like, oh, wait, well, you didn't authorize him to do that. And you'll end up losing the lawsuit against the city. Or if you sue the police department, you'll lose the lawsuit against the police department. You have to sue that person as an individual.
Exactly.
In his private capacity as a human being, just like any random person came down the street and did what they did, and they didn't have that costume on.
Yep.
That's what you have to do. Oh, Joe Schmo? Not Officer Joe Schmo, just Joe Schmo. That's it. I'm suing Joe Schmo. I'm taking Joe Schmo's fucking house. I'm going to make his wife divorce him because he's going to be broke because he took my fucking car.
Yeah.
And when you go to court and you say, this dude took my car, you don't have to do anything. You just have to prove he took your car. He has to come in and prove that was justified. Now, he might well, here's a piece of paper from the court that said it was okay. Well, that's fine, right? Now the judge is liable, right? So they're all going to keep passing the buck up the chain until you find the person that's ultimately responsible for fucking doing that, and then you sue him. And the thing is, you can do this all in small claims court. Don't be greedy. Just do it in small claims court. They don't get a lawyer. That's the beauty of small claims court. There's no lawyer. They have to defend themselves and what they did themselves. They're you're on the same level playing field.
Yeah.
No lawyer for them, no lawyer for you. They can just as man to man, because that's what common law tort is. It's man to man. No fucking lawyers, no government officials, no bullshit. Just man to man. This man did this to this man, and I want that man to justify it. And the court is going to fucking make sure that everything was done properly. And if not, he violated the law, or if I violated the law, the court's going to find one way or another.
Do you know what is there a limit of statute of limitations? Is there a statute of limitations on something like that?
It probably depends on the action, right? You know, if it's probably like property, it's probably like 5 years, 7 years, because you're partially responsible. Statutes of limitations aren't about getting somebody off the hook. They're about basically like fucking you're not going to get the benefit of being lazy and not because a competent person, right? A competent person, this is the same way as like people take property, right? It's like, what do they call it? Adverse possession. So someone lives in your house and you don't complain and they've lived there for 20 years, they get to take your house as long as they maintain it or whatever. It has to be open and notorious. Basically what they're saying is, dude, you're irresponsible. You basically abandoned that property, and after 20 years, you want to come along and say, I want that back after that person maintained it for 20 years. Fuck you. Right? So it's kind of the same thing. That person stole your property 3 years ago, and you've been sitting around with your thumb up your ass for 3 years. Why didn't you do something then? Now the evidence is stale. The witnesses are dead. And now you want justice? Fuck you. That's basically what the court's saying. Get off your ass and do something. There's a maximum that says those who sleep on their rights have none. Right? So you don't sleep on your rights to do things, man. You have to do shit immediately like a responsible adult. And listen, the solution, and here's another thing. If you ever sue somebody, don't run to the court immediately. You make a notice and demand. You have to try and resolve it outside of court. That always looks better in court. And when I say looks better, it's evidence at trial. Oh, this dude stole my bike, or used my bike and never returned it. So I'm going to send him a letter. Dear kind sir, I lent you my bike at this date, this is what the bike is. You were supposed to return it and you never did. Can I please have my bike back? And if you don't want to give me my bike back, this is how much it costs to compensate me for its value. And if they ignore you or don't respond or tell you piss off, then you sue them. Then when you get into court, you're like, listen, I tried to do this the right way. I'm not just in this court to frickin' just be sue happy and cash in. I asked the guy for the frickin' money. Now because he didn't pay me, now I'm asking for punitive damages, right? Because obviously he had what is it called, malice. He's not being a responsible adult. So the courts actually will punish you for not being a responsible adult. They'll make assumptions from your behavior about what your intentions are, what your motives were, how much liability you have for someone to get justice. So the moral of the story is be a responsible adult, be a grown-up, and to get justice, you have to be a grown-up. It's not for children. It's not for like incompetent people or people that want to rely on daddy government. Like I said, this is belligerent rights, dude. A belligerent claimant in person. You have to be belligerent. It doesn't mean be violent. That means you have to assert your rights emphatically, in person, and just you have to do it forcefully. But I'm not giving legal advice. I'm just educating people in the law, so I'm going to make that distinction. So, want to hear something funny? It is against the law to give people legal advice without permission from the Bar Association. But it is not against the law to teach people what the law is. Completely different thing.
So, what is legal advice? Like saying, "Hey, you should do this" in the court?
Yes.
But it's not against the law to say, "Oh, this is a law you cannot break," or like, "This is how you follow the law."
This is what the law says, or what the law says this, or I would do this in that situation. That is not legal advice.
All right.
Because the Bar Association has a monopoly on legal advice. So there's legislation in every state that allows the Bar Association to exercise that monopoly. And like, if you practice law without permission of the Bar Association, you don't get taken to court by the state. You get taken to court by the Bar Association. They prosecute the crime. See, this is what people are also fucked up about. Anybody can prosecute a crime. Anybody. Other than children, obviously, right? You have to be competent. Like, when I say anybody, I mean anybody that's a competent adult can prosecute a crime. Not just the district attorney, not just the police, not just the state. Anybody can prosecute a crime. But we've gotten so lazy that we hired these people, right, from the government called district attorneys, and they do all the work, and now they've, turned on us, basically. See, it's like district attorney. He is the attorney for the district. He represents, right? He's like the public lawyer. He's the lawyer for the public interest through the whole district. So if you live in a particular county or a city or state or whatever, he represents that. I mean, I should say this. A municipality's district attorney works for the municipality. They don't necessarily work for the person, for the individual. Those would be like county governments. Like county governments and city governments are a little bit different.
Yeah, you lost me at the public interest part in you.
So there's the public. The public interest.
No, I understand what it implies.
Well, I mean,
it's like
because there's two levels, right?
There's the public at all, these people don't,
Well, no, hold on. This is like they just like everything else, dude. It's the same bullshit that they do all the time. They try to conflate two ideas. They try to get people to believe that the state, as a body politic, is the public. No, they're two different things. The public is everybody, right? Whether they voted, didn't vote, illegal, not illegal, like have a legal identity, doesn't matter, right? That's everybody. The public is the people that are outside of their house, who exercise, public rights and duties or whatever, right? Out there in the world. But the body politic, right? That's the elected government, right? So someone decided, we're going to start a little club. We're going to call it the City of Cambridge. And we're going to have elections, and we're going to have bylaws, and we're going to have statutes, and we're going to draw lines on the map and say this is where we rule. And and then we're going to represent the interests of the public. But it's not their interest. The city of Cambridge or any municipality, they have their interest as like a corporate entity, and then there's the public interest, which is separate from theirs. But when they go to court, they try to claim, yes, we're here representing the public interest. Sometimes they're actually representing their own interests. It depends on the case or the situation or whatever. But sometimes it gets conflated where because their employee, some cop, arrested somebody, now they might have arrested somebody for a public good, right? So there's a guy pissing all over Main Street or something, right? So they arrested people because of the public disturbance, right? They're trying to protect the public from alarm or whatever they'll say, right? We're trying to protect the public interest because this guy's creating a public nuisance by urinating all over everything. Well, but the cop made that arrest, so now that city is on the hook. So now they have like a liability as a corporate entity that they didn't have before by making that arrest. So now they're kind of like stuck between a rock, like they're kind of stuck. So not stuck, I shouldn't say that, but they took a risk, right? And that's the purpose of like the taxes and all that shit is to maintain public order. But maintaining public order also has a risk of not working out exactly right, of making a mistake, but they still have to compensate any person for that in the course of protecting the public good order, that as a corporation doing this, right, as supposedly the benefit of everybody, but we know that's not really the truth. But this is their public relations, is that they're just doing this for the benefit of the public at large. They're representing the public interest. They might make a mistake, and they might have to compensate someone for the mistake they made. But that's the whole point of the corporation. But all this shit's so flipped on its head, right? Because most people, when they go, oh, the state of Massachusetts, they think that is the public. And when they say the public, when they prosecute a case and it says state of Massachusetts versus Johnson, they're not representing the public. They're representing the state of Massachusetts, right? Or the Commonwealth of Massachusetts is what they call it. But they'll caption it, if it actually is a public interest case, they'll caption it, people of the state of Massachusetts, right? So it's a different caption because it's a different interest. They're very slick, dude. This is all legally slickness, dude. Like, I'm telling you all this. It doesn't mean don't take it as an approval of what they're doing. Like, it's all public relations and deception and little psychological control mechanisms and propaganda and like all rolled up into one, and intimidation and like you name it, and fear and all the other tricks they use.
Yep. Yeah, all I have to say about the judicial systems of the world is they might just be bigger goalpost movers than the Globers. Because that's all they ever do. It doesn't matter how much you study the law, it doesn't matter how you bring the law right to them in the court, speak it out in front of them, demonstrate its validity, where it applies, why you're being, you believe you're being prosecuted unlawfully for whatever. And they will just dance around and create something new on the spot. Or go by the ignorance of the judge or the jury or whatever. It's crazy, man.
Well, you're playing in their sandbox in a way, right? So to a degree, they get to make up their rules to some degree. That's why you have to play in a bigger sandbox.
Yeah, well, that's why when you're talking about public and state, these are all just legal definitions anyway. Once you've attributed them to yourself, you're fucked, essentially.
Well, there's
you're in their sandbox.
This is a multi-layered cake, right? So there's like, it's so hard. I've never been able to describe this very good. There's like there's subsets of rules, right? So there's the overarching rules, and that would be like the common law. And in the Roman law, it was called the Rex non scripta. It's the unwritten law that what's called is the customs of men since time immemorial. So it's the stuff we've always done as man, right? Rules that we don't need to be told, right? That you have to keep a promise. So that's the simplest one. There's like everybody knows that, right? that if you're supposed to keep promises. Nobody has to write that down. We don't have to write it into the law book. Hey, you're supposed to keep promises, right? You're not supposed to kill anybody unjustified. We don't need to write that down, right? You don't there's some things we just don't write down. And this is the common law. And in the Roman law, it's called the lex non scripta, which means the unwritten law, right? So these are laws that are not written down, but they are written down to an extent because they're written down as case law. So you have this overarching umbrella. So different particular cases are adjudicated underneath this using those rules, right? So you have the major rules, right? But then you'll have some minor rules. So like the statute laws that are passed by some nation, right? Like the Statute of Anne or the Statute of Henry or this statute. But those statutes are interpreted within the common law framework. But oftentimes those statute laws have clauses in them that say these statutes are going to be interpreted or executed in this particular way, using this court, using this judicial system, using that, right? And so you end up stuck in that. This is what I'm talking about. You say you go to court, they keep changing it because if you basically go to court under the jurisdiction of some state entity and you're subject to the statute laws, they're going to adjudicate the statute laws within their framework. It's like, you know what binding arbitration is?
No, I'm not sure. No.
So binding arbitration is like you can sign one of these EULAs or end user licensing agreements, right? And they'll have a clause that says you agree to binding arbitration. That means you're not going to sue them, and that any dispute you have between them, you're going to hire an arbitrator, and that arbitrator is going to use administrative law to figure out who's in the right, who's in the wrong, and to figure it out. So basically you're opting out of the legal system and using a specially constructed legal system to mediate disputes, right? So you've decided you're going to opt out of this. When you operate under statute laws, you have the common law, you're opting out of the common law, and you're opting into statute laws, and your disputes are going to be handled with that. So people get into this situation unwittingly, right? Because they don't really, nobody's told, because you have to start exercising your common law rights at fucking as a child, right? And your parents don't know, and their parents didn't know, and nobody fucking knows. So you're basically fucked because you're just doing everything that everybody else does, right? And so you're a slave like they are, and you don't know any better. So you're operating under statute laws, and you're like, man, this shit ain't fair. Goddamn right it's not fair. It wasn't written for you. It was written for them.
On that point,
are you shocked it's not fair? They wrote it.
Yeah, on that point there, and that's what you discover when you start looking at all this stuff, is that it's all exactly fair.
Yeah, so think about it like this. Think about, instead of you following their statute law, you got to write your statute laws, and you wrote your own and said, any dispute with me has to be done under my fucking rules. How often do you think you'd lose?
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I'm saying, dude? You wouldn't lose very often at all. But your statute law has to have fundamental justice. So to some degree, it has to comply with the common law. And the thing is, because the common law assumes that people are competent and know what they're doing and do shit voluntarily, even if you, unless what the hell? Oh, okay. Anyway, so people assume that they're competent and they're doing everything of their own free will, right? So unless the contract is unconscionable, meaning ridiculous, right? Like paying $1 for a ton of gold, right? Everyone knows off the rip that that's like an unconscionable contract and it's basically a ripoff. So unless any clause that is in it that's unconscionable won't be enforced under the common law. But either ones, even if they're really hard bargains, man, even if they seem like they're right on the edge of being unconscionable, the common law is going to let that voluntary act by that person to enter into that, engage in that statute law. They're going to let them do it. Even though the common law, I'll give you an example, man. So, statute of limitations, that's a perfect example. I go to court and I charge and I use one of the state laws to sue somebody, not a common law tort. Now I use one of the state laws, like, because they'll codify some of these laws, and then if you sue under that, you have to follow all the statutes. And then they go, well, there's a statute of limitations. You can't go, well, I don't like that part of the statute. I like this part, and I don't want the statute of limitations part. No, you decided that you were going to do something under this statute, and you were going to try and get justice under it. You have to take the whole thing. This was the deal. You don't get to pick and choose what part of the statute you want. You got to take the whole thing. And once you take part of it, you have to take all the statute laws, like the whole thing. You have to swallow all of them. You don't get to follow some of the laws of the state. You have to follow all of them. And whatever they say that you have to do, you have to do. Because ostensibly you gain some benefit from it, right? Oh, I want to apply for a state driver's license. I want welfare benefits. I want, subsidized health insurance. I want, like, I get a state benefit. Like, that's part of the deal. Like, when you join the club, dude, you don't get to follow the rules you want. You have to, when you're in the club, you're in the club. Right? And the common law says, dude, the rules of the club, like, you voluntarily went into the club. So, like, you can't get out of it because you made a promise and you have to keep it. You see what I'm saying? Like, I promise if you let me in your citizen club that I'll follow all your laws. That's implied by your actions. You're like, oh shit, you're going to put me in jail. I don't want to follow your laws no more. That's not fair. They're like, you knew that when you agreed to do all this shit. It's too late now. Like, if you want to get out, yeah, do your time. Then you can get out and just declare yourself not a citizen. You can jump out of their club, but you have to pay the penalty. And see, people don't think of it like this. They just think, oh, we're slaves. No, you enslaved yourself by 1,000 little voluntary actions that you make. It's not even like signing shit. Signing shit's another where it's like proof positive, right? I explicitly executed a document. But a lot of the laws implied from actions.
Yeah, that's called fundamentally contract by estoppel.
Yeah. You can't so if there's a contract and you don't sign it, but then you do all the shit in the contract, right? If you act it out without even signing it, and the person is under the understanding that if you do certain things, that they're going to have to do certain things, and they do the certain things they're supposed to do, and like say you do half the things you're supposed to do, they can sue you to make you do the other half, whether you signed something or not. See, people are just snakes. That's really the problem. Is that like people try to get out of being responsible, and like that is like I'm partially sympathetic and I'm partially not. I'm sympathetic that people have been duped and tricked and whatever, but on the other hand, you're also responsible for yourself. So it's like I can only have so much sympathy. And I often tell people, don't blame me, don't blame the government, blame your parents, because that's really where it started. Your parents were not responsible, and their parents were probably not responsible to teach you things, because there was a time, at least in America, where people knew these things, and that knowledge has been lost or forgotten. I've said this before. Blackstone's Commentaries on the Common Law of England was the best-selling book at the time of the American Revolution. Everybody knew what the law, everybody knew what to do, everybody knew how to defend themselves in court. Like everybody knew what they should do, right? People knew how to be responsible adults. And that shit ended. Now it's nanny state, give me a handout, please take care of me, daddy. Don't beat me, daddy. I'll be good next time, daddy. I'll put the mask on, daddy. Please stab me again, daddy. Give me my 10th stabby, daddy. I'll be good. Just let me have a job, please.
I believe the legal systems were far more rational back then, though. You actually had competent employees of the legal system then. Now you just have the same old kind of fucking ignorant run of the mill. They don't even know their job. They don't even know what they're supposed to be upholding. All this.
No, look at it. Look at it from the reverse point of view, though. Look at it from the reverse point of view. These people in the quote-unquote top positions, they're looking down at the masses, being like, damn it, I got to take care of these morons.
Yeah.
Can't even read a book. Freaking retards, and I gotta waste my weekend writing something up to make sure I take care of these people that can't even be bothered to read one book.
But we would all agree if there's any place on earth that emotionality has no place in, it's the courtroom, right? Yeah, we can see judges and other professionals of it getting emotional and bringing their biases into their kind of verdicts and conclusions.
Think about it like this, okay? So let me give you a scenario. Let me weave a little picture here. So imagine you're like some half homeless heroin addict. You're broke. You get caught with drugs. You end up in jail. You make your first court appearance. They give you a public defender. You plead not guilty. They release you because the jails are full and you're just a lowly drug addict, whatever. But you can do 3 years in jail because you got caught with heroin. So your lawyer contacts you somehow, and he's like, "Okay, so I got the police report. I need you to read it and tell me if everything is accurate." And he gives it to you, and then you go home, and then your next court date's in a month or something. So you come back and you haven't read it. And your public defender is like, "But there's a bunch of bullshit in there, right? That never happened." And then, what's your public defender supposed to do? Right? See, this is an example of irresponsibility, right? The person that's being charged, like everything that could have happened to him could have been wrong, but he's too lazy to defend himself, right? And how is that court system? It's easy to put, "Oh, the public defender sucks." Well, maybe, but he has a sucky client. So, what? You know what I mean? Sucky client combined with a sucky lawyer? That means jail time. I mean, it's see you later.
Yeah, I'm just saying both is taking place. The incompetence of the professionals and the public is both declined at the same, along with each other. I'm not taking responsibility off the person that should be.
Yeah, well, I agree with you. And the worst lawyers end up being the public defenders. And that's why they end up in the public defender's office. It's by design. It's a feature, not a bug, as they say. All right.
Yeah.
Because you can coast, right? As a public defender, you can just coast. That's a low pressure job. Listen. Who's going to complain? The dude can't afford a lawyer. What's he going to do? Can't even sue you. He has to be appointed a lawyer by the court. You fuck up, what's he going to do? Is he going to what's he going to do, a GoFundMe to get a lawyer to sue his other lawyer? He's you know what I mean? That's no pressure. You just show up, man, drunk off your ass every day.
And they probably do.
Seen it. Seen it. Smelt it, as a matter of fact. Yeah, the justice system does not exist anymore. It's the just us system. I'm sure, 200 years ago, I'm sure back then bribery was a bigger problem. You know what I mean? It was easier to bribe people because it was easier to get away with it. Then you had the problem of literacy. But the problem, most people are not illiterate now, so there's kind of no excuse.
Yeah, they can read, but they can't understand what they're reading. It's evidenced every day. The people that come in, they don't know how to organize information. So,
well, think about this.
Let alone think about it.
People will plead guilty based upon a police report, not a witness statement. A police report. Police write a bunch of shit down, right? They didn't witness anything. They didn't see anything. They're writing what some third party told them down on a piece of paper. And they plead guilty to that, as opposed to the third party testifying against them or having sworn affidavit or something that would actually convict them of a crime. That they have a bunch of hearsay from non-witnesses written down on a piece of paper, and they just give into that.
Yeah, that's that intimidation factor that's coming from, an authority position.
Alleged authority. The perceived
alleged,
authority
yeah.
position. It's
Perceived,
like,
yeah.
In some cases, pleading to a different charge is actually perjury.
Yeah, they'll let you do it too. No problem. They'll let you plead guilty to shit you didn't do, dude. Like, seriously. Because, like, when people plead guilty, they have to, read the whole, statement or whatever, and then the judge has to ask you, this is alleging you did XYZ. Is that what you did exactly and how you did it? And, you have to go through a whole rigmarole of every fact, and they have to plead guilty to it. I've heard people go, no, that's not what happened. And then the judge will just ask them again. And then they'll be like, yeah. And they're like, yeah, no problem. It's theater. It's not even you just have to go to court to see it. It's not even real, dude. It seems like it's like a fucking hallucination or a dream world or something, man. It's really weird. It's like you have to see it to believe it. You wouldn't believe it unless you were there. That stuff they do. Someone's asking for, can you give us a quick FE run through for my new friend just listening? Any volunteers?
70% of the known territory of the Earth is water. Water's flat. Ipso facto, the Earth is flat. That's the quickest run through you could possibly ever receive.
Yep. That's a good one.
This is what you really want to do?
Now, you may be questioning yourself and be like, wait a minute, I thought it should be more than that. It's not much more than that, though. You can go out and demonstrate to yourself that water's flat and level, and then put 2 and 2 together. 2 plus 2 equals 4. If water's flat and level, the Earth is covered in water. Ipso facto, the Earth's flat and level. It's not more complicated than that. This is actually a very simple paradigm to understand. It's exactly as you experience it, flat and level everywhere you go. Flat and level over here, flat and level over there, flat and level in Kentucky, flat and level in Kansas, flat and level in Timbuktu.
Yeah, how many flat spots make a globe, man?
Yeah.
Infinite? How many? How many does it take?
Yep.
Now, you may be emotionally dissatisfied that I didn't mention anything about the lights in the sky or any phenomenon in that regard because they're irrelevant. The proposition of flat Earth is about the Earth. If the Earth is flat, then it's flat. End of story. All right, I rest my case. That'll be $79.95 per hour.
Drinks in the bag.
Yeah, payable in small unmarked bills. Just going to the strippers later.
I just had a little drive and I had Indio played on the speakers in the car. It's so awesome.
But people freaking out as you're driving by them. Who's that crazy person?
I swapped you out for Elvis though, so.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, when you look up, tell your friend when he looks up at the sun and it's setting, in their paradigm they have to tell themselves that they're falling backwards faster than the speed of sound. I love that.
Yeah, it is pretty absurd. If you really think about the heliocentric model, it's just it's absurdity stacked on absurdity. And the global will go, well, that's just an argument from incredulity. Well, I mean, maybe, but why should I believe it when there's no evidence for it, right? So it's if you have the evidence and I was denying the evidence, then that would be an argument from incredulity. But we're not denying the evidence. We're not denying the sun sets. We watch it set. We're denying what you say causes it. That is crazy.
Yeah, I just live in permanent, Joe Pesci meme, what the fuck is this piece of shit mode? And it comes up about the globe. It's so ridiculous.
Yeah, and every aspect is ridiculous, not just one little thing. It's no matter what you look at, any particular, you can drill down the rabbit hole in any particular minutia of the globe becomes more and more ridiculous. Oh, Triangles are greater than 180 degrees. Plumb lines curve. If I shoot a bullet, it does a slice if I'm facing one way and a hook if I'm going the other way. Like, dude, you ever shot a gun, bro? Like, not how it works. You flush a toilet, that's caused by a spinning Earth. You're falling backwards, watching the sun. Like, the sun is actually 93 million miles away, and it's exactly 400 times farther than the moon, and 400 times bigger. And like, you can just go on and on and on. It's just endless.
Yeah, you have to see it to not believe it, right? It gets harder and harder to kind of like empathize with Glober's kind of like passion for their position, because the longer in flat Earth, been years for most of us here, the more stoic you are towards it, and it's just not really a thing anymore. It's just flat. But they come in here day one with all that fire and passion. You just take a breath, right?
Yeah, that's because we already won.
Oh yeah, but we're constantly moving forward, and they're just completely stagnant.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's like it's like when a woman gets pregnant. You don't keep going after that. It's too late. She's pregnant. She's going to give birth eventually. Like, we won.
Well, it's
like we
fun,
actually
fun to pretend to keep trying, though.
Yeah, it's fun to keep trying. That's true. But like, it doesn't really matter at this point, because anytime someone mentions it out of hate or appreciation or opposition, anytime anyone ever thinks about it, anytime it's made fun of, anytime it's ever mentioned, it's never been like this in the past, 100 years. It's everywhere. And the fact that it's everywhere is because all we had to do was poke through the membrane, and that was it. It's over. Eventually, something will come of it. They're so aggressive. They want to put the genie back in the bottle. It's way too late for that.
Yeah, good luck.
I just typed flat Earth into Google. Fourth one. Flat Earth pizzas, Cambridge. Flat Earth pizza. I've never ever talked to a flat earther who thought he was a pizza disc in space, in outer space.
That's a glober. It's a pizza joint. Definitely a glober.
Oh wait, I think it might actually be a pizza joint. Oh, it is. Oh shit, it is actually a pizza joint.
Yeah, that's the creativity levels of a fucking glober right there.
Oh, I wasn't expecting that. It's creative.
Oh, AI, since you're in here, well, I don't know if you're available right this second, but you were bringing up that paladin ratio. Not actually sure what it is, and hoping you were going to explain it at some point. He's busy.
No, you didn't kill the combo. Nobody's very talkative, I think. But yeah, I was. I don't know what that thing were. Obvious. I'm going to call you OB like CV does. OB. It reminded me of Sheldrake's shared memory between species. Because I remember saying, if there's anything to that whatsoever, then everyone will be a flat earther in 10 years. And that was like 2 years ago, I think. So it's definitely changing. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not paying attention to the globe side of things, but I think it's changing.
Would you say that someone who can't answer a single basic question about the globe is actually a globe believer?
Yeah.
Yeah, but are they really, or do they just exist in a world where that's a belief?
They've never really thought about it. That's the truth.
Never thought about it, right? Right. So that's really the truth of probably like 85% of people never really thought about it. And if everybody accepts flat Earth, guess what's going to happen? They're never really going to think about it.
Well,
yeah.
And so, like,
yeah,
once it reaches that point, we'll be useless because the revolution, whatever it is over at that point.
Yep, once it gets trendy.
That brings up a really good point too, because I was thinking about this yesterday, that once it did change over or get to that tipping point and pass, a lot of us won't be satisfied because it's really the excitement of the journey or the challenge itself in the moment. So we'll be finding new challenges.
Better start looking for them now, because once it is going to happen eventually.
What's that mean?
Like, that is I don't know exactly how to articulate it. I don't consider it like a win or a loss if it happens or doesn't happen in like the next 10 years, right? The narrative change. It just is what it is.
You mean like flat Earth coming out, like being broken, like into the mainstream?
Well, like I've said, if all of us disappeared today, flat Earth would be moving forward no matter what, because we already won.
Well, since the very first YouTube channel, I accept that as a win. As soon as they delete a channel.
Well, that's the thing. It's the existence of the idea. Just someone hearing it is a win, because it is it's like an infectious disease. You can't escape it. It'll germinate and it'll flower. Yeah, it's going to reach critical mass. And think about this too. There's 2/3 of the planet lives in poverty. I said planet. 2/3 of the world lives in poverty. In the third world, don't care one bit about any of this. Right? It's really just the Western world that we're arguing with.
Hope I live to see the critical mass, man. That'll be fucking amazing when it's a high percentage of people are in the knowledge.
I don't honestly think it's something to look forward to. Because with it is going to bring major chaos.
What'll happen is all those people who have been fighting us will say, "Oh, we always knew it." They'll just adapt immediately.
Yeah.
We won't have anyone.
Never wanted to stand out from the crowd.
No.
I still don't think the world can handle this truth. I think it will send many straight into insanity.
Nah, I think it'll be like hand in hand with some other major fucking thing, man. Like it'll be out there and known, but there'll be something else major that'll like overtake it completely. and make it seem like it's basically nothing.
I think if enough people believed it collectively, I don't think there would be an insanity problem. Because then there's comfort in numbers. Like, everyone knows. Everyone's uncomfortable. Okay, I don't have to be insane because then everyone else is insane.
Yeah, and then we will just move our position to ahead of that. Because that's what people like us do.
Yeah.
And that will be, as we're living in the midst of complete insanity now, that'll just be the new insane default.
That's interesting you say that, because that's really is, they won't go insane. They'll become sane. Right now, the world is insane.
I mean, if you just close your mind down and go through life with that script that's given and expected of you, that leads to insanity. You know, you might be able to put on a brave face and, you're not running down the street naked or anything. But inside, you're in the midst of complete insanity. That's the average person. If people don't do the kind of self-work, the introspection that usually kind of goes hand in hand with the journey down truth or whatever, then this truth it won't make them sane. Maybe it won't make them more insane, but it won't make them sane. I don't think.
Well, it's obviously going to fuck up the education system, the fucking, a lot of industries, I suppose. Fucking, there's a hell of a lot of people that are like, what? Fucking lie to me about this for so long. And it's going to cause a bit of an uproar of some kind, whether a violent one or, I don't know, man. But I'm sure they've got something else planned to coincide precisely with it, man.
Yeah, but we see how easily, the mass of people can have it right in their face that they've been blatantly lied to, and they just continue on. This goes, swept under the carpet type thing, and.
Well, I mean, we blow it up every fucking day, man. Like, we literally destroy the fucking globe fucking constantly, but it doesn't really cause anything, man. Whether they tell their mates about it or not.
But regarding the last 3 years, Spake, it's fucking obvious to anybody now, even the complete zealots, that you got fooled in a big way by powerful people. They completely bent you over, and you took it. And where's the riots? Where's the fucking revolution? Where's the burning down media buildings? Where's any of that? Nothing.
I think if you saw that, there would be a lot of police presence going on.
Well, obviously. But I'm just saying how easily people have just adapted that. Yeah, you can be lied to on that scale. The whole world can be lied to on that scale. They've just accepted it into their reality. And they just continue on in their sheepish manner,
No, I was talking to a female on the train today, we're on at 12 o'clock this afternoon, and I can't remember how I started speaking to her. I don't think she told me, I asked her, well, does this train go through such and such, or whatever the fuck, and we started talking, and I was like, how do you feel about the shape of the earth? She's like, what? And I started getting it, and there was a lady to the left of me, and there was a guy across, sitting across from me to the left, and I could see the guy quite easily, but every now and again I'd catch the woman, and both of them were, listening to me, but trying not to make it fucking obvious. And then but the guy, he was just blatantly fucking deadpan staring at me, man. And fucking, when the female, she got, the girl I was talking to, she got off the train. So I was like that. So to the guy, I was like, so what's your thoughts on this? And he's like, I don't want to discuss this, mate. It's like that. So he's sitting listening intently. But then when that girl left and I was able to give her my full attention, it became obnoxious, instantly. Oh, I don't want to discuss this, mate. I'm like, You kind of, I never said anything, but I was thinking to myself, you kind of look like you were wanting to fucking discuss it. But nah, he never even spoke another breath to me, man. Really strange encounter.
Yeah. People are always eavesdropping on trains, man. At least this time it was an interesting conversation.
Yeah. Well,
It's
he
the
heard
time
me
all you hear is
because
shite, you know?
the girl I was talking to, she took my YouTube channel and stuff, so he obviously heard that as well, because when I said
Nice one.
speak
Yeah.
face, I said speak face to her, and she's like, speak what? I was like, instead of fake space. And when I never even got the chance to repeat speak face again, I just went, instead of fake space, she went, oh, speak face, right, I get you. So fucking, he heard me like say it a couple of times, and he heard her repeat it back to me. So, and she's definitely subbed to me, because when I got back home and I connected to Wi-Fi, she'd subbed. So hopefully she gets back, because she was quite stunning. It was a bonus.
Well, hopefully she shows up here eventually.
Aye. Well, I never gave her the link or anything, but I told her that, because one of the last videos I put up was that conversation with Jesse Gordon when he was getting destroyed about optics. So I told her that that's where the server was, and she'd be able to find it from there. So hopefully, I mean, I kind of hope that she would have fucking came in by now, like, but we've been having a look in the arrivals, but never really seen any sort of specifically female name.
That's a lot of people, though, for you, you know. It's like, oh, no, can't be caught in public talking about this, you know.
Amen. Aye, really, man. Has there not been any decent conversations this evening, no?
Not that I know of.
No.
We had yeah, well, no, he was 26, yeah, we 26-year-old dude from Bangladesh in this morning, and he was fucking totally clueless. He came out with some belters, though. He was saying, oh, you can only see the curve if you go up really, really high. You can't see it from the ground. And then we asked him, why can't you see it or measure it from the ground? He's like, well, because of gravity.
Was that fucking bending the fucking...
Well, that's what I said to him. It's like, wait, what happens as you come back down closer to the surface? Gravity, like, changes the Earth back into flat or something.
So gravity makes it flat. That's cool.
No, gravity makes it a ball when you're high up, but flat when you're down close.
Makes sense, bro.
But yeah, he was absolutely day one. He was coming out with stuff like, only you know, no high IQ person in the world can believe in flat Earth. No scientists or professionals in the fields and whatever believe in flat Earth. You know, this was the type of stuff. And yeah, we didn't get anywhere with him. But he said he has a smart friend, and he's going to come back with him, and he's going to school us. So,
reinforcements.
Yeah.
So nobody with a high IQ, so he has to go get a friend. He can't use himself.
His friend's going to come back with a refraction discussion.
Well, yeah, at least he knows he's fucking... Yeah, at least he knows he's a globetard.
Yeah, he quickly admitted to not having a clue about what he's discussing. You know,
it makes a change from them.
Embarrassing stuff.
Oh, right, afterward, right, shit. I thought that was before he got into it.
Nah.
Bro, were you not on, like, about fucking 5 o'clock this morning?
Yeah, I was on this morning.
Aye. You been to sleep yet?
I got a few hours earlier, but that's about it.
I only fell asleep.
Yeah, he was in about, I don't know, 6 a.m. till 9ish.
Yeah.
He got put on mute for a good hour and a half because he refused to answer which country he was from and what language he spoke.
What was his name?
Raid.
Raid.
GRAID. But yeah, so we thought he was trolling at that point, but turns out he was just extra shy or paranoid about being doxxed. So yeah, hopefully he comes back with his mate. And we were telling him, we're like, we've got astrophysicists coming in here every other week, you know, and they're just as clueless as you. They have no measurements to provide. They don't have anything was figured out. They know the same stories. Oh, we got the radius from sticks and shadows. Blah blah blah. I'm telling them, these people just defer off to the next group. It's like, oh well, I don't have the information, but those guys over there, they have it. And then it's like infinite regression with them. Infinite deferring. I don't know.
Just heard the most stunning argument for gravity. Stunning. It just makes sense. That's the argument. I'm just floored at its rationality and power.
Was that another gem from the lobby?
Yeah.
Oh, iTears right there. He's skanking a boot. He's never quite available for VC anymore, is he?
It's like
what makes anyone think he is actually an astrophysicist? Anybody?
It's like the
just kind of
debate
taking
with,
him.
what's it called?
Taking him at
Dave
his word.
Farina with the other guy. When he brought up the the citation, what's it called? Researchers on paper, like he had thousands, you know, calling the appealing to them basically for the proof of evolution, and he got destroyed off that fucking debate. I guess Tor guy, the James Tor. I don't know. Maybe some of you guys watched that. The debate between Dave Farina, the fake Professor Dave.
I listened to a bit of it today, but like, it was only like the first 20-30 minutes of it, and it sounded like James was fucking completely flustered, and that fucking Dave had him on the rope. No, specifically with any of the facts he was hitting him with, like, because a lot of stuff, like, it was well over my, like, the stuff that he was mentioning, but it seemed like he had James fucking completely flustered and fucking panicking more.
Yeah, I noticed that too, Spake. He was just being a bit too eccentric in his movements and whatnot.
It's funny. He was appealing to all those thousands of researchers, you know, proving functional RNA, whatever, you know, cells, yada yada, the whole chemistry thing. And when it was brought up to the stand, like, okay, write out the functional chemistry here on the chalkboard. He refused because he didn't know, and he didn't even have any proof as well. All those researchers didn't have any proof of what was they discussing as well. They were just synthetic stuff they made in the labs. None of them even reacted to the chemistry according to the setup that was supposed to be according to James Tor. So it was interesting, so-called debate, whatever. Nonetheless. I don't know. Maybe Indio, did you watch the debate between those two? I think maybe you watched that.
I just listened to. I put it on the bot earlier when nobody was talking, and I listened to it for, I don't know, 20 minutes, half an hour.
We did play it a few times. That was interesting, actually. I didn't know about the origins of life. actually was a scam, to be honest. Like the way they presented it. Imagine all those researchers, thousands upon thousands. None of them.
What did you ask me if I saw?
The debate between the Dave Farina and the James Tour one about origins of life.
I only saw like the very end. I saw the question and answer period.
Oh, you should see.
So like I saw the very end of like the insults and shit, and then like that's why. That's why I couldn't like. I would have had like I saw the end. I'm like, oh, I know how that went. I don't need to see the rest. He's just like, you're a liar. You're a liar. You're a liar. You're deceiving people. You're a liar.
Yeah.
Oh, was this Dr. Tor that was doing this? Was he calling Dave a liar?
No, the other way.
The
other way. His argument was, you're a liar. You're deceiving people. You know you're wrong. You're a liar. That was his argument.
Yeah. And then when it was put up to the stand to to let him type out the the functional chemistry on the chalkboard, he started acting like a man-child.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
We got to clip that then. I might have to watch it.
Yeah, you have to watch it.
Hard to watch that.
Hilarious. The guy. He refused because he didn't have the answer. That's why. So he was just ad homing instead, and why should I use the chalk on the board? He was just acting like a child.
I mean, what would you prefer? You want a pen and a piece of paper? Like, what do you need? What's the appropriate medium for you to write down the chemical formula for origin of life?
I don't need to write anything on chalk. I have all these papers, all these proof here.
Well, then write down their chemistry. Like you know what I mean? It's like, then write down what's in there here. Like,
yeah, he asked for the data multiple times. Tour. He couldn't provide any single data. He just, he just basically read the titles, the hyped titles. Oh, functional this, functional that.
Yeah.
And he said, but this says functional up here in the title. Well, can't you understand? He says. But the data didn't present any functional, chemistry, basically, with the setup that should be in the makeup of the cells.
Yeah,
the peptides and all that. Yeah, I'm not.
The title of the paper and the abstract and even the conclusion is not what controls. What controls is the actual experiment that was done and the data gathered therefrom, right? That's the only thing that really matters. The rest is just fluff, right? It's their opinion. All that other stuff is their interpretation and their opinion of what the experiment says. But what's the objective empirical data is the experiment, not the fucking title of the paper. How dumb is that, man?
Yeah, he was appealing to the title. I guess it's like James. It says functional on the paper. I was like, what the fuck?
James, I have a paper that says you're wrong, so you're wrong.
Oh man, you should have seen all of his fanboys in the audience as well.
I noticed that it was like a atheist convention going on. I saw Aaron
Rob was there. Yeah.
Oh, dude, I saw that. Just short of him, a short of that came up in my
Oh yeah.
And the guy that got up, this one irritated me. Your people are using this to argue for evolution or God created man or some shit, and he's like, are you going to tell them to recant that or something or not to believe it? He's like, I'm not telling anybody what to think. It's like, what do you, like, you know what I mean? Like the audacity of that person to like tell somebody to tell other people not to think or believe something. Like, dude. Yeah, so like, let's go in your closet. Can I check out your jackboots, man? You got your little swastika shit going on in there? How the hell do you have the balls to tell people what to think and think that that's okay? But they were, it was a bunch of triggered atheists, man. It's pretty,
Well, I'm not really a Bible person, but honestly, I'd go with the Bible on creation over abiogenesis or Anunnaki or any of that shit. To be honest,
but that's the thing is that he was a Jew. He became a Christian, and he's a devout Christian. But that wasn't his argument. His argument is that as far as the origin of life goes, how you go from prebiotic matter to organic matter, right? Biotic matter, that the origin of life people that research this have no clue how it was done. They don't, like the chemical reaction formula, whatever, they don't have a clue. Now, the person saying this, James Tour, has like, he's cited in something like 30,000 publications. He's like considered like one of the best 3 chemists of the last 100 years. He's a synthetic chemist. He's invented a nano car. He has fucking hundreds of patents. Like, he's overqualified. Like, super overqualified is to make a statement about chemistry, right? Chemistry is a hard science. It's not a bunch of fluff. Either you can do the chemical reaction or you can't. It really is, you know, like super objective, right? There's no hypothesis. There's no like opinion in chemistry. Either you can do the reaction or you can't. It's really that simple. And he's just like, okay, show us how it would happen, the chemical reaction. How do you? Because the problem with origin of life is that this is the major problem. Is that all the molecules, organic molecules, are chiral, which means they have a handedness, and the chemical reactions won't happen if their handedness is the other way. Thing is, how do you get to that handedness? That is like the main one of the, because like a molecule. So like, say you have a molecule, like there'll be an end element, right? So say at the end it'll be oxygen. That attachment, right? That molecular attachment can be facing like left-handed or right-handed. So the molecule is actually like left-handed or right-handed, and that actually determines how it will like bind to other molecules and make proteins and all sorts of other shit. So if it's left-handed, it won't work, and if it's right-handed, it will work. The thing is, all the shit in biology, they're all right-handed. Right? They have it. It's called a handedness. It's called chirality in chemistry. And like, that's not how nature works. In nature, the shit is randomly dispersed. So how did you get this, you know? And like the thing is, it's like all the chemical processes and all the chemical reactions, for them to even happen, you have to have only this handedness molecule available. And you have to have it in sufficient concentrations even to get the reaction. So like, no one can demonstrate how that could even happen, and they have no idea. They don't even have a theory on like how it could happen. That's just one thing, right? Like they can't make anything. Like they can't make lipids, they can't make proteins, they can't make what was the other one? They can't even make like the sugars. So that's really the main problem is the sugars. The sugars have a handedness.
Yeah, there's something about sugar as well. It's like, it's a soup of
listen, he lists so many problems, it's almost impossible to list them all because there's so many problems. It's not like there's one problem. There's dozens and dozens and dozens of problems. And
plus the...
Yeah, go ahead.
There you go. No, I was just going to say, but plus they need to order in all the stuff they're using to begin these processes, and they all have to be exactly precise and the slightest fucking like variation, and it's fucking like it's not like
you need a specified information from the cells, like the chemical makeup.
This is before you even get to cells. Cells are like way down the line, dude. We're talking prebiotic. We're talking going from inorganic, a bunch of freaking chemicals in a soup, to something that resembles a biological structure. So a cell has a lipid membrane. They don't even know how to make lipids. So the lipid membrane is like the cell has a lipid membrane, which is kind of like almost like a fat, right? And that has receptors on it that will let things pass. It's like a one-way membrane. Sometimes it's one way, depending on the molecule. Some will pass through it both ways. Some will pass through it one way. Some will only exit out of it. And that depends on what the surface of the lipid membrane is and the protein that's attached to it. They don't know, not only do they not know how to make the lipid membrane, they don't know how to make the proteins. They don't know how to make any of it. So you can't even get to a cell. You can't even get to the basic building blocks of a cell in the first place.
I pity Dr. Thor that he couldn't keep his cool, because I could like, even though I wasn't watching the debate because I just had it on the bot, I could tell that he was fucking like, obviously you hear it in his voice and the tone and stuff, but you could I could kind of tell without even seeing it that he was fucking really fucking wound up and like lost his cool. Like, well, right at the very start, like the first fucking 5 minutes of it, man, he was fucking going,
I think
no, you're wrong.
Dude, listen, bro.
He was angry as fuck.
Yo, it would have just, if it was me, I would have been going across the stage. I would have been beating that dude's ass. Like, that would have been that. Like, sorry, audience, I'm going to take the L on this debate. I lose. Then I go fuck him up. Like, serious, dude. You don't call out a man like that, dude. Not like, you don't call a man in a public forum a liar a bunch of times, dude. That's challenging their manhood, their honor, their integrity, their reputation. It's going to make other people disrespect them. Like, you're just challenge them on so many levels.
In front of all these peers.
Exactly. Like, people would duel to the death in the day, dude, over stuff like that. Over less than that. Over just spreading a rumor about somebody.
What about when he was saying, he said, how many, Professor Dave goes, how many of your students have used my tutorials to get through your boring classes?
Yeah, I was like,
wow.
He said it 3 times.
He's a science communicator, so he has some tutorials on his YouTube as well.
So he has YouTube videos of propaganda.
I don't know. You can you have to have a look at his channel, whatever. He's educating people with. I don't know.
No,
is it called Professor Dave Explains?
Yeah.
I just find it ironic that Professor Dave couldn't pass his classes to get a PhD. Like, what the hell are you even talking about? You couldn't even take his class.
How does he have so many subscribers?
That's a good question, man.
Yeah.
It's been speculated that he purchased them. There's a flat earther, can't remember his name. What is it called? He makes a lot of Stinky Links or Stinky Cash or something. He's gone over some of these.
Stinky Cash, yeah.
Yeah, he's gone over some of these anti-flat earthers and like documented how they must have bought subs and shit. Like their channel's at like one level, then all of a sudden, even though there's like no viral video or something, all of a sudden their subs like go through the roof. Simon, Dan, Professor Dave, yeah. There's another one too, Fight the Flat Earth.
Right.
You just buy subs, man. You can just buy. It's like not a problem.
Yeah, it's just bot farms, isn't it?
Yeah. So there's a bunch of Indians, like, they're subsistence living. Well, that's what it is. Sorry.
Yeah. It's just funny. I mean, he goes against a PhD guy in his presentation. You should have seen his presentation. The Farina guy. It looked like a school, like a kid made it up. Like it was just ridiculing the guy. You should have seen his presentation.
Mocking him, saying that calling Dr. Tor like ignorant, that he never knew anything. When Dave admits that he has to get other people to write his shit for him.
Yeah, I mean, I think Professor Dave gets too much attention. He's actually not even like worth paying attention to, because like anyone that like on any like, okay, let's call it over a 90 IQ, okay, can see right through his bullshit. And the only people that don't see through his bullshit, they're homers, right? They're like the Aaron Ross, right? They're only on his side because Dr. Tor's a Christian and this guy's an atheist, so I'm going on that team. I'm on the atheist team, so I'm just going with him. Even though everything he says he's wrong, I'm going to just support that. Because I have no morals, right? Because I'm an atheist, so I don't have any freaking character. Forget that. The atheists don't have character. Like, it's not even a problem, right? It's only a problem for people with moral character to not have character, because then they're like, damn, man, I have no fucking character. I feel bad about that. But if you're an atheist not having character, what's there to feel bad about? If you don't have any judgment, there's no moral connotation to anything.
Bro, I don't think I've heard even one single Glober throw Professor Dave under the bus, unlike with Neil Disgrace Tyson. Like, I've never heard a single dude doing it with Professor Dave at all, man.
Dude, I knew he was a scumbag when he made that. Well, all his videos, right? Especially the 10 challenges for flat earthers, and it starts off, make a map with a scale. Like, how many do you want? Like, the Gleason's map has existed since 1800. Sitting there pretending it doesn't exist is like, that's some bullshit, bro. And then, like, after he made that video, we had people come in here. Oh, could you have a flat Earth map? So I post like the Gleason's map, and they're like, "Yeah, but I want it with a scale. The fucking scale right on it. Look at it, dude. Like, you're not even looking at it. Like, what the hell, dude? Like, I'm serious, bro, man. Like, serious." Because they're literally brainwashed by this dude. They think that no matter what map you post, Professor Dave said there's no scale, so there's no flat Earth map with a scale. It's like literally a scale printed right on it. And he knew he lied when he made that, dude. There's no way that he didn't know he lied. And like the flat Earth map that he shows is actually a NASA azimuthal equidistant projection of that globe picture with the same weather after 5 years that we always post. That was turned into an AE map, and that's what he uses as the flat Earth map. A NASA map, a NASA AE map. It's crazy, dude. That's a fake globe.
What's the origins of the Gleason's map, India?
The origins of the Gleason? What do you mean the origins? The guy made it. It's not... Like, listen, there's people that say it's a globe projection, but there's a backside printed. I actually have it. The backside. Yeah. It says it can be thought of as a globe or a flat plane. That it's a preference. And that there's a different way to use it. Yeah. So, hold on. Let me find it real quick and see if I still have it. If not, I can find it. I know where it was. Backside. Maybe it's on my phone. Hold on.
That's I would like hearing new information that I've maybe just glossed over and not listened to properly, you know.
Well, dude, they wanted to patent. Like, you gotta suck their ass if you want a patent, dude. You're not gonna be like, this is a flat Earth map. You'll never get anything.
Yeah.
It's like Tesla. Tesla had a patent, right? In that he put that the speed of light was for his magnifying transmitter. His initial submission said that the speed of light was a little bit faster than like the Einstein version. And his argument, pretty sound, because he was thinking of the Earth as a conductor. So if the moves down the speed of light, the Earth moves down the conductor, right? If it moves from north to south at the speed of light. Over the surface, it's moving like over the surface area because it's he thought it was a globe, so it's a curved surface. To traverse that curve, that arc, it has to be going faster than the speed of light. But it's going the speed of light through the diameter, but to go over the surface, it would be moving faster than the speed of light, the wavefront. But they denied its patent because he said that, and he had to take it out. He talked about it in when he got sued in bankruptcy court. There's actually testimony about him talking about it. I think he changed it to like something like the speed of induction instead of the speed of light. Oh, let me look at my phone for this though real quick. How did I put it?
So when they say it's to scale, the land masses are to scale, but what about the gaps between the water and stuff like that? Like, no one can really get that scale, can they?
Well, I mean, like, there's a way to measure on the Gleason's map where you measure from the center. You don't measure like, not like a traditional map where you measure a point to point like that.
So if you're measuring 2 points in the south, point to point, you have to measure from a northern point.
Yeah,
to
you
get
measure
the
from you measure from the center of the map, and then measure from the center of the other one from the center of the map, and then there's a formula that you apply to get the distance between them. So there's a video up in exactly how to do it. It's a very long video, quite honestly. It's in 6 parts. So. Have you
I'd
seen
be
that video?
interested. Is it in the server?
Yeah, it's up in new release videos, like up at the top of everything.
All right,
You probably have to scroll up like maybe 8 to 10 posts. It's not that far up.
Yeah, no worries. All right.
I'll post it in the stream too.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah. So I'm posting the reverse side of the Gleason's map. If you look at the bottom, it says I'll read it. Come on, man. It says 8. It says now if you take the line BOB, so that's some part of the map, and its intersection at AA in view from the point of intersection, the conditions required will be met and under no others can it be. The demonstration has reference to either considerations. The Earth is a globe or a plane. Take your choice. Now that one, there's a particular way to find the solar altitude on the map, on the Gleason's map. But if you look like above if you look, so it's got the circle, and if you look above it, there's a double A, and it makes like a triangle. And you can measure using that triangle to different points on the map to find the solar elevation. That's in the video I'm talking about too. Shows you how to do it.
All right, I got some homework to do. Thanks.
Yeah, it's a badass video, man. Like it's long and shit, but it's in parts, so you don't have to watch like every part. And then it also shows you how Gleason actually created a map, and he didn't use a globe. He used like a weird version of perspective, so that like if you draw like distances, so say, well, you just have to watch it. It's easier to watch it than for me to explain.
I'll watch it. Yeah, I'm a map nerd. I love maps.
I posted in the
Sounds weird.
Oh, I remember why I posted it back. I posted it in maps. Duh. Why would I do something like that? Why would I make sense? Like, there's no reason. There's also a flat Earth map in maps from 1917 from Charles Aristotle Bodemer. That's a really weird map.
I don't know. That's one section I haven't looked in. Maps.
Yeah.
How weird.
Dude, there's something like 700 maps in there in the channel, at least. We collected them for like so long. So the map I posted recently on May 16th, that is a map that came out of the Vatican. It's like a flat Earth map that came out of the Vatican. Australia looks like a frickin' kidney or something. I don't know what the hell that is. Oh shit, I found a whole thing, man. World map polar projection, California as an island.
And me and Sonny were talking about that not long back. Maybe a couple of weeks ago, we were going through a heap of map photos with California as an island. And then we started going into that. Remember I showed you that one of the one with the sea that goes right through the middle of Australia?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, an old Dutch map. Then we started getting into that.
It's very odd the maps would change. Like, I don't assume that people are stupid, man. Like, I think people are pretty smart, and I don't think they'd screw up a map like that.
No, well, those land maps were always made by sea. So if you're sailing around on a boat, tracing around the outside of a landmass, and you're drawing a sea in the middle of somewhere, or a body of water, then it's got to be there. Unless there's some type of ulterior motive to draw it like that, you know?
You think maybe they confused, like, Australia for New Zealand? Like, because if you sail between, like, Australia and New Zealand, you could think that, oh, here's land on one side and land on the other. But those are pretty far apart, right? Australia and New Zealand?
Yeah, they're I think it's about 3,000 miles, and the difference in size is
that far?
3,000 miles. It's the same to Perth. From Melbourne to Perth to Melbourne to New Zealand, Melbourne to Auckland is the same distance.
Wow.
I think it's 3. So what's that? 4,000 kilometres.
Yeah, it don't look like that on a map. That's for sure.
Yeah. But New Zealand's a lot smaller, so I don't think they could have mistaken that. And it looks totally different.
I remember there was a video like a few years back about like they were sailing. I don't remember if it was out. It's hard to remember. They were either sailing into or out of New Zealand, and the GPS showed that they were like on one side of New Zealand, but they're actually on the other.
Really?
Like New Zealand was supposed to be on the right, but it was on the left. It was something whacked like that, and they were filming it from like on the boat, man. They were like in some rough ass seas and going, "What the hell? Like, why? What's going on
Where
here?"
are we?
Yeah, exactly. And these were like experienced sailors. They weren't like just like some scrub that decided they were going to steal a boat, right? They were like professional sailors, like racing yacht dudes.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's the weird thing about being at sea, right? When you're at sea and you don't see land, it's like
you got no
so
idea.
disorienting, right? Like, you could be like literally be anywhere, and like, no wonder why sailors like had stories of like, we just saw land arise up out of the sea, and there was freaking mermaids on it. Like, it must be just like so weird to see. Like, all you see is water for like 3 months, and then all of a sudden, boom, land. Like, what the hell? It just must seem like it just appears out of nowhere.
Yeah, well, it's that when they see clouds, they always head towards the clouds because clouds normally form over the land.
Oh yeah,
and then they get there and they put themselves right in the middle of a storm, you know, because they were so desperate to get to land.
Yeah.
Scary, mate.
Yeah, I don't mess with the ocean. Well, I mean, the most dangerous job in the world is a commercial fisherman. That should tell you something about the ocean.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Deadliest catch.
It's like 3 deaths per, I think it's 3 per 1,000 or something.
Oof. A year.
Yeah, well, I mean, like the statistic is like 3 deaths per 1,000 fishermen or something like that. Maybe it's 100,000.
Because they have a short season too, don't they? Those guys. I think they fish for like 3 months a year. Like those extreme ones where they go to, the northern and the guys in the Southern Ocean as well. It's a short season. But imagine that, like, imagine you don't know what the currents are doing. Your boat goes at, 5 miles per hour, let's say that, but the current's going at 7 across. You go, okay, we've gone this way. We've been traveling for 12 hours in this way. We should be, 50 kilometers or 50 miles west. And now, but the currents pushed you 70 miles north. You know what I mean? Like you're more off course than what you've traveled because of the current, and you have no clue because in those days you just got a compass.
Yeah,
you got no idea where you are, and then you got wind too. Imagine the wind's blowing you that way as well with the current. You're fucked.
Yeah, that's why these like globals, they come in here. What if I go in a straight line? Yeah, good luck, dude. Like,
yeah.
I don't know where you got the idea that you can go in a straight line. Like, it's not like actually possible, right? I'm gonna go in a straight line in the ocean. Well, there's currents. You like going sideways half the time. Like it seems like you're going straight, but you're actually like going diagonally.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, never going straight.
And you never will for very long, right? You might go straight for 100 yards, but that's about it.
Yeah, but even if you can see a point of land and start heading for it, you're always correcting towards that point of land. If you've got no point of land or no gauge of reference, you're fucked. You're not going anywhere. Without it, you're just following a compass. That's it.
Just go row a boat on a river, right? Just go row a boat, right? And try to like aim at something on the riverbank and try to hit it. And tell me you're going straight towards that. Like, no, you're not. You're like going all over the place. You're
quick, left-hand paddle, quick. You're gonna hit the bank.
Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, we're upstream like 100 yards. Yeah, it's yeah, that's why Glover's like, what if I just go straight, dude? But these are all kids, right? Just like they've never done anything in their life. Like,
nah, they've never been outside.
Yeah,
bro, I'm sure it was a
walk in a straight line. Sorry, Peto.
I played a fishing video game once.
No, I'm sure it was a Mythbusters show or something that was talking about that, not being unable to walk in a straight line. And the reason they gave, I think it was Mythbusters, and they were saying that because one leg's always marginally shorter than the other, that would be the reason why you fucking constantly
I've heard that.
veer off course.
Yeah, but that's disputable.
There's also simple things like you've got to walk around something to avoid it. Now, after you walk around it, how do you know that you're back on track 100% straight? Well, you don't, And then you got to walk around a hill or
Well, yeah, you need an external, what they call an external spatial reference, right? That's external to you that you can reference everything to. It's hard to use the sky because the sky is moving around.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you got to pick a point and stick to it. And then, like you're saying, you can't use a compass because it's always fucking, there's anomalies and stuff like that. So something's wrong. You're never going in a straight line. It just goes straight. Just follow the latitude line. What? Follow an imaginary line on a map.
Once again, it's the Globers stopping all reality, stopping so that you want to use an aircraft for measurement. An aircraft can be going up and down hundreds of feet in a minute just because of turbulence. Side to side, diagonally, up and down, every which way. Laterally, that doesn't matter. If you saw the path of an aircraft, in actuality, on a graph of where it was traveling, it would be the most zigzaggedy freaking line just because of turbulence. Doesn't matter if it's on autopilot or not. Autopilot's not a straight line either.
It's crazy. And then you got wind speed and ground speed too. So what's it measuring? It's only measuring wind speed, isn't it? Like realistically.
Yeah. Then they would just use waypoints to actually literally see where they think they are is where they actually are, and they can do a triangulation on that landmark, and they can figure out how far back they've been pushed, how far to the south they've been pushed, whatever it is. But I guess they calculate their they don't even calculate their ground speed, do they? They just go, and the waypoints are going to be different every single time because they're not on the same line. They'll try to be, but they could be off really far because of winds.
So, good evening, everyone. Realised the conversation's kind of died there. Let's see if we can get it back on track. There's a few people in the room that have got some other roles that aren't Flat Earth ones. So, Cousin Sino, I see that you've got a Globe Earth role. Welcome back to the server, my friend. Wonder what brings you in here this evening. And who else did I notice that may or may not have any? Is it TPPS? I'm not even going to say your name, so it's just Pi at the end, or Pi. I see if you've got any roles. I might unmute you at the moment, but welcome to the server, guys. What brings you back, cousin?
Did you just refer to him as your cousin?
But that's what he's saying.
Oh, the name, sorry. I was like looking at the other guy. Cousin Sueno is a globe
That's
earther.
it. I called him Suno. My Spanish is shit.
What's up, gentlemen? We got new people.
But yeah, there's a couple. Well, I say new people. Obviously, our cousin from a Latin persuasion has got the globe birth role, so it's probably, has already been in the server before. But the guy down the bottom, it's too many P's in that name next to an S, but I'm going to call you Senpai. You've got voice verified, so you've got control of your microphone. So you two guys, if you want to get involved in the conversation about the shape of the Earth, why we think the way we do and say the things that we say, and I invite you to get involved in the conversation, because like you probably noticed, I went a bit dead there. Cousin Sueno. That's a bit better, isn't it?
So Dave,
I vaguely remember Cousin Sueno. They just talked. Sorry.
No, I was just going to ask you a question, Dave, because I was going to answer your question. I'm using my ESP to read your mind to answer the most pressing question you have whenever you come on the server.
What's that?
No, there is no measurable curvature or actual rotation evidence still. Sorry. Maybe
Damn it.
Time.
I was hoping you had my hopes up there for a second, Indio. Then you let me right down.
I tell you what, though, Dave, we do appreciate you coming back maybe 2, 3, 4 times a day and asking that question.
Yeah,
a good one, man. But yeah, no, mate, I'm afraid not. There is no direct, valid, falsifiable evidence the Earth's a spinning ball in space. Sorry, dude.
Yeah, you never know when the Earth's going to magically morph into a spinning oblate paroid that they allege that we live on. But all we can do is keep checking, right?
Well, no one's ever going to accuse Dave of not trying to find globe evidence.
Yeah, exactly that. He asks every single day. Unfortunately, maybe tomorrow. Cousin Sueno has got the globe earther role. I'm wondering whether Cousin Sueno has got any evidence for the Earth being a ball, being as that's what you believe. You've got control of your microphone, cuz, so can unmute yourself. And Senpai, too many P's after a T at the beginning of your name, my friend, but Senpai or Senpai, you've got control of your microphone as well. Non-Earth determining roles. So I don't know if you're a flat earther or a globe earther. You might even be a concave earther, mate. I don't know. But you've got control of your microphone, mate. So welcome to the server. Try an Indio.
Don't forget hollow earther as well.
Yeah. Holes in the floor earther. Well done.
Well, I got given a Google Drive earlier, and it's absolutely full to the neck with stuff about concave Earth. If anybody wants it, like, I'm going to have a little dig through it, maybe later or tomorrow. Because I've never actually found any concave Earth stuff that's been intriguing enough to actually carry on, like, reading it or looking into it at all. So, if anybody wants it, DM me or ask me and I'll give you it over.
You just have to take it on faith.
The only thing intriguing is concave earthers, not concave Earth.
Yeah, they're the most intriguing part about that whole fucking argument. The people.
I remember for like 2 or 3 days back in 2016, I tried to sincerely look into concave, and I didn't get very far. Their sky stuff is interesting, but that's about it.
Dude, you can't look into it because there's no inside.
Well, no, in actual fact, that's all you do, isn't it? When you look up into the sky, you're looking into the middle of it. And if you look past the middle of it, that is Australia. If you've got a big enough telescope, you see Timbo waving at you through a cloud. Because that's their idea, isn't it?
I just posted it in live stream voice text if anybody wants it.
That's the craziest part of it, is that people are antipodal in the opposite direction from the globe. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
And water's curving up and over our fucking head.
Yeah.
Come on.
You guys realize, so both views are actually just against podes. Like, for some reason, they hate podes.
That antipodal. Yeah, there you go. Good stuff.
So what are satellites, like swimming around in the big black ball in the sky, like an aquarium or something?
Well, isn't the black ball sentient? Like, isn't it a deity?
I don't know. It could be. I wouldn't doubt it. Like,
So it like absorbs the satellites and just eats them, and then it just like projects what they think the humans want to see to keep the deception going.
I'm fresh out of tinfoil, man. Fresh out.
Flatsy Klein wants to know from the live stream voice text if we are straw men in the concave Earth. No, Flatsy. This is the shit they say. Yeah, no. And I think she's being a little bit sarcastic.
I think technically they call the Black Sun one. I think they changed the name. It was concave Earth. I think they call it cell Earth now. They like it's concave Earth, but they don't call it concave Earth. They call it cell Earth, whatever that means.
Oh.
No
I guess that means we're like a cell of a freaking what's that called on a witch's nose?
Yeah, okay, dude, you're right. So there is a more ridiculous one, which is eyeball Earth. Who's seen that? So eyeball Earth is literally we're living inside God's eyeball.
Or we're on the lens.
The lens is a dome.
Yeah, the lens,
Yep.
it's like the Earth, and then the lens part is well, the iris is like the flat Earth, and like the lens is, and there's a whole like bottom part below it that's just massive, like this huge.
Yeah, there's scripture. There's even scripture that supports their point too. So in the Bible, it describes us as the apple of his eye, right? So we're obviously living in his eye, right?
I like that one though. I mean, if we're gonna have a weird Earth, I'll take that one.
Yeah, for sure. I was gonna go with Dave too. Like the concave stuff is interesting to hear them talk about it and like give them a space to express themselves. But there's really nothing there for me, you know. Like I just.
Have you ever heard a concave effort actually giving you any information? Because everyone I fucking spoke to, they're like, I'm not going to do your research for you. Especially that Paul guy that's always in the fucking YouTube, and he has been for like the past 5 years. And they never give you anything, man.
I'll tell you how it always goes. It goes, dude, you got to get on your belly. You got to go to the beach and lay on your belly, and then get back to me.
Glory talks about it, and one thing I got from him that I thought was interesting is that, like, he thinks the center, like, so it's like it's a concave Earth, and we're inside the center of a sphere, and the middle of it pushes you away from it. That's why you're stuck to the ground. It's like a reversed. It's a push instead of a pull, or whatever. And then there's a way to get to the outside of the sphere, but it's been lost. Like that technology or that knowledge is ancient. It doesn't exist anymore.
What?
So then guys lose technology.
You just gotta dig, dude. Dig down, and you'd be going out, right?
Well, it'd be like kind of like in a way. I'm sort of paraphrasing, but if you were to get lost in the cave and couldn't find your way out, and then later on, people live and people die. You move on generation to generation. They just think they've always lived in the cave. There is no thing. There's nothing else. There's only the cave. And the people who led them that direction, they're long gone, and their stories are considered parables or fairy tales about like Icarus got too close to the sky or whatever, or the sun. Sort of like that movie, The Time Machine. They had the drew a blank. It's like the nasty guys who would send up the air raid warning to make all the surface people, go to the bomb shelters, like the Morlocks or something like that. I don't know if that's the right word or not. And it kind of
Oh yeah,
explains.
they were the cave dweller race.
Yeah, it's like humanity split into two different factions or branches of evolution.
Yeah, and of course, like once you go underground, for some reason you grow like fangs and a big ass snout.
Yeah, like a pig, and then these big red eyes that you can only see in darkness. And they're super weak. They're physically weak and fragile. I think Glory told me about that too. That's why like our bodies are like cancer and all these other things, is that we're away from solar cosmic energies that keep us together or something. Yeah, but other than that, there's a lot of a lot of talk. I mean, getting just that little bit of information, they'll talk for like 2 hours, and you're trying to pull out little strings of, okay, what you meant by that 6-minute spiel is that it pushes you away from the center. Okay, you just could have said that, dude.
All right, we're onboarding you to Concave Earth. Welcome. In case of an emergency, what flavor of Kool-Aid do you prefer? Grape, strawberry, insta-death.
Insta-death, what the hell's that?
You've got to drink it first, though.
That's like the flavor aid.
What's that insta-death one taste like?
Nobody's ever said.
Oh, no. Okay.
It must be the best one. I'll try that.
Definitely hits you quick.
Yeah, you guys like all the art in the live stream? I don't want to straw man the concave Earth, so I'll just call it art.
Oh, yeah. That ball, the bottom one, I was going to explain that or say that too. So it's like a ball in the center, and it projects outward to form the sky.
Apparently, there was some surveying tests or something at some mines in California in the, early 1900s or late 1800s, using plumb bobs that converged at the top or something.
No, you're talking about the Tamarack divergence of the plumb lines at the Tamarack mine.
Right? Yeah. That sounds familiar.
Yeah. That's what it was published in Science, the journal Science, man. So it's not like some conspiratorial bullshit.
The main thing people used to come at me with, it was something about the rectilineator experiment or something. You know
Yeah,
about
the
that?
rectilineator. Yeah, that piece of crap.
There's more to it too, because there was a whole community. They had their own like county with a police force and schools, and it died out in the 19 something, 1930s or something.
Yeah, it was called the Koresh Society.
Maybe it's probably earlier 1920s. I don't remember exactly when it was.
Yeah, it was in the 1800s, and they built something called the rectilineator, which was they're going to try to mechanically measure the Earth using. I'll post pictures of it. I know way too much about this shit, dude. I should not know this much about concave Earth. Okay.
Was it that Cyrus Tweed, Indiana, the guy back in 1800s, Cyrus Tweed? He was the leader of it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know more information about it than I want to at this point,
That's almost how you know you're an old school flat earther, right? If anybody knows about the rectilineator and concave Earth, if you know about that, then you've been around too long.
Yeah, that's pretty cool because I've talked to a few concaves, Earthers, and I've never heard the rectilinear. So it's nice to know.
Yeah, look in the live stream. So that's like a drawing of it. So that they would adjust that thing so that like it would conform to like the shape of whatever, right? The problem is they even admitted it. So the guy he took a lot of measurements, but they wanted to do 10 miles, so I think they only ended up doing 1 mile. And it ended up being like -8 inches of curvature. They did it like on the edge of a beach. They did admit that they had problems because of the material at the time, right? So they made it out of like wood and like iron and shit like that. So wasn't like, and I guess they had problems with this thing twisting because, they're by the ocean, right? And things get wet and absorb its salt and every other thing. So wood does not maintain well. So they had problems. But yeah.
That's like the Brian Mullins force the line thing. Similar, not exactly, but.
Dude, we debunked that torque the line so hard. Impossible.
So what they're supposed to do is like these things go end to end and they're supposed to like adjust against each other. And then you can like, depending on, so basically you're making a bunch of 90 degree connections, right? So if they're all 90 degrees, then you got a straight line. And then you measure the ground relative to that straight line. But you could also measure its height along these poles because all these poles are going to be leveled. So, and you take your measurements and draw a conclusion. But like I said, they had problems with twisting and they don't have the materials necessary to do this test in the 1800s. It's not their fault, you know what I mean? They tried. Like they had, you got to work with what you got to work with. They had like pieces of like, galvanized steel or anodized aluminum or something. Titanium that are super stiff. They could probably get it to work.
Oh, dude, that's not torque the line. You're thinking force the line. So Brian Mullen had two different deals going on. He had torque the line and force the line. So torque the line was to go out over water and actually put a line, like a fishing line, but something much stronger, and then apply torque to it to remove the catenary effect, and then measure off of it to get the baseline to the water. The problem is that the amount of force that you would need to get rid of the catenary is insurmountable on a limited budget, and maybe even on any budget.
Okay, yeah. I think I messed up with because the words, like I thought torquing those beams together with like really heavy bolts and a huge wrench, whatever.
No.
Okay, I see what you're talking about. Yeah. So two different things.
So we did the math. We did the math on the scale that you would need and the amount of force you'd have to apply to the line, and it was like there's no vehicle that mankind has that could apply such force. In other words, like the material that no matter what material you're going to use, the line is going to sag in the middle. It's just the way it is. So after that was bunk, he wanted to do force the line, which was to essentially create a rigid structure similar to what Indio was saying, but on a large enough scale to where you wouldn't have to measure. His plan was you make it so big that you could literally just drive by it, see with your own eyes that it's straight and the earth curves away from it, or it's straight and the earth is straight along with it. That was what you would see when you arrive with your own two eyeballs. Now, of course, with the 8 inches per mile squared drop, you're going to need multiple miles of this thing, right? And you could already start to see how much money that's going to cost and all that. So obviously it didn't come to fruition.
The irony of that AI is when they built LIGO, they pretty much did that. They didn't account for any curvature. It's like 4 miles, something like that, if I remember right.
It's 4 kilometers. But anyway, they counted for curvature twice.
Right.
And then they had to try again for the 3rd time and stop doing that shit.
Exactly. So even if you were going to create the structure, like the structure that you're putting it in, like the building, doesn't need to be straight. Only the tube needs to be straight. So to waste your time building the structure of the building in which you're going to place the tube straight is just a big waste of money. It's one of those things like, okay, so let's say what is that? What is that? 2.5 miles? So what's the drop, or what's the variance you're looking at? What, 3 miles is 6 feet, right? So it's going to be less than 6 feet, right? Most average buildings are 8 feet tall to the ceiling, right? So you wouldn't need to build your structure of your building any different than you normally would. So the idea that they had to, quote unquote, specifically engineer the building and all this stuff is just retarded. Now, if they made a claim we had to align the tubes to be parallel, right? A continuous parallel line. Okay, I could buy that. But how are you going to do that? Think about it. You're just going to do it. You're just going to level it. Which is exactly what you would do no matter what the shape of the Earth is. So it proves nothing. There's only one interesting claim from that, which Zanuck liked to talk about, and he said that if you put a ball in it, so it's a flat floor, but if you put a ball in it, it'll roll towards the center. Because if you make a straight line through a curved Earth with alleged gravity, like they explain, it would be experienced as 2 slopes, right? Reciprocal slopes with a center point. So things would roll towards the center.
Yeah, that's actually a good point, dude. We could make something really stiff, right? So, like, what's really stiff? Like titanium alloy? You'd make something that's machined so that it's, like, stiff, it doesn't flex, no catenary curve, right? The reason a chunk of metal with a minimal catenary curve. And we make it very long, right? And then all we have to do is take as long as it's level, right? We take the little level, we level the whole thing along its length, make sure it's precisely level to within micrometers. And then we just stick a ball in the end and see if it rolls to the middle.
Well, Zanuck's claim is that it already does inside the LIGO building, because the LIGO building is allegedly built. Exactly, allegedly built to those specifications. But there's another explanation, which is that they actually suck ass at building.
That's a possibility too.
It's like,
there's a catenary curve.
Yeah, exactly. So,
did Zanuck claim to work there too? I'm just curious. He worked everywhere else.
No, he engineered it.
Yeah, he surfed the gravity wave to it. He surfed, like the gravity wave detector, he was surfing it in like the Silver Surfer.
He has his resume on Fiverr. You know, it basically says, "We'll engineer anything you need for $5."
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I'm going with the shitty engineering.
Yeah, that's why I use that excuse all the time. So I'm supposed to build a floor for a client. They go, "Why is there a big dip in the middle?" I'd be like, "What are you talking about? The Earth's curved."
There you go.
Well, am I right? Am I right if I was to say, like, as you go up a flight of stairs, right, the angle between level and the step should decrease, right? Is that correct?
Maybe, but I have no idea what you just said.
Because if level is equidistant to the center of a globe Earth, and the steps have been built to be perfectly going up straight, and at every step, the angle between level.
You're right. Yeah, it'll be on a microscopic scale, but more like a nanoscopic scale.
So could you do it on a larger scale? Like we already have huge mountain ranges and stuff. We could make a flat ramp.
Dude, what's the scale? Think about it. The scale of the Verrazano Narrows Bridge allegedly puts the towers 1 5/8 off at the top only. Allegedly. That's the projection of what it would be if their claims were true. So, I mean, what kind of structure are we talking about here?
Like,
see, that's the thing.
10 miles.
Look, you got to understand. Yeah, you got to understand that these are the words that they use to describe this globe. Negligible, right? Inconsequential. You see where I'm going with this?
Right.
I mean, think about it. The Verrazano Narrows Bridge, how big it is in New York City, right? And it's only 1 5/8 out at the top, allegedly, if the Earth was a ball. It's like you wouldn't have to account for that at all. The materials that you're building to construct it would consume those tolerances. It's like irrelevant. Oh yeah, there's another word you could add to my list of words: irrelevant. Unnoticeable, nominal, marginal.
I was just thinking, man. So if I'm in Arizona, right, and I want to grow some crops, but I need water, so I want to make some way to retain the water. So all I have to do is flatten the land and make it as flat as possible, and it will make a pond. What?
Correct. You'll have correct. You'll have a rain catching basin. A legal rain catching basin, because when they come to see if you made a basin, be like, that's not a basin, that's flat, bro.
Yeah, man, flat as hell, man. The flattest thing in Arizona. I just suck at engineering. I didn't even do it on purpose. And then when they say, dude, listen, this is obviously a concave hole in the ground because no way it can retain water, I'll just say, dude, what are you, a science denier? Well, you don't believe in gravity? Dude, drop a pencil. And at that point, the guy quits his job and retires early because he's not going to take this shit anymore.
Yeah. I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore.
You know, we were just talking about this too. That's so funny. Why was there somebody in here a second ago named Gas Chamber?
We've had a couple of people the past.
He just changed his name to Grass, I think.
Yeah, we had a couple of people here the past few days with that angle.
So let's unmute Grass and see what he has to say. As they say, your ass is grass and I'm a lawnmower. So Grass, you're unmuted. What brings you to the server?
God.
Oh, God.
PD again.
PD again. One syllable.
Can you move Earth with a bucket?
Look, man.
Do ants move the Earth?
Your VPN should charge you for IP address change, dude. They'd literally be able to retire Tahiti just off of you. Okay. You're not amusing. You're gone. See you later. Nobody wanted to play with him, right?
Times.
Yeah. Not even. We're laughing at you, not with you, bro.
Yeah, you guys had a lot of people throughout the day. The chat has been steady, huh? Seems like.
Yeah. Well, I mean, dude, we used to have like 35 people in the VC for like goddamn like a year and a half straight. 35 or more. We were hammering it for a while there. At the beginning of the thing, the thing.
Cocoa? The thing.
Yeah, the Cocoa Puffs. Cocoa.
We had 50 in here last night.
Yeah, it's been a while since we were up to high. I don't even look at it no more, quite honestly. I mean, we could have been at 50 some other time. I've noticed we've gotten a lot more people on the live stream. We've been like in the 30s and stuff, 30s and 40s, which is pretty good considering it's just like a 24-hour stream and it's not really showing space stuff. So we're not like live streaming the ISS and having bots go in 100 different languages. Beautiful, amazing. Cartoon lovers.
We had a guy kind of upset this morning.
Yeah, who'd you run into this morning? Someone was talking about it. I think Timbo was talking about it or something.
Yeah, he was pretty upset.
It's from Malaysia or something, or Bangladesh or something like that. Is that the guy?
Nah, he's from Australia, I think. Well, a couple of people from Australia, actually. Well, no, wait. Take it back. The guy from Australia was pretty cool. Might have been from America.
Usually the Australians that come in here, the Globers, are really triggered. You know, like, who's it riding on eggshells, and who's the other moron? Dogs are gods.
Yeah.
Anyone from the Wolfie, degenerate crew. I'd like to get one of those clowns in here. They'll never come in here. They don't have the nuts. If they're listening, y'all don't have the nuts at all.
We got Cousin Sueño, who's a Glober, but just sitting there. Cousin Sueño hasn't opened up their mic.
Well, that guy at the bottom, Tippin Pay or whatever his name is, he's Spanish because in his profile is a bunch of Spanish. Este canal hasta, maybe you can read it.
Este canal está pensando para las personas de habla España para un debate continuo sobre este tema.
No habla español.
I can tell your Spanish is rusty, bro, and I'm not even a fluent speaker, dude. You're rusty as hell. Get out of the white part of the country or something. Move,
it's too white over here, bro. Something about a debate.
No,
people in here are ready for a debate in this channel.
Yeah, man.
Hey guys, you ever hear any English speaker when they start to sing just all of a sudden bust out in a Spanish accent or an Australian accent?
No.
No, but you do hear people when they start to sing sound like they're American, correct? Proving that Americans are the best.
America.
Isn't that funny? Got everyone who speaks in an English accent with a different accent, anyone who speaks English with a different accent sings in American. It's so weird.
I sing in American.
Because we're brainwashing you guys with our TV. With our TV shows and our movies, we're just completely indoctrinating y'all. Hollywood.
Wait a minute. So he just said when he sings... He just said when he sings, it doesn't sound American.
Canto, stop it.
What's that?
You speak Scottish. It's not even English.
I can't even rap in Scottish, mate. I can only rap in fucking American.
No Scottish rappers.
There is a few, bro, and there's a couple of them actually. They rap in slang, Scottish, like pure slang. Fucking decent.
You guys rap when you talk anyway.
Fucking like as quick as Buster Rhymes when I'm talking, I suppose, but I struggle to try and formulate rap into Scottish, like, or even just because I do spoken word poetry, man. I don't know how to like change the format and make it into fucking like rap rather than just poetry. Fuck knows, just can't do it.
What would you like to be the first Gaelic rapper?
That's too close to gay.
Oh yeah.
And lick.
I mean, that would be badass, bro. You'd get famous just for being. You'd get famous just for rapping in Gaelic. It would probably sound awesome, man. I like the sound of Gaelic.
As a language, I'd like to have, like, if I got the fucking option when I was at school, but like you get to choose like French, fucking German, or Spanish, but you don't get offered the opportunity to learn fucking Gaelic, which is, I think, a bit out of order. You should get the chance to learn your fucking native tongue.
Yeah, 100%, man.
Probably wouldn't have anyway. I probably would have still picked fucking French or whatever, like, but.
Like that in Australia too. We have to learn England.
You have to learn England. You ever learned it?
Yeah, we have to learn England.
Doesn't sound like you learnt it very well, Systems.
You can't even spoke proper England.
I can't speak of the England.
Spraak is the only way.
Hey, Spake. Actually, have you seen Mr. Traumatic coming out with the kind of flat earthy kind of stuff lately?
Oh, yeah, man. Yeah, well, I mean, he's not physically said the Earth is flat, but he says it's definitely not a sphere. And he said like a few other things. And plus, he's been subbed to a couple of flat Earth channels for fucking years. But he banned me, man.
Pictures in his. Yeah, I know. I heard.
Fucking asshole,
I don't think that guy's stable, mate. I don't think he's stable. Look, I like the way he sounds, but his content is just too much. He talks about killing people and chopping their head off and shit. It's just too much.
Well,
but,
I've never heard lyrics like that, man. Like, I've heard them like be a bit like fucking explicit when it comes to females, but I've never heard them talk about cutting people's fucking heads off or that. Eminem's worse than fucking him.
I have to, but I don't like him either. But I'll have to find it for you. But yeah, it's interesting. I just saw that and I thought of you because you introduced him to me. And and one of his recent videos that has like what looks like, how do you describe it? Like a map but expanded, and then there's the different ponds and stuff like that. There's a picture of that. And then all the comments are turned off. So it's interesting. Yeah. But I think he's getting a little bit too much into the simulation bullshit as well. So, yeah.
I think he just thinks that we are temporarily in this meat suit. Like, I don't think he.
Well, when they start going to that shit, they're not 100% sure of themselves anymore.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah. Look, it's still entertaining. Good sounding awesome, music. Yeah.
I mean, his lyrical content when he talks about like fucking the truthful stuff, when he's talking about reality, like, it's fucking like really.
Think about it, brother. So confidence. When you have confidence in your position, what does confidence mean? Confide, with fide, fidelity, trust. It means you trust in what you're saying. So if you don't know what reality is, what are you really saying? I mean, you don't trust yourself. You don't trust your own position.
I don't know what reality is. I don't know.
Fidelity means kind of means clear, doesn't it? Doesn't mean like to be clear. Yeah, fidel.
When you're
high fidelity.
Well, I'm talking in terms of like, fidelity in the sense of honor, and like with your wife, you'd say fidelity.
Okay. Yeah, more like
you're trustworthy. Yeah, you're trustworthy with to her.
Yeah, interesting. Hey.
Oh man.
Got a new guy in here with a weird name, TPP Sense Tail, or I don't know how the hell. Are you there,
for his
TPP?
bunghole. For his bunghole. TP, is it for
Toilet
your
paper?
bunghole, my friend?
Toilet paper, are you available?
For my bunghole.
Oh yeah, I'm here. I'm sorry, I was listening, but I'm working also. So what's up?
Hey, you good, man? How are you? What
All
brings
good.
you here? You're
Oh,
relatively new.
I've been here for a year.
Oh, am I reading it wrong?
Yeah, been here for a
I'm living in
year.
the past. Yeah, I thought it said April this year.
Yeah.
I'm a bit behind the times, man. But how are you?
No, man, I'm
your
just
position?
listening, and I'm working right now, so just kind of using my time and not just doing this, living something more important than this.
What's more important than knowing where you live?
Exactly my point. Yeah, that's exactly my point.
Got another new guy called Pissant. No roles, not VC and.
Pissant. Got to be Australian, doesn't he?
I wonder who that could be.
Well, he doesn't even have an image on his thing, so.
You're on it, me, mayhem. It has to be, doesn't it? Got to be.
It's a fresh pissant, at least.
Ants move earth in a bucket. Plus, he drinks his own wee.
The Earth, next, he's going to come in with Earth pose. How many accounts have you got?
Oh, he's never going to tell you.
Not enough to break the record, trust me.
She's getting there.
No, don't encourage it. You're supposed to use naysaying language like, oh my goodness, he'll never make it at this rate before we all die.
Hey, how much earth do ants move in a day? Percent. You don't know? Thought you knew that.
How many ants do you think are out there, man? I'm sure they move a ton of earth.
Well, you would know.
Wait, there's a shitload of ants near me. So I mean, we know this place is pretty big.
Just start your own server, bro.
Cousin Swinyo's never opened up his mic, huh? As far as anybody knows, he's been here all day.
I've never heard him.
What's up?
What's up, Bearded? Dora? Also, I haven't heard of Centaur. Has anyone spoke to Centaur?
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. I've tried to speak to him many times. I haven't heard him.
I seen him in the lobby text chat. Centaur, I've just opened up your mic if you're there. Up on the mic, bruh. So what's up?
Centaur.
Night Owl. Oh, somebody named Night Owl. All right, Night Owl, if you're there, I just unmuted you. Welcome to the server. How you doing, Night Owl?
really old account from 2020.
Hi.
No
Hello.
roles.
Hi. Night Owl here.
What's going on, Night Owl?
I'm fine, thanks. How are you guys?
Yeah, really well. So you got an old account in here.
Yeah, man. I'm a friend of, maybe you guys know him, Roger.
Yeah, where is he? Where is he? What have you done with him?
Roger.
Roger from the Netherlands.
Oh, Roger.
Oh.
Roger, you mean.
Roger.
Yeah, we need
Roger, yeah.
we need proof of life.
From Roger. I just spoke to him today.
All right, and I bet you he's going to message us a text that says, "Oh, I totally spoke to him," and it was just you typing. See how easy this is?
Is it in your basement with duct tape?
Come again?
Nothing.
Dude, just make sure you account for Coriolis so he doesn't starve to death. Okay.
No, but actually, I'm back on the channel just maybe to pick up a conversation because Roger really got me interested in flat Earth. So
You're in the right place.
well, yeah, I don't hear a lot of talking right now, but I hope so.
I mean, do you got questions? Are you on the fence? Flat Earther, globe Earther? What's your deal?
Oh no, I'm not familiar with all the terms. I know, I'm not a glober anymore. Let's keep it simple for me for the moment. I don't believe in the globe Earth anymore.
Sounds like Emerald Monkey, doesn't he?
Well, they're all from the Netherlands. They all sound the same.
I thought it was Roger taking the piss.
No, he doesn't sound like Roger or Emerald Monkey. You guys.
No, Roger has a heavier accent though.
Nah, I thought it was trying to fake, make it sound a bit off, but I did think it was him.
Are you familiar with the FE core stuff? Has Roger shown you that?
The happy what?
The FE core. FE core. Field Engineers Core. So it's like a laser test. It was done in the Netherlands.
Okay.
Yeah, so you might be. I'll post a thing in the chat.
Yeah, bro. Better Lake Itzel.
Well, I've seen the latest, the newest picture of the longest distance with I thought it was the infrared camera, the sun setting behind the Greek Isles or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 600 miles something. Yeah, it was close.
Well, how many miles?
Something 600 plus, maybe it was.
Okay, and the one before that was like
666.
and the one before was like 247 or something, right?
You don't think he sounds a little bit like Drace as well?
No.
The same little plan.
It's not him. No.
I sound like a whole bunch of
Definitely
people
not
out here.
Grace.
From the Netherlands.
So, but yeah, I'm getting quite interested because yesterday I watched a pretty long video from I guess you guys all know him, Caleb.fe.
Oh, the TikToker.
Yeah.
Wow.
And you really got me thinking about a few things and I've seen a video Roger sent me tonight about it's like an hour long busting NASA in all kinds of stuff, showing rockets that skip across the firmament and shit like that. It looks like a speedboat on water and all that kind of stuff. It's so fucking weird. I don't believe NASA anymore. A long time ago, when I joined in 2020, I guess I already didn't believe NASA anymore, but I'm getting more and more.
Shouldn't believe their government.
I just gave you the VC verified role. So above this voice channel is a channel called Livestream Voice Text. You should be able to see it now.
I'm not really a Discord user, so I'm quite new on Discord. I don't use it ever, so I'm not familiar with it at the moment.
So look where you joined the channel, right? The live stream, where you push the button to join. Right above that, like on your phone or whatever you're using, it says live stream voice text.
Yeah, I see it.
Just click on that, and you should see a text channel.
Yeah.
Okay. So I just posted like a PDF document
Quetzalcoatl.
Yeah, I tagged you, so you would find the channel. Look above 39 minutes past the hour. He posted the FE core experiment from India.
So that was done. Some of those were done in your country at Lake Iso. So what
across the Isomere or something?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, yeah, I've seen that one. Yeah. Now I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I've seen that one.
Yeah, so it's like 41 kilometers.
Yeah, something like that, I guess.
Yeah, it's pretty far.
I don't know exact measures of all the lakes in the Netherlands.
No, their test was across 41 kilometers of Isomere.
Yeah.
So the drop is supposed to be like 100 and. So if you shine a laser, right?
I get the point.
Yeah, it should be like 127 meters in the air at the other side.
Yeah, it should overshoot like its target with 127 meters above it.
Yeah.
Because the other side should be on the lower side of the curve and yada yada. I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I found this NASA fakery today, so this is pretty hilarious. Wait till you see this, man. Dude's head disappears. It's crazy.
Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, that's pretty weird. Yeah, and I've seen all the videos with the ropes and like the cords and stuff, and they're grabbing things that are not there, and that's the fucking NASA fakery.
Yeah, so the walls are fake, apparently. Yeah. Some of the walls are fake, yeah.
His head disappears and then shrinks. It's pretty.
And I also thought a good thing, I think I heard it on Caleb yesterday, that he mentioned, the space is a vacuum. So why the fuck would you not train your guys for the mission in a vacuum chamber? But instead you train them in a fucking pool. And every time NASA shows us footage, we see bubbles in space. So, yeah, it's pretty obvious.
They do claim they do train them in the vacuum chamber, but whenever they show a video of their training, they're not actually in the vacuum. So they're in the chamber, but the chamber's open, right? And so there's people in there without a spacesuit on, hanging out with them. But it never shows them in the vacuum chamber while it's depressurized. Yeah, so it's in the videos they do have of it, didn't the guy almost pass out or something? Was that James May or something?
Yeah, his tongue would start boiling and he passed out.
Oh yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
his tongue started boiling?
Yeah, the water on his tongue, because when vapor pressure goes low, water boils in a vacuum.
Damn.
Yeah,
how many fuck-ups is it going to take for the Globers to finally realize?
No, but yeah, I think I have an answer to that, because people just don't want to go into this because they know it will get them really upset, and they know for them, they always tell to me, if I talk to somebody about flat earth, they always say, I don't want to go into that because I don't give a shit about if I live on a ball or a flat surface. It won't make any difference to my life in this instance. So, or in this lifetime, it won't matter to me if I'm on a ball or on a flat surface.
Bro, their soul is dead if they're saying that
mindset is because
they're so
in the global mindset, man. They've got the nihilistic sort of view, so that's the only reason they think like that. Once their mind got opened up to it, it changes your perspective on it. They only think on that belief.
It definitely changed. For me, it changed. I don't look at the sun anymore as a thing that'll blind me, and it's a nuclear explosion. It's like that.
I don't even know if there is things that are. I saw a video that the guy he drank and ate plutonium and other stuff, and he didn't die. He died while he was far in his age.
Is that to confirm that radiation?
He drank plutonium, and he also drank cooling water from the reactor and shit.
Right, man. Can't remember his name. It was black and white. It was like a black and white footage that I saw of that guy. He said that he ate the cakes of uranium once they'd been spent or some shit.
Is uranium and plutonium, is that a metal?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know for sure.
Yes, they're heavy metals.
Heavy metals, yeah.
Why would you eat it? I know he's trying to prove a point, but I've seen that video. Unless it's really small.
I wouldn't try it.
Yeah, I mean, outside of the radioactivity, just being exposed to heavy metals is bad for your health. Like,
yeah.
That's not a conspiracy.
No, I know.
Man,
but like the toxicity and what they tell us and how scared we have to be of the uranium and plutonium and yada yada. I think that's a false.
Well, you have to think about it like this, right? It's like uranium doesn't occur like naturally in the environment, right? It's in an ore. So they have to take the uranium out and then they're purifying it and concentrating it in a smaller, like in a unnaturally occurring form. And it's like, so it's like anything else, right? If you dilute like a little bit of poison in like 100 million gallons of water, it isn't going to do anything. But if you concentrate it, it's not good for you. So they're basically doing that, right? Concentrating it.
Yeah. Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Have you guys heard about the Geiger counters with the porcelain? Is that a legit thing? Like I hear stories about the guy transporting, in his truck a whole bunch of porcelain toilets, and then the Geiger counter check just goes off its tits, and then they realize it's just porcelain, so it doesn't matter. Have you heard of that story?
No, I never heard of that.
Sorry to interrupt, guys. Just quickly, Django in the chat is confused by the gas pressure argument. Did anyone want to explain it to him?
Yeah. What's your issue?
Somebody ought to, besides me, but I just want to say maybe that's why I can see the toilet in the dark. Never mind.
All right. Could I ask that Indio takes it then if he's here?
Could I just clarify the part that I'm unsure of?
Sure.
There's a couple of things that I'm unsure of. I understand the idea of the gas pressure in the container, etc., etc. The two things that someone else raised it. I forget who it was, but it was the idea that you have an atom of gas in a vacuum. Where's the atom of gas go? And things fall. We've all agreed that things with weight fall. Agree that gas has weight because you can liquefy it and weigh it. I'm confused that why a single atom in a vacuum wouldn't fall down to the bottom of the container. Whether that's a measurable gas pressure or not. So that's not saying I wanted to raise in that particular. Oh, everything's fallen over. That's one thing I was confused by. Why it wouldn't just settle, and why if gas is heavy, why wouldn't it just settle downwards? And if there is a vacuum, eventually there's nothing above it, so why wouldn't it settle downwards? The other thing I was confused by is the gas pressure gradient, which I think is the really confusing thing. Everyone talks about if there was a pressure gradient, it would just equalize into the space if the container wasn't open, but we don't see gas equalizing vertically, gas pressure gradient equalizing vertically. We do on the horizontal axis. I was just trying to get an understanding of those 2 points because I just don't understand it.
Okay, so liquid and gas are not the same. Liquid has less degrees of freedom than a gas does. Now, obviously, you should know that whether something's a liquid or a gas depends on its temperature and external pressure. So if you put water in a vacuum and in a container and then lower the pressure, the water turns to a gas, right? As a phase diagram, phase pressure. So liquid water turns into a gas when the pressure is at a certain level, right? So anything will turn into a gas depending on the pressure and temperature. So the thing is at a temperature so that it has so much kinetic energy it moves around and can't be, held down by gravity regardless of its weight until it radiates away that temperature, that energy.
Yeah, sure.
So you can think of this experiment, right? If you took a vacuum tube, or a vacuum chamber. So say you had a cylinder, you just take some pipe, evacuate all the gas out of it, right? Make a ultra high vacuum, and then say you had an opening at the bottom where you can insert like a little tiny bit of gas, and if you insert it in there, the gas wouldn't fall to the bottom. It'll equalize throughout the entire volume until it reaches a equilibrium temperature. Right, so it'll reach what's called thermodynamic equilibrium. So the pressure, temperature, volume will all be the same throughout the entire, vacuum chamber. It isn't going to sink to the bottom because of gravity. And like if you did this on Earth, right, gravity would be closest to the surface of the Earth. The so-called force of gravity, if gravity was holding down gas, it would be strongest at the surface of the Earth. And you could do this, like you could demonstrate this at the surface of the Earth, but no one could demonstrate this. The idea that gravity holds down gas is just like kind of silly.
I guess the container idea that you just get, the little example there, I'm guessing if I'm imagining that little experiment, but instead of using like 100 mils of gas, just like a single molecule gas.
Yeah, it'll just bounce around forever.
Isn't that perpetual motion? Isn't that like unlimited energy?
Isn't gravity perpetual motion?
Oh, I mean, I don't know. It's
an infinite amount of energy, right? Listen, it has an infinite amount of energy.
I mean, I don't think that gravity suggests infinite energy, but
well, then what's holding everything together? If it has a temperature, right? So it has a kinetic energy, and if the gravity say shut off, everything would blow apart because of the kinetic energy of the molecules. Even if it was like especially if it was a liquid or gas, it would just blow apart in every direction.
That's a question for a physicist, not a fisherman. But
okay, so yeah,
but,
I mean,
but I guess the in the container, like the thing, I don't think that a molecule would just keep bouncing around forever if there was no energy added to it, right? Like, why would it?
Because
it's giving off energy every time it hits, right? It's like a ball on a pool table that eventually stops, right?
Because there's no such thing as absolute zero. If you want to get like super, high order physics technical, there's a vacuum energy, and there's always energy like existing within anything. Like it's called thermal noise. So everything, even something that's super cooled, right? So they can cool things down to the lowest temperature. They do this with rubidium atoms. They laser cool them, right? So what they do is they trap them in a standing wave of a laser and decrease the wavelength so that they have a random motion, and that say that random motion is like a space of like a millimeter. So what they do is they shrink this standing wave, so the wave will start at a millimeter, be trapped in between the peaks, and they basically crush it down so that it can't move anymore. And they can cool it down to like almost absolute zero, but it's never they can never actually get it to absolute zero. They can only almost get it to absolute zero.
I don't know anything about that, honestly. But.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is, you got to think, say you have a tennis ball, and it's bouncing around randomly, but the space that it's bouncing around them is a 1 meter space. It never goes outside this 1 meter area. What they do is they take a laser and take a trap between two wave peaks, right? They make the wave peaks 1 meter apart. So this ball is bouncing around in between these two 1 meter peaks. So what they do is they shrink that 1 meter down and trap the atom. Trap it and make that space smaller and smaller. And as they make the space smaller and smaller, this is effectively cooling the thermal motion of the atom, because its kinetic energy is being shrunk. Temperature is just like how much motion a particular atom or molecule has. We call it temperature, and we sense it as a heat. But at the so-called atomic or quantum level, it's just a random motion. Everything has an intrinsic energy where it's moving around. There's no such thing as no motion or absolute vacuum or anything like that. There's not a zero energy state. That does not exist.
Yeah, I mean,
absolute vacuum.
Like I said, I got nothing on that. That's not anything I know anything about.
And as far as the gradient, you said that well, if Earth is contained, it should reach a static equilibrium, right? like the gas, right? Because if it's a container, it should all reach one level, right? There should not be a horizontal gradient. Yeah, that would be true if there was no energy being input into the system, right? So, but we have energy inputs. We have chemical reactions. We have the sun. We have wind. We have waves. Like they all work together, creating a dynamic system. There can be pressure. There can be pressure gradients within dynamic systems, not within static systems.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke about, I forget who I was speaking to. I think it was Mayhem.
The Earth is dynamic. It's not a static system. It's a dynamic enclosed system, not a static enclosed system, and not a dynamic open system, and not a static open system.
I guess the thing that confused me about the gas pressure gradients, like I get what you're saying about the container thing. Like it makes kind of sense. You can't get absolute zero, so the atom's never going to completely stop whatever.
Yeah, there's always that quantum probability that it'll be like you can't even pinpoint its location according to quantum mechanics anyway. You'll never actually have an exact location.
I guess the gas pressure thing I kind of like, I don't get about that is like you don't get gas pressures equalizing vertically. Like if you get like a gas pressure horizontally, you get like here in Australia we measure in HPA or hectopascals or whatever it's called. But in a vertical, you get like say 50 hectopascals across the whole country, and then we get these crazy winds going from the high pressure to the low pressure, right? It's like if you get like 100 HPA, that's like a cyclone or whatever, hurricane or whatever they call them in the northern hemisphere.
You do get horizontal gradients, right? So if you have a high pressure system going into a low pressure, you do have a horizontal gradient. It's just the system's dynamic.
Yeah, no, I guess that's my point though. Is that horizontal gradient is equalizing or attempting to equalize relatively quickly, like 100-mile-an-hour winds or whatever. And you get a vertical gradient where you get like if you go to a tall building, it can be 30 HPA less than a ground level. That's like, but there's no equalizing. Like, why isn't the gas pressure equalizing vertically? It equalizes horizontally so rapidly with so much energy, like 100-mile-an-hour winds. Doesn't the same thing happen vertically? But like it's like a million times more intense. Well, not a million, but figuratively speaking.
Well, I was talking. I was muted. Sorry. So the thermal mass of the ground. So the ground absorbs energy, and then it disperses that heat into the air. So here's a thing like my mother used to do. So she had like in the old days they had the spring water bottles that now they make them out of plastic, the big huge ones, but they used to make them out of glass. So my mother would fill one up with water, and it would heat up during the day with the sun, and all night it would emit heat. Right? It has what they call a thermal mass. So the ground has a greater thermal mass than the air. And it absorbs more heat, and it takes longer for it to dissipate this heat than the air does. So there's always a gradient of air pressure, right, going vertically, coming from the ground. And the ground emits gas, right? Things are decomposing, things are welling up from underneath the ground. Like, people always take the ground out of the equation as if the ground does not exist. Or the ocean, right? So the ocean is actually a sink for CO2, and it also emits CO2. I mean, we know all this stuff, right? So when the ocean gets heated up, it'll emit gases. And when it cools off, it will absorb gases. And vice versa. It will absorb some gases and not other gases. Depends, right? It also depends on the salinity and, all sorts of other things, right? Probably the wave height and the wave amplitude and a bunch of other factors. So our contention is that gas pressure is lower at the surface of the Earth because that's where the gas is generated. And as it gets higher, it thins out. So there's like a cycle, almost like the rain cycle. You understand what I'm saying? And this actually goes back, like the Chinese actually thought this, like going back like 1,200 years. And contemporary Chinese scientists have tried to prove that this phenomenon actually exists. That they had I can't remember the name of it, but there's a name for it in Chinese where they thought the ground breathes, right? So like 2 times a day it emits like gas and humidity. That the ground actually breathes with the air, and that it emits water vapor. And there actually is some evidence. There's some published papers on it because they're trying to prove it.
I agree with that.
Yes, yeah. I mean, someone said that before, that the cycles on the Earth like are creating gases, but wouldn't that create increase in pressure constantly, like through the whole system, if there's more gas getting added to it?
No, because you're also scrubbing shit out of the air, right? So like it's a back and forth. It's a system that's trying to reach equilibrium, and it ain't never gonna happen.
I guess that's where I get stuck, right? Like, is you've got. Sure, I get what you're saying. Like, I get that, that someone was talking about the carbon cycle and whatever. But I guess that makes sense, right? You've got a carbon cycle. I'm not disagreeing with that being a thing.
Check it out. So here's an argument I heard against global warming within the global paradigm, right? So as the temperature gets warmer, right? So CO2 goes into the air and it makes the air warmer. But as the temperature goes up, now the oceans, it's easier for the oceans to absorb CO2 out of the air. So the Earth goes through this cycle of raising CO2 and then the ocean scrubbing the CO2 and raising CO2 and scrubbing CO2. So it's this constant back and forth, this cycle of, there's more sometime, there's less at the other time. But the air, because it's more like, it's not like the ocean, it's a gas and it's more fluid. The cycles are on much shorter time scales and more inhomogeneous.
Right. So I guess, the cycling
these are all speculations. I just want to qualify. These are all speculations. No one's ever going to figure out the so-called true causes of any of this shit, because you can't do the experiment to determine what the true causes are. You can speculate about it, but how could you even do the experiment? Oh, I want to know what creates gas pressure on the surface of the Earth. Oh, okay. What's the experiment? You can't even think of an experiment. No one can even think of how you would do it. How you start doing it?
I guess where the part that confuses me is, if it's a cycle, then that's not really adding or subtracting from the pressure. It's interesting that it happens, but I guess it doesn't really have any explanation to the cycle, to the pressure gradient that we observe. And I think the thing that really
it's not a uniform gradient. You're acting like there's just some.
No, it's not uniform. No.
Yeah, it goes up and down over. If you take any particular column of air, right? So, say a freaking mile frickin' circle around New York City and make that a frickin' column of air going all the way up. Along that column, you'll have pressure changes and inversions and every other thing. It isn't going to be one constant gradient. There are going to be times. There's one thing. So there's a model of what the column of air should be, right? It's called the U.S. Standard Atmosphere Model, 1976, and it has temper, pressure, and all that shit in it. But people have actually empirically tested this, and they found out that air temperature actually goes up to they tested it with weather balloons. So the temperature actually goes up for the first kilometer, and then it starts going down. Right, so you almost have a blanket layer. So the idea that it just just only goes down, right? It'll go down relative to so if I go up a mountain, right, pressure is going to go down. But the difference between the top of a mountain at 25,000 feet and 30,000 feet, you're probably going to have changes in sometimes it's going to be lower at 25,000 than it is at 30,000 and lower at 30,000 and 25,000. Nobody's monitoring it. Because airplanes, when they fly, right, there isn't one level of air pressure. There is it's almost like a roller coaster where the air pressure goes up and down and up and down and up and down. So the plane actually goes up. It actually rides this undulation of air pressure, because when they fly at a certain elevation, right, they're flying at a certain pressure level. Right? You set the wing, right, because you're flying, in case you didn't know, works by air pressure. There's lower air pressure at the top of the wing than the lower of the wing, than the lower part of the wing. And if you want to take level flight, right, at a certain speed, you maintain that at a certain air pressure level. If that air pressure level undulates, your plane undulates. And though it may seem like you're going at a certain level, you're actually moving up and down thousands of feet over a period of 20 miles. Right? You just don't realize it because it's such a small up and down.
Yeah, sure. Look, I guess the I'm not suggesting that there's a gradient that's every 6 meters it does exactly whatever. I guess I'm just the general observation is that as you go up, a pretty predictable decrease in air pressure. Even at low altitudes, like you can walk up a hill and there's a relatively, say it's a 300 meter hill.
Yeah,
you can
dude,
measure the
I've
difference.
climbed plenty of mountains, man. I climbed plenty of mountains.
If there was an air pressure, like the air pressure gradient, if that was just because of like warmth or temperature or whatever, surely the pressure would be rushing to equalize. Like I know it doesn't seem like a big pressure difference, but like, say 30 HPA, it doesn't seem like a big difference, but that's enough to create 100 mile an hour, probably 50 mile an hour winds across the country. I mean, surely if that was happening over a couple hundred meters, you'd see like crazy vertical winds, right?
I mean, you're acting like you can like just like block off part of the air from some other part of the air and like it should be this pressure here and that pressure over there.
You can test it.
It's a continuum. You can't discretize it, right? You can't make it into like discrete chunks. It's a continuum of air.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. I'm not saying it's like chunks. I'm not saying it's like it goes in a block or anything, but like it's like a continuous, like smooth gradient, right? Like I'm not saying it's like a chunk here and then a chunk there, but I guess what I'm just confused by is why it's not equalizing vertically like it does horizontally. Because like the horizontal equalizing that we see is dramatic, like
because
stuff, right?
one
but
part is closer to the ground than the other part. But
why would that change?
Don't you understand?
Why would proximity to the ground change its?
Because of temperature.
Pressure.
Because of temperature.
So the temperature goes up as you go up.
No, it goes up for the first kilometer, then it starts going down. But the ground is a heat emitter or heat. It's a big thermal, what they call a thermal mass, dude, compared to the air. There isn't you're thinking like in these abstract, idealized concepts. Like it doesn't work like that. Right, it's not a perfect contact between the air and the ground. There's shit in the way. It's not like there's not a perfect heat transfer. Some places are sand, some places are dirt, some places are trees, some places are water. Some places get more sun than the others. Some places don't get sun. Like there's always a dynamic where there's unequal heating, and you're wondering why there's a vertical temperature gradient, and there's at the ground, right? That is where the transfer is most efficient. But as you get higher, the transfer of that energy, that thermal energy, diffuses. You know what diffusion? You know what diffusion is? You stick a dye in water. Like if you take what do they call it? Food coloring. You drop it in water. Where you dropped it, it's really a dark color. But far away from it, it's diffuse. And the dye colors spread out more. You ever used food coloring before?
Right. Yeah, sure. I get what you're saying.
So that's what's happening, like diffusion.
Fish blood.
But air pressure falls off. Yeah, air pressure falls off antibiotically. It's not like some linear relationship. And like, just another thing you can disprove: gravity is not creating the air pressure because air pressure doesn't fall off inversely proportional to the square of the distance. That's what gravity says. The force of gravity is inversely proportional to the square of the distance. Does air pressure fall off that way? No, not even remotely like that, and neither does temperature. Like as you go down, the air pressure does not fall off, or the volume, you can call it air pressure, or the molecules per unit area, or whatever the hell you want to call it. It does not fall inversely proportional to the square of the distance like gravity says it should, because that's what the force of gravity is. We can talk about this all day, right? So we can talk about like what causes it, what doesn't cause it, what it is. We know what it isn't, because no one can demonstrate gravity creates air pressure.
I guess trying to avoid the argument of gravity because I don't understand.
Well, I'm saying regardless.
There is no. I guess
it doesn't matter what it is because we know what it isn't.
Like, so I guess my question is.
I mean, it's hard to understand that we can eliminate gravity as a thing because if we do any experiment trying to isolate gravity as the cause, Joe's results falsify the claim. Like I said, get a vacuum chamber, stick in some air, it doesn't sink to the bottom because of gravity. You can't create air pressure or temperature using some sort of fucking gravity. Like, no, there is no gravitational fucking theory of thermodynamics. Like, it doesn't, the air pressure or temperature doesn't follow the inverse square law, the gravitational model. Like, you can, there's 100 little ways to chop this up. It all results in the same thing. Gravity is not a valid explanation as the causal mechanism for air pressure. Just that's it. It doesn't. We don't need an alternative hypothesis.
We could actually give you gravity and just point out that observably it's not affecting gas. Has got nothing to do with thermodynamics. We could give it to you, but it doesn't affect gas.
I'm not saying gravity. I'm not arguing gravity. I'm just trying to understand why the vertical air pressure. Like, and look, I get you're saying that there's not that you don't have a thing, but I guess
what I'm
trying to explain.
Well, I mean, what can we really say for certain without the requisite experiment? We're just talking. We're just blowing air, right?
I mean, just
there's a scientific. Well, let's just say there's a scientific method way to determine the cause and effect relationships between a natural phenomenon. There's no experiment that we can do to determine the cause of air pressure gradients on the Earth. And that's not our fault. That's just a limitation of being a human fucking being, right? You can't do it. I can't do it. No Glober can do it. No physicist can do it. Not that I know of. Like, show me. Like, then I'll, I don't argue with objective data. Show me the objective data. Show me the experiment. It's like that simple. I mean, if you're satisfied with inferential stories, I mean, that's on you. I mean, I love story time.
I guess like my perspective, and I've spoken to a few guys about this, is like, and I'm not saying this is true, and I'm obviously not saying that just because everyone says that it's true. Like, I've grown up being told about the globe, right? Like, that's been my
me too.
Most of us have. We all did that. I think
I was a mad nerd, bro. I was a globe nerd, dude. Space, fucking everything. First movie I saw was Star Wars, man. I'm fucking all into that shit.
Movie. But I think, like, I guess for me, like, when if there's an alternative theory, so there's a theory of the globe and there's a theory of the flat.
Listen, it's only a theory is if it has experimental evidence. Until then, it's just a hypothesis.
I mean, I guess I'm just using the word theory. I'm not a scientist. I'm just using the word
I'm just
theory.
saying, I know people use it colloquially, the word theory, but the proper terminology is hypothesis. Because a theory has been tested by experiment.
Sorry, Indio.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, it's just because our friend here has pointed out that there's two theories, right? There's globe Earth theory and flat Earth theory, right, my friend? You said that?
I think he meant colloquially.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
I was just meaning the idea or the concept or whatever.
I guess whether you call it an idea or whatever, that's kind of beside my point. My point is, how would you prove one of them to be true? You've got lots of ideas. The thing is, you've got to be able to prove one of them to be true, haven't you? Could be a ball.
Right, that's kind of what I was getting to. Is that you've got this two? Well, I'm going to call them ideas. There's two ideas. There's one idea which is the globe and gravity and whatever. It's got a lot of explanations for a lot of things. Now, whether people agree with those explanations or not is not really the point. I'm not a physicist, so I just hear what I'm told, and if it makes sense, I believe it. Right? And then you've got the other idea.
Can I say this before you continue? It's not whether we agree with them or not. It's whether there's evidence to support it. That's it. Like, this isn't like an opinion. Like, you like blue? I don't like blue. It's not like that, bro.
Look, I'm not saying it is. I guess for me, like, the air pressure thing, right? Like, okay, so we've got the globe idea suggests that the air pressure gets lower as it goes higher because of gravity. And then it suggests
hold on. Let me stop you, brother. Let me stop you.
Yeah, just let me finish, man.
No.
Yeah,
just real quick, brother. You made an error. You said that the globe on one side is the globe idea and gravity. That's not true. Gravity is entirely congruent with a flat Earth paradigm. All right, continue.
You got the globe idea that suggests that as you go higher, that air pressure gets lower because it's getting pulled down by gravity. Whatever. I guess it kind of makes sense to me because I go in the water and I know water and gas are different. But I go in the water and I see that the water pressure gets higher as you go down. And you get to the surface and there's no physical barrier stopping the water. It's just the properties of water are kept in the ocean. The deeper you go, the higher the pressure gets, right? And you go to the top and then the pressure gets to the same as what it is on the other side of the gradient or whatever, the change between the water and the air. And then you the same thing. Like, if you tell me the same thing happens in the air, I go, well, that kind of makes sense. Like, you go higher and higher and eventually it gets nothing. Gets to zero. Like, I mean, that kind of makes sense to me.
I get that you say that it kind of makes sense. We kind of would maybe agree with you because gravity, with everything that you said, it kind of makes sense. But then you have to look at other things in the physical and natural world. So, like when we contain gas, we understand that we need to contain it to keep it in a space, and the consequence of containing it is pressure. So that makes sense as well, right? So when you've got the idea that you've got balls of gas in a vacuum that are not dispersing into the vacuum, that are under pressure, that don't have anything to press upon, you understand how that now doesn't make sense. Because you can't do that in the physical and natural world. It's an idea.
Yeah, sure. And don't they say that Mars used to have an atmosphere, but then it slowly dissipated because there wasn't enough gravity?
It doesn't matter the story. We can't verify that. Might as well be talking.
Sure, I guess.
Yeah, we might as well be talking about Narnia. But the salient point is this: the only way that we can keep gas in a place is to physically contain it within that volume. The consequence of containing the gas is now under pressure. If you remove the container, then the gas just goes in all directions, right? That's what gas does. It disperses outwardly in all directions and fills the limitation of its container. I heard you say well.
Mind if I ask a question? Just with regards to your, you made an example about you go in the water a lot, and water gets more pressurized the deeper you go, right? And therefore it makes sense that the Earth is a ball. I don't know how you've connected those two, because if say you're on a flat Earth and that effect is happening in the water on a flat Earth, then it would make sense to you surely that would also be possible in the air on a flat Earth. So I don't know how you've connected those two ideas.
That's a very good point. And I guess for this observation, my point being that two things. Let me answer that question in just a second. I've got one other thing I wanted to say about the previous thing, and then I'll get back to that question because I really want to answer that. The first question was about gas being contained. And I think the thing that strikes me is that you can contain heavy gases without a lid on a container. Right? You can have a pit, and you can get heavy gases will find their way into the pit, and they'll just stay there until you blow them out or until you whatever.
Well, hold on. Over a period of time. So they will stay there for a period of time, and then entropy will take effect, and you'll come back later, and you won't have the fish tank with sulfur hexafluoride in it.
No, they'll keep going there, and they'll stay there. I know 3 guys. Like personally, I was working on a mine site, a gas mine, and 3 guys died the day I was there because they went into a pit. They died. They didn't disperse over time.
You've got a hole that's containing either side of gas that's stopping it dispersing. You've got a relationship with the heavy gas opposed to the atmospheric pressure. So yeah, it's going to stay there because it's contained. It's not going to disperse upwards into the lower pressure environment because it's a dense gas, and according to the environment it's in, it's going to, like you said, sink to the bottom, but it's contained on either side, so it's not going to be able to spread out, right?
Well, yeah, I guess that brings us to the next point, right? The contained on either side. Now, if the container on either side, now I guess what I'm saying is that if you go with the idea that things fall, which I think we all agree they do, I don't see any reason why you couldn't have a container with no top on it, and the gas falls into the container and just stays there. There's nothing. There's gravity pulling it in.
I get you.
And I'm saying. So what I'm saying is, I'm not saying that's proof for a globe. What I'm saying is, I don't understand why the container couldn't have no lid on it.
So when I ask, check this out. Let me ask you a question, man. So if I have a jar that's a vacuum chamber, that's a vacuum, and I pop the lid off, gas falls into the glass because of gravity, not the pressure of the surrounding air putting it in there.
I think the difference there is that I'm not suggesting that there's like,
because if I open the lid upside down, right, I take the lid off with the jar upside down, somehow the gas ends up in the jar still.
Right. And I guess I'm not suggesting that the gas pressure goes from a vacuum to breathable air over the space of a meter. I'm suggesting that it goes from breathable air, which obviously on the surface is quite nice, to barely breathable air, to whatever, 100,000, 200, 300, whatever it is, 1,000 feet to so thin that it's effectively not there, and then you keep going a bit further and it's gone. Like, I guess that's my.
I get it,
It doesn't have to be a ball. It can be a ball, or it can be a jar, or it can be whatever.
Anything. But you have to remember that the Earth is a ball and it's spinning underneath this gas and going at 66,000 miles an hour in a direction. But the Earthly environment acts like a contained system with energy in it. You kind of forgetting about half the story, because the Earth is moving either through the gas, because the gas is the leading edge of the sphere in the direction that it's going, or the Earth, the rock, and the sea is leaving the gas behind. But we won't talk about that because no one ever fucking does. What makes sense more? Well, you were talking about the oceans of the Earth. What happens if there was an atmosphere above those oceans, above those waters? We understand that when you have water in a vacuum, it bubbles away and turns to gas. Brilliant. What happens when you've got a vacuum chamber and you impart gas into it? The gas fills the volume, presses upwards, outwards, and downwards. We have to remember that, we can drop things, but when we drop gas, it goes everywhere. We can drop things like rocks and they go down, but gas doesn't act like that. Gas isn't affected by any gravitational idea, so we can't even start the science. But what makes more sense is saying that the gas eventually stops and doesn't disperse into the space. It runs out of energy and decides to come back because it's homesick. The gas is produced on the surface of the Earth, and its first instinct is to go away from it and fill a space. If there's no barrier to stop the gas and out there's a vacuum, then we wouldn't have this environment in the first place. To talk about gas pressure gradient.
I suppose that's kind of where I get confused, right? Like you've said that the gas goes into a container and fills the container. While I agree that the Earth is a dynamic system and it's trying to fill the container, I guess my point is it doesn't try very hard to fill the vertical at all. 300 meters high with 30 HPA difference, and no wind. Come on, got to be something else going on there. And like you say, gas does have weight, and gas is affected by gravity, and which is why you get heavy gases that can separate from lighter gases. Whether it's gravity or whether it's some other phenomenon that whatever the name is irrelevant.
You see, we're also talking about an unproven thing. We're talking where we can't talk about the science because we don't have a naturally observed phenomena, and you've just said gas has weight. Gas is just a pressure vector downwards, isn't it? But gas presses in all directions, doesn't it?
That's an observable factor of the gas. It's not necessarily what the gas is. The gas is a particle, and the particle has weight.
What is the direction of vector of weight?
Sorry?
What's the vector or direction of weight?
I'm not sure what you're asking me.
When you put something on a scale, it presses downwards. Like gravity is the direction downwards, right? That's how we get weight. That pressure vector only downwards. How do you weigh gas?
You can turn it into a liquid.
Oh, so it's not gas anymore.
You're telling me that if you turn gas into a liquid, it gains some new property?
I'm asking.
It gains mass?
You've turned a gas into a liquid and they said, look, I can weigh gas because it's a liquid. I'm asking you how you weigh gas.
Here's how you weigh gas. The scuba cylinder.
Oh, sorry, I was forgetting.
The scuba cylinder. Weigh it again. You weigh your gas. It's still a gas. A scuba cylinder, and it weighs more.
So a container. So you have to collect the gas together in a container to get the pressure.
This is about weighing gas. This is about weighing gas.
Still, how do you get the gas?
Gas pressure pushing down on the bottom of the container really hard. That doesn't make sense, man. Come on.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that you had to use a container to collect the gas together in the first place.
Container proves the gas has weight. What's your point?
No, because the gas is pressing upwards and outwards. There's a volume of something, right, in the container, and some of it is pressing downwards too. But some of it's pressing outwards and some of it's pressing upwards. So you're just getting the ones that are pressing down.
Why does a scuba cylinder weigh more when it's full than when it's empty?
Because of part of the gas is pushing down, but a whole lot more is pushing outwards and upwards.
Didn't answer my question. Gas doesn't have weight. Why does it weigh more when it's full than when it's empty?
What's at the bottom of that?
Hold on a second. Before you guys shit all over yourselves. If the gas was pushing down on the bottom of the container, it would move the container if you let go of it in free space. Right? And it only, when you drop a container of gas, it only goes down. Now that correction's been made, continue.
So, can I just ask, are you comparing a container with a vacuum in it to a container with gas in it?
Sorry?
Is that the comparison? You're saying why does it weigh more when it's got gas in it? Well, as opposed to when
Why
it
does a
has
scuba container, when you pressurize a scuba container, it weighs a whole lot more than when you have a quote-unquote empty container, being that you cannot use it for breathing.
So the empty being the vacuum, right?
No, it's not a vacuum. It's natural
Then what's
pressure.
in it?
I don't know what the pressure. Presumably air, because I was just breathing out of it.
But then there's gas in it either way.
Yeah, but that's semantics. Increasing the pressure from, say, 1 or 2 atmospheres of pressure to hundreds of atmospheres of pressure. The purpose of a scuba tank, it is now empty because you can no longer use it to breathe from.
Wow, you've got more matter in a volume.
Yeah,
you said gas doesn't have weight. Hang on, you said gas doesn't have weight. It doesn't matter if it doesn't represent more of it.
I know you think you've got us, but you have to understand. Oh no, chill. You've had to contain the gas in the first instance to weigh the gas on that scale. For example, the gas inside the container, though, is moving in all directions. Yeah, you've got an amount of, let's call it, matter in that volume. We're not contending that.
I'm sorry, but didn't before you just tell me that gas doesn't have any weight?
I was talking about the weighing of the gas. Can you put an individual gas particle on a scale?
Put like several thousands of them on a scale.
Yeah, and
what I just explained to you.
Yeah, some of them are pressed down and upwards and outwards. Weight's just a vector downwards.
So when you pressurize a container, you've effectively made the container more dense, haven't you?
But I'm not arguing with you about how it works. I agree with you on how it works.
Okay, but I mean, is that true or is that false?
If you have
so the density is increased, right? So okay, so then the density relationship with the objects in the medium has changed, hasn't it?
I'm sure what you're asking.
So then what?
A filled container is more dense than an empty container.
Right.
If you fill a container with something that has a massive no weight, has a weight of 0, you fill it with 1 million of those weights of 0, it makes no difference. It still has a weight of 0.
That's not what he said. He said density.
The gas has a weight, or I'm like straight up lying to you about scuba containers.
No, it's the fact that lots of gas is not able to keep lots of gas here because some gas is pressing down on other gases and stopping entropy and stopping that gas from dispersing into a vacuum.
Hold on, Jedi. Yes, it can, if you put it in a container.
There you go. It'll fill the limitation of its container until you take that container away and it'll fill the limitation of the next one, a bit like Russian dolls.
Yeah, absolutely. So now that we've beaten that one to death, right, and we can't get our money back, irrelevant. Now that we've beaten that one to death, crypto has the most salient point, okay, which is what does this have to do with the globe?
I suppose what this has to do with the globe is the globe has a way of describing a physical phenomenon that we're just talking about, the weight of the gas, and the vertical gas pressure differentials, etc., etc. And I guess what I'm asking questions. I don't know why that happens, but I'm asking questions. And then one of my problems is I come in here and I get told that gas doesn't have a weight, and then I look at my empty scuba tank outside and see that it's way lighter than my full one, and I'm like, well, hang on a second, that doesn't make sense. One of my questions.
Okay, but you made a major faux pas. You said the globe has what? The globe doesn't have anything.
The globe theory explains why these things happen, right? The globe model.
Yeah. So what is?
Idea.
Sure, but what does a globe have to do with it? You haven't said so.
What does a globe specifically have to do with this one specific thing? Is that the model that has been presented for the globe? I'm not trying to convince anyone here. I'm just pointing this out. The model that has been presented for the globe gives an explanation as to why we observe these phenomenon. To me, that makes sense. And I'm asking if there's
dude, you're skid, dude. No, friend.
I'm not proving.
I know this. Dude, it doesn't matter.
I'm not suggesting it is.
Dude, could you stop? For goodness sakes, you haven't told us what it is yet.
What is?
I just asked you twice, and you just says the globe has an explanation. The globe has this. The globe has that. But you didn't say what this. You didn't qualify the this.
All right, we've been speaking about this for a while. You obviously went around. We've been talking about gas pressure gradients, and amongst other things. And what I've been trying to
just stop talking. I'll give you the answer. Your claim is that giant floating space balls are the cause of gravity, which is the cause of the gas pressure gradient. Okay, thank you. Now that that's on the table,
that's not my claim, by the way.
Oh, okay, so then you don't ascribe to the globe model, then, right?
I'm not claiming it. I'm just asking a question.
Okay, so the globe model claims it. Then how about that?
Sure.
Okay, so once again, what does gravity have to do with globes?
I'm confused by what your question is.
I know.
Because it's not being asked in any context.
Yes, see, you have an idea. You say the globe explains, and you hint towards gravity, but what is it? What does it have to do with it?
So the idea, there's a phenomenon we observe, which is gas pressure decreases with height, altitude, or whatever. The explanation for that is the globe model, that gravity causes the gas to be pulled downwards or pushed downwards or squashed downwards or whatever, however you want to describe it. And alternative is it's a dynamic system that it just is. I guess, and what I'm trying to go through is asking questions about it, and then I get
false dichotomy.
Like,
that's a false dichotomy.
What's false about it?
I already told you earlier that gravity is completely congruent with the Earth being flat. So any explanation that appeals to gravity, any explanation that appeals to gravity is perfectly congruent with the Earth being flat.
I disagree with that. I'm not saying that the Earth is round because gas pressure is pulled down by gravity. I'm not suggesting that. That's wild. What I'm asking is two things. Firstly, why does gas pressure change with altitude and not equalize rapidly like we see in the horizontal? Secondly, there is a phenomenon, effects like gravity, whatever we want to call it. It might just be the fact that it's downwards. Maybe things just fall down. Who cares? Is it not possible that if we were in a cube with a lid on it, so it's a fish tank with no lid, right? Not possible. It would just be the same. We go upwards, pressure gets less and less and less until it gets to nothing. And there's nothing above us.
So that would happen if what? If there was no what?
It's like a fish tank with lid on it. But cube with no lid on it, right? Same. Is that not possible? I guess that's my question.
If you had a fish tank with no lid on it, then what?
You'd have a vacuum outside of it.
And then what?
There's no then what. I'm just trying to understand a phenomenon.
I don't know. I've never seen a fish tank with a vacuum outside of it. Okay, why don't you put a fish tank with a gas inside it, inside a vacuum, and see what happens? Then you might have something to talk about.
You could do that with mercury, right? Fish probably wouldn't like it very much. You could do the mercury barometer thing when we know we can create a vacuum next to something that has pressure.
What? Is mercury a gas?
Yeah.
Mercury a gas?
Someone told me just before that anything that's can be a gas. I assume mercury can be. Is that not true?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure mercury's a metal.
Why can't you use air, what we breathe? Why does it have to be another gas?
Can I use it?
Why can't we use air instead of mercury?
Can't we use for what?
For your example.
Because I can't make a cylinder 150
well, you're
kilometers
breathing.
high.
Are you breathing mercury?
Not.
Okay, so use the thing that you're talking about. Don't use something else.
Yeah, it's a false analogy.
Yep. You want to make it. You want to. You want to. It's just like when you're trying to, like, people in here are trying to say that light bends around the globe. Oh,
someone's doing something.
That was pretty loud. So light bends around a globe, and they use sugar water in a fish tank. That's kind of what you're doing here. You're changing You're using an extreme example to try to make your point.
No, I'm not sure. I'm honest. I don't know where this conversation is anymore. It's gone around in some strange loop. But
no, you've tied yourself up in a knot. I know exactly where we are. You're trying to make an example out of what you're saying using another element. Well, you try using air for your example. Don't use any other element.
So, guess you're telling me to do an experiment that you say is impossible to do.
What do you mean it's impossible? Well, you're the one that brought it up. AI was just telling you to do the example, and you're like, well, let's put mercury in there. Like, you're changing
because I can do the mercury example and I can't do the air example, and you know full well that I can't.
Well, that's it. Why I know. Because that's the example you need to show.
Not very good faith.
Well, what do you mean?
No, it isn't. 1 second, Miggy. It's not our fault that you can't experimentally validate your claims. So I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, I guess the problem there is that other people have done it and you don't believe them, right?
Other people have done it. Well, done what?
have gone, well, reportedly have gone to space, right?
There you go. Now it's starting to show.
Hang on. You're saying that
your zealotry, your zealotry. It's what's starting to show right now.
Yeah, people going to space, though, that's not a test or an experiment. That's a claim. That's hearsay.
Yeah. It's a claim.
I don't see what the point is.
I do see your zealotry is showing because you just believe what people are telling you. That's it. And there's no physical demonstration of the thing you're showing. You're trying to show an example of, and you're trying to twist this conversation into knots so that everybody's like, maybe he has a point. You don't.
No, would really just like an answer to my first question.
It was answered. You didn't have an answer to your own example that you're trying to propose, which you just stated right now.
We've gone into some strange hypotheticals about me.
No, we didn't. No, we were talking about the example you wanted to bring up, and there's no way you can present one as per like the way AI was saying. We'll try to put a fish tank with air in it and a vacuum next to it, and then you're like, "Well, I can't do that." No, duh.
Really appreciate something you just said. You said that it was already explained to me. Can you please re-explain to me, because obviously, I'm not a physicist. I don't understand this stuff that well. Could you please re-explain to me?
Well, it seems like you've been doing pretty well. But you've been doing pretty well trying to tell us how you're going to do an example. Except now you got yourself into a pickle because now you can't get away.
That my question was answered.
You're trying to drag us into an extreme example that you're trying to present to everyone here. Now I'm taking you back out of that extreme example and saying use exactly the elements that are being used in physical and natural world, which is air. And you can't.
You told me it was explained, and you obviously understand it. I'd really appreciate it if Mayhem could explain it to me. Why differentials with altitude don't fully equalize?
Fully equalize? What are you talking about, bro?
An attempt to equalize.
He's saying, why don't we have a homogeneous atmosphere? That's what he's saying.
No, I'm not saying why it's not homogeneous. I'm saying why isn't gas, air rapidly traveling upwards attempt to equalize the differential like we see on the horizontal? We see it rapidly travel on the horizontal.
Where is gas produced? The air.
We went through that. We went through that. If gas was produced, if it was produced,
where on the surface, is it being produced at Django? Where is it being produced?
Depends on the gas.
Where is the air that you and I breathe? Where is it being produced?
Air?
Yes. You know the thing you're breathing right now?
Not sure that nitrogen is produced.
Where is the air that you and I are breathing being produced?
My understanding there is mostly nitrogen, and I don't understand that it gets produced anywhere.
Oh, so it just doesn't get produced anywhere. It's just how you don't know anything about where air is produced.
Is nitrogen getting constantly added to the system? Is that what you're saying?
Is air that you and I breathe being produced on the ground level?
It's cycled on the ground level? Yes. Is it produced on the ground level? No.
Yes. No. So you disagree that air is being produced on the ground level? There's nothing that's being produced down here where we are.
Let's say there was nothing. The air that we're breathing is cycled on the ground level, but I'm saying it's not produced here.
It's not being produced on the ground level.
Increasing.
Is that what
pressure.
You're saying? Are you going to stand by that? Are you going to stand by that claim?
Are you saying it is being produced there?
Are you going to stand by the claim that air is not being produced at the ground level, Django?
No.
Yes or no?
Just answered you.
What is it? Yes or no? I'm saying yes or no. You're going to answer yes or no, right? Why won't you just say yes or no? Why are you struggling?
I said no.
It's not being produced at the ground level.
That's the question, and I'll give you an answer. Just confused.
Yeah.
The question was asked, and then we got yes or no, and then I got confused with what the question was. Can you just ask the question? I'll give you your answer.
You want me to repeat it again? I've been saying it 5 times. Where is gas being produced? Is it being produced at the ground level, where we are?
Some gas is produced at the ground level. Yes.
Some gas.
All of it.
The air you and I are breathing, is it being produced in the ground level?
Wait a minute. Did he just say some to all in like a split second?
Yep.
Yeah, because I was about to ask him about the Sky gas factories.
Yeah. Apart from
where's ozone get produced?
Fucking hilarious to Django.
On the ground. Well, it does get produced on the ground actually, but it also gets produced in the air.
Oh, it does get produced in the ground now.
It gets produced by people in the ground. Ozone does, yeah.
Okay, so apart from ozone, what gases that we breathe get produced in the air?
Well, hang on. I got asked a question I had to give a definitive yes or no answer to.
Well, he's asking you if all gases are produced at ground level within the carbon cycles, the chemical cycles, the biological cycles. You know,
if you're
evaporation.
asking a question that you want an empirical yes or no to, you're going to get an answer that doesn't quite make sense.
Jeez. See, this is what we're trying to get. We're coming at it. Why? We're coming at 2 different directions to make you understand that apart from ozone, we'll concede to that, no gases are produced in the sky. They're all produced at ground level or within the Earth itself, chemical and biological cycles. Right? That's cyclical. We understand that. But the biological and the chemical reactions happen down there at surface level, don't they?
Sure, so I guess, and that's the difference. The wording and the difference in the language is one is saying it's cyclical, which I 100% agree with. The other is saying it's produced, which I disagree with.
Well, it's the production of the gas down here, where it comes out of.
Being cycled down here, yeah.
Yeah. So the thing is, we're told,
and the same amounts roughly.
So the thing is, we're told that the Earth is the thing that's keeping the gas here. Whether it's the force, gravity of the Earth that's keeping the gas here, or because the Earth, a mass, is sitting in the fabric of space-time and keeping the gas here. But the first thing the gas does is go up and away from the thing that it's said to be attracted to. It goes away from that mass in all directions, right? Doesn't it?
I'm not sure what you're asking, sorry.
I'm asking if you follow. So doesn't it do what I've just described? Doesn't gas go upwards and away from the thing that produced it in those cycles that we were talking about?
In my observations, I mean that would suggest that during the day when you've got a lot of photosynthesis and cycles or whatever happening on the Earth, that you would experience a wind always going offshore, which has not been my observation. I guess I can't say.
No. But we understand that the gas is spreading outwards, don't we? Upwards, away from the thing that you are saying is attracting it to it. Keeping it here.
Which is really what my question is, and I haven't got an answer, and I think Mayhem said he had been answered. I would love if he could re-answer it for me. Why doesn't the gas travel upwards at the similar rate to it does horizontally with the similar pressure differential?
I don't know. Let go of a helium balloon.
The dynamics system, bro.
Let go of a helium balloon. What's that fuck off?
Well, that's like saying. I mean, that's the complete opposite. Let go of a gas cylinder, of a scuba cylinder. It doesn't go upwards. Like, I mean, that's what we call a red herring, I believe.
Well, no, that's because I'm pointing out that we can do lots of things within the environment depending on the relationship between the object and the medium, or the gases, for example. You're talking about why is there less gas up there and it only seems to stay down here. Now, what we're pointing out is the Earth is a dynamic system where energy is introduced all the time, not just by the sun, but by the, radiant heat of the soil, the ground, the earth and water below. We understand that. So we have this amazing dynamic system where all of the gases seem to be here and not dispersing into the vacuum as natural law would dictate. That's the problem. We can talk about gas pressure gradients and why does the Earth act the way it does, and why, when I drop a rock, does it go down and not slightly over here? But we're talking and operating within the physical and natural world. What?
Yeah, I've been listening for a minute, for a long while. And the thing is, yeah, the phenomena that people think they have is not what they have. You don't have gases that have weight that are oriented a certain way because of weight. Because you have two competing. Well, you have the idea that there's an entire system, and you can imagine that the reason that the pressure here is higher is because of weight. It's actually probably partly because it's actually produced here.
Yeah, no. Let's go back to that, because if it's
But at the
produced
same
here,
time, not produced. Sorry, not produced. Recycled. Thank you very much. Moving on.
that's not a
So
cause of it, right?
so the whole thing is with gravity or weight or what have you. There's no mechanism for that we can see. I know Jedi told you because the vector of down is just one. The vector of gas is all directions. So we know for a fact that wherever gas is produced, whenever gas is produced, it goes everywhere. I don't understand. Once you understand this, you can't fall back on, well, it's a gradient because of. No, we see specifically what gas does. It goes in all directions. That's step
upwards. Doesn't seem to really go upwards like it does in the other direction.
What are you talking about? That's why there are paragliders. Actually, people start from the ground and then they take an updraft and it goes straight up with the air.
If these updrafts were because of air pressure, you wouldn't need a paraglider. You would just float on it yourself.
That's dumb.
Go stand in 300 km/h winds and see what it is. You don't need a fucking paraglider, man. Come on.
Yeah, but there's still updrafts. So I mean, if there's no way to contend that.
I'm not contending it, but I'm saying that the updrafts, and I agree, it's a dynamic system. There's also things with heat. I agree with that. What I asked was a very simple question.
But now we're talking about gradient again because of your. I mean,
I haven't had an
answer. That's the thing. Indio told you there probably isn't one because how you going to figure it out?
Really clearly.
Excuse me?
Aham said you got an answer. We can go back to live stream and check it.
About gas pressure because there's because it's defined as the way we. Yeah, it's defined the way we experience it. But you're asking how come there doesn't seem to be an evacuation of the gas going up? Well, why would there be? It's all contained.
Because hang on, no. Doesn't make any sense. Gas in my scuba cylinder is contained, and what you've just said is that all the gas is contained, so there's no evacuation. If I open a scuba cylinder, it hella evacuates. If you've got a high gas pressure next to a low gas pressure, your whole point is that it should be equalizing. We see that equalizing across the land surface. When there's a really hot day, it creates high pressure. We see that, and then it equalizes away from that hot day.
Yeah, okay, but that has to do. But there's also the thermal energy from the ground. Okay, the ground.
Exactly. So why?
But check it out. The further away from the ground you get, the colder it gets.
Someone said earlier that the first kilometer it gets hotter, so that doesn't make sense either.
Does it get hotter? I don't know that. It gets colder.
You guys said it gets hotter for the first kilometer.
No, who's you guys? Who's you guys?
Indio 007.
Indio. It gets hotter when you go up?
You must be awake, but it's not the point. We can go back on the live stream and check. The point is that I've asked a question about why the gas isn't equalizing. I've been told there was a simple answer.
Do you have an answer? Do you have an answer?
I don't have
What's
an
the answer?
I got no idea. I don't have an answer. No.
I don't have an answer either.
Yeah. Well, that's fine. If we don't have an answer, that's fine. But I guess I've been asking this for ages, and I keep getting told all these answers. There is.
I got the answer. I got the answer, bro. Density distribution. There you go. Problem solved.
Sorry, that's not. That's a single word. Can you explain that?
Dude, it's the same reason that they claim in space-time, by the way.
I'm not a physicist. I don't even know what space time is.
Oh, really? Well,
nobody does.
Space-time is supposedly what's the cause of gravity in the globe explanation, which gives an explanation for why there's a stratification.
It's kind of cool how you take this position of feigning ignorance every time you ask a question, like you're learning everything and you're not. Your position is zealotry. You're advocating for the Earth being a globe.
I'm not advocating.
You want to tie you do. You want to tie this conversation into knots. That's what you do, Django. You're really well known for this. I've already caught on to your sophistry. You're not amazing, dude. You're really not.
Dude, I'm a fisherman. I never said I was amazing.
Oh, hey, I just want to take this gas bar. We're still on the gas pressure topic. I want to ask you. So you know what a greenhouse is, right?
Sorry, the what?
Do you know what a greenhouse is?
Yeah, I guess. Like you grow plants in it, whatever.
Yeah. And you know how some greenhouses, they have, they're built in a way, or at least they can be built, where they're sealed, right? Like air pressure. Well, take my word for it. Like,
I believe you. I'm saying I believe you. Sure. I'm saying I believe you. I don't know that.
I just don't see what reason you'd have to even doubt such a thing. Like, we have so many examples of this. But anyway,
I don't doubt.
All right, so you got a greenhouse, all right? Got a greenhouse. All right, it's on the Earth. You step into it. It's, say, 3 stories tall. And say it's sealed airtight. All right, it's what you call a closed system. Light and heat can go in, but matter cannot go in or out. And it's a closed system. And let's say you got a barometer for measuring gas pressure. You measure, the gas pressure at the floor on the first floor. Say it's 16 psi, 16 pounds per square inch. All right, so that's your X value. And then let's say you take the barometer up to the very top of the ceiling, 3 stories up. And let's say you measure 15.9 psi. All right, so there we've established you have your X value of gas pressure. You have your gas pressure gradient, which is delta X above that, and you're inside a closed system. All right. Now you step outside. Let's say you got a little airlock, with 2 doors. Step outside the airlock from the 16 psi, and you walk outside, and you're breathing at sea level, 14.7 psi, with a pressure gradient observed above your head. Now my question to you is, as you're stepping out of the greenhouse onto the Earth, onto the ordinary regular Earth with ordinary regular gas pressure, what reason do you have to assume you're not inside a container?
You mean once you step outside of the greenhouse, you're not inside a container?
My question is, after you step outside the greenhouse, what reason do you have to assume you're not inside a container?
I wouldn't say that I assume I'm not inside a container.
Wait, say that again?
Don't necessarily. I don't think I step outside and think I'm not inside a container. I don't think that's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay, all right. So basically, what I'm trying to say to you with this is that just like how you're clearly inside a closed system in the greenhouse, you have X and delta X as far as gas pressure goes. Once you step outside, as long as you have X and delta X, there's no logical reason to assume you're not inside a container. As far as you know, you're still inside a container, is what I'm saying.
Like, I've got no observation at all from that, whether there's a container or no container. Right.
So just to help you understand this a little better. So you understand that.
Sorry, dude, you're breaking up. Start that again.
At the floor. So you know, back to the greenhouse, the 16 psi floor level, right?
Yeah, we lost you, Orion.
Yeah, he's gone. He's back.
I think he was saying that you needed the pressure in order to have the variation of the pressure to begin with. So then how did you get the pressure? And it seems like you needed a container for that part.
Second pressure?
Yeah, so how did you get the variation in the pressure? Well, you needed the pressure to start with, right? So then where did you get the pressure? Well, it had to be contained. And you've got this story about what causes the variation, which is contingent on the world being a globe, right?
I'm not saying what I'm saying, and all I've said this whole time, and I apologize if it comes across in a different way.
Yeah, but why didn't you answer what he just asked you? Why do you got to skip off to whatever you want to?
I don't understand what his question
Well, then
is.
ask him. Maybe he'll clarify.
He couldn't. He disconnected, bro.
Yeah,
What
but
do
you
do?
just skip over him. Like, let's get what he's saying and answer what he's saying, and then. So, Heretic, do you want to repeat your question?
Right. So you've got this story about what causes the variation in gas pressure in the air, right? Which is contingent on the world being a ball, right?
Now you can.
All right, hang on. So the question you're asking is: you're in a greenhouse. The pressure differential in the greenhouse.
Not the same person. Different question, different person.
Oh, I'm totally lost then. I don't know.
Why he just asked you? He used complete sentences to ask you a question. I don't get it.
I thought it was the same person. His name was lighting up and everything.
It's not. Ask him again, Heretic, because he's confused. He thought you was the other guy.
Okay, well, yeah, you keep saying that the globe gives an explanation for the gradient, right? So you seem to want to gravitate to that, pun intended. So I'm just asking you, for this story to be true, the first principle of the globe would have to be true, right?
Yeah, I guess that's going way off what I understand. I got nothing for you. Sorry, man.
Really? Okay.
I mean, what do you mean to say? You can lie to you and say I've got some understanding of stuff. I catch fish for a living, dude.
Sorry, what do you mean? What do you mean you have nothing? I don't get it.
I mean that my day-to-day job is killing fish. I don't know what he's asking about. First principles of a globe.
That there's curvature because that's what a ball is curved. So he's saying it has. So he's saying that So you don't think the shape of the Earth has to do with the gas pressure at all?
Didn't say that.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Most people think that there's gas here on Earth because of gravity or whatever.
Well, that makes
specifically
sense.
gravity. Right, that's so he's saying, well, in order for that to be true, obviously there has to be a ball first, right? The Earth has to be a globe, right? You can't have gas around a globe if it's not a globe, right?
Didn't AI just say before you could get the gas pressure gradient?
Listen to the question that I'm asking, because I offered that to you and you just didn't want to answer it. So now I'm saying most people, I'm taking it away from you, think that they live on a globe and they think that's surrounded by the air that we breathe. Okay? So obviously, in order for that to be true, it most definitely would have to be a globe, right? For that statement to make sense? I live on a globe, I live on a globe, and I breathe atmosphere. Okay, well, it would have to be a globe for that statement to be correct, right?
Yes, obviously.
Excuse me?
Obviously, yes, of course.
All right, go ahead, Heretic.
All right, so now then, well, Heretic, if you want to ask him, well, now then, who has directly measured the curvature of the Earth? The Django 2021.
You're asking me their names?
I'm going to repeat the question, and I'll do it as long as it takes so that you can understand it. Who has directly measured the curvature of the Earth, as in drop over distance?
My understanding is that surveyors do it quite regularly.
Okay, go ahead and tell us who. And how.
I'm not going to dox any of my surveyor friends, but...
Well, do it like this, right? If you can tell us the method and by which they've done it, and post it in live stream voice text so we can all see how it was done, please do so.
I didn't do it. I can't tell you the method they did it. I'm not
so you don't know the method then?
You didn't ask the method. You said, has anyone done it? And I said, my understanding is surveyors do it.
All right, well then post the method that surveyors have done it. So we can know that you understand.
Did I understand what?
That surveyors have measured the curvature of the Earth.
Confused by your question.
Yeah, let me unconfuse you. Drop over distance, meaning that the Earth is curving at a specific rate due to the circumference, diameter, and the radius value that they give us. Drop over distance. How has it been measured? And you said surveyor friends. Okay. Now tell us the method, or show us, I should say, how they've done it. Post that in
I'm
live
not-
stream voice text. Post that in live stream voice text for
I'm
everybody.
not claiming to be a surveyor or to know how they did it.
Okay, so let me ask you this, and this is the best way that you can answer this. Just say I don't know.
Well, I'm saying I believe my friends.
Say I don't know, because you don't.
I said I did.
No.
Have your friends told you that they did this? Saying I measured curve of the Earth.
I don't care. Like I don't care about your. I don't, Django. I don't care about your surveyor friends. I only care about what you know. Right? Your knowledge, not their knowledge. Your knowledge. Do you know that it's been measured? Okay, you don't know. Okay, so
I haven't measured it. If that's what you're asking.
Fine. No. I'm saying if you know the method, you can post it as well. Either way, I'm good either way.
What do you?
You have surveyor friends. Do they have any information like published somewhere?
I mean, if you ever come visit Sydney, you can drive on a road that they built.
He doesn't know. You don't know.
See whether it joins up the other end.
So that's what's weird. So basically, we just take your word for it. Because I'm not coming to Australia.
Okay, so you can ride on a road they built. They claimed they measured Earth curvature. What does that do?
Right. The question is, do they have any literature on how building? Because we have engineers and surveyors as well, and what they have to do is make sure that an area is level before they build anything, or they need to get the grade of the land before they build anything. So I know for a fact that surveyors don't measure any fucking curvature. Now, you're saying that they do, and they're your friends. Is there any literature on that?
Is there literature on?
Yeah, the
method measuring the curvature.
Is there any information on that?
Without doxing myself, we're digging a hole from one spot to another spot that needed to measure up perfectly. Spots were like 30 kilometers apart. Holes did, in fact, measure up perfectly when drilled end to end. Told me that they've got to account for the curvature of the Earth when they make those drilling holes.
Oh,
you were working and they just told you they had to account for curvature?
Yeah. Sorry, guys. So, would you say that you just believe your friends have done what they've done? You don't know exactly what they've done. You just believe that they've done something.
I do believe that they've done it. Yeah. And they told me that. I have no reason to not. I had no reason not to trust my friends.
That's the answer.
Exactly. Thank you, Mickey.
That's the answer. You just believe that they've done it. You don't know if it's been measured or not. You just believe them.
Something yesterday that we were speaking about stuck with me. That, when either pilots or captains, when they're in a boat or a plane and they don't know where they are, they use a protractor, right?
Yeah.
How far off the plane
MDC,
is?
Yeah, MDC, 1 second. Okay, let me just take Django through this. And because he still thinks that the Earth is a globe at this point, but I'm going to show him that it's just a belief. Question number 1 has been answered. We're off to question number 2, because his concession was thoroughly made as per the point right now that he just believes that it's been done. He doesn't know. Question number 2, Earth spinning on its axis, axial rotation. The Earth's movement, right? It's spinning on its axis, and it's said to be spinning at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. So who has directly measured this spin of the Earth? By what device or person has done this? Please provide some evidence, as in the first question that I asked you.
I have no idea. I'm a fisherman.
That's fine. Let's go to the third one. Seems like you were really hung up on this one for about, 2 hours or so. So they're telling us that now we have gas pressure without a container. The whole discussion that you just had previous to this right now. How is it possible to have gas pressure without a container?
How is it possible to have gas pressure without a container?
Yes.
Is anyone claiming that?
Every global idea believing person.
I don't think anyone's ever said that it's gas pressure without a container. I think the walls of the container
it's an open
are in
system.
dispute.
The Earth being a globe and the vacuum of space is an open system. Matter and energy can exchange freely. Right?
I don't know.
You don't know. Have you ever seen in TV a rocket leave and go to the moon? Have you seen that? People land on the moon?
Yes.
Yes.
Wouldn't call that
no?
freely leaving, but go on.
Yeah.
Use a shitload
So
of rocket
they left.
fuel. But anyway,
it doesn't matter. They left the system of the Earth and went to the moon. They've taken rovers to Mars, low Earth orbit, satellites, yada yada yada, on and on. So matter and energy are able to exchange through this open system, but that means that the air pressure that we have here would escape into the vacuum of space. So without something containing this air that we're breathing, it would rush off into the available space, which the void, that the vacuum of space. It's not doing that because we can still breathe 14 psi on the surface where the air is being produced. So how is it possible that it's not rushing off into the void?
excellent question, and I'm glad you asked. The position you've just taken, and correct me if I'm wrong, is if you had low pressure in one area and high pressure in another area, it would rush off to the lower pressure area. Is that correct?
It's a gas law. Of course it would.
I can demonstrate that. I'll post a demonstration.
Okay. Why is it when you go to the top of a building, the air isn't rushing up there to equalize the gas pressure?
You're still inside the container.
Matter.
Why is he asking you a question?
Yeah, he's not answering mine.
Because this is the question.
No, you need to answer. Give me the answer. Don't give me a question. Give me the answer to it.
No, because right. Because you haven't. Listen, bro. You have an infinitely expanding area. Okay, that's expanding faster than the speed of light since supposedly the Big Bang. So all we're saying is, how is that possible when we're just on this tiny blue pill, and then there's just the black of space that's expanding? What's the mechanism or reason that we have gas pressure at all? If you look at Total Recall, obviously they had to have a dome because they didn't have. I don't know why Mars couldn't just have an atmosphere like Earth or whatever. Everybody understands that for not gravity, that we wouldn't have air. So, I mean, either you can answer it affirmatively there, or you can say, I have no fucking idea why they tell us that story.
Right. What mechanism is it that's keeping the gas on Earth?
I don't know.
Thank you.
Floyd model suggests.
Now let me summarize. No, it's fine. No, you don't know. I'll go with that because you just
sure
said
you
it.
will.
I know I will. So let me summarize because I love this part. So the Earth being a globe in the vacuum of space spinning is just a belief you have. It's not proven because you didn't give us any evidence for it. Thank you. I'll be here all week.
Now, I've just really courteously answered 3 of your questions.
Yeah, and you failed miserably. So thank you for your participation, Django. You're just a ball believer.
Sorry,
and a zealot.
Sorry, Mayhem. I want to point out, do you remember when I jumped in and I kind of helped you out and I said, you just believe what your mate said, but you don't know exactly, right? Now, that's what we're pointing out. There's lots of stories out there, but most people don't even know the first story about how the Earth was so cool to be measured to have curvature and the intricacies and why that actually wasn't the fucking case. Or even they don't even bring up Foucault's pendulum, for example, right? They don't do those types of things. So when we asked you for first-hand knowledge about the claim that the Earth is a ball spinning in the vacuum of space, all you can do is say it is a belief. That's all you can say. And that's just honestly because that's all anybody can say. It isn't such a gotcha. It's more of a... What?
It's already asked the question, do I believe that? And I said yes. And they said, I know for sure, am I blah, blah, blah. And I said, no, I just believe it. We've already established that ages ago. Anyway, that brings me back to the question that I would really love it if Mayhem asked, because... Sorry, Mayhem answered because
why you gotta ask me something, dude? You just believe the Earth's a globe. Why would you
really politely answered your questions, and I would appreciate the same.
I know. Why? There's nothing else. There's nothing else to discuss.
I'll answer, Biggie.
You believe? Yeah, that's fine. You like an answer.
Go ahead.
I didn't affirm my answers. I'd appreciate it if Mayhem answered.
All right,
You didn't
so
have
no,
any
go ahead.
answers, bro.
Go ahead. I'll answer it. Go ahead.
Answer was I don't know, and you're welcome to use the same answer, Mayhem.
Sure. Go ahead and ask me the question.
I just want to point out to everyone that Mayhem is refusing to answer my question. We've already spoken about it.
Shit.
So
People refuse to answer questions. People refuse to answer questions all the time. Neil deGrasse Tyson refuses. Neil deGrasse Tyson refuses to even speak to flat earthers because he's probably a little bit of a bigot. You know,
he's got a lot to do, but.
Well, he has a lot to do, but he has time to speak to Katy Perry and talk her off the ledge of being a flat earther the moment that this live stream.
Do
I have to mute you? I have to mute you while I'm talking?
Yeah, it does that a lot.
Do I have to mute you while I'm talking?
If you want, man.
All right, hold on.
Shit.
His name is Django.
Yeah.
You gotta get the 5-year-old treatment.
Hold on, let me ask you guys something. How is it that the world's curvature is actually measured?
I'm literally in the middle of something. So give us a second, if you don't mind. You hear we're having issues with this one guy. I'm just trying to convey an idea just so he can ask me a question rather than Mayhem. I mean, no one has to answer anyone. Like, that's not really a...
we get all that, but how is it that the curvature is actually measured? Not with a protractor. So how are they measuring it?
They don't.
We'll get to your question in a second. Where's the Django at? Or did he leave?
He left. He doesn't want to know. So tell me, how do they measure the curvature?
Oh, you tell me.
I'm right here. I'm just waiting for the question.
Oh, hello, you're back.
Okay, good. So yeah, you said that he's a busy man, right? However, when Sassy was speaking on a live stream with Katy Perry, and her peoples got Katy Perry to really consider that the Earth was flat, Neil deGrasse Tyson set up an interview with her the very next fucking day. So he can't be that busy, but he won't speak to flat earthers. Pretty much because he's a bigot, because he's labeled anyone who doesn't believe in the globe just ridiculous. So that's what it is. Now go ahead and ask me a question, because I don't mind answering it.
The question related to what Mayhem said, that if the Earth was a ball or globe or whatever the wording was, why doesn't the air just rush off into space? Because you'd have, which the implication of that question, very obviously being, be going from a high pressure system and quote unquote rushing off into a low or no pressure system. If that's the contention, that's the issue that has been raised with the globe theory. Why doesn't air pressure rush in the vertical to lower pressure that we can very easily observe above it?
Because the pressure up there is still pressure.
It's lower pressure.
So, the
contention was that it would rush to
vacuum of space isn't a container at all. It's expanding. It's an expanding space. Well, I know, but why doesn't the air rush up to the air that's still there? I don't know.
Can we be clear what the contention is? Because what's not in contention is the gradient.
Don't even get it.
But that's the thing. I don't know. It's just, when it comes to the black of space, that's an infinitely expanding area that all things in the universe reside in. The only mechanism that they claim causes that is gravitational accretion. So we know that that's not the case because there's no scientific validation for that, no manipulation for that, no justification for that story. Now the question is, well, we have higher pressure next to lower pressure here in our system. Why doesn't it rush up? I don't know.
Has everybody else missed this? He's asked our question back to us. Sorry, he's asked our question back to us. Why doesn't the gas go upwards Right, that's our claim. Because if you don't have a container, that's exactly what the gas would do. It would disperse upwards, outwards into the vacuum of space. You're talking about the Earth's actual environment and the contained system, which we can only demonstrate within a container, that gas pressure gradient that you're talking about. But you're asking our question back to us. Our question is, how's the gas not dispersing upwards into the vacuum of space? To Django.
Is that a question?
Yeah, you're asking our question back to us.
I'm not asking the question of why it doesn't go into a vacuum of space. However, what I am asking is why it doesn't go to the lower pressure that we observe at higher altitudes.
Why doesn't it disperse into the lower pressure in the vacuum?
Well, the argument the globe model makes is for the same answer.
Yeah, because you know, you said weight earlier. Weight of the gas is keeping the gas here. What's the weight of the atmosphere at the top? You know, that very top layer of gas. Above that, what's the weight that's keeping that down?
Sorry, what's the question? The weight of...
You know, at the top, yeah, you know, you said weight. The weight of the gas is keeping the gas here. But at the top of the atmosphere, there's not a lot of gas above it, right? It's a thin layer of gas. So what's pressing, or what's the weight, or what's keeping that gas there then? Right at the top, where there's no weight.
I don't know the answers. I'm not a physicist, but
you're also a fucking fisherman.
Glad you've heard. My understanding is
several times, because every single time you come up to a question that you can't answer or don't want to, you point out that you're not a physicist and you're a fisherman. I'm asking you a very simple question based on your claim that apparently you've got knowledge about because you started speaking about it. So, being on what you spoke about, I'm asking you a question about it. You know, the gas at the top, where there's not a lot of gas pressing down because there's not a lot of gas up there to invoke your weight. What's keeping it there then, if there's no weight, as per your claim? You were talking about.
I didn't
or
say
do you just
no
talk
weight.
about things that you don't know and then claim that you're a fisherman?
Didn't say there's no weight.
So there is weight up there, but it's not a lot of weight because all of the weight's down here. So up there, where there's, you know, a layer of gas that hasn't got any gas above it, adjacent to a vacuum, what's keeping that there then?
It's weight.
What's keeping its weight of what? The gas is going in all directions, and you're telling us that the weight of the gas above it is keeping it down here. But up there, well, there's no. So what's keeping the gas here then? Because now you got it turning around and not dispersing into the vacuum because it's not. But it's not your claim. Your claim of the gas above pressing downwards, like your analogy about being in the sea. So above that top layer where there's nothing pressing down, nothing up there. What's stopping the gas from freely and randomly moving in all directions? Because it doesn't just go down. What's keeping it there?
Weight.
Of what? There's nothing above it.
What? No, he's a circle jerk. That's a second law of thermodynamics violation.
Oh, we've been here for
I think
two
it's
fucking
also-
weeks, it seems.
It's also
Second law of
I don't think
thermodynamics
there's any.
violation. There's no weight pressing down. You don't know the gas behavior at a fundamental level, and you don't know what the second law of thermodynamics states about it.
I don't think there's any argument that gas does leave either.
There's any argument that gas you wouldn't be. How are you breathing right now?
Leave slowly.
Yeah, slowly. You're in a second law of thermodynamics violation without a container. Because you're talking about gases being held that is reducing entropy. There's no things that reduce entropy in nature, Sunshine. You're through. And we could go right here to 7:19, 19 minutes after the hour from Professor Frank Lambert, General Chemical Education. Gas expansion into a vacuum. We're right on topic. The mixing of ideal gases or liquids, diffusion and fusion, colligative effects, and osmosis, each fundamentally involves an increase in entropy. You're finished. It's over. Right there. 19 minutes after the hour. Say goodnight.
Would you post that on live stream voice text?
Yeah, I did at 19 minutes after the hour.
Oh, shit. All right.
But does that mean you guys aren't open to like conversation?
Open the conversation, not against the second law of thermodynamics. We're not.
Oh, word.
Because if your theory is against the second law of thermodynamics, then we're going to offer you nothing. The deepest failure.
Oh no, I understand that. I always try to explain it, but then everyone is always like atmosphere and gravity. I'm like, no, you can't use that. At best, that's a. Yeah, what's up?
Lo-fi. Yeah, we're talking with the Django at the moment. He was struggling in the chat, so.
Oh.
We're just getting some clarification, brother.
Got it. Might be.
Just hang tight.
So, what's your answer?
What's the question, sorry?
Oh, what was the question? Sorry? You're going to stall some more? You're in direct violation of the second law of thermodynamics. I'm sorry, you're not. Your claim is. There's nothing you could do about it. It's over.
Yeah, I was asking. This whole started because I was asking a question.
And you don't know what weight is either. What's weight?
Weight is a measurement of force by acceleration or something.
No, it's not.
Well, let's see if we can answer this question. Let's see if we can answer this question back. Like, you know how you flipped it on us for like, an hour. So, is Mount Everest the second law of thermodynamics violation?
Asking me? Yeah.
The same way that the
this is getting real annoying real quick. Yes, we're talking to you. Yes, we're speaking English.
Asking a question like, is Mount Everest a violation of the second law of thermodynamics? I don't even know what the question is. What are you
talking about? He's not speaking Chinese, bro.
That is the question.
You're doing this whole like I don't speak English.
Well, we need the. Again, you're like, why isn't the higher pressure on the Earth going to the lower pressure? You think it's the second law of thermodynamics violation?
I don't know. Genuinely don't know.
Good. Okay, that's it.
I knew I would give you guys an answer.
Can't we do something else? Not you. Now I'm not asking you. Can't we ignore him and do something else, guy?
Yeah, we can get some new people that are in here for sure. We got what was his name? He chimed in here. He's not in here anymore. MDC. Where did he slip off to? Let's see. We got Nether Matrix. We can unmute him.
I think I know who that is.
Nether Matrix, are you there? Nether Matrix, are you there?
Hi there.
Say bye. Cha-ching. Oh, there he is. MDC, you there?
I'm back.
Welcome back.
So make it quick.
All right. So, do you believe the Earth to be a globe, sir?
I don't know what I believe. You guys bring up some valid points. It's just comical to see.
Way?
I don't know, man. We've been in a way. You bring up some very valid points, and we've been lied to our entire lives. And I mean, I don't know how this hasn't been brought forth, like on a mass scale.
We got droves of people believing the Earth's a globe, and so it's an uphill struggle.
Well, the thing is when let me ask y'all. So, for example, Musk or NASA, whatever it may be, shoots rockets into the sky, and then they send back some type of satellite imagery of the Earth. You're telling me it's all CGI type round globes?
Either that or the second law of thermodynamics is false.
Second of all, those aren't pictures. They don't have an eyeglass piece. They don't. It's not optical like with our eyes or with a camera. They're using other kinds of technology.
It wouldn't matter anyway. They're traveling to Narnia.
Look, all jokes aside.
Are you saying that they're taking these pictures, which are not pictures, like Elijah just said? They're traveling into a vacuum, correct?
Well, what do you mean they're not pictures? Didn't Canon like
What do I mean? They're
invest?
not pictures. Don't worry about the pictures for right now. So these items, these rockets, are flying into a second law of or a vacuum. I'm sorry, I'm preempting myself. Yes.
They're flying into what we call, I don't know, outer space, I guess.
A vacuum, the vacuum of space. That's a second law of thermodynamics violation. How can they be doing that?
Wait, I'm just looking at what's going on in VC chat.
Oh, so you're sidetracked now because your ass is grass.
My ass ain't grass, bro. I don't touch no grass, man.
Yeah. Your ass is grass because it's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. I just posted that. We just already went over this. Now you come in and say they're traveling to Narnia.
So y'all really think it's
no, we don't think. We know it's a